Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3569 to Chapter 3656. A cat dares to boast shamelessly? What a joke. Believe it or not, I'll smash you into meat paste with a stick. Taoist Wu Liang shook the stick in his hand. That stick was not an ordinary object. It was made of an unknown divine wood and was extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to beat that Emperor God Cultivator half to death. Xianxia's expression was cold. Whoosh, it moved and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Taoist Wu Liang. Xianxia's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that Taoist Wu Liang could not react to it. What a fast speed! Immediately, many onlookers exclaimed. They could not help but be shocked by Xianxia's speed. The Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan is known for their speed, and their attacks are fierce and as fast as lightning. They can almost teleport in a small area. Many people have not even reacted yet, and it is very likely that they have already been killed by the cultivators of this clan. At this moment, a cultivator said. The cultivator's explanation moved many of the people around him. Because the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan's methods were simply too terrifying, and at this moment, Xianxia, who had come to Taoist Wu Liang's side, launched an attack on Taoist Wu Liang with its sharp claws. There was even a claw light in the void. Xianxia's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Facing Xianxia's terrifying attack, Taoist Wu Liang could not help but be shocked. Fortunately, Taoist Wu Liang's methods were also extremely extraordinary, so he quickly retreated and dodged Xianxia's claw. However, Xianxia's speed was simply too fast. Taoist Wu Liang had not yet regained his footing. Xianxia attacked again. Those sharp claws flickered with a cold light and directly grabbed at Taoist Wu Liang's neck. This time, Taoist Wu Liang could not avoid Xianxia's menacing claw. As the saying goes, speed is the only thing that is invincible in the world. This sentence was verified at this moment. Xianxia did not show too much power. It was obviously restraining its strength. It had only displayed its lightning-fast speed, but immeasurable Taoist was already unable to withstand it. It wasn't that the immeasurable Taoist wasn't strong enough. Instead, it was suppressed by Xianxia in a hurry. Lin Feng knew just how frightening immeasurable Taoist's methods were. If he could put some distance between them, immeasurable Taoist would not even need to do anything himself. He could just throw all sorts of treasures at them. Even if he couldn't kill Xianxia, he could at least make Xianxia half dead. Lin Feng firmly believed in this point. Help! Taoist Wu Liang wailed. Xianxia's terrifying attack was about to grab Taoist Wu Liang's neck. At this moment, a beam of cold light suddenly erupted. He quickly slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He had no choice but to abandon the immeasurable Taoist and quickly dodge the terrifying cold light that was slashing towards him. Xianxia dodged the terrifying cold light by a hair's breadth. Afterward, he stood in the void and looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Now scram as far as you can, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Feng said with a sneer. Arrogant. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. However, no one thought that Lin Feng's words were arrogant. Because everyone saw that Lin Feng actually forced Xianxia to retreat. Brat. I'm going to kill you. Now Xianxia was completely enraged. It had a high and mighty personality to begin with. And there was a reason why Xianxia looked down on the human race the most. It was said that in the past, one of Xianxia's ancestors had a conflict with a human powerhouse and was eventually killed by the human powerhouse. Since then, the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan completely hated the human race. If there was a chance, he would ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Most of Xianxia's slaves were humans. Why was that? Because Xianxia felt that controlling the human race like this and making them his slaves would make him feel quite refreshed. This was a kind of spiritual satisfaction. But now, Xianxia was ridiculed, mocked, and humiliated by the human cultivators he looked down on the most. He was even forced to retreat. For Xianxia, he couldn't accept all of this at all. It was simply a great humiliation. It made Xianxia go crazy with hatred. Now Xianxia only had one thought. That was to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's corpse was torn to shreds. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, rays of light flickered between heaven and earth. In the void, nameless cultivators appeared one after another. Those nameless cultivators. They were all Xianxia. Hundreds of Xianxia appeared in the void. What kind of divine ability is this? Many people looked at the hundreds of Xianxia in the air in shock. They felt it. Those hundreds of Xianxia. They were all real. Everyone couldn't help but reveal an incredulous expression on their faces. This divine ability that Xianxia used was really extraordinary. It should be the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat Clan's Holy Golden Body technique, right? Rumor has it that if this divine ability is cultivated to the peak, it can create tens of thousands of clones, making it impossible to determine which one is real. At this moment, someone said. Tens of thousands of clones? What a terrifying divine ability. Although Xianxia only created hundreds of clones, it's already terrifying enough. Someone else said. Kid. Die. Hundreds of Xianxia spoke at the same time. Their voices were cold and filled with endless killing intent. Then, the Xianxia quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The aura emitted from each Xianxia's body made people's hair stand on end. Hundreds of Xianxia attacked Lin Feng together with an astonishing momentum. I'm afraid that kid is dead for sure. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Xianxia's means were really terrifying. It was as if a god was a killer. Such a terrifying divine ability was displayed. No one thought that Lin Feng could resist Xianxia's attack. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Just as the hundreds of Xianxia were about to drown Lin Feng. At this moment, everyone saw. Lin Feng stepped out. Then, the entire space seemed to have frozen. Hundreds of Xianxia were all frozen in space. The Xianxia collapsed one by one. Those were not the real Xianxia, but Xianxia's clones. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of clones all collapsed, leaving only Xianxia's original body. Xianxia wanted to struggle. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng, who appeared in front of him, was like an undefeatable god. He was so powerful that it was suffocating. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Because Lin Feng was too terrifying. The combat power he displayed was simply invincible. Xianxia was an existence that could contend with an Imperial Emperor-level powerhouse. In front of Lin Feng, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Many people were guessing Lin Feng's realm. What realm was he in to be able to defeat such a powerful Xianxia? And he defeated Xianxia in a crushing manner, think about it. It all made people's hair stand on end. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng, who was walking towards him step by step, in horror. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. The combat power that Lin Feng displayed made Xianxia feel a deep sense of despair. At the same time, it also made Xianxia feel extremely aggrieved. He was such a proud person. In his eyes, human cultivators had a lowly bloodline and were only fit to carry his palanquin. But now, Xianxia was defeated by the human cultivator that he looked down on the most. And it was a crushing defeat. This was a huge blow to Xianxia. Pitifully weak. A piece of trash like you dares to jump in front of me? I really don't know who gave you the courage. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia with contempt. But now, no one felt that Lin Feng's words were arrogant anymore. Because it was a waste. He was too powerful. When a cultivator's cultivation base was strong enough, no matter what he said, others would think that he was right. Just like Lin Feng now. I am the 7th young master of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat Clan. My clan is the royal family of the myriad clans. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. After thinking of the behemoth behind him, he became full of confidence again. The strength of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat race was incomparably terrifying. The golden sacred heavenly cat clan was still very powerful. Perhaps this was where Xianxia's confidence came from. With such a huge force backing him, and this was the heavenly sage great world. Xianxia believed that Lin Feng knew how to choose. Now, Xianxia's killing intent towards Lin Feng was like a torrential river. Therefore, it would never let Lin Feng go. Xianxia secretly swore in his heart, as long as he could get out of trouble, he would definitely call in the experts of his clan to kill Lin Feng. Will the human cultivator release Xianxia? The foundation of the golden sacred heavenly cat clan is very terrifying. That kid is only a human cultivator, and it's very likely that he's a passerby from the extraterritorial starry world. No matter how strong his cultivation is, he's probably nothing in front of the golden sacred heavenly cat clan. Therefore, I think it's best for that kid to let Xianxia go before the two sides reach the point of irreconcilable hatred. Xianxia is ruthless and hates humans the most. If he's released, Xianxia will definitely not let it go. But if he doesn't release him, it'll be even more troublesome. Is he going to kill Xianxia? When the golden sacred heavenly cat clan gets angry, does that kid still want to leave the heavenly sage great world alive? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show immediately began to discuss. They were all guessing what Lin Feng would do. Release Xianxia, or kill Xianxia, Lin Feng said with a sneer, it's rare for a prisoner to be as arrogant as you. Killing you directly would be too easy for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng struck out with his palm. Bang, the terrifying palm slammed into Xianxia's dantian. Xianxia was sent flying by the slap. Arg! In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. My dantian! My dantian! Xianxia screamed. His dantian had been crippled by Lin Feng. Now, he had become a cripple. Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng had crippled Xianxia's cultivation. Xianxia was originally a high and mighty figure, but now that his dantian had been crippled, he immediately fell from the clouds to the bottom of the cliff. It was simply a fate worse than death. Xianxia is completely finished. Many cultivators couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he's not a ferocious dragon, this is the heavenly sage great world. The golden sacred heavenly cat clan is very powerful in the heavenly sage great world. There's also a saying that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. This kid has crippled Xianxia. The experts of the golden sacred heavenly cat clan will soon move to deal with him. Yes. The golden sacred heavenly cat clan will definitely not let this go. After seeing Xianxia being crippled, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed one after another. Xianxia's face was pale. His face was full of despair. He knew clearly. After he became a cripple, what kind of status would he have in the clan? At that time, he might even be inferior to a servant. Big clans were cruel to begin with. Little bastard. I won't rest until I'm dead. Our golden sacred heavenly cat clan. We will definitely not let you off. Xianxia cursed viciously. He looked at Lin Feng as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, you're just a cripple. How dare you talk nonsense here? Get lost as far as you can. Immeasurable Taoist sneered. Then, he kicked at Xianxia. A bang was heard. Suddenly, Xianxia was sent flying by Immeasurable Taoist. Immediately, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist turned around and entered the 100 Fragrances house. These two people crippled Xianxia and still swaggered into the 100 Fragrances house. Don't they care about the upcoming revenge of the golden sacred heavenly cat clan? Someone said in astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Many people smiled bitterly. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist's actions were indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The conflict outside was so intense that it naturally attracted the attention of many people. Therefore, when Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist entered the 100 Fragrances house, all eyes were on the two of them. A beautiful woman came to greet Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist. Immeasurable Taoist shouted, "Give us the best wine, the best delicacies, and the most beautiful women. We're going to party to our heart's content today." Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard Immeasurable Taoist's words. Was this guy really a Taoist? Could he be an imposter? In many people's impression, Taoists were sage-like. However, Immeasurable Taoist had an extremely wretched expression. He didn't look like a Taoist at all. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This young master and this Taoist master, please follow me upstairs. There are private rooms upstairs." Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang nodded. Then, they followed the beautiful woman upstairs. The three of them arrived at a VIP room on the 5th floor. Then, beautiful maidservants entered the private room one after another, carrying fine wine and dishes. They placed the wine and dishes on the table in front of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Then, a singer, a dancer, and a musician entered the room. These were all courtesans. They sold their skills, not their bodies. Whether it was their figure or their figure, they could be considered top-notch beauties. Some played the zither, some played the flute. Someone was singing a beautiful song. There were also people who danced gracefully. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang chatted while admiring the beautiful dancers dancing in the middle of the pavilion. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Then, a very pleasant voice sounded. This voice was clear and melodious. It was very ethereal, like pearls falling on a jade plate. This voice said, "This servant, Nalan Lian Yu, has taken the liberty to pay a visit. I wonder if I can come in." He saw a woman in white standing outside the box. This woman in white was tall, with creamy skin and peach blossom eyes. She had a small face the size of a palm. Her face could be described as exquisite and beautiful, and her body emitted an ethereal aura. It was like an elf that had fallen from the 9 heavens immortal world to the mortal world. "Please come in." Lin Feng's voice came from the room. Then, this woman who called herself Nalan Lian Yu pushed the door and entered. When the courtesans saw this woman, they all bowed to her. Lin Feng guessed that this woman should be from the 100 Fragrances house, and her status was extremely high. Lian Yu greets the young master and Taoist master. Nalan Lian Yu bowed to Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. When Lin Feng saw Nalan Lian Yu, he couldn't help but be stunned by this woman. This woman's temperament was really outstanding. Coupled with that peerless appearance, it was unforgettable. Nalan Lian Yu? One of the 10 great beauties of heavenly sage great world, Nalan Lian Yu? Taoist Wu Liang clicked his tongue in amazement as he sized up this white-clothed woman. This damn Taoist had stayed in the heavenly sage great world for so many years. Clearly, he already had a good understanding of the heavenly sage great world. Even the 10 great beauties of the heavenly sage great world seemed to have been carefully investigated. Otherwise, how could he know that this woman was one of the 10 great beauties of the heavenly sage great world just by hearing her name, of course? Lin Feng was not surprised that Nalan Lian Yu could be ranked among the top 10 beauties of the heavenly sage great world. In this world, there were many beautiful women. Some women's looks might not be much worse than Nalan Lian Yu's. However, the competition between these top-quality beauties could no longer be judged by their looks alone. It was because they were all extremely beautiful and moving. Therefore, the competition between these top-quality beauties would depend on their own talent, cultivation, and the power behind them. Lin Feng didn't know if the power behind Nalan Lian Yu was strong or not, nor did he know Nalan Lian Yu's cultivation or talent. However, he had to admit that Nalan Lian Yu's temperament was too good. That kind of ethereal, quiet, and otherworldly temperament. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. Master Taoist is too kind. This is just a ranking made by bored people. Please don't take it seriously. Nalan Lian Yu said. Taoist Wu Liang smiled and said. Fairy is too modest. Said Lin Feng. Please have a seat, celestial being. Thank you, young master. Nalan Lian Yu smiled and stood up. She then sat at the table below Lin Feng. I haven't asked for the names of young master and this Taoist. Nalan Lian Yu said. Lin Feng. This is my good friend, Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng? Nalan Lian Yu was shocked when she heard this name. As for Taoist Wu Liang's Taoist name, Nalan Lian Yu had never heard of it. Taoist Wu Liang was the kind of person who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Not many people knew of his Taoist name. As for his name, Lin Feng knew that Nalan Lianyo must have heard of it. I didn't expect young master to come to the heavenly sage great world. Nalan Lianyo said. The world is so big. Naturally, I have to walk around and see more. Lin Feng said with a smile. Young master, you crippled Jean Linya. The Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat Clan is a force that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. They will definitely send experts to deal with you. If young master needs help, Lianyo is willing to provide it. Nalan Lianyo said with a smile. This woman. She seemed to be here to express goodwill. Thank you, fairy. Lin Feng said. Young master is too polite. Then, Lianyo will no longer disturb young master and Taoist. Nalan Lianyo stood up and said. She then left the room where Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were. Said Lin Feng, dismissing the prostitutes. He looked at Taoist Wu Liang and asked, what is the origin of this Nalan Lianyo? I'm not sure. This Nalan Lianyo has always been very mysterious. She is the only one among the top 10 beauties of the heavenly sage great world. However, judging from the courtesan's behavior, they seem to know Nalan Lianyo. Furthermore, they are very respectful towards her. It seems that Nalan Lianyo is related to the 100 Fragrances house. There should be more than 100 Fragrances house, right? Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. That's right. There are many 100 Fragrances houses. It is said that they belong to a mysterious force. However, I don't know what kind of force they are. Nalan Lianyo should be a member of that force. Lin Feng said. That's right. It seems that the heavenly sage great world is more interesting than I thought. Dong 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 dong. Right at this moment, the sound of a great bell suddenly rang out between the heavens and the earth. Many people were alarmed. What's going on? A large number of cultivators rushed out to the streets and looked at each other. Dong 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 dong, at this moment. The sound of a huge bell rang out once again. The sound came from the northwest of Metalstone City. It's coming from the Forest of Destiny. A cultivator said. Could the rumors be true? In the past, the Master of Destiny died there. It is said that the Master of Destiny's supreme treasure, the immortal Bell of Destiny, is also in the Forest of Destiny. It is waiting for the fated person to come and inherit the supreme inheritance left behind by the Master of Destiny. A cultivator said. What? There is such a rumor? The Master of Destiny was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. It was rumored that this existence was the embodiment of destiny. It was this terrifying existence who had brought the Tao of Destiny to greater heights. It was also this terrifying existence. With the Tao of Destiny as the foundation, he had created many unimaginable divine abilities. Every single divine ability could be said to be peerlessly terrifying, shocking the hearts of people. In the history of the New Age, this Master of Destiny was a famous expert. Therefore, when the news of the Master of Destiny's legacy spread, many people were shocked. Let's go. Let's go to the Forest of Destiny to take a look. We might be able to gain something. Many cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the Forest of Destiny. They wanted to find opportunities in the Forest of Destiny. Master of Destiny? Doesn't this person also have the cultivation method of the Great Destiny technique? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Lin Feng hadn't completely cultivated the Great Destiny technique. This was because the Great Destiny technique was divided into 3 parts. Lin Feng had only obtained the first part. Lin Feng hadn't obtained the second and third parts. Of course, even if he had only obtained a part, the Great Destiny technique was already terrifying enough. This second-ranked 3000 Great Tao had played an important role in reversing the situation in several of Lin Feng's life and death battles. Destiny and destiny only differed by one word. They were both based on the word destiny. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying and powerful was this divine ability. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that destiny and destiny were like the 2 extremes of the yin and yang cycle. Destiny. It represented the destined trajectory of all living things. And destiny. It represented the method to change the trajectory of one's life. Therefore, destiny and destiny were inseparable. The Great Destiny technique was hard to find. Wasn't it the same for the Great Destiny technique? But now, when Lin Feng heard about the Master of Fate, he had the feeling that maybe he would be able to obtain the complete Great Fate technique. If he could obtain the complete Great Destiny technique for Lin Feng, it would definitely be a great help. Daoist Wuliang said, I've heard rumors about the Master of Destiny, but I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Lin Feng said, we can wait a little longer. Even if the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny is really in the Forest of Destiny, it won't appear so easily. Daoist Wuliang nodded. Clearly, he agreed with Lin Feng's words. Next, the two of them headed to the bookstore to buy some books. Lin Feng wanted to flip through the book and learn more about the origins of the Forest of Destiny. After some research, Lin Feng found out that the original name of the Forest of Destiny was the Heavenly Pulse Forest. Later on, no one knew when. Then, the news spread that the Master of Destiny had perished there. The Heavenly Pulse Forest was also renamed as the Forest of Destiny. As time passed, very few people in the future knew the origin of the named Forest of Destiny. Very few people had heard of the Master of Destiny. Until this time, when the immortal bell of destiny shook the world. It shocked the world. Everyone began to understand the origins of the Forest of Destiny again, as well as the various legends. The news of the Forest of Destiny spread quickly as if it had grown wings, so a large number of cultivators gathered. Even experts from the Immortal Alliance and the Demon Alliance, which were not part of the Sacred War Alliance, came. The orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny was enough to make countless people go crazy. The Immortal Alliance and the Sacred War Alliance, which were originally at war, temporarily stopped fighting because of this matter. Many experts came to spy on the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy, but how could it be so easy to obtain the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy? That's right. The Master of Destiny's orthodoxy should be obtained by the fated person. No matter how strong those major forces are, it would be difficult for them to snatch the orthodoxy from the fated person. Many cultivators were discussing the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy. On this day, news spread that a young cultivator who called himself the Master of Destiny had appeared in the Heavenly Sage Great World. The Master of Destiny's orthodoxy was about to appear. Now, a Master of Destiny had suddenly appeared. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Could it be that this Master of Destiny was the son of the Master of Destiny? However, the Taoist scriptures didn't seem to record this matter. After Lin Feng heard about the Master of Destiny, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Back then, Lin Feng had said that he was the Master of Destiny. Because he cultivated the Great Destiny technique, it didn't seem inappropriate to call himself the Master of Destiny. What was the situation with this Master of Destiny who had appeared now? Could he really be the descendant of the Master of Destiny? Many people were looking for the whereabouts of the Master of Destiny, including many major forces. Those forces wanted to see who this Master of Destiny was. Was he really related to the Master of Destiny, if that was true? When the time came, perhaps they could use the Master of Destiny to find the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy. Many of the forces had a pretty good plan. However, after searching for a long time, they couldn't find the so-called Master of Destiny. Therefore, many people felt that the news about the Master of Destiny was deliberately released by someone as a smokescreen. This kind of thing was relatively common in the world of cultivators. During this period of time, the cultivators of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat race did not find trouble with Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. The two of them guessed. Now that the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat race's attention was focused on the inheritance of the Master of Destiny, they did not have time to pay attention to the two of them. In the depths of the Forest of Destiny, loud sounds like that of a bell could be heard from time to time. However, it was a terrifying place. There were 5 great death zones in the Great Sage World. One of the death zones was called the Swamp of Destiny. It was that area. That was also the rumored place where the Master of Destiny fell. That is definitely a terrifying forbidden area. Several groups of cultivators entered, but they all died inside. A cultivator said with lingering fear. That was a cultivator who had just returned from the outer area of the Swamp of Destiny. He knew what had happened inside. Even if they didn't come out after entering, it doesn't mean that they died inside, right? They might have obtained a lot of opportunities and are digesting them inside. A cultivator said. That cultivator said, those people lit their primordial spirit lamps before they entered. But those people's primordial spirit lamps, they were all extinguished. Hearing that, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The extinguishing of the primordial spirit lamps meant that all the cultivators who entered the swamp of destiny had died inside. Did no one come out alive? Someone asked. No one came out. The swamp of destiny is simply a mystery. That cultivator continued. Then, he lowered his voice and said, but to be honest, it's not like there's no news about the swamp of destiny. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. That cultivator said, I heard that someone captured the last spiritual force fluctuation of a cultivator before he died. A woman sobbing? Many people were shocked. Ah. The cultivator who spoke those words suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, dead. Before he died, his pupils suddenly burst open. His death was extremely miserable. The surrounding people were all shocked. They quickly retreated. What happened? Many people were puzzled. They didn't understand what had happened. There were many experts in the surroundings. However, no one knew how the cultivator died. It was too strange. Could it be because the heavenly secret was leaked? So he suffered this calamity? A cultivator said. Perhaps, there is such a possibility. Many people agreed with this point of view. After the unknown happened, everyone always liked to associate these unknown things with some mysterious things. More and more news began to spread. Most of it was about the Swamp of Fate. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were also paying attention to the Swamp of Fate. They hadn't gone to the Swamp of Fate yet. Because the time wasn't right. Lin Feng's mysterious golden box fluctuated again. This time, the fluctuation lasted longer. Lin Feng was very surprised. Could it be that the secret of the mysterious box was about to be revealed? What kind of secret was hidden inside? Lin Feng was very much looking forward to it. It was already late at night. Lin Feng went out alone. The mysterious golden box seemed to be guiding Lin Feng to a place. Even though it was night time, Metalstone City was still very lively. The most lively places were the brothels. Lin Feng passed through many streets. Finally, he arrived at the northeast corner. This place always emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. It was the complete opposite of the bustle of other places. This place was like a place full of sin. In front of a street, Lin Feng saw a huge sign. The sign said Sin Street. What is this place? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Surprisingly, there was such an evil street in Xianxia City. Lin Feng was astonished. Moreover, there didn't seem to be anyone walking around. Perhaps this place was a dark corner of Goldstone City. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to come here. However, the golden box guided Lin Feng into Sin Street. Lin Feng was skilled and daring. He would not be frightened by Sin Street. He walked towards Sin Street. However, Lin Feng was blocked outside. Sin Street actually had a restriction. Moreover, it was an extremely advanced restriction. This place really isn't simple. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He tried to break the restrictions here but failed. Lin Feng might be able to break the restrictions here, but it would take a lot of time to do so. There was no way to break the formation in a short time. What a delicate little doll. This is not a place you should be. Quickly leave. Suddenly, a ghostly silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng, and a hoarse voice spread in the air. Lin Feng was horrified. How did this existence appear? He actually didn't notice at all. Lin Feng turned around and saw the terrifying existence who spoke. It was an old woman with a stooped body. The old woman was incomparably ugly. Lin Feng had never seen such an ugly person. Her face was basically ruined. What is this place? Senior, can you tell me? Lin Feng asked. GGG. A place that eats people without spitting out their bones. The old woman said sinisterly. He looked at Lin Feng from head to toe with a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng was horrified. Why was this terrifying old woman looking at him with such eyes? Could it be that she had some ideas about him? This old woman's cultivation was too terrifying. He had used the ruler's armor. He was probably no match for her. Lin Feng said, "This junior won't enter a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. This junior will take his leave." Lin Feng cupped his fists and hurriedly ran away. As for the old woman, she took out a token and used it to pass through the restriction and enter inside. Lin Feng stood in the distance and saw this scene. He ran back. "Kid. I heard that anyone who spoke to Ghost Granny didn't have a good ending. You're finished this time." A rough man walked over from the distance. This man's eyes had been gouged out. 2 bloody holes appeared, and fresh blood flowed out from them. "Your eyeballs have been gouged out. Can you still see me?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The man said sinisterly. "I can't see you, but I can smell you with my nose." After hearing this man's words, Lin Feng felt a chill. He almost sent the man flying with a kick. At this moment, an extremely thin middle-aged cultivator walked over from the distance. His body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. He looked at Lin Feng and said with a cold smile, "This isn't a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to." Lin Feng glanced at the cultivator. "Before you humiliate others, take a piss and look at yourself. Calling you a Tom, Dick, or Harry is probably an insult to Tom, Dick, or Harry. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you're really good at talking." The man who had his eyes gouged out couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Feng's words. The thin middle-aged cultivator's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. He said coldly, "Little thing. You dare to provoke this seat? Have you thought about how you're going to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator walked toward Lin Feng step by step. His body emitted an extremely sinister and terrifying aura. This person was actually an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, he was in existence of a very high Emperor Realm expert. Experts at the Imperial Emperor Realm were extremely rare. An expert of this level was also a big shot that ordinary people didn't dare to provoke. However, Lin Feng was obviously an exception. "I'll kill you before entering Sin Street. Let's see if you have anything good on you." The thin cultivator laughed sinisterly. His face was filled with killing intent. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. He slapped out with his palm. That terrifying palm enveloped Lin Feng. The might of an Imperial Emperor Realm expert's attack was extraordinary. Even the void was shattered. "Kid. You're going to be beaten to death." The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out had a gloating expression on his face. Moreover, he was laughing out loud. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This guy seemed to be very happy to see others suffer. The skinny middle-aged man's terrifying palm strike was about to land on Lin Feng's body. At this moment, bang! Along with the ferocious strike, Lin Feng and the thin middle-aged man's palm collided. The thin middle-aged man was no match for Lin Feng and was sent flying. "How can you be so strong?" The thin middle-aged man shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng's combat power was too terrifying. It made the thin middle-aged man's hair stand on end. He originally thought that Lin Feng was just a small character. Wasn't it easy to deal with him? It was simply a piece of cake. Only now did he realize that he was very wrong. "You dare to show off outside with such little strength? What a joke. Stupid and ignorant." Lin Feng sneered. He walked toward the thin middle-aged man step by step. The thin middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. He turned around and wanted to escape. However, Lin Feng didn't want to give the thin middle-aged man a chance to escape. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly chased after the thin middle-aged man. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Today is your life." "I'll take it," Lin Feng said indifferently. A demon ancestor's sacred fist was sent flying. The demon ancestor's shadow appeared behind Lin Feng. The demon ancestor's shadow let out a long howl. It was as if it could collapse the void. "Brat! Do you really want to kill me?" The thin middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. He didn't want to die. However, now, facing Lin Feng's attack, he couldn't resist. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't stop. The thin middle-aged man's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used a terrifying divine ability called 100,000 Storms. The power of this divine ability was also very tyrannical. However, facing Lin Feng's attack, it was difficult to resist. Bang, along with the violent collision, there was another sound. The two sides clashed once again. After Lin Feng broke the thin middle-aged cultivator's divine ability, the terrifying punch landed directly on the skinny middle-aged cultivator's chest. Wow! The thin middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as a sheet of paper. Taking on such a terrifying blow, he was severely injured, and he didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Situation. It was extremely bad. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rushed forward and punched out again. No! The thin middle-aged man screamed in horror. The next moment, Lin Feng's punch landed on his body and directly killed the thin middle-aged man. Then, Lin Feng collected the thin middle-aged man's origin after his death. He searched through the thin middle-aged man's storage ring. He found a token. It was exactly the same as the token held by the old woman called Granny Ghost. TSK. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The seawater was immeasurable. That makes a lot of sense. The cultivator whose eyes had been dug out clicked his tongue in admiration. The strength of this cultivator was extremely powerful. Lin Feng couldn't even sense the specific realm of this existence. Although this person's eyes were dug out, it didn't affect his battle strength. Lin Feng felt. The cultivator who had his eyes dug out was many times stronger than the thin middle-aged cultivator he had killed. Lin Feng grinned and said, "Senior, you flatter me. To be able to kill this guy. I was really lucky." The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out laughed mischievously. When Lin Feng heard his laughter, his hair stood on end. After a few strange laughs, this existence also took out a token that was exactly the same as the one in Lin Feng's hand. Then he entered Sin Street. Lin Feng held the token in his hand and came in front of the restriction. With the protection of the token, Lin Feng smoothly passed through the restriction. After passing through the restriction, Lin Feng found himself in an extremely simple and unadorned street. This extremely simple and unadorned street exuded a cold and terrifying aura. What surprised Lin Feng was that on this street, there were actually many disabled people. Some were missing an arm, some were missing 2 legs, and some were only left with half a head. Of course, there were also able-bodied people here, but there were too few of them. When Lin Feng entered this simple and unadorned street, numerous gazes instantly looking at Lin Feng. Everyone's attention was on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression didn't change as he walked into Sin Street. "Newcomer, a creature with only half a head remaining," said eerily. "It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer." Another creature with half a body said. "How did this brat get in? Where did he get the token?" A demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, but now only had 1 arm and 1 head left, asked curiously. Many people were extremely curious about Lin Feng. He. In the depths of the street, strange laughter could be heard. Granny Ghost was buying something from a small stall. When she saw Lin Feng enter, she let out a ghostly laughter. It was so eerie that it sent chills down one's spine. "Brat! Do you know where this is?" A terrifying creature walked out. It was a creature from the Nine Eyes race. But now, this creature only had 1 eye left. The other 8 eyes were already blind. "No matter where. I'll go whenever I want," Lin Feng said indifferently. Ha. Suddenly, laughter could be heard from the surroundings. When Granny Ghost heard Lin Feng's words, she laughed eerily as well. The cultivator with his eyes dug out appeared out of nowhere. He said, "This kid killed that cultivator from the Black Spirit clan, stole that cultivator's token, and then sneaked in." "Eh? He killed the cultivator from the Black Spirit race? Although that guy isn't particularly powerful, he should be in the Imperial Emperor realm, right? This brat is quite skilled." Some people could not help but look at Lin Feng in shock. Many people were astonished and looked at Lin Feng one after another. They were all sizing up Lin Feng. So what? This brat has trespassed on Sin Street. He's going to die. The creature from the Nine Eyes race sneered. Buzz, next, a terrifying beam of light shot out from his eyes. The beam of light swept toward Lin Feng. It was a beam of light of destruction. Its power was so strong that it made people pale in fright. The light of destruction shattered the void with just a light blow. Then, it enveloped Lin Feng. Just as it was about to hit Lin Feng, Lin Feng's body moved to the left. Nine Eyes. Seems like you've deteriorated really fast recently. You can't even deal with a kid like him. Some of the cultivators mocked him. The Nine Eyes race cultivator was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "T. I was careless earlier and didn't kill this kid. The next time I attack, I'll definitely take his life." As soon as he finished speaking, the Nine Eyes race cultivator's eyes shot out a terrifying attack once again. The previous attack was merely a beam of light. However, it was different this time. There were hundreds of beams of light. Each beam of light seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Hundreds of beams of light. They sealed heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful. It was shocking. Although the Nine Eyes race cultivator was blind in 8 of his eyes, he was still extremely terrifying. Lin Feng could feel the threat of death. Heaven patching technique. At this critical moment, Lin Feng unleashed the heaven patching technique. He instantly disappeared and dodged the Nine Eyes race cultivator's terrifying attack. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking forward in the void. Lin Feng chanted an ancient incantation. "Almighty Tao of Fate, please grant me the power to punish this lowly living being who dares to blaspheme the Tao of Fate." Lin Feng was chanting the incantation for the Great Fate technique. When Lin Feng finished chanting the incantation, in the sky, a mysterious power descended from the sky. That mysterious force was the power of fate. Lin Feng's Great Fate technique had only reached the beginner level. Therefore, his Great Fate technique could not summon the River of Fate. For example, the Red World Fairy had cultivated the Great Fate technique to an extremely profound level. Once she chanted the incantation, she could summon the River of Fate to fight against the enemy. The momentum at that time. It was definitely shocking. However, even though he had only summoned a portion of the power of fate, it was already terrifying enough. The power of fate charged toward the Nine Eyes race cultivator. "This is," Granny Ghost widened her eyes and took a deep breath. "What a guy." The cultivator who had his eyes dug out couldn't help but be shocked. That person's son. An old man came out of a shop with only one leg and a walking stick. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He couldn't help but murmur, "That's right, Lin Feng. Lin Feng is a genius." Child's play. The cultivator from the Nine Eyes race sneered and did not take Lin Feng's attack seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, a hell demon appeared in front of him. The infernal fiend was holding a huge hammer of death. With a roar that shook the heavens, the hammer smashed towards Lin Feng. Of course, that hell demon wasn't a real existence. Instead, it was a body formed by a divine ability. Even so, it was still vivid and lifelike. It was almost no different from the real thing. Incredible. Nine Eyes has even summoned a demon from hell. Looks like he's going for real this time. Can that kid still deal with Nine Eyes attacks? That kid isn't simple either. I wonder if he still has some powerful moves that he hasn't used yet. If he still has some tricks up his sleeve, it won't be easy for Nine Eyes to kill him. Many cultivators started to discuss among themselves. Bam, at this moment. Accompanied by a violent collision sound, the attacks from both sides fiercely collided. The infernal fiend formed by the cultivator from the Nine Eyes race was shattered by Lin Feng's Tao of Destiny. Upon seeing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were startled. There were only 3 people who recognized the Grand Fate art. They were Granny Ghost, the cultivator who had his eyes dug out, and the one-legged old man. The 3 of them did not expose Lin Feng. After destroying the infernal fiend, the power of destiny continued to sweep towards the Nine Eyes race cultivator. Bam! The power of destiny slammed into the Nine Eyes race cultivator and sent him flying. Barf, the Nine Eyes race cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Your cultivation is strong. But you're still lacking compared to me. Now, I'll turn you from Nine Eyes to eyeless. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward, wanting to follow up with another attack. No wonder the great art of destiny was ranked first among the 3,000 great arts. It was terrifying to the extreme as it could break through everything. Lin Feng wanted to take this opportunity to kill the Nine Eyes race cultivator. He wanted to intimidate the others. However, at this moment, a voice came from the depths. Let people off when possible. I'm sure you understand this, right? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng could not help but frown. He felt extremely pressured. The person who spoke was definitely a terrifying existence. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He finally stopped. The other party might be a big shot in Sin Street. If he could avoid offending such a person, he would try his best not to. I'll spare your life for the sake of this senior. Lin Feng looked coldly at the Nine Eyes race cultivator. The cultivator of the Nine Eyes clan was furious. He was a cultivator of the top of the Dihuang layer, and Lin Feng had defeated him. It was a great humiliation. However, he was not as strong as Lin Feng. Even though his heart was filled with hatred, he could only swallow this resentment in his stomach. TSK. Kid, I welcome you on behalf of Sin Street. The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out grinned. His smile was not good-looking at all. Instead, it looked a little terrifying. Especially his eyes, which were hollow and fresh blood flowed out from them from time to time. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive when he saw the cultivator who had his eyes gouged out. This guy had been gloating when he saw him being attacked. Of course. Lin Feng wasn't going to reveal his true feelings. Thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. I can't stay here for long. 6 hours later. I have to leave. Otherwise, it will be difficult to leave. The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out said eerily. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Why is that? The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out lowered his voice and said, Sin Street does not belong to this batch. It will occasionally appear. However, it will disappear very quickly. Usually, people without a token cannot see Sin Street. Therefore, I'm very curious. How did you find Sin Street? Lin Feng did not expect there to be such a mystery. The reason why he could find Sin Street was probably related to the golden box. However, Lin Feng would not tell the cultivator who had his eyes gouged out about the golden box. After all, who knew if the cultivator who had his eyes gouged out would turn hostile and attack him after knowing about the golden box? Lin Feng said calmly, I came to this place by accident. I don't know if there's a trace of fate in this place. At this point, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. This was because he was trying to fool the cultivator with his eyes gouged out. The cultivator with his eyes gouged out did not doubt Lin Feng's words. Or rather, he had doubts about Lin Feng's words. However, he did not say it out loud. The cultivator with his eyes gouged out said, we can be considered to have some fate. In order to prevent you from being eaten by Granny Ghost, I'll accompany you on a stroll around Sin Street. Thank you for your kindness, senior. You're so warm-hearted. Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked, what's the origin of this Sin Street? Senior, can you tell me? The cultivator with his eyes gouged out said, the origin of Sin Street is too great. Legend has it that Sin Street was created by a cultivator with sinner's blood flowing in his veins. It floats in the endless space and has no fixed location. One can only enter and leave with a token. Anyone with a token will be able to sense the exact location of Sin Street when it's within a certain distance. At that time, they can come here with the token in hand. Sin Street is a place that can shelter cultivators. In the beginning, many descendants of Sinner's bloodline hid in Sin Street. That's how they managed to avoid a calamity. After hearing the word Sinner's bloodline, Lin Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. Because, his sovereign emperor clan was the so-called Sinner's bloodline. Apart from the sovereign emperor clan, there were also the descendants of Nuwa, Pangu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They were also known as the Sinner's bloodline. These people had made important contributions in the early stages of the era's development. However, countless years later, their descendants were labeled as Sinner's bloodline and were suppressed by many factions. One had to admit that this was very heartless. It was also very infuriating. Now, are there still people from those clans here? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I don't think so. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said. However, he immediately changed the topic. Then, he said, no. There seems to be someone who is a descendant of Nuwa. A descendant of Nuwa? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he thought of the Empress. The Empress of peerless beauty. They were the descendants of Nuwa. The Empress had been searching for her people all this while. However, he hadn't gained anything yet. The Empress thought. Nuwa clan. She was the only one left. Ever since the Empress left, Lin Feng had never seen her again. He wondered how the Empress was doing now. Is the Empress doing well, are you sure? Lin Feng asked. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said, in the past, I occasionally heard people mention this matter. If you want to confirm it, you can ask Ghost Granny. This, Lin Feng hesitated. Granny Ghost was too scary. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Scared? That's right. Anyway, I don't want to wander around in front of Granny Ghost. Granny Ghost is a very scary person. She kills depending on her mood. If you really make her unhappy, she doesn't care who you are and will definitely take your life. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said. Lin Feng said. Of course I'm not scared. Although Granny Ghost looks scary, she doesn't look like an unreasonable person. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Obviously, the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out disapproved of Lin Feng's words. However, he didn't say anything else. Lin Feng saw Granny Ghost standing in the distance and walked towards her. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried that Granny Ghost would attack him. Lin Feng was indeed a little afraid of this Granny Ghost. However, Lin Feng urgently needed to confirm if Granny Ghost was from the Nuwa clan. If Granny Ghost was from the Nuwa clan, he would tell Granny Ghost about the Empress. Granny Ghost might go and look for the Empress. Now, Lin Feng was worried about the Empress's safety. If Granny Ghost went to look for the Empress's whereabouts, she would be able to protect the Empress after finding her. This guy really dared to look for Granny Ghost. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out couldn't help but mutter and quickly followed. He said, it's not too late to regret now. Regret what? Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Brat, you have guts. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said. Soon. Lin Feng came to Granny Ghost's side. Granny Ghost's face was too frightening. Lin Feng wondered if Granny Ghost was disfigured when she was young, so her face became like this. Granny Ghost. This brat has something to say to you. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out grinned and said. Granny Ghost raised her eyelids and laughed weirdly. Didn't you run away? Why did you come back? Lin Feng was frightened by Granny Gue when he was outside Sin Street. Hence, he ran away. However, after Granny Ghost entered Sin Street, Lin Feng turned back and killed the skinny middle-aged cultivator. He snatched the command medallion from the skinny middle-aged cultivator. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, Junior really couldn't hold back my curiosity towards Sin Street, so I turned back. Granny Ghost said, haven't you heard of this saying? It's called curiosity killed the cat. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know what Granny Ghost meant, but he felt that Granny Ghost's words meant something. Lin Feng said, Senior, it's actually like this. Junior has a friend. She is a descendant of the Nuwa clan. What? A descendant of the Nuwa clan? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Granny Ghost's emotionless face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Then, a look of excitement appeared on her aged face. Where is she? Granny Ghost asked. That year, I went with her to look for a paradise left behind by the Nuwa clan. Not long after we found it, she left. However, she didn't tell me where she went. Lin Feng said. Tell me everything about her in detail. Granny Ghost said with an unprecedentedly serious tone. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Next. He began to tell Granny Ghost many things about the Empress. After listening to him, Granny Ghost couldn't hide her excitement and said, I really didn't expect that there would be a descendant of the Nuwa clan who survived. Do you have her keepsake on you? Keepsake? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Why? You don't have anything of hers? Granny Ghost could not help but ask. Lin Feng nodded and smiled bitterly. Indeed, I don't have anything of hers. However, I can restore the scenes of what happened back then. Granny Ghost said, all right. Quickly restore a few scenes for this old one to see. Lin Feng immediately executed the Great Restoration Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Restoration Art was not ranked particularly high among the 3,000 Great Daos. However, this 3,000 Great Daos was very useful. A series of images appeared in midair. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out clicked his tongue in wonder. This descendant of the Nuwa clan is really beautiful. It is hard to find such a beautiful woman in this world. Lin Feng could not help but mutter, with your eyes gouged out, how can you still tell if someone is beautiful or not? The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said, although my eyes were gouged out, I still have a nose. But I still have my nose, I can smell it. Lin Feng's face was instantly filled with black lines. No matter how he looked at it, this fellow looked wretched. If not for this fella's cultivation being too powerful, Lin Feng really wanted to slap him half to death. Granny Ghost glared at the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out and said, Wu Yong. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. If you dare to speak again, this old one doesn't mind smashing your nose and cutting off your tongue. When the time comes, you will become a complete cripple. After hearing Granny Ghost's threat, the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out quickly shut his mouth. Granny Ghost stretched out her withered right hand and intercepted the scenes of the Great Empress in midair. Then, Granny Ghost looked at Wu Yong and said, bring this little friend for a stroll inside. After saying that, Granny Ghost did not linger and quickly left. After Granny Ghost left, the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said, now, I can finally confirm one thing. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Granny Ghost is indeed a member of the Nuwa clan. The cultivator whose eyes had been dug out said. Then, he muttered, but I've heard that the members of the Nuwa clan are all extremely beautiful. Look at your little lover. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Look at Granny Ghost. She's so different. I really don't know how Granny Ghost became like this. Bang! After the cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out said those words, an invisible force then bombarded his body. Immediately, he was sent flying. Then, in midair, it was as if an invisible hand was tightly grabbing the neck of the cultivator who had his eyes dug out. The face of the cultivator who had his eyes dug out was flushed red, as if he was about to suffocate to death. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, it should be the omnipotent Granny Ghost who made a move, right? But then again, this ghost granny was really narrow-minded. Because of a few words. This was the same as trying to take the life of a cultivator whose eyes were dug out. A loose tongue causes a lot of trouble. There was a reason why this phrase could be passed down for so long. Granny Ghost. Spare me. For my uncle's sake. Spare me. The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out begged. Many people who were watching the show were pointing at him. Those people were not ordinary people. Any one of them had an incomparably powerful aura. The aura of some of them made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He didn't know what realm they were in, but they were definitely extremely terrifying. Humph! Granny Ghost's cold snort resounded in the air. However, Granny Ghost did not continue to make things difficult for the cultivator whose eyes had been dug out. This guy's uncle is from the same generation as Granny Ghost? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Damn it! What are you looking at? All of you, get the hell away from me. The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out roared angrily. This guy. His temper was quite bad. None of the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show dared to refute him. It could be seen that this guy's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. It was just that, Granny Ghost was just stronger. After those people left, Lin Feng said, "Senior, are you alright? I won't die yet." The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out said in a bad mood. Right now, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Therefore, Lin Feng did not reply. The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out stabilized his emotions and then said, "Let's go inside and take a look." Lin Feng nodded. Following this person, they walked towards the depths of Sin Street. Lin Feng remembered that Granny Ghost had called his name before. It seemed to be Wu Yong. This name was really quite strange. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of Sin Street. There were also many small stalls. Those stall owners weren't ordinary people. Those who could enter Sin Street weren't ordinary people. Some people might not look very eye-catching, but in reality, they might have been heinous devils who killed without batting an eyelid. Most of the people here were disabled. It was because they were hiding from their enemies that they entered Sin Street. Of course, these people were lucky enough to find the token to enter Sin Street. If they couldn't find the token, they wouldn't be able to enter Sin Street. The reason why Sin Street could protect them was because there was an unwritten rule in Sin Street. That was, killing was not allowed in Sin Street. This rule, it had been established ever since Sin Street first appeared. Of course, this can't kill referred to outsiders. They couldn't kill anyone from Sin Street. But the people in Sin Street could kill outsiders. Generally, if one could survive in Sin Street for a day, they would be considered as an official member of Sin Street. At that time, no one would attack you. Of course, in the long history of Sin Street, not everyone would abide by the rules of Sin Street. If anyone dared to openly violate the rules of Sin Street, they would be attacked by the cultivators of Sin Street. The cultivators of Sin Street. Experts were as common as clouds. Who could resist them? "Little friend, this old man has a lot of good things here. Why don't you come and see if there's anything you like?" At this time, a voice sounded. A one-armed old man looked at Lin Feng with a smile. "One-armed Gue-san. What kind of good things can you have?" "Don't lie," Wu Yong said angrily. "Not true. Not true. This time, this old man has some good things, especially this ancient scroll. It has an extremely extraordinary origin." The one-armed old man held a bamboo scroll in his hand. On the bamboo scroll, there were many words written densely. The bamboo scroll was very old. He didn't know what was written on it. Lin Feng had the feeling that the contents of the book were extraordinary. "Can I take a look at the bamboo scroll?" Lin Feng asked, wanting to take a look at the contents. Of course. The one-armed old man handed the bamboo scroll to Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly unfolded the scroll. There was an extremely ancient script on the scroll. When Lin Feng opened the scroll, Wu Yong even moved his head closer, as if he was also looking at the words on the scroll. Lin Feng was speechless. Had this guy's eyes been dug out? Could he even see the contents? Of course. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy. He carefully observed the words, but Lin Feng didn't recognize them. Thus, he had no idea what was written on the scroll. He transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, asking if the Demon Lord could recognize the words on the scroll. However, the answer Lin Feng received shocked him. Even the Demon Lord couldn't recognize the words on the scroll. There were very few ancient words that the Demon Lord couldn't recognize. However, the Demon Lord couldn't recognize the ancient words on the scroll. This was enough to explain a lot of things. "Buy it," the Demon Lord said concisely. He seemed to always be a man of few words. If he could say one less word, he would be able to express what he wanted to say. The Demon Lord definitely wouldn't say a single word more. Lin Feng looked at the one-armed old man and asked, "Senior, how much are you planning to sell it for?" The one-armed old man said with a smile, 10 immortal pills." When he heard the price, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to slap the one-armed old man to death. This old man was really asking for an exorbitant price. Immortal pills were so precious. This old man actually dared to ask for 10 immortal pills. Did he think immortal pills were cabbages? How can I not know its value? Maybe it's just trash. At most, it's worth 1 immortal pill. If it's possible, then we have a deal. If not, then I'll leave. Lin Feng said. The one-armed old man smiled and said, then this old man will sell at a loss today. I'll sell this ancient slip to you. Although he said that he was selling at a loss, the smile on his face was obviously one of joy. Lin Feng reckoned that the one-armed old man didn't know what was written on the bamboo slips. Such a thing was of little value to him. If Lin Feng was unable to uncover the secrets of the bamboo slips, then, in that case, the bamboo slips were actually the same to him. They were of little value to him. However, since the demon lord wanted him to buy it, Lin Feng would definitely not refuse. Who knows, he might actually be able to buy a heaven-defying item. Lin Feng took out an immortal pill and gave it to the one-armed old man. He had about a dozen immortal pills on him, and these immortal pills were all incomparably precious. Every time he used one, he would have one less. The main reason was that immortal pills were hard to find. However, if he could use them, then it would naturally be the result that Lin Feng wanted to see the most. Lin Feng temporarily put away the bamboo slips and waited for the time being to study the contents of the bamboo slips. Young friend. There's another item that I don't know if you're interested in it? The one-armed old man continued. What is it? Lin Feng asked. It's this piece of clothing. The old man pointed at a piece of clothing on the stall. Lin Feng looked over and was immediately shocked. The clothing was very special. It was actually made of stone. It wasn't particularly thick. However, it emitted a cold luster. What kind of clothing is this? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Stone clothing. Rumor has it that this type of clothing can play a key role in many places. The one-armed old man said. Many places? What kind of places are you referring to? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The one-armed old man lowered his voice and said softly, in the land of death, it is said that this type of clothing can ward off evil and deceive some unknown creatures in the land of death. There's such a thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng was quite familiar with the land of death. Lin Feng knew very well how powerful the terrifying creatures in the land of death were. Some of the terrifying existences were so powerful that the later generations couldn't even begin to fathom them. However, the fact that this type of clothing could block the senses of the terrifying creatures in the land of death sounded somewhat inconceivable. Are you telling the truth? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that the old man was trying to trick him. It was just stone clothing. Was there really such a heaven-defying ability? It sounded truly inconceivable. The one-armed old man said solemnly. Of course it's true. Take a look at the contents of this ancient book. The one-armed old man took out an ancient book that was on the verge of decay and handed it to Lin Feng. What's the content of this ancient book? Lin Feng asked. When we first discovered the stone clothing, we also discovered this ancient book. This ancient book introduces the use of the stone clothing. The one-armed old man said. When Lin Feng heard that, he opened the book and realized that many of the words had already been blurred. Moreover, the words looked like scribbles. It was truly difficult to understand. Stone clothing to ward off evil. Buy it. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind again. He was extremely shocked. The words stone clothing to ward off evil were enough to explain everything. Was his luck really that good? He had come across so many good things after entering Sin Street. The one-armed old man was an honest person, unlike the immeasurable Taoist. The immeasurable Taoist would often set up stalls in crowded places to sell the things he dug out from ancient tombs. But in reality, the immeasurable Taoist would keep the truly valuable things for himself. He would never sell them. The things he was peddling were all junk. If he could sell one of them, he would have made a profit. How much is the stone clothing? Lin Feng asked. 30 immortal pills, the one-armed old man said with a grin. Lin Feng didn't know if the old man was angry because Lin Feng had forced him to lower the price too much, so he had asked for a higher price than the bamboo slips. He probably knew that Lin Feng would continue to push the price down, so he decided to raise the price. Lin Feng wouldn't continue to raise the price by one immortal pill, right? He should at least be a little shameless, right? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the old man had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. This brat had been talking for so long, but all he did was mock his treasures. He had even mocked himself while he was at it. Stone armor Xianxia. Such a treasure is hard to find in this world. At least 20 immortal pills, no less. This time, the one-armed old man was very firm. Wu Yong said, 20 immortal pills? Why don't you just rob someone? Give me some face and lower the price. Wu Yong was quite a reputable person in Sin Street. He had scolded the cultivators of Sin Street to scram. Nobody dared to refute him. From this, one could see how terrifying Wu Yong's strength was. He was one of the top few cultivators in Sin Street. That was why nobody dared to refute him. This was a world where the strong were respected, and it had its own laws. Everyone had to abide by the laws of this world. If one did not abide by the laws of this world, death would be the only outcome. The one-armed old man gave Wu Yong some face. He said, 15 immortal pills. This is already my bottom line. Lin Feng said. No matter how good the item is. I can't use it. It's fine if I don't open it. After saying that, he turned to leave. The one-armed old man said, young friend, don't be in such a hurry to leave. However, your price is a little too ridiculous. You should at least give a price that both sides can accept, right? Lin Feng said, Senior, you know that immortal pills are extraordinary. I want to, but I can't. I only have one immortal pill left on me. I'll buy it when I gather enough immortal pills. Who would believe that you only have one immortal pill left on you? The one-armed old man couldn't help but mutter, cursing Lin Feng in his heart for being a sly fox. Lin Feng's stubbornness infuriated the one-armed old man so much that he stomped his feet. Selling at a loss. One immortal pill was just one immortal pill. I'll sell it to you. The one-armed old man was speechless. Lin Feng took out an immortal pill and handed it to the one-armed old man. He then smiled and said, this is Senior's immortal pill. After the one-armed old man accepted the immortal pill, he handed the stone robe to Lin Feng. Lin Feng studied the stone suit and smiled. Stone armor warding evil. I'll give it a try next time. Perhaps it could really be of great use. Lin Feng had entered and exited the land of death many times, but he had always been active in the outer regions or the central regions of the land of death. But even so, it was still incomparably dangerous. Lin Feng didn't dare to enter the depths of the death impasse. Because that place was simply too dangerous. Back then, Lin Feng had felt the terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the death impasse. That aura was too terrifying. It was simply despairing. Therefore, entering rashly. It was very likely that he would die. However, Lin Feng was very curious about what was in the depths of the death impasse. Now, he had obtained such a stone armor. If the stone armor really had the ability to ward off evil spirits, it could block the senses of those terrifying creatures in the land of death. When the time comes. Could he wear this stone suit and sneak in? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Looking at your expression, why do I feel like I've made a loss? The one-armed old man couldn't help but say gloomily. Previously, when he sold the bamboo scroll to Lin Feng, the one-armed old man felt that he had made a profit. Because he didn't know what was on the bamboo scroll. He had consulted many people. No one knew. No one could recognize the bamboo scroll. Therefore, the old man was very satisfied to be able to sell the bamboo scroll for the price of an immortal pill. However, the stone armor was different. The stone armor's effect was extraordinary, but in the end, it was only sold for an immortal pill. Now, the old man was vaguely regretting it. Lin Feng said. How could Senior make a loss? I think Senior made a profit. Let's go. Let's continue to walk around. There are many good things in this place. The people here come from various worlds, so there are many things that you have never seen before. Wu Yong said. Lin Feng nodded and followed Wu Yong inside. In Sin Street, Lin Feng saw all kinds of treasures. For example, he saw a mysterious magic wand. It was accompanied by various spells and then waving the magic wand. It could release an extremely powerful attack. This magic wand was a magic treasure in the hands of the Western Universe's magicians. It turned out that after some understanding, he found out that the cultivation system of the Western universe was the magic system. They didn't have the divisions of God, Emperor, Immortal, and so on. Instead, they divided the magician's realm into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and so on. This was the difference between the cultivation systems of the Western and Eastern universes. Naturally, not everything needed to be traded with immortal pills. Only the extremely precious things could be traded with immortal pills. Most things could be traded with immortal stones. Lin Feng bought many array formation materials here. He also bought some more peculiar things. For example, he spent a sky-high price of 10,000 immortal stones. He bought 10 acres of 5-colored celestial soil. The 5-colored celestial soil was a very special soil. This soil could be used to cultivate all kinds of heavenly treasures. It could promote the growth of heavenly treasures. Furthermore, it could allow many natural treasures to live for a longer period of time. Lin Feng obtained many heavenly treasures, but he couldn't plant them, so he sealed them and stored them in the mountain river ring. For example, Lin Feng had dealt with the hundreds of immortal herbs he obtained in this way. If the soil wasn't up to standard, these immortal herbs would very likely wither and die. So he could only use the sealing method. But in fact, even if those immortal herbs were sealed, as time passed, the medicinal efficacy would also quickly weaken. And they would gradually wither and die. Many immortal herbs couldn't display their original effects in the end, because a large amount of medicinal efficacy was lost. This kind of thing couldn't be avoided. However, after obtaining the 5-colored celestial soil, Lin Feng could plant all these heavenly treasures in the 5-colored celestial soil. When the time came, those heavenly treasures could continue to grow, and their medicinal efficacy wouldn't be lost. Instead, they would be even more powerful. In addition to the 5-colored celestial soil, Lin Feng also bought some precious jade talismans, such as the raw jade used to refine the void teleportation talisman. This kind of raw jade was extremely rare. It was very difficult to find outside. But here, Lin Feng bought thousands of pieces. Buzz. 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 At this time, the golden box in the mountain river ring emitted waves of violent fluctuations again. Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised. The unusual movement of the golden box told Lin Feng that the treasure seemed to be around. However, the golden box couldn't show Lin Feng the way to the treasure. There seemed to be a strange force here that blocked this kind of perception. Therefore, Lin Feng had to find it himself. The fluctuation of the golden box was faintly discernible. Because Sin Street was strange. It had a certain suppressive effect on things brought in from the outside. Lin Feng deduced with the innate 8 trigrams in his heart. Now, he was more and more proficient with the innate 8 trigrams. Therefore, he was able to deduce with his mind. Of course, the effect of the deduction with his mind might not be as good as the deduction with a proper technique. But the innate 8 trigrams itself was too extraordinary. Therefore, even if he used his mind to deduce, he could deduce some extraordinary content. After a round of deduction, Lin Feng's target was a building in the depths of the street. It was a 5-story wooden building. It was not particularly big and was completely independent. It was located in the center of the street. This wooden building was not particularly tall, but it was already the highest floor in Sin Street. It was also the floor in the depths. Looking carefully, the 2 sides of the street were on the left and right sides of the wooden building. Vaguely, the wooden building in the middle seemed to have a royal aura. Lin Feng looked at the wooden building and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Wu Yong asked. His perception was very sharp. Lin Feng's every move could not escape his perception. Lin Feng looked at the shops on both sides of the street and then looked at the wooden building. He said, when I first came in, I didn't notice it until now. There are 95 shops on the left side and 95 shops on the right side. The single wooden building in the depths is not connected to the shops on both sides. It's quite strange. If I'm not wrong, there should be 99 shops on both sides in the past, right? Later, someone divided the 9 into 5 and demolished 4 of them. Therefore, the shops on both sides changed from 99 to 95. As 4 shops on both sides have been demolished, the shops on both sides can no longer be connected to the wooden building in the depths. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Yong couldn't help but be very surprised. He looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, "It's really surprising. You seem to know too many things at your age. Also, you seem to know a thing or two about feng shui?" Lin Feng said, "Actually, it's not that I know much. Instead, I've heard of the story of the ancient sage emperors cutting 9 into 5. From then on, those ancient emperors changed from 9 to 5. Wu Yong said, "There is indeed such a saying. 9 is the ultimate number. Although it has the meaning of supremacy, it actually carries with it an ominous feeling. You need to cut 9 into 5. The ancient emperors called it the 9-5 supremacy. Only then can you resolve this ominous feeling." Many strange things had happened in the past. Later generations could no longer find out how those things happened. For example, the fates of some ancient saint emperors in their later years were extremely miserable. They were at the peak of their lives, unhindered in the world, sweeping everything before him. But in their later years, something ominous happened. This was also the reason why the ancient emperors cut 9 into 5. Lin Feng continued, "As for the feng shui that senior mentioned, this junior has indeed dabbled in it. If this place had the power of 9 supremacy, it would definitely be a place of great danger. But after cutting 9 into 5, it seems to have resolved the evil aura here." Wu Yong said, "I heard that after the descendants of the sinners' blood hid in Sin Street, something terrible happened there. Many people died at that time." Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a thing? It seemed that some inexplicable things had happened in Sin Street back then. In this world, there were many things that couldn't be explained with words. Are there no historical records of what happened back then? Lin Feng asked. Perhaps there are. But time is long. After such a long time, many things have been lost. Even the descendants of the sinner's blood were buried in the long river of history. Wu Yong couldn't help but sigh. Those who were now known as the descendants of the sinner's blood. Their ancestors had once shed blood and fought for the countless lives of this era. Their blood had dyed the starry sky world red. They had no regrets. But unfortunately, their descendants had encountered tragic things. Many times. The things that happened in the world of cultivators made Han Xian very happy. Because too many people were selfish. They only thought of themselves and didn't care about the feelings of others. These great existences had done everything. In the eyes of many, this was a matter of course. Therefore, many people didn't feel grateful. And they gradually forgot what those great existences had done for them or their ancestors, what kind of kindness they had shown them. "Where is that wooden building now?" Lin Feng asked. "It's also a place for trading. There are many good things. Of course, the price will be higher," Wu Yong said. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Feng said. Wu Yong nodded and walked towards the depths with Lin Feng. Very soon, they arrived at the depths. When they arrived here, the golden box, which had calmed down, fluctuated again. However, the space around the wooden building seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. The golden box's fluctuation was instantly suppressed. "It's inside," Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. He was already certain. The thing that caused the golden box to fluctuate must be inside the wooden building. He entered the wooden building with Wu Yong. The first floor of the wooden building was a hall with many exhibition booths. On the booths, there were all kinds of items. Many of the items were extremely precious. Wu Yong introduced, "The first floor has all kinds of strange items. The second floor has all kinds of immortal herbs and immortal flower seeds or materials to cultivate them. The third floor has all kinds of insect eggs and insect materials. You can take a good look at the third floor because it contains all kinds of precious insect materials and insect eggs from all over the starry sky world. The fourth floor sells the most precious forging materials and even many magic treasures. The fifth floor is a vast sea of magical ability inheritances. The sixth floor is the reception hall and VIP room. The seventh floor is the resting place of the owner of Sin Street." "The resting place of the owner of Sin Street? Who is the owner of Sin Street?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful Granny Ghost was. But this Wu Yong was extremely terrifying. And Wu Yong didn't even have the power to resist Granny Ghost. From this, one could roughly guess how powerful Granny Ghost was. Granny Ghost had to call herself a junior in front of this expert. How powerful was the owner of Sin Street? How ancient was he? Lin Feng didn't dare to make wild guesses. But he could imagine that this existence must be terrifying to an unheard of degree. The first floor was indeed filled with many natural oddities. And Lin Feng swept through them one by one. He was looking for the thing that caused the golden box to move. Although the golden box was suppressed very much. But Lin Feng felt that if the treasure that caused the golden box to move appeared, the golden box would definitely move again. Among the natural oddities on the first floor, Lin Feng even saw a magical crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, there were surging waves. An ocean was actually sealed inside the crystal ball. Lin Feng saw many islands, ships, and the creatures living on the islands in the crystal ball, including the creatures of various races. When he saw the crystal ball, Lin Feng's expression changed again and again. The crystal ball sealed the ocean world. In their view, they could easily control the fate of all the creatures living in the ocean world sealed in the crystal ball. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Feng's mind. The world they were living in now seemed to be vast and boundless. Would it be exactly the same as what was shown in the crystal ball? Actually, they were also living in a world like the crystal ball. It was just that the creatures living in this world didn't know anything. When this thought popped up in his mind, Lin Feng was frightened by this thought. If that was really the case, then the billions of creatures in this world were all ants. This thought was really too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't even dare to continue thinking about it. Lin Feng originally wanted to buy this crystal ball. But the price of this crystal ball was as high as 45 immortal pills. Moreover, the most important thing was all the goods in the wooden building. There was no bargaining. All the goods here had a fixed price. Lin Feng only had a dozen immortal pills on him. But he couldn't afford this crystal ball. This thing is too expensive. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Wu Yong said. Expensive? Of course there's a reason. This place is different from the outside. The things that can appear in the wooden building are all treasures. There are many things outside, there are indeed some things that may be treasures, but most of them are actually junk and have no value. So, although the things in the wooden building are expensive, at least, you won't buy fake goods. Of course, the price is immortal pills test DS right. The various things in the Sevens building. Naturally, they were sold to the people who entered and left Sin Street. But Lin Feng glanced at him. There didn't seem to be many people on Sin Street. Therefore, the business here wasn't good. Lin Feng asked. How many people are there in Sin Street? Wu Yong said. It said that 10,000 tokens were forged in the past. So, at most, 10,000 people can enter and leave this place. However, as time passed, some tokens were lost and some were damaged. Therefore, the number of cultivators who can enter this place shouldn't reach 10,000. And these people with tokens are scattered in various corners of the universe. As for the permanent population of Sin Street, there are only about 2,000 people. Lin Feng nodded. He walked around the first floor. He found many good things. But the treasures that could really pique Lin Feng's interest were usually priced with immortal pills. Lin Feng had a limited number of immortal pills. He still had to keep those immortal pills for emergencies. So he didn't make a move. Some of the things he didn't like were priced with immortal stones. Lin Feng and Wu Yong didn't find anything on the first floor, so they went to the second floor. There were about 10 people on the second floor. There were hundreds of items on the display table. Some were seeds of immortal herbs and immortal flowers. Some were cultivation materials. For example, the 5-colored celestial soil was also sold here, but the price was much higher than outside. Of course, the 5-colored celestial soil here was also purer. Dragon God Grass, Phoenix Blood Grass, Phoenix God Fruit, Azure Dragon Vine, Ghost Face Vine, Myriad Holy Flower, Blazing Sun Flower, Lin Feng looked at the seeds and couldn't help but be shocked. The seeds here were too rare. They were all immortal seeds. Once they matured, they could turn into immortal herbs and immortal herbs. There were two ways for these immortal herbs to evolve into immortal herbs and immortal herbs. The first way. Ordinary immortal herbs and immortal herbs had to go through several lightning tribulations, cross the life and death boundary, and grow for 1,000,000 years. Only then could they complete the transformation. The second way. Some immortal herbs were cultivated from the seeds of immortal herbs. If the immortal herbs and immortal herbs were cultivated from seeds, they would evolve into immortal herbs and immortal herbs in a shorter period. It would take at least a few hundred years, and at most tens of thousands of years to successfully cultivate them. Of course. The most important thing was that these seeds were too rare. Lin Feng had been to many places, and he had many immortal herbs and immortal herbs. However, Lin Feng had never seen the seeds of these immortal herbs and immortal herbs. It was said that, even those immortal herbs and immortal herbs couldn't bear seeds. Only a small number of immortal herbs could bear seeds. Only a few immortal herbs could bear seeds. The seeds of these immortal herbs and immortal herbs were extremely expensive. A single seed. It would cost 300 immortal stones. Lin Feng didn't have many immortal pills, but he had a lot of immortal stones. He bought 100 immortal herbs and immortal herb seeds. Then, he bought some materials to cultivate these immortal herbs and immortal herb seeds. He spent a total of 40,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng had about 2 to 3 million immortal stones in total. Apart from the immortal stones that he had obtained himself, the rest of the immortal stones were obtained from the storage rings of the cultivators that he had killed. Therefore, 40,000 immortal stones wasn't a big number to Lin Feng. After purchasing the items on the second floor, Lin Feng and Wu Yong went to the third floor together. On the third floor, all kinds of precious insect materials and eggs were sold. Lin Feng had just arrived on the third floor when he saw a kind of poisonous insect being cultivated in a huge glass container. The poisonous insect was the size of a thumb, as black as ink, and emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. Lin Feng had seen the god-devouring bug before, but he had never seen the celestial devouring bug before. It was rumored that the god-devouring bug had a trace of the bloodline power of the celestial devouring bug. The spirit-eating bug was already a terrifying existence that made people pale at the mention of it. Not to mention the more powerful celestial devouring bug, the terror of the celestial devouring bug was simply unimaginable. So now, the terrifying existence recorded in the classic of mountains and seas appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still very shocked. 5 immortal pills. Lin Feng looked at the price of the celestial devouring bug queen. Although the price was very expensive. However, thinking of the terror of the celestial devouring bug, the price was actually quite reasonable. If the celestial devouring bug group is cultivated, it will definitely be a great help to you. Young master can buy a queen to cultivate. A female cultivator walked over. She should be the salesperson here. Okay. Then I'll take a queen celestial devouring bug. Lin Feng said. He took out 5 immortal pills and handed them to the female cultivator. The female cultivator took out a queen celestial devouring bug, then sealed it in a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. The queen celestial devouring bug's requirements for food are very strict. So you can't feed it casually. Otherwise, the queen celestial devouring bug might die. If you don't use the queen celestial devouring bug to breed eggs, you can feed it once every 100 years. If you use the queen celestial devouring bug to breed eggs, you need to collect some precious insect materials to feed the queen celestial devouring bug. As for how many times you need to feed the queen celestial devouring bug, it depends on what kind of insect materials are used to feed the queen celestial devouring bug. The female cultivator said. Then, she handed Lin Feng a brocade. The female cultivator continued, there are dozens of insect materials written on it, all of which are used to cultivate the queen celestial devouring bug. Lin Feng opened it and took a look. He found many insect materials that he had never even heard of before. Even some insect materials that he had heard of were extremely difficult to find. Do you have any insect materials to cultivate the queen celestial devouring bug here? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. We originally had some, but they were bought by someone a few days ago. So now we don't have any more materials to cultivate the celestial devouring insect queen. The female cultivator said. Lin Feng nodded. He also put away the porcelain bottle with the mother bug and the brocade with the names of all kinds of insect materials. Lin Feng then asked, do you have any materials that can be used to nurture Emperor Archaic, Primordial Ancestral Worm, or Primordial Demon Refining Worm? The female cultivator said, yes. All kinds of insect materials and their prices are in this jade tube. Young master, you can check it. The female cultivator then handed a jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's spiritual will enter the jade tube. In an instant, all sorts of information flooded into Lin Feng's mind. These insect materials were traded with immortal stones. Lin Feng took all the materials needed to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, the ancestral insect, and the Chaos Demon refining insect. He spent a total of 24,000 immortal stones. These included 15 materials for cultivating the Emperor Archaic, 21 materials for cultivating the ancestral insect, and 23 materials for cultivating the Chaos Demon refining insect. These insect materials were incomparably precious. That was why they were so expensive. Normally, Lin Feng would have a hard time finding even a single insect material. But now, he had collected so many insect materials, which made Lin Feng very excited. But now, the ancestral insect was still a larva of the Emperor Archaic, so it was very difficult for it to be of help to Lin Feng. Unless the primordial ancestral insect and the primordial emperor butterfly completed their evolution. But evolving was easier said than done. They either had to cultivate for a very long time to complete their evolution, or they had to constantly devour all kinds of precious insect materials. Now that Lin Feng had so many insect materials, would he be able to help the Emperor Archaic or the ancestral insect complete their evolution? As for the Chaos Demon refining insect, it had become a huge help to Lin Feng. This was also one of Lin Feng's hidden methods. Once the insect swarm was released, the momentum would be absolutely terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the mother of the celestial devouring insect. If he could cultivate a swarm of celestial devouring insects in the future. At that time, the celestial devouring insect swarm and the chaos demon refining insect swarm would complement each other. The threat level would definitely increase significantly. Lin Feng did not look at the other mother insects or eggs. Because the mother insects or eggs here were incomparably precious. They were basically priced in immortal pills. Lin Feng only had 10 immortal pills left. He could not continue to spend these immortal pills. Moreover, Lin Feng had already obtained the Emperor Archaic, the ancestral insect, the Chaos Demon refining insect swarm, and the celestial devouring insect mother insect. With these 4 insects, they could already deal with many things. If there were more, Lin Feng would not have so much energy to cultivate them. Lin Feng and Wu Yong came to the 4th floor. There were dozens of precious refining materials and more than a dozen magic treasures on the 4th floor. Lin Feng was surprised to find that the lowest grade of refining materials here were actually materials for refining emperor weapons. The materials for refining emperor weapons were very difficult to find. Now, many emperor realm cultivators had yet to master emperor weapons. The reason was, it was still because they could not find the materials for refining emperor weapons. Yet, there were so many precious materials here. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng even found 3 materials for refining immortal weapons. However, the materials for refining immortal weapons were too precious. One piece required 3,000 immortal pills. It was a sky-high price. And those materials for refining emperor weapons required more than 100 immortal pills. Different materials had different prices. Lin Feng could not afford these refining materials. It was not that Lin Feng was not rich enough. The main reason was that the currency here was immortal pills. Many precious things were priced in immortal pills. If they were priced in immortal stones, Lin Feng could naturally afford the things here. Lin Feng was quite rich. All kinds of treasures were piled up like a mountain. Lin Feng walked towards the dozens of magic treasures. These magic treasures were basically all emperor weapons. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that there were actually 2 immortal weapons here. The first immortal weapon was a jade gourd. The second immortal weapon was an immortal sword. These two immortal weapons were intact. Their power must be unimaginably terrifying. However, these emperor weapons and immortal weapons were not priced. Because the value of these things was too high. If anyone took a fancy to them, at that time they could talk in private. Then, they could discuss the price. Lin Feng and Wu Yong did not stay on the 4th floor for too long. They came to the 5th floor. The display table here was densely packed with jade tubes. Each jade tube recorded a divine ability. Lin Feng looked around and found some of the 3,000 great Daos. Some of the 3,000 great Daos were ones that he had never learned before. However, the prices of the 3,000 great Daos here were extremely high. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seemed that the idea of buying the 3,000 great Dao here would fall through. Is there anything else you want to buy? Wu Yong asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Then he frowned. Along the way, Lin Feng had been searching for the thing that caused the golden box to move, but he didn't find anything. And the golden box didn't make any more movements. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. Could it be that the laws in the wooden building were suppressing the golden box too much, so? Even if the golden box was very close to that thing, it still couldn't cause any movement. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. In that case, didn't that mean? Was he destined to miss the opportunity to obtain that item this time? Since there's nothing else to buy, let's go. We can go to other places to have a look. Wu Yong said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He walked downstairs with Wu Yong. Just as they reached the stairs, suddenly, a cultivator came down from upstairs. Then he said, Brother Wu. And this little brother, please wait. It's Brother Shui. Wu Yong cupped his fists. Lin Feng also saw the cultivator who spoke at this time. He looked to be in his 40s. Of course, his actual age was far more than that. Greetings, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You two are welcome. The cultivator smiled and then said, It's like this, the old ancestor wants to see this little brother. Oh? The old ancestor wants to see this kid? Wu Yong couldn't help but be a little surprised. But after thinking of that person, Wu Yong felt relieved. The cultivator surnamed Shui said, That's right. So the old ancestor sent me down to invite this little brother up. Brother Wu can rest on the 6th floor for a while. I'll take this little brother to see the old ancestor. Okay. No problem. Wu Yong nodded. The old ancestor that the cultivator surnamed Shui mentioned, Lin Feng guessed that it should be the owner of Sin Street. This expert. What was his identity? Lin Feng was also very curious. One had to know that even the unfathomable granny ghost had to call herself a junior in front of this expert. Lin Feng didn't know why the other party wanted to see him. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was sure of, and that was that the other party didn't have any ill intentions. If this person wanted to deal with him, he would have done so long ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. Senior, please lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. The cultivator surnamed Shui nodded and said, Follow me. Then, he walked upstairs. Lin Feng and Wu Yong followed behind him and headed upstairs. Wu Yong stayed on the 6th floor to rest. Lin Feng followed the cultivator surnamed Shui to the 7th floor, where they stopped outside a room. The cultivator surnamed Shui said respectfully, Ancestor. I brought him. All right, you may leave. An old voice came from the room. It was the old man who had stopped Lin Feng from killing the Nine Eyes clan cultivator. Yes. The cultivator with the surname Shui replied. He then bowed and left. Junior Lin Feng greets Senior. Lin Feng stood outside the door and bowed. Come in. The old man said. Hearing this, Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a tall and burly old man sitting at the table and sipping tea. This old man. He should be the owner of Sin Street. However, Lin Feng wondered if this old man was a descendant of the sinner's blood. You're Lin Baitian's son? The old man asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect the old man to know his identity. This shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied. Yes. My father is Lin Badian. The old man sighed. It's been more than 100 years. When your father came here, he was still very young. In the blink of an eye, his son is already so old. Lin Feng was shocked. My father has been to Sin Street before? The old man nodded. Yes. He has been here before and stayed here for a period of time. After a pause, the old man asked, How is your father now? Lin Feng said. My father went to the extraterritorial starry world because of some matters. I haven't seen him for some time. Lin Feng did not know much about the old man. Therefore, Lin Feng did not tell the old man everything. It must be fate that you were able to find Sin Street this time. You must have obtained a golden box, right? The old man looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. This junior obtained a golden box before. The reason I was able to come to Sin Street was because of this golden box. The golden box was acting strangely, as if something in Sin Street was summoning it. This junior has been searching for a long time, but I haven't been able to find any clues. The old man was clearly someone with great abilities. Therefore, he knew a lot about Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hide the golden box from the old man. He took out the golden box and handed it to the old man. Senior, this is the box. The old man glanced at it and said, You don't have to give it to me. It belongs to you. The golden box is acting strangely because of this key. The old man took out a golden key and handed it to Lin Feng. There was a small lock on the golden box. This key should be the key used to open the small lock. Lin Feng took the golden key in his hand. However, he did not continue to open the lock. Instead, he kept the golden box and the key. The old man continued, In the past, your father left something with me. Since you're here, I'll give it to you. May I know what it is? Lin Feng asked curiously. You will know when you see it. The old man said. Then, he took out an item. This item. It was a scroll. Lin Feng did not open the scroll. Instead, he kept it. After leaving this place, he would carefully study the contents of the scroll. Good. I have given you the item. You can leave now. Cultivate well. The future belongs to young people like you. The old man said. This junior will definitely cultivate diligently and not disappoint senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Then, he bid farewell and left. He went to the 6th floor. He met up with Wu Yong. Immediately, the two of them walked out. Lin Feng said. I plan to leave. Senior, what are your plans? I also plan to leave this place. This place is quite boring. I don't want to stay here. Wu Yong said. The two of them went outside. Lin Feng saw several cultivators coming from the opposite side. After seeing one of the female cultivators, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Unexpectedly. Ziyuan. She was no longer as young as she used to be. Now, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman with a beautiful face. However, she was no longer the Ziyuan in Lin Feng's heart. The sea had turned into mulberry fields. Things remained the same, but people had changed. They met again. Only coldness remained. The people beside Ziyuan were all in black robes. When Lin Feng saw them, his eyes narrowed. Kid. We meet again. The Tai Dao Zun master looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy when he saw Tai Dao Honorable Lord. He had almost died in the hands of Tai Dao Honorable Lord in the past. If Master Tortoise had not injured Tai Dao Honorable Lord, he would not have been able to escape that time. It seemed that Tai Dao Honorable Lord had recovered after so many years. Tai Dao Honorable Lord had told Lin Feng that many ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan had been killed by him. Lin Feng did not know if Tai Dao Honorable Lord was telling the truth. However, Tai Dao Honorable Lord, Yuan Tian Honorable Lord, Tai Chu Honorable Lord, and Terminator Honorable Lord had attacked Lin Qi together. That battle had caused Lin Qi's origin to be injured. Hence, the grudge between the two parties was irreconcilable. Of course, Tai Dao Honorable Lord was not as strong as he used to be. He was a living being who had transcended eras, so his cultivation would continue to weaken. Hence, these living beings who had transcended eras hoped that the eras would end quickly. When the eras ended, a new era had arrived. At that time, these people would be reborn, and their cultivation would be able to reach the peak quickly. You were beaten half to death by my master previously, and you still have the cheek to jump out? If I were you, I would never come out again. It's too embarrassing. Of course, some people might be thick-skinned and don't care, said Lin Feng, twitching his mouth. He was not afraid of Tai Dao Honorable Lord and the others in Sin Street. Lin Feng knew that Tai Dao Honorable Lord and the others would not dare to attack him casually. Brat. What did you say? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tai Dao Honorable Lord's face darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng. At the very beginning, the Tai Dao Honorable Lord wanted to toy with Lin Feng. Slowly play Lin Feng to death. But later on, the Grand Dao Honorable Lord found out. Lin Feng seemed to be enveloped by great luck. Not only did he not die in the numerous life and death crises, but he also became stronger and stronger. The Tai Dao Honorable Lord was a cautious person. Seeing that Lin Feng was extremely lucky, he decided to kill Lin Feng personally. However, the Tai Dao Supremacy had personally taken action, yet he had ended up being severely injured by Lin Feng's master. The Tai Dao Supremacy still felt extremely sullen when he recalled what had happened back then. Now that he saw Lin Feng again, Tai Dao Lord took the initiative to release his killing intent. You don't understand human language? But thinking about it, it was still death. Who the hell knows what your race is made of? It's normal for a lowly race to not understand the noble human language. Lin Feng curled his lips and continued to mock him. The Tai Dao Supremacy was high up and looked down on all living beings. He had once said that the human race was a lowly race. Of course, the Tai Dao Supremacy didn't just think that the human race was a lowly race. In his eyes, many other races were lowly races. The Tai Dao Supremacy looked down on the various races of this era. Now, Lin Feng had returned the same words to the Tai Dao Supremacy. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Slaughter, kill this brat. The Tai Dao Supremacy said indifferently. Yes, Master. A black-robed cultivator stepped out. He was the Tai Dao Supremacy's disciple. He looked rather young, and his face was incomparably cold and stern. These living beings who had crossed eras naturally had descendants. Slaughter was the descendant of these living beings who had crossed eras. Due to his outstanding talent, he was accepted as a disciple by the Tai Dao Supremacy. Although he had only cultivated for a few hundred years, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. The Tai Dao Supremacy might have known that if he were to attack here, he would definitely be stopped. Therefore, he sent his disciple to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, the Tai Dao Supremacy obviously trusted his disciple very much. In the Tai Dao Supremacy's opinion, Lin Feng was too weak compared to his disciple. Swoosh, Slaughter's body swayed. He instantly disappeared. This person's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In the next moment, by the time Tulu attacked again, this person had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Slaughter's speed was extremely fast. Moreover, this person's cultivation was terrifying. This punch made Lin Feng feel a little dignified. Of course, Lin Feng's cultivation was very strong. He was fearless. He also threw a punch. Bam, accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Slaughter collided. Both of them were evenly matched. Slaughter sneered and said, "This attack just now. I didn't even use 10% of my strength. But next, I'll play with you properly. 3 punches, at most 3 punches, and it'll be enough to kill you." Slaughter had a very arrogant character. Because he was indeed very strong. Moreover, he was a cultivator from a race that had transcended eras. He thought that he was high and mighty. Therefore, this person naturally did not take Lin Feng seriously. His words were full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. judging from his tone. Killing Lin Feng seemed to be effortless. You're really full of yourself. I reckon your face will be swollen later. Lin Feng sneered and said. Ignorant. Slaughter sneered out loud. He only said 2 words. From these 2 words, one could see Slaughter's contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Slaughter moved his body and was about to attack again. Just at this moment, Wu Yong said indifferently, Sin Street prohibits private fights. If you don't abide by the rules, that's provoking Sin Street. What are the consequences? I'm sure you know. Tai Dao Honorable Lord raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Slaughter and said, Slaughter. Stop. The rules of Sin Street still need to be followed. Hearing this, Slaughter seemed to be very unwilling. However, his master, Tai Dao Honorable Lord, had already spoken. He naturally did not dare to disobey. Slaughter looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, Kid. You're lucky to have kept your life today. But you better pray that you don't see me outside. Because, if you do, I'll let you know that in front of me, you're just a lowly ant. If I want to kill you, it'll be like crushing a bug. I'll return the same words to you. Lin Feng sneered. Tulu didn't say anything else. He just looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile and disdain. Let's go. Tai Dao Honorable Lord said. From the beginning to the end. Ziyuan didn't even look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't look at Ziyuan either. Now the 2 of them. They were like strangers. These guys are from a race that transcended eras, right? Why would they come to Sin Street? It's really strange. Wu Yong couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't know why these people came here. I originally wanted to leave this place, but now I've decided to stay. I want to see why these people came to Sin Street. Wu Yong said. All right. Then I'll leave Sin Street first. Lin Feng said. I'll send you out. Wu Yong said. Lin Feng walked out of Sin Street. When he walked out of Sin Street actually disappeared. Lin Feng quickly left this place and returned to his residence. After returning, Lin Feng took out the golden box and key. He used the key to open the golden box. Lin Feng felt his heart beating violently. Perhaps at this time, no one could be calm. Lin Feng couldn't do it either. Kacha, kacha. The sound of the small lock rubbing against each other could be heard. The small lock was opened. Lin Feng removed the small lock. Next, Lin Feng opened the box. The thing inside. It was imprinted in Lin Feng's eyes. What is this thing? Lin Feng looked at the thing in the golden box in surprise. It was a piece of pitch-black thing. It didn't look like an ore. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng reached out to touch it and found that it was cold. He probed it with his divine sense and found that it couldn't penetrate it. Then Lin Feng tried to use a drop of blood to refine it. But he failed in the end. What the hell is this? Even a drop of blood to refine it didn't work. Even a probe with divine sense didn't work. And this thing didn't have any fluctuations. It's really strange. Lin Feng frowned. This thing was indeed strange. It made him puzzled. He didn't know what it was. Demon Lord, do you know what this is? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord was knowledgeable. Perhaps he would be able to recognize the origin of this item. However, the Demon Lord was unable to recognize what this thing was. The Demon Lord said, I don't recognize this thing either. Lin Feng put the item away for the time being. He would find out what this thing was in the future. Since it was stored in a golden box. Lin Feng knew. This item was definitely an extraordinary item. Perhaps in the future, when they found out what this thing was, it would be enough to shock the world. Lin Feng took out the scroll that the owner of Sin Street had given him. This was a scroll left behind by his father. Lin Feng opened the scroll. What's going on? Then, he was puzzled. There was nothing on the scroll. It was completely blank. There were no words and no pictures. It was too strange. A scroll left behind by my father shouldn't be so ordinary. There must be something else about this scroll. However, I reckon that the owner of Sin Street was unable to find out the secret within the scroll. If he had found out the secret within the scroll, he probably wouldn't have given it to me. Because he couldn't find out the secret within the scroll, he did me a favor and gave it to me. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Next, Lin Feng tried to use magic power to refine the scroll, using blood to refine it, and other methods, but he failed. A wordless scroll, it really seemed very ordinary. Lin Feng decided to ask Wu Liang Daoist for help. This damned Daoist was very knowledgeable. Perhaps he could recognize the wordless scroll? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Wu Liang Daoist opened the door. This guy had an incomparably wretched smile as he said, knocking on my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping, "Are you trying to drag me to have some fun?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This damned Taoist was really the scum of Taoism. What was going on in his head all day? Lin Feng said, "I have something important to tell you. Let me show you something. See if you recognize it." "Oh? What is it?" Wu Liang Daoist's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy knew that the thing Lin Feng took out was definitely extraordinary. "Let's talk inside," Lin Feng said. They entered Wu Liang Daoist's room. Then, he took out the scroll. He opened it. Wu Liang Daoist looked at the scroll and frowned slightly. "A wordless scroll?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. It's a very strange scroll that can't be refined. It doesn't seem to be a magic treasure. However, this scroll was left behind by my father. It shouldn't be an ordinary item. I have a few methods to try," Wu Liang Daoist said. "Alright, then let's try your method," Lin Feng said. Next, Wu Liang Daoist used a series of methods such as flooding and roasting. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. "Is there any result?" Lin Feng asked. Wu Liang Daoist nodded seriously and said, "There is a result." Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up and said, "What did you find out?" Wu Liang Daoist said, "After a series of research. If this scroll was an ordinary item, it would have been destroyed long ago. However, it is still intact. This means that this scroll is indeed not an ordinary item." Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. This damned Daoist's words were simply nonsense. "You soaked it in water and roasted it with fire. After fiddling with it for half a day, you came to such a conclusion?" Lin Feng said speechlessly. Wu Liang Daoist said, "It's already extremely difficult to come to such a conclusion." After hearing Wu Liang Daoist's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to kick this damned Daoist to death. Wu Liang Daoist grinned and said, "Since you can't figure out anything about this scroll for the time being, why don't you leave it with me? I'll help you study it. In your dreams." Lin Feng snatched the scroll back. This damned Daoist was insatiably greedy. If he really left this scroll with him, Lin Feng was sure that this scroll would never return. This was something left behind by his father. Lin Feng naturally wanted to keep it well. Dong. Dong, 3 days later. The sound of a huge bell striking the ground resounded once again. Next, a huge ancient bell flew out from the swamp of destiny. It was an immortal bell that was surrounded by endless immortal light. Heavens, it's really the Fate Immortal Bell, the supreme treasure left behind by the Master of Fate. The Fate Immortal Bell actually flew out of Fate's swamp on its own. Many people exclaimed, not daring to believe their eyes. The Fate Immortal Bell patrolled the heavens and earth, quickly crossing through the void and appearing in many places. It even flew over Metalstone City. Endless immortal pressure. It filled the air. Countless people were shocked, as if an ancient immortal had come into being. Grab it, some cultivators couldn't hold themselves back and directly soared into the sky, wanting to grab the Destiny Immortal Bell. The supreme treasure left behind by the Master of Destiny was simply too extraordinary. If one could control the Destiny Immortal Bell, they would definitely be able to defy the heavens. Hence, countless experts were eyeing this supreme treasure. They wanted to take this treasure for themselves. Now, whether it was the Sacred War Alliance, Immortal Alliance, or Demon Alliance, all of them had sent experts over. In fact, they were all here to snatch the supreme treasure, Destiny Immortal Bell. However, how could it be easy? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain this supreme treasure. But now, these forces saw hope. Because the Destiny Immortal Bell flew out from the Destiny Swamp. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Numerous cultivators moved as fast as lightning and soon caught up to the Destiny Immortal Bell. Then, those cultivators wanted to suppress the Destiny Immortal Bell. But at this moment, the Destiny Immortal Bell gently vibrated in the void. Buzz, in an instant. A series of ripples shook the void. They quickly spread out in all directions. Those ripples simply had the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. They were extremely powerful. It was truly shocking. Bang! 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 Next, those cultivators who wanted to grab the Destiny Immortal Bell directly exploded and died on the spot. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Destiny Immortal Bell was simply too shocking. It actually killed more than 10 experts in an instant. Its power could simply be described as unimaginable. Some of those who wanted to make a move. But those who didn't dare to make a move at this moment didn't dare to do so and stopped. The Destiny Immortal Bell quickly left. You want to suppress the Destiny Immortal Bell? You have to use some powerful magical treasures or some special treasures. Otherwise, there's no way to suppress this supreme treasure. A cultivator said. Many people nodded in agreement. It was indeed as the cultivator said. It wasn't easy to suppress the Destiny Immortal Bell. It required some powerful magical treasures or special methods. Otherwise, only death awaited if one rashly went up. Not long after, the news spread. The upper echelons of the Sacred War Alliance, the Immortal God Alliance, and the Demon Devil Alliance would all appear with great treasures to suppress the Immortal Bell of Destiny. Moreover, it was said that there were also some foreign powers that came with great treasures and would participate in the fight for the Destiny Immortal Bell. An ordinary immortal artifact. Perhaps it wouldn't cause these peak powers to go crazy over it. However, the Fate Immortal Bell was different. This was something left behind by the Lord of Fate. The Master of Destiny was one of the most terrifying existences in this era. If he could obtain the Immortal Bell of Destiny, he might be able to obtain many things left behind by the Master of Destiny. These were priceless treasures. Everyone was waiting for these top forces to make a move. If these top forces did not take action, ordinary cultivators would not dare to take action either. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang planned to head to the Swamp of Destiny. This was because they felt that the experts of the three alliances and many other forces would arrive very soon. Now was the perfect time to set off. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest decided to enter the Swamp of Destiny at the same time as those strong cultivators. Those experts who entered the Swamp of Destiny would attract the attention of some terrifying existences within the Swamp of Destiny. At this moment, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang entered the Swamp of Destiny. This was the safest time for them. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators who entered the Forest of Destiny. These cultivators all headed towards the Swamp of Destiny. Many of them were probably just there to join in the fun. Of course, there were also some powerful cultivators who had their own ideas. Perhaps they had the same idea as Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. When those top forces entered the Swamp of Destiny, they would also enter the Swamp of Destiny together. Damn it! It's you damned Daoist Wu Liang. Not long after entering the Forest of Destiny, some cultivators of the myriad races recognized Daoist Wu Liang. The cultivator was flustered and exasperated as he cursed loudly. Who are you? Does this Daoist know you? Daoist Wu Liang curled his lips and said. Have you already forgotten what happened at the Sky Soul Mountain? That cultivator said viciously. He had dozens of companions, all of whom were filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, they would have already cut Daoist Wu Liang into pieces. So you're from the Sky Soul race? I remember, Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Then, he turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted loudly, what are you waiting for? Run quickly. Lin Feng turned around and ran into the distance as well. Chase after him. Don't let that damn Daoist Wu Liang escape. The dozens of cultivators of the Sky Soul race could not help but roar. Soon, the news of Daoist Wu Liang's appearance spread. A large number of cultivators began to search for Taoist Wu Liang's whereabouts. How many ancient tombs have you dug up? Lin Feng asked. This was because there were too many cultivators searching for Taoist Wu Liang's whereabouts. All of them were filled with killing intent. It was no wonder that those cultivators were so angry. No matter who it was, when they saw their ancestors' tombs being dug up, they would probably be very angry. Moreover, the sense of belonging to a family in the world of cultivators was extremely strong. Therefore, digging up the tombs of other people's ancestors in the world of cultivation was viewed as an endless hatred. I've only dug up the tombs of 40 to 50 races. It's just that these races are more powerful, and they're all at the royal level. Many forces are subordinate to them, so their rallying power is also stronger. Taoist Wu Liang said. The division of forces among the myriad races was rather complicated because there were simply too many races. Therefore, it was impossible to divide these forces into specific categories. However, among the countless forces, there were about 300 to 400 royal forces. Dozens of royal forces. These were the top forces among the myriad races. These royal forces had extremely strong rallying power among the myriad races. Taoist Wu Liang had dug up the tombs of 40 to 50 royal forces' ancestors. It was obvious how many people he had offended. You didn't dig up the tombs of the royal forces' ancestors? Lin Feng asked. The royal forces are heavily guarded. It's not easy to do anything. I went to the Golden Saint Lion race before, but I was discovered. An emperor powerhouse from the Golden Saint Lion race chased me until I had no way out. How unlucky. Taoist Wu Liang said gloomily. He still had lingering fears when he thought of the scene back then. Taoist Wu Liang felt a little regretful. Because he felt that if he could dig up the ancient tomb of the Golden Saint Lion race, he might be able to make a fortune. Actually, Lin Feng also wanted to visit some ancient tombs. He hoped to find a large number of immortal pills in those ancient tombs. His experience in Sin Street made Lin Feng understand the importance of immortal pills. Immortal pills were much more precious than immortal stones. Not only could they be used for cultivation. Furthermore, immortal pills were the highest level of currency. Other than that, Lin Feng also wanted to find some of the 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated before from those ancient tombs. Lin Feng really wanted to gather all 3,000 great Daos as soon as possible. Then, he broke through to the Emperor realm in one go. But Lin Feng knew that some things could not be rushed. He needed to be patient. Becoming an emperor was too important. How his foundation was when he became an emperor would affect what level of cultivator he could become in the future. Therefore, Lin Feng did not want to become an emperor now. He wanted to be like the Red World Fairy, gathering all 3,000 great Daos before breaking through to the Emperor realm in one go. Taoist Wu Liang said, there's no need to explore the ancient tombs of the myriad races below the royal tombs. It's a waste of time. The ancient tombs above the royal tombs are the imperial tombs, and above that is the Three Great Alliances myriad races cemetery. Lin Feng nodded. His and Taoist Wu Liang's ultimate goal was actually the Sacred War Alliance's myriad races cemetery. The two of them had extraordinary methods. Although many people were searching for their whereabouts. However, they were unable to find Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. On this day, they were resting beside a small stream. In the distance, a group of cultivators flew over. It was a group of young cultivators. However, those cultivators were incomparably powerful. Lin Feng recognized Xianxia. In addition, he also saw Gong Xianxia, Huang Yandao, and the others. There were also some cultivators that Lin Feng did not recognize. There were more than 10 people in this group. When they saw Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, they quickly flew over. Lin Feng. It's you. You actually came to the Heavenly Sage Great World? You sure have guts. Gong Zini looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Heaven Devil Race's Gong Zhongye was one of the existences that Lin Feng feared the most. This fellow had concealed himself extremely deeply and was extremely sinister. Heavenly Sage Great World? So what? I can come if I want to. Lin Feng said indifferently. This kid is Lin Feng? Xie Daoshan was a little surprised as well. However, a sneer soon appeared on his face. Back on Mount Pantheon, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had clashed with Dao Xia. Divine Dao Xia was incomparably arrogant and naturally did not place Lin Feng and Daoist immeasurable in his eyes. His words were filled with all sorts of contempt and disdain. He even threatened to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. But because of the appearance of the human face vampire bats, everyone fled, and the two sides did not fight. As for the enmity between Lin Feng and the myriad races, it was needless to say. Thus, when Xie Daoxia learned of Lin Feng's identity, he simply had new and old grudges added together. His murderous intent toward Lin Feng arose. Damned Daoist! We've been looking for you. But I didn't expect you to be here. Huang Yandao's cold gaze landed on Daoist Wu Liang. Previously, Daoist Wu Liang had almost dug up his ancestor's grave. Huang Yandao naturally did not have a pleasant expression upon seeing Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang said with an unperturbed expression. What? Do you think a small fry like you can do anything to me? Small fry? Huang Yandao's mouth twitched violently. A top genius of the myriad races was actually called a small fry by Daoist Wu Liang. Huang Yandao was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Daoist Wu Liang with a murderous gaze. He looked coldly at Daoist Wu Liang and said, Damned Daoist! I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces later. I'll vent the hatred in my heart. These two fellows have some tricks up their sleeves. Let's kill them together. Gong Zhongya said with a cold expression. He wanted to attack Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang together. Some of the experts among them frowned slightly. They did not want to do so. For example, Daoist Wu Liang wanted to personally kill Lin Feng. In Daoist Wu Liang's eyes, Lin Feng was someone like Daoist Wu Liang. He was not qualified for them to attack together. However, Gong Zhongya did not think so. Lin Feng was afraid of Gong Zhongya because of this. Gong Zhongya was powerful, but he was very sinister. He was not like Daoist Wu Liang, who was high and mighty and thought that he controlled everything. Gong Zhongya did not care about the process. He only cared about the result. This was the difference between Gong Zhongya and the other top geniuses of the myriad races. I'll blow you bastards to death. Daoist Wu Liang threw out several hundred jade talismans. Boom. Boom, boom. The jade talismans exploded one after another. The destructive energy swept through the world. Not good, retreat. Gong Zhongya, Daoist Wu Liang, and the other cultivators were powerful enough, but they did not dare to face the attack of so many jade talismans. They did not dare to underestimate the power of the jade talismans. They all hurriedly retreated to avoid the terrifying power of the jade talismans. After the shockwaves of the energy dissipated, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had disappeared without a trace. Damn it! We let them escape. Chase them! The group of people roared in exasperation. They quickly chased into the distance. However, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had already disappeared without a trace. After getting rid of Gong Zhongya and the others, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang arrived in front of the Swamp of Destiny. When they arrived, a large number of cultivators had already gathered. Many people did not rashly enter. They were waiting for the experts of the three alliances and the other top factions to arrive. There were also many cultivators searching for Daoist Wu Liang's whereabouts. Not long after, a piece of news began to spread. Lin Feng of the 9 states. He had arrived at the Heavenly Sage Great World. Lin Feng of the 9 states? This is going to be interesting. When the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance and the Demon Alliance heard this news, they revealed a meaningful expression. Lin Feng. They naturally heard of him. It was said that during the Battle of the 9 States, the reason why the Sacred War Alliance suffered such a heavy loss was closely related to this Lin Feng. In the eyes of many people, Lin Feng might just be a young cultivator. He was not taken seriously by those top experts. However, Lin Feng was the link between the various forces of the 9 states and the many experts. If there was no Lin Feng, the cultivators of the 9 states would not be united. And the 9 states would have already fallen. There would not even be a final peak battle. therefore. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the core. They wished they could cut Lin Feng into pieces. Is this news true? Lin Feng actually dared to come to the Heavenly Sage Great World? That's impossible, right? Many cultivators were trying to find out the truth of this matter. The Heavenly Sage Great World was the home of the myriad races. Lin Feng actually came to the home of the myriad races. More and more cultivators began to inquire about Lin Feng's whereabouts. The cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance all had the mentality of watching a show. So the cultivators who inquired about Lin Feng's whereabouts were basically all cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance. They anxiously wanted to confirm if Lin Feng had really come here. If it was true, they had to capture Lin Feng alive. Because the cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance felt that directly killing Lin Feng would be letting Lin Feng off easy. After capturing Lin Feng, ruthlessly torturing Lin Feng to the point where he would rather die. Only then would the cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance feel a bit better. Gong Xianxia, Xianxia and the others appeared and told everyone that they had seen Lin Feng with their own eyes. They could clearly tell everyone that Lin Feng had indeed come to the Heavenly Sage Great World. And he was in the Forest of Destiny. It was very likely that he had come for the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny. With Gong Xianxia and the others confirming that Lin Feng had come here, this matter immediately caused a commotion. Because now everyone could confirm that Lin Feng had really come to the Heavenly Sage Great World. He had come to the Forest of Destiny. Gong Xianxia said, "That wicked Taoist is with that kid." This was a major piece of news. In the past few years, many major events had happened in the Heavenly Sage Great World. One of the major events was the theft of dozens of royal tombs from the Sacred War Alliance. When this happened, it caused a great shock. All the major forces in the world of cultivators were extremely respectful to their ancestors. In order to protect their family's honor, many people were even willing to give up their lives. So, the tombs of their ancestors had been dug up. This was something that none of the major forces could accept. In their eyes, this was the greatest insult to their ancestors. Their ancestors. They would definitely die with everlasting regret. And the culprit behind this was the Immeasurable Taoist. The Immeasurable Taoist had long been listed on the Sacred War Alliance's must-kill list. And the most shocking thing was the two cultivators that the Sacred War Alliance hated the most. They actually knew each other. Search. We must find these two people, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find them. That's right. Once we catch them, we will tear them to shreds. All the cultivators of the Holy War Alliance were filled with killing intent. A large number of cultivators scattered. Then, he began to search for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the Immeasurable Taoist, hoping to find them. However, they did not gain anything. Many people suspected that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had already left this place. Or else, how could he not find any trace of them? Lin Feng, get the hell out here and fight me to the death. I will take your life within 3 moves. Evil God said with an indifferent expression. He was openly provoking Lin Feng, hoping to draw Lin Feng out. His provocation didn't work. Lin Feng didn't come out. What a coward. Trash, like you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Evil Divine Path said with a lofty attitude. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. This person had always looked down on Lin Feng and had never regarded Lin Feng as his opponent. In the future, if you see me, stay far away. Or else, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Evil God continued to sneer. Which one of the supreme prodigies is afraid of a battle? After being humiliated and provoked like this, they would have already come out for a life and death battle. This Lin Feng is actually so scared that he doesn't dare to come out. I think many of the rumors about him in the outside world are exaggerated. That's right. He doesn't even come out after being provoked like this. This Lin Feng is only SOSO. Many cultivators couldn't help but discuss. They were full of contempt for Lin Feng. They continued to search for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, but there were still no clues. Until the experts of the 3 great alliances arrived. Only then did these people quiet down. The experts of the three great alliances were all led by Holy Emperor-level experts. The Holy Emperor-level expert of the Holy War Alliance was called Holy Dao Fa. This person was a Holy Emperor-level expert of the Holy God clan. Ever since the Holy God clan's Emperor-level ancestor fell, the Holy God clan's deterrence to the other clans was far less than before. But even so, the Holy God clan's foundation was still there. And two Holy Emperor-level experts of the Holy God clan were about to break through to the Emperor level. Once they succeeded, the Holy God clan would recover their former glory. Other than Holy Dao Fa, there were also 5 great experts who arrived together. The 5 great experts were the 5 emperors of the Ancient God clan, the Heavenly Devil clan, the Golden Saint Lion clan, the Kinwa people, and the Skeleton clan. Their cultivations were also unfathomable. 5 emperors. The arrival of a holy emperor caused a huge sensation. The experts of the Immortal God Alliance also arrived. The Immortal God Alliance also sent a holy emperor and 5 emperors. The holy emperor of the Immortal God Alliance was a famous rogue cultivator. He was called Elder Xianxia. This Elder Xianxia. Originally, he was an expert from a very small clan of the myriad clans. However, before Elder Xianxia grew up, his race had already been annihilated. Later on, Elder Xianxia became stronger. Thus, he made a move to destroy the power that had destroyed his family. Later on, Elder Xianxia was invited to join the Immortal God Alliance. Now, Elder Xianxia was one of the top figures in the Immortal God Alliance. 5 experts from the Alliance of Demons and Demons came. 1 holy emperor, 3 emperors, and a very young cultivator. No one knew where he came from. The Holy Emperor-level expert from the Demon Alliance was an expert from the Blood Peacock clan. This person was called the Blood Slaughter Demon King. His cultivation was unfathomable. He had already stepped into the Holy Emperor level very early on. It was said that he had a chance of breaking through to the Emperor level. Other than these 3 great forces, the experts of the God-eating demon clan also arrived. There was also a Holy Emperor-level expert overseeing them. The other force was Tai Dao Supremacy and the others who were with Zi Yuan. These people's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. Other than Tai Dao Supremacy, Yuan Tian Supremacy was also there. These were the top forces of the 5 great forces. Previously, the Destiny Immortal Bell was patrolling outside, then it flew back into the Destiny Swamp. There hasn't been any movement for some time. Now that these experts have come together, I wonder if they'll be able to obtain the Destiny Immortal Bell? Maybe someone will be able to obtain the Destiny Immortal Bell, but they'll definitely have to go through a bloody battle. Moreover, the things left behind by the Destiny Master will ultimately fall into the hands of those people. The 3 great alliances are very strong, but the God-eating demon clan and those black-robed cultivators are also extremely terrifying existences. Therefore, it's hard to say who will have the last laugh. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. At this moment, after the experts of the 5 forces entered the Swamp of Destiny, many forces entered the Swamp of Death one after another. These people felt that even though the Swamp of Death was incomparably dangerous. However, after the experts of the 5 forces attracted most of the attention, their pressure would be much less. This was the thought in many people's hearts. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also entered the Swamp of Destiny. Lin Feng also heard of the provocation from the Divine Path Evil. But Lin Feng did not appear. These people from the myriad races were sinister and cunning. If the Divine Path Evil really lured him out, would he have a life and death battle with him? Lin Feng didn't think so. At that time, there would definitely be an inescapable net waiting for him. Once he fell into the trap, only death would await him. Although Lin Feng was incomparably confident in himself, confidence did not equate to arrogance. Lin Feng was very clear about what should be done and what should not be done. The figures of cultivators could be seen everywhere in the Swamp of Destiny. Below was the swamp, and there was almost no place to stand. Everyone had no choice but to fly. Whoosh 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 whoosh, not long after entering the Swamp of Destiny, a gust of wind blew from the depths. And in the gust of wind, it was filled with a light brown gas. That gas was unknown, but it seemed to contain a highly toxic gas. Not good, it's the marsh gas of the swamp of destiny. Hurry up and leave. Don't inhale the marsh gas. Otherwise, you will definitely be poisoned. Immediately, some cultivators cried out in alarm. The marsh gas of the swamp of destiny contained a terrifying poison. Once it was inhaled into the lungs, the cultivator would be poisoned. Many cultivators hurriedly flew into the distance. But there were still many cultivators who were unable to avoid the marsh gas that was quickly sweeping over. Those cultivators who were swept into the marsh gas were directly drowned by the marsh gas. Ah! Miserable screams rang out one after another. Those cultivators who were swept into the marsh gas were all poisoned. Their bodies were festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, their bodies rotted into a pile of meat paste, leaving only their skeletons. Their skeletons fell into the swamp and were swallowed by the swamp. What a terrifying marsh gas! We've just entered the swamp of destiny, and so many people have already died. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Earlier, one cultivator after another was devoured by the marsh gas. It was an extremely terrifying sight, one that sent chills down their spines. Daoist Wu Liang said, "How could the death impasse be simple? Just get used to it. A place where opportunity and danger coexist." Lin Feng said. He and Daoist Wu Liang carefully made their way into the depths. The others also had lingering fears as they hurried towards the depths of the Fate Swamp. Fate Swamp was shrouded in fog all year round, and even the sky was gray. From time to time, some terrifying creatures would rush out of the swamp of destiny to hunt. Many cultivators who flew over the swamp of fate were devoured by the ferocious beasts that rushed out from the swamp of fate. Then, they became food for those ferocious beasts. The current situation was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, many people were extremely cautious. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, a pleasant voice came from the depths. Everyone was alarmed. It's a woman's voice. Someone said. There seems to be a lot of women inside. Someone else said. It was the laughter of many women. Their voices were simply too pleasant to listen to. It was like the heavenly music played by fairies from the 9 heavens. After hearing their laughter, many people felt as if their bodies had become limp. It was hard to imagine how beautiful the voices of the women were to be able to mesmerize all living beings. Those women must be devastatingly beautiful, right? Let's go. Let's go into the depths and see what's going on. A cultivator said as he eagerly headed towards the depths. He wanted to see the specific situation in the depths. One cultivator after another flew into the depths. Not long after, everyone saw a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, there were many beautiful palaces. Within the palaces, beautiful fairies shuttled back and forth. When they saw a large number of cultivators arriving, those fairies walked out of the palaces. They stood at the entrance of the palaces, half undressed, and were filled with endless temptation. "Master, I really like mature men like you. Come here quickly. I can't wait to throw myself into your arms. Master, come, let me serve you well. This little brother looks very familiar. Little brother, do you think this servant looks familiar? Come quickly, I really want to whisper something to you face to face." The voices of those fairies were extremely charming. Many people had completely lost themselves. All that was left in his eyes were the fairies with unparalleled beauty. They rushed towards the fairies. They wanted to have fun with those beautiful fairies. Even Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were mesmerized. Their bodies uncontrollably walked towards the fairies who were seducing them. However, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. At the critical moment, his strong willpower worked. While Lin Feng was mesmerized, he still used his strong willpower to forcefully circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. When the archaic dragonesque elephant art was activated, Lin Feng's mind regained clarity. The palaces on the mountain peak disappeared. What appeared before his eyes was a series of eerie caves. In the forest, large amounts of bones were piled up. Those beautiful fairies disappeared one by one. What appeared in his line of sight were many terrifying and ferocious monsters. Those monsters had short bodies and huge heads. When they opened their bloody mouths, they could swallow a cultivator in one gulp. Their bodies were pitch black in color, but a strange pink energy was emitted from their bodies. Those terrifying existences. They were the legendary mountain demons. It was an extremely terrifying creature. There were records of the mountain demons in the Mountain Sea scripture. The mountain demons controlled the power of illusions and could create many illusions to confuse living beings. Anyone who was confused by the mountain demons would be swallowed by the mountain demons. The meaning of this sentence was that the mountain demons controlled the power of illusions and could create all kinds of illusions to confuse cultivators of various races. Once they were confused by the mountain demons, they would be unable to extricate themselves, and their final fate would be to be eaten by the mountain demons. Lin Feng had read the Mountain Sea scripture before, so he had seen the introduction of the mountain demons. However, before this, he had never seen a mountain demon. He never thought that he would see such a terrifying creature today. Those cultivators who were confused by the mountain demons still did not know the danger they were in. They quickly flew towards the mountain demons and arrived beside them. Damned Taoist! Wake up! Lin Feng threw himself at the Taoist priest and slapped him with his hand. Who hit me? Who hit me? Which bastard hit me? Taoist Wu Liang yelled in dissatisfaction. Lin Feng said angrily, It's me. You still have the nerve to call yourself a monk? Your six senses aren't clean at all. Otherwise, how could you have been bewitched by these mountain demons? Mountain demons? What mountain demons? Aren't they a bunch of beauties? Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but mutter. Then, he looked into the depths of the cave. Taoist Wu Liang saw numerous ugly mountain demons standing at the eerie entrance of the cave. They were calling for the cultivators who had arrived. A large number of cultivators rushed over and were eaten by the mountain demons. Heavenly Lord Wu Liang. Are these the legendary mountain demons? They're too ugly. Taoist Wu Liang wailed. Thinking about how he had been bewitched by such ugly things, Taoist Wu Liang started retching. Screech! More than 10 mountain demons let out ear-piercing screeches and charged toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The mountain demons' auras were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but be shocked. Hurry up and run, Taoist Wu Liang turned and ran. He had no intention of fighting the mountain demons. Damned Taoist Wu Liang was a very calculated person. If there were no benefits, under normal circumstances, there was no way he would do that. Unless there were benefits. That was why Taoist Wu Liang chose to attack. These mountain demons were so powerful. Even if he killed them, there would be no benefits. Naturally, Taoist Wu Liang wouldn't choose to stay and fight the mountain demons before leaving. Wait for me, Lin Feng said and quickly chased after Taoist Wu Liang. More and more cultivators woke up from the mountain demons' illusion. When they saw the mountain demons, they were shocked. Screech! When those mountain devils saw the awakened cultivators, they would immediately pounce out and kill those cultivators. A huge battle erupted. The cultivators who were still in the illusion were alarmed. He panicked and attacked to block the mountain demons' attack. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang did not successfully leave. More than 10 mountain devils chased after them. Slash! Lin Feng used the weapon mantra to control the 3 stone swords. 3 stone swords. Emitting powerful waves of energy, they slashed at the mountain demons one by one. Clang clang clang. When the 3 stone swords slashed the mountain demon's body, there was a clanging sound. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was simply too shocking. The bodies of these mountain demons were actually this strong, as expected of a legendary dire beast. The mountain demon is invulnerable to swords and spears. It's not advisable to fight the mountain demon head-on. Immeasurable Taoist said. He immediately used the magic bean soldier's technique. More than 10 beans were thrown out and instantly transformed into more than 10 golden-armored warriors. The golden-armored warriors charged forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the mountain demons. The immeasurable Taoist had too many miraculous methods. Lin Feng was already used to it. Hence, Lin Feng wouldn't be shocked no matter what the immeasurable Taoist used. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist quickly left the battlefield. More and more cultivators came out of the battlefield. However, even more cultivators died under the attacks of the mountain demons. In the end, they became food for the mountain demons. That was really close. Many people revealed expressions of lingering fear. Oh my God, that is, a cultivator in front exclaimed. The cultivators who rushed out of the mountain demon's area all rushed forward. Then, they saw stalks of immortal herbs. There were probably hundreds of them. The immortal herbs grew in a valley in front of him. Who had ever seen so many immortal grasses and herbs? Even Lin Feng hadn't seen them before. Like the others, he revealed a dumbfounded expression. Illusion. It must be an illusion. The cultivators who came here didn't dare to rashly charge forward because the mountain demons had created an illusion and killed so many cultivators. Now, everyone still had lingering fears. They were afraid that this was also an illusion. If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, however, at this moment, two cultivators took the lead and rushed out. These two people were Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. They entered the valley and wantonly collected the immortal herbs. It's not an illusion. Those are real immortal herbs. After seeing this scene, many people cried out in alarm. Then, they quickly rushed into the valley. By the time they arrived at the valley, when they arrived, 70 to 80% of the immortal herbs had been collected by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng collected about 100 stalks of immortal herbs and about 130 stalks of immortal herbs. The rest of the cultivators took the rest of the immortal herbs. Can the two of them swallow so many immortal herbs and immortal medicines? Take them out. Don't force us to attack. A silver wing race cultivator said with a cold smile. The silver wing race was the royal race of the myriad races. They were also the first race that Lin Feng came into contact with. However, the silver wing race only sent 2 immortal emperors to the 9 prefectures. Therefore, the top powerhouses of the silver wing race did not die in the 9 prefectures. The current silver wing race was still very powerful. They had a venerable emperor as their leader. Scram! Lin Feng said coldly. He was extremely domineering. Even though he was surrounded, he was still fearless. You're courting death, the silver wing race cultivator was furious. He spread his wings and flapped them gently in the void. Then, he quickly charged toward Lin Feng. He held a blood-colored spear in his hand. Across the void, he pierced it toward Lin Feng's chest. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. 3 stone swords flew out. The 3 stone swords sliced through the void. They directly charged toward the silver wing race cultivator. The silver wing race cultivator waved his blood-colored spear and swept it toward Lin Feng's stone swords. His blood-colored spear could not block the power of Lin Feng's stone swords. A cracking sound could be heard. The blood-colored spear shattered. Pooh! 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 Next, the 3 stone swords directly pierced through the silver wing race cultivator's body. The silver wing race cultivator had fallen. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. No one had expected that the silver wing race cultivator would be killed just like that. This silver wing race cultivator was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng. He is Lin Feng. A cultivator suddenly said. He had recognized Lin Feng's identity. What? He is Lin Feng? That Lin Feng from the 9 provinces? Next, many people exclaimed. That's right. It's him. I once saw him from afar in the 9 provinces. Wasn't it rumored that Lin Feng was together with Taoist Wu Liang? Look at that fellow beside him. Isn't he a Taoist? That person must be Lin Feng. That cultivator said. After knowing that the cultivator in the valley was Lin Feng, many cultivators had uncertain expressions. They were hesitating whether or not they should besiege Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Swoosh! Xin Dao Xia, Gong Zong Ya, Huan Yan Dao, and a group of more than 10 people quickly flew over. These people saw Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist and surrounded them. What bad luck! I actually met these people again. Immeasurable Taoist said gloomily. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. His luck was indeed not too good. He actually met these people again. The cultivation of this group of people was extremely terrifying. A few of them should be at the Supreme Heaven's Pride level. They were not Supreme Heaven's Pride level cultivators. They were also the top heavens pride-level cultivators of the myriad races and were extremely powerful. Especially after the great changes in the world these past few years, these people's cultivation could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. These two are our prey. All of you, back off quickly, a heaven's pride-level cultivator said. When the others saw Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others, they knew how powerful these people were. So they didn't dare to say anything. They all retreated and stood in the distance to watch the battle. Previously, Xianxia had provoked Lin Feng. He used provocation. He hoped to provoke Lin Feng out. However, at that time, Lin Feng did not appear. Now, the two sides finally met. Have you thought about how to die? Xianxia looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Damn Taoist, I will let you taste endless pain before you die. Huang Yandao looked at Immeasurable Taoist with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist's expressions were indifferent. Last time, Immeasurable Taoist took out hundreds of jade talismans. Those exploding jade talismans delayed this group of people, allowing them to escape. But obviously, this time, it wouldn't be easy to use the same method to escape. These people. They wouldn't let Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist leave so easily. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia indifferently, and then said, I've thought about how to die, but I've thought about how to die for you. Brat, are you provoking this young master's dignity? Get out now, this young master can kill you in 3 moves. Xianxia's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Feng coldly, as if he was looking at an ant. Xianxia's contempt for Lin Feng came from his bones. It's very simple to kill this kid. Let's join forces and make sure he has no chance to escape. Xianxia said. Among these people, the one who interacted with Lin Feng the most. Xianxia was one of the people who watched him grow up step by step. Xianxia knew how talented Lin Feng was, and how strong he was. He definitely couldn't underestimate Lin. Any cultivator who underestimated Lin Feng didn't have a good ending. Xianxia was clear. Killing Lin Feng was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. So, Xianxia wanted everybody to fight against Lin Feng. But Xianxia knew that it would be extremely difficult to kill Lin Feng. These people had. Xianxia. It was very difficult to get them to join forces. Last time, these people wanted to give him face and join forces to kill Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Who would have thought that Taoist Wu Liang's jade talisman would force them to retreat? He missed a great opportunity to kill Lin Feng. At that time, Xianxia had felt extremely regretful. This time, his chance had come. Xianxia hoped to kill Lin Feng. I alone am enough, Xianxia said indifferently. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Brother Shen. Don't underestimate Lin Feng. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Young Master Nya opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him, but before he could finish, Evil God interrupted him. Brother Nya, aren't you being too cautious? Don't you have confidence in my strength? Divine Dao Xia's voice couldn't help but turn cold. He wanted to deal with Lin Feng alone, but Xianxia wanted everyone to join forces. This caused Xianxia to be unhappy. Xianxia felt that Xianxia was being superfluous. If Xianxia wanted to give him face, he wouldn't have continued to say such things. Another genius couldn't help but speak up. Brother Nya. Given our status and strength, do we need to join forces to deal with someone? Since Brother Shen wants to fight personally, I think we should let Brother Shen do it himself. For Brother Shen, dealing with this kid is as easy as blowing off dust. That's right. Brother Shen's strength ranks at the top among the geniuses of the myriad races. There aren't many geniuses who can compete with Brother Shen. Isn't dealing with a mere human cultivator a piece of cake for Brother Shen? If news of us fighting together spreads, it'll damage our reputation. Another Skypride said. Last time, they had agreed to help Xianxia deal with Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang because they didn't want to lose face. That was why they had agreed. But this time, Xianxia was the first to express his dissatisfaction. The others also voiced their thoughts. Seeing that everyone was so insistent, Xianxia nodded and said, I'm naturally very confident in Brother Shen's strength. Since Brother Shen wants to kill Lin Feng yourself, then let Brother Shen do it. Alright. Xianxia responded, then looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He sneered and said, "Kid, your time of death has come. Take a good breath of the fresh air here. Because after you die, you won't be able to breathe this fresh air anymore." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "You should be saying this to yourself. While you're still alive, take a good breath of fresh air and look at this beautiful landscape. After you die and go to hell, you'll know how different hell is from the world of the living. Reckless fool, I'm coming to take your dog life now." Xianxia walked step by step towards Lin Feng. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from Xianxia's body. Then, a destructive force surged out from Xianxia's body. All of that power condensed on Xianxia's fist. Divine Fist of Destruction. Xianxia shouted coldly. He condensed a powerful divine ability. After Xianxia used this divine ability, a projection of the God of Destruction appeared behind him. This God of Destruction was as ancient and powerful as the titled gods of the primordial era. The God of Destruction took a step forward. The God of Destruction and Xianxia's bodies fused together perfectly. When the God of Destruction and Xianxia merged, Xianxia's aura began to increase substantially, becoming many times stronger than before. Boom, Xianxia attacked, punching at Lin Feng. Evil God's arrogance came from deep within his bones. It was a kind of arrogance that made him look down on everyone else from above. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng with his aura. He wanted to crush Lin Feng's confidence. However, Lin Feng looked at Evil God with an indifferent expression and sneered. "Evil God. You think too highly of yourself. You'll know how it feels to be slapped in the face later." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng attacked. Facing Evil God's attack, Lin Feng used the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet inscription. A black tortoise sacred beast appeared in the void. The black tortoise sacred beast carried the tablet and swam through the endless river of time. The Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet. Suppressing the world. The Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet came and shook slightly. The starry sky of 100,000 miles seemed to be about to collapse. Lin Feng's Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet inscription was a terrifying sacred ability that surpassed emperor techniques. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. Now that Lin Feng used it, it immediately displayed an extremely strong power. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng and Evil God clashed. With the two of them as the center, the void around them began to crack. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Evil God was a supreme skypride of the 10,000 races. Among the 10,000 races, there weren't many skyprides who could fight against Evil God. Lin Feng had easily neutralized Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's attack was easily neutralized by Lin Feng. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng's lifespan was only about 100 years. He was 4 or 5 years younger than Evil God. Yet, he was able to fight Evil God to a standstill. Whose potential was greater could be determined by the battle between the two of them. Thank goodness we didn't make a move back then. If we did, we'd be dead like that silver wing cultivator. Yeah, thank goodness Evil God, Xianxia, and the others came. Otherwise, we'd be in danger today. The spectating cultivators couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Is this your strength? He had bragged so much about himself, but when it came to a real fight, his cultivation was only this weak. You have the nerve to brag about yourself with this little bit of cultivation. Your Excellency's thick skin is truly admirable. Lin Feng couldn't help but mock. He even cupped his fists towards Xianxia. Ha 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 ha, well said. Daoist Wu Liang burst into laughter. Lin Feng's eloquence was quite impressive. His ability to insult others was not something that could be matched by ordinary people. When Evil God heard Lin Feng's mocking words, his expression turned extremely gloomy. You're courting death. Xianxia shouted coldly and charged at Lin Feng again. Myriad Tao's divine slaughter. Xie Daoshan attacked again, this time condensing an even more terrifying divine ability. A dense crowd of figures appeared behind Xianxia. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Those existences. All of them were ancient gods. With so many gods appearing at once, the power of this divine ability was truly terrifying. Boom! An earth-shattering attack was unleashed, erupting with unimaginable power. Terrifying ripples swept across the world. It was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. This sacred art known as the Myriad Tao's divine killing was indeed too powerful. It erupted with a shocking and powerful attack power. Anyone who sensed the power of this divine ability would be deeply shocked. A thought blossoms. Sovereign's descent. Lin Feng attacked indifferently. He was fearless in the face of Xianxia's attack. Lin Feng unleashed this demon lord divine ability. An aura of a sovereign's descent emanated from Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have turned into the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. Kill! A low roar suddenly rang out, bringing with it endless coldness and dense killing intent. Xianxia was surrounded by endless divine light. It was as if he had become an eternal sun. Lin Feng was enveloped in demonic energy, as if the lord of the demonic realm had descended upon the world. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision that could shake the earth and mountains, Lin Feng and Xianxia clashed once again. Lin Feng's thought blossoms, sovereign's descent was an ancient divine ability. It was invincible. However, it was actually unable to defeat Xianxia. Xianxia was indeed powerful, and the Myriad Tao's divine slaughter he used was also powerful enough to block Lin Feng's thought blossoms, sovereign's descent attack. These two should be about the same battle strength. Yeah, it seems like neither of them can do anything to the other. This Lin Feng is truly a huge threat. You have to know that when the myriad races invaded the 9 provinces, his cultivation was still very weak. How long has it been since he became so terrifying? If he's given time, he'll definitely become a huge threat. That's right, this isn't an exaggeration. If he's allowed to grow, will the myriad races of the Sacred War Alliance still have good days ahead? The cultivators who were watching the show discussed animatedly. The cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance naturally hoped to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lin Feng. On the other hand, the cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Devil Alliance hoped that Lin Feng could grow. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Lin Feng was a huge threat to the Sacred War Alliance. In that case, the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Devil Alliance could rope in Lin Feng. They could deal with the Sacred War Alliance together. It's already been 2 moves, and I'm just warming up. Didn't you say you'll kill me in 3 moves? It seems like you don't have the ability. Since you don't have the ability, don't make such a solemn vow, because it'll slap your face. Do you feel the burning pain on your face right now? Does it feel good to be slapped in the face? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and immediately mocked. Killing people and destroying their hearts was one of Lin Feng's favorite methods. This wasn't just a skill with words, the key was that it could directly hit people's hearts. It could make people lose their minds. Once a cultivator lost their cool, their battle strength would drop by 30%. Kid! Don't be too happy too early, there's still one more move. The 3rd move, I'll take your life. Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. Next. Bloody light surged out of Xianxia's body. The bloody light enveloped Xianxia within it. The surrounding cultivators couldn't see the scene within the bloody light clearly. However, everyone could hear the thumping sounds coming from the ground. Those sounds were very strange, and many people felt an intense pain in their hearts. Hurry and retreat, many cultivators' faces turned pale with fright, and they had no choice but to retreat quickly. They were worried that if they didn't retreat, they would die. Roar! Within the bloody light, Xianxia let out a beast-like roar, and then the bloody light receded. Xianxia reappeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Xianxia's entire body was covered in dense scales. Divine Tao Wretch suddenly transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed being. Lin Feng guessed that Divine Tao Wretch had undergone atavism. As a descendant of the ancient divine race, Divine Tao Wretch's ancestor was a god from the era of titled gods. As time passed, the ancient divine race's body slowly transformed into that of a human. They grew closer and closer to that of a human. The main reason for this was that the bloodline of these ancient god clan cultivators was not strong enough to support their bodies to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Now, Cultivators who could atavism were exceedingly rare in the ancient divine race. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. So what if you've turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed being? You're still no match for me even if you have 9 heads and 18 arms. Lin Feng still looked at Divine Dao Wretch with disdain after his transformation. Divine Dao Wretch's expression darkened. He'd thought that he could easily kill Lin Feng. But in reality, Lin Feng had neutralized 2 of his moves in a row, which was a huge blow to his reputation. Add to that Lin Feng's disdain for Divine Dao Wretch was driven to madness. Xianxia was furious. He just wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his anger. Boom. Divine Dao Wretch's body exuded a wave of destructive energy. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar echoed through the world. 9 divine dragons flew out of Divine Dao Wretch's body. Each of them was a dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The 9 divine dragons circled around Divine Dao Wretch. This combat art was called the Divine 9 Dragons art, and it was an extremely powerful combat art. Most importantly, when he used the 9 Dragons divine art, his bloodline could form a special resonance with the 9 Dragons divine art. This resonance could raise Divine Dao Wretch's battle strength to the pinnacle. Boom. Terrifying crimson light surged out of Divine Dao Wretch's body. The bloodline of the ancient god of the divine way evil and the 9-headed divine dragon indeed formed a very special resonance. Between heaven and earth, there was a faint sound of the Dao. The cries of the Dao resounded through the clouds and shook the world. The 9 divine dragons roared and pounced on Lin Feng. What a terrifying combat art. Divine Dao Wretch's combat art resonated with his bloodline. As expected of a supreme genius of the myriad races, he's too strong. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Divine Dao Xia's bloodline resonated with the Divine Dao's divine ability, and its attack was indeed powerful. Divine Dao Wretch's power deeply shocked all those present. Divine Dao Wretch's bloodline? Divine Dao Wretch's attacks. The surrounding cultivators whispered to each other. However, while these people were discussing, their eyes were still fixed on the 2 people fighting. He didn't dare to look away. He was afraid that he would miss this peak battle. It's just a small trick. Wretches, divine wretches, wretch. There was an indescribable sense of arrogance in his words. Divine Dao Wretch's attack was incomparably terrifying. It was no trifling skill. Lin Feng sure is arrogant. He's actually looking down on Divine Dao Wretch's attack. I wonder if he really has a way to neutralize Divine Dao Wretch's attack, or if he's just saying those words to piss Divine Dao Wretch off. I don't know. He's probably just saying those words to piss Divine Dao Wretch off, right? We'll find out soon enough if he's really that capable. If he doesn't have that ability and only has that mouth of his, he'll be dead for sure. The spectators discussed among themselves again. Divine Dao Wretch's eyes were cold. Lin Feng's attitude of having everything under his control infuriated Divine Dao Wretch. It had never been so angry before. But now. Divine Dao Wretch's fury burned the heavens. At this moment, Lin Feng began to condense his combat art. In midair, he began to chant an incantation. Almighty God of space, I have inherited your legacy and grasped the power of space. I will make the mighty Dao of space shine once more in the world. Lin Feng chanted an incantation in an extremely ancient language. After Lin Feng finished his incantation, he waved his hand. The 9 divine dragons pouncing at him were instantly imprisoned in midair by an invisible force. They couldn't take another step forward. This was the use of the Dao of space. The Dao of space. It could imprison all living beings. This Dao was absolutely heaven-defying. It was a great Dao that could shock anyone. Whoosh, Lin Feng leaped out and shot toward Divine Dao Wretch as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Divine Dao Wretch. Then, he threw a punch at Divine Dao Wretch. Close combat was one of Lin Feng's favorite methods of combat. Go to hell, kid. When Divine Dao Wretch saw Lin Feng charging toward him, his eyes shot out a chilling murderous intent. The ancient god clan had strong physical bodies. Close combat was also one of the favorite methods of combat for the ancient god clan. Now that Divine Dao Wretch had returned to his ancestral state, he had evolved 3 heads and 6 arms. His physical body had also been raised to the pinnacle level. Therefore, Divine Dao Rech was extremely confident in himself. Divine Dao Rech's 6 arms all moved. Whoosh! 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 The 6 arms attacked as fast as lightning with shocking momentum. He threw out one punch after another. The sky was filled with fist shadows. This was because Divine Dao Rech's punches were too fast, so there were so many fist shadows. Some cultivators, if their physical bodies were strong enough, they could break all techniques with brute force. It didn't matter if you had thousands of Divine Dao Rech or thousands of techniques. They could break it with one punch. Such a situation. Too many to mention. Humph. Lin Feng sneered and unleashed his dragon elephant arm 6 times. He threw a punch. It actually formed a powerful fist aura. Before Divine Dao Rech collided with Lin Feng, he was already pushed back by Lin Feng's fist aura. How is this possible? When they saw this scene, almost everyone showed a look of disbelief. Divine Dao Rech was such a powerful existence, and he had returned to his ancestral state, but he still couldn't block Lin Feng's fist aura. This was too inconceivable. Lin Feng's powerful punch came straight at him. Divine Dao Rech was horrified. He raised his fist to block. Cracking sounds were heard, and Divine Dao Rech's 6 arms were all broken. Divine Dao Rech took Lin Feng's punch and was sent flying. Whoa! In the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Good chance. Not good, this brat's physical body is too powerful. Even Divine Dao Evil isn't his match, hurry up and finish him off. Gong Xianxia couldn't help but shout, quickly pouncing towards Lin Feng. The rest of the people also attacked. Now they finally knew why Gong Xianxia had been advocating to besiege Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was indeed too terrifying. Divine Dao Evil didn't lose to Divine Dao Evil. Physical body competition. It was to crush the Divine Dao and Evil Dao. If that was the case, his overall combat strength could even suppress Divine Dao Evil. Even among the younger generation of the myriad races, to find a young cultivator who could kill Lin Feng, it wouldn't be easy. Searching through the myriad races, perhaps they could find a cultivator who could kill Lin Feng, but there definitely wouldn't be too many. After Divine Dao Evil was sent flying, his physical body was directly beaten back to its original form by Lin Feng. Now, Divine Dao Evil was simply mad with hatred. In his life, Divine Dao Evil had never been defeated. Now, he was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. It was truly a great humiliation. This feeling. It almost made Divine Dao Evil go crazy. Divine Dao Evil. You're just SOSO. If you don't have the strength, don't pretend to be cool. But you can die now. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. That terrifying punch had already enveloped Divine Dao Evil. But at this moment. Boom boom boom. All kinds of terrifying attacks came. Gong Xianxia and more than a dozen people quickly surrounded him. Their attacks were incomparably tyrannical. If Lin Feng insisted on killing Divine Dao Evil, he would definitely not be able to dodge these people's attacks. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. Lin Feng quickly changed his move. He used his palm as a knife. A ray of knife energy slashed out. Then, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. Before the attacks of Gong Xianxia and the others could hit him, Lin Feng directly disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attacks of Gong Xianxia and the others. Poochie! The sound of tearing suddenly came out. Blood immediately splattered out. Divine Dao Xia's left arm shot up into the sky and was cut down by Lin Feng. Divine Dao Xia's face turned as white as paper. Lin Feng appeared a few hundred meters away. With a wave of his hand, a spatial gate appeared. He and immeasurable Taoist entered the spatial gate and disappeared without a trace. My arm. My arm. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I'll fight you to the death. The Divine Dao Xia cursed bitterly. One of his arms was chopped off by Lin Feng, and Shen Dao Xia was not a member of the Undying clan, so he could not regrow a severed arm. Therefore, from now on, Evil God only had one arm left. Once a cultivator's body had a flaw, it would greatly affect their cultivation. The divine Tao heretic was no exception. With one of his arms chopped off, it would be difficult for his future cultivation path to be smooth sailing. Therefore, divine Xianxia hated Lin Feng to the bone. The Tao of space. Lin Feng has actually grasped the Tao of space. And his control of the Tao of space is incomparably skilled and profound. It's too difficult to kill him. Gong Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. If we had known earlier, we would have listened to Brother Nye's words and besieged him so that he couldn't escape. We still had a chance to kill him, but now that he escaped, we've already lost the best chance to kill him. A prodigy said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, now that we've lost this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it will indeed be more difficult to kill him. Another prodigy also said with an ugly expression. Gong Xianxia said, everyone, don't be discouraged. Just now, everyone should have seen that Lin Feng's strength lies in his physical body. In terms of magical power, we're not afraid of him. Continue to search for his traces. The next time we find him, we'll definitely be able to take his life. The others nodded. This was the only way they could comfort themselves now. Everyone knew that if they wanted to kill Lin Feng, who had grasped the Tao of space, they would need to be well prepared in order to succeed in killing Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist appeared above the swamp 10 miles away. Impressive, impressive. Even Wicked of the Divine Path almost died in your hands. If this news gets out, it'll definitely cause a huge uproar among the myriad tribes. Wu Liang Taoist said in amazement. He could not help but be shocked by the combat strength Lin Feng displayed. Lin Feng said, a mere Wicked of the Divine Path is naturally nothing. I won't take it to heart. My real opponents are the venerable sovereigns and holy emperors of the myriad tribes. Wu Liang Taoist said with a grin, hee, we have the same idea. Wicked of the Divine Path can't even enter our eyes. The two continued to fly deeper into the swamp. They could see many cultivators moving about in the surroundings. The first day passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened. Darkness descended. The night in the land of death was often extremely dangerous. The Fate Swamp was no exception. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist found a mountain peak. It was a mountain peak in the Fate Swamp. It was not easy to find a place to stay in the Fate Swamp. Therefore, many cultivators stayed on this mountain peak. Everyone rested on the mountain peak. Late at night, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths. That wave of energy was simply too powerful. Everyone was alarmed. They all looked into the depths. Endless demonic light surged out. A golden creature was engaged in a fierce battle with a demonic pagoda. Leave the item. The golden creature's voice was extremely cold. It was a creature from the Forbidden Zone. The demonic tower seemed to have obtained something. Therefore, the golden creature intercepted it. The golden creature demanded the demonic tower to hand over the item. Isn't this the first demonic tower? Lin Feng looked at the demonic tower in shock. The first demonic tower was the demonic tower that suppressed the ancestral land of the Snow Tribe. It was rumored that it was a natal treasure created by the sky-devouring demon master. Only 9 demon masters were born in this epoch, and each demon master's cultivation was enough to shock the heavens and earth. However, it was said that among the 9 demon masters, the one with the strongest cultivation base was actually the sky-devouring demon master. However, the demonic tower was broken. Later, it split into 2. One could imagine what kind of tragic battle the sky-devouring demon master went through. Even his natal treasure was broken. The sky-devouring demon master eventually fell. The 2 broken towers each gave birth to a weapon spirit. Previously, the first demonic tower and the second demonic tower devoured each other, but they could not do anything to each other. Then, the 2 demonic towers left the Snow Tribe. Lin Feng had not seen the first demonic tower and the second demonic tower for a long time. Unexpectedly, he actually saw the first demonic tower here. I have never handed over the item I obtained. He didn't know what the demonic pagoda had stolen to make the golden creature chase after it. The demonic pagoda's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had seen the terror of the demonic pagoda before. Moreover, after so many years, the demonic pagoda must have recovered a lot of its vitality. It was many times stronger than before. The demonic pagoda that had turned into the size of a mountain was indeed very terrifying. Its combat power was extremely heaven-defying. The demonic pagoda shook slightly in the void. The void seemed to be about to collapse. However, the golden creature was clearly an extremely terrifying existence as it faced the attacks of the demonic pagoda. Facing the demonic pagoda's attack, the golden creature threw a punch. Bang! The golden creature's terrifying punch collided with the demonic pagoda, and an earth-shaking collision sound was heard. The golden creature and the demonic pagoda were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. At this moment, the golden creature opened its big hand. Instantly, dense laws flew out. Those were golden laws that seemed to be able to seal the world. The power of the golden laws was extremely terrifying. They directly wrapped around the demonic pagoda. The golden creature wanted to trap the demonic pagoda with the laws. Break! The spirit of the first demonic pagoda couldn't help but shout coldly. Endless demonic light surged out. Sharp blades appeared amidst the demonic light. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collision rose and fell one after another. Those sharp blades directly slashed on the golden laws. They destroyed the golden laws. The demonic pagoda's combat power was indeed extremely terrifying. Although the golden creature was very powerful, it was also extremely difficult for it to suppress the demonic pagoda. Everyone watched this battle with their mouths agape. This was because this battle was simply too shocking. Heaven and earth were about to be pierced through. Although they were far away, they could still feel the aura of the golden creature and the demonic pagoda. Many cultivators still revealed incomparably terrified gazes. The golden creature and the demonic pagoda were simply high and mighty existences like gods. Fortunately, their battle was relatively far away from here. If they were closer to here, they would definitely be affected by their battle. If that was the case, who knew how many people would have died in that battle? The golden creature and the demonic pagoda fought for hundreds of rounds, but the outcome couldn't be determined. After the demonic pagoda obtained the treasure, it wanted to leave quickly and didn't want to continue fighting. However, it was being held back by the golden creature. However, after several hundred rounds of battle, the demonic pagoda finally found a rare opportunity. After the demonic pagoda repelled the golden creature, it quickly flew into the distance. The golden creature followed closely behind, chasing after the demonic pagoda. The golden creature and the demonic pagoda disappeared into the darkness. The swamp of destiny became quiet again. There wasn't even the sound of insects or birds chirping here. As expected of a land of death, a sinister aura suddenly filled the air. After feeling the gloomy and terrifying aura, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. It seems like something is coming this way. A large number of cultivators had gathered here. But even so, many people still felt their hearts tremble. Because this place was indeed too dangerous. Danger lurked everywhere. Furthermore, there were many unknown and terrifying creatures. Darkness engulfed the world. Although it was also dark before, they could still see some scenes in the distance. But now, heaven and earth had become a world of complete darkness. Everyone felt a cold and terrifying aura enveloping their bodies. Many people couldn't help but tremble. They didn't see any unknown and terrifying creatures. However, they should have felt that something was wrong. What is that? A cultivator pointed to the side of the mountain. Everyone looked over and saw that in the darkness, there was an incomparably huge creature. It had a pair of wings and a pair of cold eyes. It looked at everyone coldly. That incomparably huge creature was about 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. Such an astonishing height. It was truly shocking. When its wings spread, the entire mountain was covered under its wings. Is that a ferocious bird? Heavens, its body is too huge. What kind of creature is it? It's over. We're finished this time. Calm down. Don't panic. There are so many of us. We still have a chance of winning. The cultivators on the mountain were in a complete mess. Everyone was intimidated by the terrifying and gigantic creature. What the hell is that? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now that his vision was blocked, he couldn't see clearly what that creature was. Swoosh, at that moment, someone took out a supreme treasure. It was a huge ball of light. It slowly rose into the sky. It dispelled the darkness. It illuminated the world. It's a small artificial sun. Taoist Wuliang's eyes lit up. The so-called small artificial sun was a special kind of crystal that was enchanted with runes. It could light up the night sky. This was something that was priceless. Many cultivators wanted to buy it, but they didn't have the connections. That was because the crystal used to forge the small artificial sun was too difficult to find. At this moment, everyone finally saw what the gigantic and terrifying creature was. It was a pitch-black bat. A bat that was 7,000 to 8,000 meters long. Who had ever seen such a huge bat? Even the primordial vampire bat recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas was the largest bat. Its body was only 700 to 800 meters long. Compared to the bat that appeared in front of them, it was really dwarfed. Hellsfiend bat, that's the legendary Hellsfiend bat. I've seen the introduction of this bat in a Taoist scripture. It's a terrifying existence from the infernal realm, the absolute king of the infernal realm. How could such a creature appear in the swamp of fate? One of the cultivators cried out in fear. Thinking of how terrifying the Hellsfiend bat was, the cultivator trembled in fear. Some death zones are connected to the infernal realm, and the infernal realm is a part of the infernal realm. This bat couldn't have flown out from a passage to the infernal realm, right? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Many people couldn't help but nod after hearing the cultivator's words. What the cultivator said was indeed very likely. Apart from this reason, they couldn't find any other reason to explain why a Hellsfiend bat that could only be found in the swamp of fate. Phew! At that moment, the Hellsfiend bat suddenly opened its bloody mouth and inhaled. A powerful suction force surged out. One cultivator after another flew up uncontrollably. The Hell Devil bat was too terrifying. With its bloody mouth, most of the cultivators were swallowed without any resistance. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Who can save me? Spare me, spare me. Many cultivators screamed in horror, praying for the Hell Devil bat to spare them. However, the Hellfiend bat ignored the pleas of these cultivators. The Hell Devil bat crazily swallowed these cultivators. A large number of cultivators were swallowed by the Hell Devil bat. In the end, they became the food of the Hell Devil bat. Let's kill him together. Some of the stronger cultivators were unwilling to be swallowed by the Hell Devil bat and shouted. They mobilized everyone to deal with the Hell Devil bat. Boom boom boom. One by one, powerful magic treasure was taken out and then bombarded towards the Hell Devil bat. The power of those magic treasure could be described as destroying the heavens and earth. Even Lin Feng used the weapon mantra and took out 3 stone swords to kill the Hell Devil bat. But at this time, the Hell Devil bat flapped its huge wings. A gust of wind swept through heaven and earth. All kinds of powerful magic treasure were blown away. Many cultivators were also blown away by the Hell Devil bat, their bodies breaking one tree after another. Too terrifying. Lin Feng was shocked. The Hell Devil bat was simply an existence that couldn't be fought against. This terrifying creature was simply too powerful. It was simply too shocking. There was simply no hope of winning against such a terrifying creature like the Hell Devil bat. Let's go quickly. Immeasurable Taoist said with a pale face. This damn Taoist was also frightened by the Hell Devil bat. Lin Feng nodded. The Hell Devil bat was too terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly and get rid of the Hell Devil bat. Or else. It would be really dangerous. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could escape from this place. Because the Hell Devil bat's methods made people despair. Just as Lin Feng was about to use the space travel technique to leave with Immeasurable Taoist, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. A creature from hell dares to casually come to the world of the living? You really don't know what death is. Today, I will swallow you to recover some of my vitality. After the voice faded away. Then, a finger light flew out from the void. That beam of light shot straight towards the Hell Demon bat. Everyone was shocked. A powerful creature was attacking the Hell Demonic bat. The cultivators on the mountain couldn't help but reveal looks of joy. The Hell Devil bat flapped its wings, and a terrifying gale swept out. It formed a huge storm that enveloped the finger that was about to strike. But the power of that finger was too strong, and it shattered the storm attack of the Hell Demon Bat. Then, it instantly arrived in front of the Hell Devil Bat. Just as the finger was about to pierce through the Hell Devil Bat's body, the Hell Devil Bat suddenly disappeared. He dodged the finger attack. When the Hell Demonic Bat appeared again, it was already 300 meters away. The Hell Devil Bat spread its huge wings. Then, it abruptly swept towards an area of the void. There was a rumbling sound. The void collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. A demonic hand flew out from the black hole. When he saw that devilish hand, Lin Feng could not help being shocked. Wasn't this the mysterious demonic hand that was suppressed by the Undying family in the 9 prefectures? Back then, he unintentionally released this demonic hand. The demonic hand was only a part of his original body. His original body was incomparably powerful, and his origin was extremely long. Back then, the original body of the demonic hand was suppressed by the 7 sages of the Undying family. But because the original body of the demonic hand was almost immortal and indestructible, so, the 7 sages of the Undying family were unable to kill the original body of the demonic hand. They had no choice but to dismember the original body of the demonic hand. Then, the dismembered parts of the original body of the demonic hand were suppressed in various places in the myriad worlds. The main branch of the Undying family sent people to guard the place of suppression. In some places in the myriad worlds, there were branches of the Undying family. And those branches were also formed at this time. Back then, the demonic hand almost wiped out the Undying family in the 9 prefectures. Later, the demonic hand left the 9 prefectures, saying that he wanted to find the other parts of his body. Lin Feng did not expect to meet the demonic hand here. It seemed that the demonic hand was still unable to find the other parts of his body. After seeing the demonic hand flying out, the Hell Demonic Bat directly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour the demonic hand as well. It was rumored that there was nothing that the Hell Demonic Bat could not digest. The reason why the Hell Demonic Bat's body was so huge was because of its powerful devouring ability. The Hell Demonic Bat had been constantly devouring all kinds of living beings and undead creatures. So, the Hell Demonic Bat's body grew very quickly. Of course, the Hell Demonic Bat's strength also increased very quickly. Humph! The demonic hand sneered, and slapped out across the void. Suddenly, a huge palm that covered several hundred square meters condensed and slapped toward the Hell Demonic Bat. The Hell Demonic Bat did not expect the palm in front of it to be so powerful. At this moment, it felt danger. The Hell Demonic Bat opened its bloody mouth and spat out a blood-colored ball of energy. That blood-colored ball of energy was instantly shattered by the palm formed by the demonic hand. Then, that huge palm of energy slapped the Hell Demonic Bat's body, sending it flying. Slash! The demonic hand lightly slashed across the void. Suddenly, a dazzling sword energy flew out. Poochie! That sword energy instantly tore the demonic hand's body apart. Blood spurted out. Everyone was shocked. They simply could not believe their eyes. The Hell Demonic Bat was so powerful, but it was so weak in front of the demonic hand? How terrifying was the demonic hand? Screech! The Hell Demonic Bat let out a shrill scream. A terrifying devouring power surged out from the demonic hand's palm. A large amount of blood gushed out from the Hell Demonic Bat's wound, and it was devoured by the demonic hand. After the demonic hand devoured the blood in the Hell Demonic Bat's body, its aura became stronger and stronger. Many people were shocked. Was the Hell Demonic Bat going to be sucked dry by the demonic hand? At this moment, the Hell Demonic Bat's body exploded. The Hell Demonic Bat turned into a bloody mist and fled toward the Swamp of Fate. Do you think you can escape? The demonic hand's voice was cold, and it quickly chased after it. That blood contains the Hell Demonic Bat's essence blood. Some cultivators exclaimed. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. The Hell Demonic Bat was so terrifying. Its essence blood could definitely greatly increase a cultivator's combat power. Lin Feng quickly rushed out. The Hell Devil Bat's blood essence made him want it. The blood essence of these powerful creatures was more useful than the most precious treasures to improve one's cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't wait to snatch a few drops of Hell Devil Bat's blood essence to further improve his combat strength. However, the Hell Devil Bat's blood essence wasn't that much. When a large number of cultivators rushed over, it naturally became a situation where there were too many monks and too little gruel. Many cultivators fought for a drop of Hell Devil Bat's blood essence. Blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Cultivators who got along well with each other would fight to the death for a drop of blood essence. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel. This was a bloody world. For the sake of benefits, many cultivators would do anything. Lin Feng locked onto a drop of blood essence and directly took it. "Kid, die." Immediately, more than a dozen cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, wanting to kill him. Reckless. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used the Tao of space and imprisoned more than a dozen cultivators. Then he waved his right hand. Swoosh! A dazzling sword chi flew out and swept across the void. The sword chi was dazzling and powerful. A light hit. As if it had the power to shatter heaven and earth. Puff. 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 The sound of tearing could be heard one after another. One cultivator's body was directly torn apart. One cultivator after another was killed. After killing more than a dozen cultivators, Lin Feng was about to collect other Hell Devil Bat's blood essence. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw that darkness swept over. When the Hell Devil Bat appeared before, darkness also covered heaven and earth. After the Hell Devil Bat escaped, some light was restored. However, the darkness that appeared in the distance now was different from when the Hell Devil Bat appeared. The Hell Devil Bat used its huge body to cover the mountain where many cultivators were originally. So, when the Hell Devil Bat appeared, it was just that the area where the mountain was located became very dark. The rest of the place was still glowing. But now it was a different situation. Endless darkness swept in from all directions. The darkness nibbled away at the world bit by bit. The flowers, the trees, the swamps, the distant mountain peaks, everything was devoured by the darkness. It was extremely strange. It was as if something terrifying was hiding in the darkness and was rapidly approaching everyone. No one should enter the land of death. This was the summary of the experiences of countless experts. Especially when it was night time. Terrifying things would always happen in the land of death. And those terrifying things were enough to bury countless cultivators. Let's go, let's go. Immeasurable Daoist's sense of danger was even stronger than Lin Feng's. He rushed to Lin Feng's side and shouted in a low voice. Lin Feng nodded and hurriedly rushed towards the mountain peak with Daoist Wu Liang. The mountain peak towered between heaven and earth. Lin Feng felt that this place was a place of protection. When darkness descends, one should not leave the mountain at will. Once he left, the consequences would be unimaginable. Look, what's that? Darkness is devouring heaven and earth. This is a great omen. Let's leave quickly. Go to the mountain peak. This mountain peak has the power of divinity. It should be able to protect us. Many cultivators flew towards the mountain peak in a panic. But everyone underestimated the speed of the darkness attack. Endless darkness enveloped heaven and earth. It was simply too fast. The swamp of fate was quickly being devoured by the darkness. And the speed of those fleeing cultivators could not be compared to the speed of the darkness devouring heaven and earth. Cultivators were constantly being devoured by the darkness. No. No. I can't accept this. I don't want to die. Many cultivators screamed in horror. They were still trying their best to escape, unwilling to be devoured by the darkness. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Nine would not give up. However, those cultivators were still unable to escape back to the mountain peak. They were shrouded in darkness. Without any sound, they had already fallen into the darkness. What does the darkness represent? What terrifying thing is in the darkness? Lin Feng was terrified. He increased his speed and rushed towards the mountain peak. In the end, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist successfully escaped back to the mountain peak. The cultivators who were closer to the mountain peak also successfully escaped back. The cultivators on the mountain peak were glad that they did not go out just now. If they went out, they might have already died in the darkness. And at this time, the darkness had already swept over. Divine light flowed out from the mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain peak, an ancient temple appeared in front of them. From the temple, Tao sounds could be heard. Divine light intertwined and enveloped the mountain peak, blocking the corrosion of the darkness. "Save me," a cultivator rushed over, his hand already reaching into the divine light. No one was willing to save him. They were all running towards the mountain peak. Crack. A hand reached over. It grabbed the cultivator's hand. Lin Feng made a move. Because the person who asked for help was a rock cultivator. It was probably a cultivator from the Demon Alliance. Conveniently, he helped. Saving a life. Lin Feng was very willing to do such a thing. Because Lin Feng believed in one sentence, the cycle of karma, and good people would be rewarded. Lin Feng pulled the cultivator back from the darkness. However, soon, Lin Feng's face revealed a horrified expression. Because the only thing he managed to pull back was an intact arm. The rest of the body, they had all turned into bones with traces of blood. What eats flesh and blood? Lin Feng was horrified and quickly retreated. The darkness was too terrifying. It was full of the unknown, and it was terrifying. Lin Feng had been to several places of death. Every place of death was incomparably dangerous. However, all the places of death didn't seem to be as dangerous as the swamp of fate in front of him. This was the place where the master of fate fell. It was indeed an extremely dangerous place. Boom! The darkness began to attack the light barrier that enveloped the mountain peak. The entire light barrier began to shake violently. Many people were so scared that their bodies trembled when they saw this scene, and their faces were as pale as paper. The darkness was too terrifying. If the defensive light shield of the mountain peak was broken, then all of them would be dead. Everyone was well aware of this. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to live. Buzz. Right at this moment, a violent fluctuation came from the temple above. Everyone was alarmed, and they all looked towards the temple. That temple wasn't a real temple. It looked like a temple that was formed by Dao runes. Now, the door of the temple opened. Dozens of Taoists had the demeanor of immortals. Each of them held an immortal sword. After they flew out of the temple, they entered the darkness. No one could see their figures again. Only the sound of collision could be heard coming from the darkness. It was like the sound of peerless divine weapons colliding. There really are some terrifying existences in the darkness that are fighting with those Taoists. It's a pity that my eye of origin is injured. Otherwise, I would be able to see what the things in the darkness are. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and say. Taoist Wu Liang said, "It's best not to look." The erosion of darkness is a terrifying thing that has never been recorded in the Taoist scriptures. If you see something that you shouldn't see, I'm afraid you'll be killed. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Taoist Wu Liang's words weren't alarmist words. It was his experience. It was indeed the same as what Taoist Wu Liang said. It was best not to look at something that one shouldn't see. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well. Everyone on the mountain peak was in a state of panic. They didn't know if the Taoists who rushed out of the temple could resist the terrifying existence in the darkness. Right now, everyone could only hope that those Taoists would show their might. They could resist the terrifying existence in the darkness. If those Taoists couldn't resist it either, when the time came, perhaps all of them would die here. Usually, time seemed to pass very quickly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. However, on this night, everyone felt as if every second was like a year. Everyone hoped that time could pass faster. Let's go to the peak of the mountain and take a look at the temple, Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded and climbed up the mountain with Taoist Wu Liang. Many cultivators had the same thoughts as Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. They all headed towards the peak of the mountain. In the end, these people arrived at the peak of the mountain. However, an invisible force sealed off the void world. Lin Feng and the others couldn't get close to the temple at all. They were blocked outside by that invisible force. That temple doesn't seem to be a manifestation of the Tao rhymes? It's a real temple? When Lin Feng saw the temple up close, he couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. That divine temple was extraordinary. It was surrounded by endless divine light. Endless sounds of Tao interweaved above the temple. When one listened carefully, they could not hear anything. It was too strange. It really does look real. Immeasurable Taoist said. There were still some differences between the temple formed by the Tao aura and the real temple. This was the difference between reality and illusion. As for this temple, it was somewhere between reality and illusion. This affected Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's judgment. They felt that the temple was real. But because they couldn't get close to the temple. Therefore, there was no way to confirm this point. Lin Feng tried to use the Tao of space. When the Tao of space was activated, Lin Feng was surprised when he realized that the invisible and intangible strength around the temple was much less oppressive than before. This made Lin Feng's face light up with joy. Huh? You can get close to the temple now? Immeasurable Taoist said in shock. Lin Feng said. I can give it a try. Wait for me here. I'll try to see if I can get close to the temple. If you find something good, you must remember to share it with your best friend. Immeasurable Taoist reminded. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The best friend that Immeasurable Taoist was referring to was naturally him. This fellow really never forgot to reap some benefits. Who is that kid? His means are actually so extraordinary? I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. He seems to be a human cultivator. Could he be a member of the 3 human overlords of the Immortal Gods Alliance? Some cultivators started discussing in hushed voices. No. That kid is Lin Feng. Someone said, revealing Lin Feng's identity. What? He's Lin Feng of the 9 provinces world? Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. The name Lin Feng was very familiar. It could even be said that they had heard of him before. And now, Lin Feng had actually appeared in front of him. Rumor has it that Lin Feng is with that wicked Taoist. Look at that Taoist over there. I just saw that kid with that Taoist. So, that kid might really be Lin Feng. A cultivator said. That kid should be killed. That damned Taoist should be cut into pieces. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance were filled with killing intent. Whether it was Lin Feng or Immeasurable Taoist, they were all on their must-kill list. The cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance looked at Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist with great interest. This pair, they had also heard of it. Now, they actually saw the real deal. However, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance knew how terrifying Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist were. Even though they couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist, they endured it and didn't make a move. At this moment, Lin Feng's mind was focused on how to get close to the temple. So, he didn't hear the discussions of the cultivators in the distance at all. As Lin Feng continued to get closer to the temple, the power exerted on Lin Feng's body also became more and more terrifying. That strength could topple mountains and overturn seas. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. After feeling that terrifying power, Lin Feng couldn't help but change his expression. That invisible power was really too terrifying. It indeed had the power to kill him. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with it. The Tao of space seemed to be able to play an extremely crucial role at this time. With Lin Feng as the center, the surrounding void began to distort. Lin Feng operated the Tao of space, causing the space within a 1-meter radius to distort. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there were overlapping spatial faults in that distorted space. That was actually not a spatial fault, but a folding mark formed when different spaces were folded together. When that invisible and terrifying power enveloped him, all the power was devoured by the folded space around Lin Feng. The power of those folded spaces was extraordinary. A power that could devour everything. The Tao of space was really an extremely heaven-defying great Tao. It was no wonder that the 9 space gods could stand out among the many titled gods. They could be compared to the 9 demon masters, the 9 human emperors, and other powerhouses. The main reason was that the power of the Tao of space was so powerful that it was shocking. Relying on the wonders of the Tao of space, Lin Feng was constantly approaching the temple. This person is too terrifying. The cultivators of the myriad races couldn't help but reveal extremely shocked expressions. They couldn't even take a step closer to the temple. But Lin Feng had managed to neutralize the terrifying strength around the shrine. He was getting closer and closer. 2 hours later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the temple. The inside of the temple was surrounded by divine light. This was a place full of holiness. The temple was divided into several courtyards. In the first courtyard, Lin Feng saw many prayer mats. This was a Taoist temple. Those prayer mats should be where the cultivators sat and listened to the Tao. In the past, someone gave a sermon here. If one listened carefully, they could vaguely hear some Tao sounds shaking between heaven and earth. The Tao sounds lingered in the air. This place seemed to be the birthplace of the great Tao. There was a Taoist temple in the courtyard. There was also a prayer mat on the Taoist temple. Lin Feng guessed that the expert who taught the Tao back then should have been sitting on the prayer mat, facing these disciples. He taught them what he had learned in his life. This is a Taoist temple, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The temple was very special. Its architectural style was very similar to a Taoist temple. Lin Feng had never seen a real Taoist temple, because Taoism had always been very mysterious. However, Lin Feng had heard a lot about Taoism from Taoist Wuliang. This included the architectural features of Taoism, which were very similar to the temple in front of him. Lin Feng used this as a basis. He determined that this was a Taoist temple. Lin Feng walked towards the Taoist temple. Suddenly, he saw a man appear on the Taoist temple. The man's back was facing him. He was wearing a Taoist robe. His body was surrounded by immortal qi, like a banished immortal. Is it the Taoist master of the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This Taoist temple was too extraordinary. It could even resist the dark erosion of the land of death. It was hard to imagine. At the peak of the past. How amazing would this Taoist temple be? Now, the sound of heaven and earth was shaking in this Taoist temple. That sound of heaven and earth made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. He felt as if all the pores on his body were open, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Lin Feng wanted to go up to the Taoist temple and see what kind of shocking figure the Taoist master was. However, when Lin Feng reached the Tao platform, the mysterious existence disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng frowned. That Tao Lord just now wasn't his real body, and it seemed to be just a brand left behind in the past. Lin Feng walked towards the depths and arrived at the first level of the temple. In the first layer of the temple, there was a statue of the giant miracle god. However, it was clear that this was not the true chief god's position. Taoism was particular about 3 temples, 6 pavilions, and 9 halls. In other words, if Taoism built a temple, it would build 3 layers of temples. The first and second layers of temples would not worship the main god. Instead, it was the auxiliary deity position. These auxiliary gods were the subordinates of the sovereign. They were built to protect the sovereign. The true sovereign position was located within the 3rd level of the temple. If Taoists built attics, they would build 6 layers of attics. Every level of the attic would also consecrate a deity position. The chief god's position was enshrined in the 6th level of the attic. There was another type of architecture in Taoism, which was called the 9 halls. Level 1 to 8 were auxiliary deity statues. Level 9 was dedicated to the chief god's position. However, Taoism had always felt that the number 9 was unknown. Therefore, the 9 halls were relatively rare. 3 temples were the most common. This was because the Tao Te Ching of Taoism recorded that 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. The word 3 had a special status in Taoism. It was regarded as the foundation of all things by Taoism. Therefore, usually, Taoist temples were built in 3 layers. There were also 6-story Taoist temples, but they were also extremely rare. The unknown Taoist temple in front of him was a 3-story Taoist temple. Lin Feng carefully checked every part of the first layer of the temple. He searched for some treasures that might appear in this temple. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng didn't find anything. This made Lin Feng a little disappointed. However, there were still 2 more layers of temples behind. There might be precious things in the temples behind. Lin Feng passed through the first layer of the temple. He came to the second courtyard. That is, Lin Feng was shocked. In the second courtyard, he saw an ancient tree. The ancient tree wasn't particularly tall. It was about 2 meters tall. Although it wasn't tall, its branches and leaves were lush. Moreover, the branches were strong and strong. It was like the body of a dragon. There was a kind of shocking beauty. The ancient tree was full of fragrant petals. Those petals actually had 4 colors. These 4 colors were white, gold, red, and purple. 4 colored flowers? Lin Feng was very surprised. This was the first time he had seen this kind of 4-colored flower. Before this, he had never heard of this kind of 4-colored flower. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh at the extraordinary power of the master of creation. He could actually create such an ancient tree that could bear 4 different kinds of flowers. When Lin Feng approached the ancient tree, suddenly, in his mind, the sound of the Tao echoed, pointing directly at his Tao heart. Lin Feng felt as if he was about to enter a state of enlightenment. This ancient tree can help cultivators comprehend the Tao? Why is it so similar to the effect of the Bodhi tree of Buddhism? Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised. To be precise, the effect of this ancient tree was even more amazing than the Bodhi tree. In the past, Lin Feng had seen the Bodhi tree and obtained the Bodhi seed. If he wanted to gain enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, he would need a certain amount of time to feel the aura of the Bodhi tree. Then, with the help of the Bodhi tree, he would enter a state of enlightenment. But now, the situation was completely different. When Lin Feng came to the side of the ancient tree, he didn't sit cross-legged to comprehend the Tao. But this ancient tree made Lin Feng feel as if he could comprehend the Tao at any time. On this point, it was even more extraordinary than the Bodhi tree. It was even more shocking and moving. This is the crepe myrtle tree, the sacred tree of Taoism. The voice of the demon lord resounded in Lin Feng's mind. What? This is the legendary crepe myrtle tree? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Taoism was too mysterious. There were many things about Taoism that the outside world didn't have much information about. This was because Taoism kept a tight lid on information. Even the classic of mountains and seas didn't record much about Taoism. Of course, the current classic of mountains and seas had lost a lot of content. Perhaps the original version recorded Taoism, but that content was lost later on. But no matter what the reason was, Taoism was filled with countless secrets to the cultivators of the outside world. The reason why Lin Feng knew that the sacred tree of Taoism was the crepe myrtle tree was because he heard Taoist Wu Liang mention it by chance. But Taoist Wu Liang himself wasn't a real Taoist. This was because Taoism had already cleared the mountain-moving Taoist lineage out of Taoism. So Taoist Wu Liang had never seen the crepe myrtle tree. Therefore, Lin Feng's understanding of the crepe myrtle tree was limited. Lin Feng didn't know what the crepe myrtle tree looked like before. But now, the crepe myrtle tree was surrounded by holy light. It was a holy light formed by 4 different colors intertwining together. 4 different colors of light. 4 different colors of flowers illuminated the area. The holy light formed by the intertwining of the holy light gave off a magnificent feeling. Crepe myrtle trees are very rare. According to Taoist Wu Liang, there are probably less than 10 crepe myrtle trees left in this world. To think that one is still alive here. How lucky. I wonder if it is possible to transplant this crepe myrtle tree away? Lin Feng's mind immediately became active. The crepe myrtle tree was an extraordinary ancient tree. If it could be transplanted into time and space, it would be very useful to him in the future. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Transplanting this ancient tree is not easy, said the demon lord. No matter how difficult it was, Lin Feng intended to give it a try. He walked towards the crepe myrtle tree. However, the crepe myrtle tree swept out a 4-colored holy light and sent Lin Feng flying. The crepe myrtle tree was too extraordinary. The 4-colored holy light was very powerful. Lin Feng was blocked outside, unable to get close to the crepe myrtle tree. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Transplanting the crepe myrtle tree, it would seem that this was a very difficult task. The demon lord said, if you want to take the crepe myrtle tree, you can't do it by force. You need to find a suitable method. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the demon lord had said. Taking the crepe myrtle tree could not be done by force. What is the origin of the crepe myrtle tree? Lin Feng asked. The only thing he knew was that the crepe myrtle tree was a sacred tree of Taoism. He did not know anything else. The demon lord explained, the origin of the crepe myrtle tree can be traced back to the origin of Taoism. In the Taoism's immortal genealogy, the highest deity is the Three Pure Ones. You should know about this. Lin Feng nodded. The Three Pure Ones referred to the three sacred realms where the gods resided, the Jade Pure Sacred Realm, the Shang Pure True Realm, and the Taiching Immortal Realm, collectively known as the Three Pure Realms. It also referred to the three supreme gods of Taoism who resided in the realms, the Jade Pure Emperor, the Heavenly Lord Xianxia, the Heavenly Lord Lingbao, and the Heavenly Lord Daod. Rumor had it that the Three Pure Ones were the incarnations of Pangu the Immortal. This was where the legend of Pangu's Three Pure Ones came from. The demon lord continued, the Three Pure Ones have four immortal gods assisting them, and their status is second only to the Three Pure Ones. They are the Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of the North Pole, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Earth Empress. These four are known as the Four Imperials. The leader of the Four Imperials is the Jade Emperor, followed by the Great Emperor of the North Pole. The Great Emperor of the North Pole sat at the center of the sky and assisted the Jade Emperor in controlling natural phenomena such as the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the four seasons. During the era of titled gods, he was extremely revered. However, the era of titled gods has ended. The Three Pure Ones and the Four Imperials have become history, drowned out by the river of time. Even now, rumors about them are almost impossible to find. Legend has it that the crepe myrtle flower is the incarnation of the Great Emperor of the North Pole. It can avoid disasters. The Great Emperor of the North Pole possessed a crepe myrtle flower. Taoism believes that the crepe myrtle flower is the celestial purple star that descended from the heavens, so the crepe myrtle tree is revered as the holy tree by Taoism. The crepe myrtle tree is the incarnation of Emperor Crepe Myrtle? Why does it sound so mysterious? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. These rumors were really hard to believe. The demon lord said, this is a mythical story. Just take it as a joke. Of course, even if the crepe myrtle tree is not the incarnation of the Great Emperor of the North Pole, it definitely has an inseparable relationship with the Great Emperor of the North Pole. On this point, Lin Feng agreed very much. Could it be an ancient tree nurtured by Great Emperor Polestar in the past? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said, that is indeed a possibility. How should I transplant the crepe myrtle tree into my time and space? Demon lord, do you have any ideas? Lin Feng asked. I have a meditation mantra passed down by the Great Emperor of the North Pole. It is used to help cultivators comprehend the Tao. Now, I will pass it to you. You can try comprehending it and see if you can use it to resonate with the crepe myrtle tree. The demon lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. The demon lord actually had a technique passed down by the Great Emperor of the North Pole. The demon lord was becoming more and more mysterious by the day. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a mysterious mantra appear in his mind. This mantra was the meditation mantra that the demon lord had passed down to Lin Feng. The spirit does not wander, the spirit does not leak, the qi does not dissipate, the spirit grows. The 5 elements and 4 symbols enter the central palace. There is no need to worry that the golden core will not form. There is a true God inside and a response outside. The vision is filled with empty flowers and white snow. The sun comes to return to the sea, and the moon appears in the middle. He hurriedly used his martial arts. Jin Feng looked into the distance. He breathed and activated the mysterious gate fire. The blue sky split open the primordial chaos. The yellow river flowed in reverse to Kunlun. The 9 apertures and 3 gates were penetrated. It turned into nectar and swallowed into the stomach. It was hard to explain. At this point, one had to be careful and take a bath according to the season. The second grade yin and yang objects were the same, and the 2 were the internal and external fire talismans. When the spiritual medicine was obtained for a while, it would take 10 months to warm it. It would take 3 years for it to mature. 3 by 3 were like 9 sides of the pill. When the pill grew and whistled out of the mountain, it was obvious that he had done meritorious deeds. God sent down a purple letter and ordered me to fly to the sky. The descendants followed this diligent cultivation and became the guests of the three pure ones. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, while silently reciting the contents of the meditation mantra, while trying to sense the crepe myrtle tree. As time passed, gradually, Lin Feng vaguely seemed to see a hazy world. In that hazy world, there was an ancient tree. That ancient tree was not tall, but it was extremely extraordinary. It lingered in the holy light, and Tao sounds interweaved. When he saw that holy tree, Lin Feng was shocked. That holy tree was the crepe myrtle tree. Under the crepe myrtle tree, suddenly, a man appeared. He was wearing a starry robe. He looked very young and extremely handsome. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. When he appeared, the branches of the crepe myrtle tree swayed gently. The holy light that surged out of the crepe myrtle tree also flew towards this man. The holy light lingered around this man. This man looked so holy, so otherworldly. Oh my God, could this person be the legendary North Pole Emperor Ziwei? When he saw the man under the crepe myrtle tree, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The North Pole Emperor Ziwei was such a terrifying existence. He was an expert who assisted the three pure ones back then. One of the rulers of heaven and earth in the era of titled gods. Now, he actually appeared in front of him. At this moment, the North Pole Emperor Ziwei looked at Lin Feng. Two people, separated by endless years, crossed the torrent of time. Their gazes met. Eternal life, never give up, the North Pole Emperor Ziwei looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng was shocked. The great emperor of the North Pole Polestar sat cross-legged. He sat under the crepe myrtle tree, as if he had merged with the crepe myrtle trees. He seemed to have transformed into the crepe myrtle tree, as if he had become the only thing in this world. Lin Feng looked at the great emperor of the North Pole Polestar, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Then, Lin Feng also sat cross-legged. He began to comprehend the aura of the great emperor of the North Pole Polestar and the aura of the crepe myrtle tree. This was a rather interesting scene. Because, Lin Feng was originally in a state of epiphany. This world was a world that appeared when he was in an epiphany. It was a kind of spiritual world. And Lin Feng, who appeared in the spiritual world, he actually began to try to have an epiphany again. This kind of double epiphany was very rare. But now, Lin Feng encountered such a situation. Of course, this would be extremely useful for Lin Feng's cultivation. The state of double epiphany might allow Lin Feng's spiritual world to sense some more extraordinary content. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually felt as if he had become a part of this world. Lin Feng felt as if he had become a branch. He had become a branch of the crepe myrtle tree. This was a very strange feeling. After turning into a branch, Lin Feng could even feel the heartbeat of the crepe myrtle tree. Any life, there would be a heartbeat. Or it could be said that, this was the pulsation of life. The crepe myrtle tree was no exception. Eternal life, never give up, the voice of the great emperor of the North Pole Polestar once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard the words great emperor of the North Pole Polestar, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. What was the great emperor of the North Pole Polestar trying to tell him? Eternal life meant that life would not end here. This explanation seemed a little far-fetched. Could it be that he was telling him, did it mean that the living beings in the world would not die out? If it was explained this way, it seemed more reasonable. Never give up was easier to understand. Never give up. This was the meaning of never giving up. Was the great emperor of the North Pole of Ziwei trying to tell him that even if something that seemed enough to make one despair would happen between heaven and earth, it would still be possible? However, the living beings of the world were not so easily destroyed. We must never give up hope of survival. When these thoughts appeared in Lin Feng's mind, Lin Feng immediately felt that there was a mysterious power in his body. And that mysterious power could help him communicate with the crepe myrtle tree. Follow me, I will let the splendor of the crepe myrtle tree reappear in the world. Lin Feng said. The crepe myrtle tree swayed as if responding to Lin Feng. You agreed? Lin Feng asked. The crepe myrtle tree shook again. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Whoosh. Light flashed. Lin Feng's divine sense returned. He opened his eyes and looked at the crepe myrtle tree in the courtyard. Enter my time and space. Only by following me will you be able to fully display your value. Lin Feng said. Then he released a powerful supernatural power and directly enveloped the crepe myrtle tree. The sacred light of the crepe myrtle tree was restrained. Then it rose from the ground. The crepe myrtle tree had acknowledged Lin Feng. It did not resist. If it did not acknowledge Lin Feng would not have any hope of collecting the crepe myrtle tree. Seeing the crepe myrtle tree fly into the air, Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. The crepe myrtle tree, the sacred tree of Taoism, was finally collected by him. It was really too exciting. Lin Feng kept the crepe myrtle tree in the time and space. In the time and space, there was the 5-colored celestial soil. After the crepe myrtle tree entered the time and space, it took root in the 5-colored celestial soil. Lin Feng's face lit up with a smile. Entering this Taoist temple this time, he actually collected the sacred tree of Taoism, the crepe myrtle tree. It was really a great opportunity. He continued to walk inside. Lin Feng came to the second temple. There was also a statue of a god enshrined in this temple. This statue was in the shape of a ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was unknown what kind of beast it was. Lin Feng was very surprised. Could it be that this ferocious beast was even more powerful than the mighty miracle god worshipped outside? Is the statue of Great Emperor Polestar in the third layer of the Taoist temple? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that there might be such a possibility. Because the crepe myrtle tree had appeared here. Of course. The appearance of the crepe myrtle tree here might have nothing to do with Great Emperor Ziwei. Everything was just a coincidence. Before entering the third courtyard, Lin Feng checked the second temple carefully to see if there was anything good left behind. But after a careful inspection, he found nothing. The situation was exactly the same as in the first temple. Lin Feng passed through the second temple and came to the third courtyard. As soon as he arrived, he saw a man standing in the middle of the courtyard. Was this not the man he saw when he first entered the temple? His back was facing Lin Feng, so he could not see the man's appearance clearly. He was wearing a Taoist robe. His body exuded an immortal aura. He was so extraordinary, but his identity was a mystery. Lin Feng suspected that this man was the master of this temple in the past. But this was only Lin Feng's guess. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Feng did not know. Now, he had appeared again. It was different from the first time. This time, he did not disappear. His back seemed a little desolate. Lin Feng was very curious about this mysterious existence. But Lin Feng knew that this was not a cultivator of flesh and blood. At most, perhaps it was just a brand left behind in the past. Senior, Lin Feng cupped his fists at this existence. But this existence ignored Lin Feng. He walked toward the third temple. Soon, he entered the third temple. Lin Feng also walked toward the third temple. When he arrived, he saw the plaque above the door of the third temple. There were 5 big words written on it. Xinko Temple. This was an ancient divine language, a language that had long been lost. Lin Feng learned this language from the demon lord. Lin Feng did not know who this Xinko was. Lin Feng entered the third temple. However, the man in the Taoist robe disappeared once again. Lin Feng searched all over the temple, but he could not find that existence. He disappeared. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. That existence was very mysterious. He appeared for a short while and then disappeared. Perhaps it was really just a brand. And it was a brand that did not have any consciousness. Lin Feng collected his thoughts. His gaze then turned to the statue of the god worshipped in the third temple. The existence enshrined in the third temple was obviously the Xinko written on the plaque. What surprised Lin Feng was that this Xinko actually had 3 eyes. However, this Xinko was a human. The reason why Lin Feng was able to determine that this Xinko was a human was because Xinko had the legendary mark of the 3 emperors between his eyebrows. Even though it was just a statue. The mark of the 3 emperors also appeared. The mark of the three emperors was very extraordinary. Rumor had it that only cultivators who had obtained the teachings of the three emperors of heaven, earth, and man would be able to produce the mark of the three emperors. The mark of the three emperors would appear at the corner of a cultivator's right eye, in the form of a golden human. This was the mark of the three emperors. Only human cultivators could show the mark of the three emperors. Whether it was the classic of mountains and seas or some Tao scriptures, they all recorded some information about the mark of the three emperors. Lin Feng had seen the introduction of the mark of the three emperors more than once. However, Lin Feng had never seen the real mark of the three emperors, but now he actually saw it on a statue. The mark of the three emperors could protect the cultivator with the mark of the three emperors. Rumor had it that cultivators who cultivated the mark of the three emperors could even summon the power of the three emperors scattered between heaven and earth to fight against their enemies. Controlling the mark of the three emperors. It was absolutely heaven-defying. Demon Lord, do you know who this Xianxia is? He actually cultivated the mark of the three emperors. How terrifying. Lin Feng said. Xianxia. In the past, he was indeed a figure that could shock the heavens and earth. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng casually asked. He didn't expect the Demon Lord to actually know Xianxia's identity. This shocked Lin Feng. The current Demon Lord seemed to know very few things and people that he didn't know. Lin Feng even suspected that the Demon Lord had exchanged souls with someone. Who is he? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord didn't directly answer Lin Feng. Instead, he recited a poem. The appearance was handsome and dignified, his ears drooped on his shoulders, and his eyes were bright. Wearing a Xianxia flying phoenix hat and a light yellow collar. Golden boots with coiling dragon socks, a jade belt and 8 treasures makeup. There was a crescent-shaped bow at his waist and a 3-pointed double-edged spear in his hand. He split Peach Mountain with his axe to save his mother, and hit the Yuluo twin phoenixes with his flick. Killing 8 monsters killed 8 monsters' reputation, the 7 saints of the Brotherhood. His heart is lofty and he does not recognize the heavenly family's relatives. His nature is arrogant and he lives in Guangzhou. Akashiro Akawi heroic spirit saint manifested as boundless horn Erlang. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. That poem contained a lot of information. Is this Erlang true Lord Xianxia? Asked Lin Feng. The Demon Lord nodded and said. Yes, this Erlang is Xianxia. His surname is Yang, and his name is Jian. He was one of the gods who was conferred the title during the first investiture. I told you about the 4 emperors before. The head of the 4 emperors, the Jade Emperor, is Xianxia's uncle. Legend has it that his mother was the Jade Emperor's sister. Because she envied the love of the mortal world, she secretly came to the mortal world. She met a scholar surnamed Yang and married him. The Jade Emperor's sister gave birth to 3 children for Yang. The Erlang in the middle was Yang Jian. When the Jade Emperor knew that his sister secretly came to the mortal world, he was very angry, so he pressed his sister under the Peach Mountain to suffer. Yang Jian's ability was extraordinary since he was young. When Yang Jian grew to 17 years old, he was already unstoppable. He once killed 8 monsters in the Erlang Mountain. This was the origin of killing 8 monsters. Thus, he held a mountain-splitting axe and split the Peach Mountain, saving his mother who was being pressed under the mountain. The mother and son reunited happily, but unfortunately, the Jade Emperor's sister had been pressed under the mountain for too long. She had not seen the sun for more than 10 years, and her body was covered with white hair. Thus, Erlang placed her on the mountain to bask in the sun. When the Jade Emperor heard that Erlang was going to split the mountain, he was very angry. In order to get rid of his family's shame, he released 9 suns into the sky and burned his sister to death. Erlang was filled with pain and hatred. He furiously chased after the 9 suns in the sky. He caught one in each hand, but he had nowhere to put it. He lifted 2 mountains and pressed them down. Then, he looked at the 7 suns in the sky and picked up a shoulder pole to carry the 7 mountains and continue chasing after the suns. This was the legend of Erlang carries the mountains. Just like that, only the last sun was left. Erlang chased it all the way into the Eastern Sea. At the seaside, he was stopped by the 3rd princess of the Eastern Sea Dragon King. The exhausted Erlang fainted in the 3rd princess's gentle embrace. Erlang hated his uncle, the Jade Emperor, for his mother's death. The Jade Emperor also knew that he was in the wrong, so he named him Shinko. However, Erlang still ignored his uncle. He was determined not to live in the heavenly court, but to receive incense in the lower realm. He was accompanied by the 7 sages of May Mountain in front of the tent. He had 1,200 grass gods under his command. He only listened to the Jade Emperor, which meant that he only obeyed orders and did not try to get close to him. This was too proud to recognize the heavenly family, too proud to live in Guanjiang. In Yang Jian's life, the number of times he was defeated was extremely limited. One time, he used his arm to block the blood-dissipating sword. The other time, he fought with the great sage equaling heaven for 3,000 rounds. Both sides were injured. They were all injured. Apart from these 2 dangers, Yang Jian was basically a person who turned the tide. He took care of the situation in times of danger. It was said that Yang Jian played a role in stabilizing this situation in several battles during the era of the titled gods. If not for him, countless people in the world would have died in vain. Unfortunately, in the end, he did not have a good ending. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This Shinko was too strong and terrifying. Moreover, he did not lose to the great sage equaling heaven. It was really inconceivable. How did he die? Lin Feng asked curiously. The era of the titled gods has always been chaotic. Many things from that era have been buried in the river of time. Thus, there are many different opinions about Yang Jian's death. However, there are 2 versions that are more credible. The demon lord said. The first version is that Yang Jian died because of his wife and children. It is said that some terrifying existences captured Yang Jian's wife and children, then lured Yang Jian out. They ambushed a large number of experts and killed Yang Jian. The second version is that Yang Jian died to quell the chaos in the heavenly court. In the era of the titled gods, the foreign living beings, the living beings that transcended eras, the innate spirits, and the various major races were at odds with each other. Yang Jian was besieged and killed when he was trying to quell a riot. A peerless expert of a generation fell just like that. However, as for how he died, there is no way to find out. Why is Yang Jian's statue enshrined in a Taoist temple? He shouldn't be a Taoist, right? The demon lord said, rumor has it that Yang Jian obtained the inheritance of an ancient monk and is a lay disciple of Buddhism. However, as the saying goes, Buddhism is Tao. In the end, Yang Jian is still a Taoist. So that's how it is. Lin Feng could not help but nod his head. Within Shinko's temple, sounds of Tao could be heard. Lin Feng felt that there might be some precious treasures here. If he searched carefully, he might be able to find them. Was this temple built by Yang Jian in the past? Or was it built for him by later generations? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He searched the 3rd temple for something left behind by Shinko, but after searching for a while, he found nothing. This made Lin Feng feel rather disappointed. Could it be that there's really nothing here? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself, or perhaps, it's just because those things are not fated to be with me? Lin Feng felt that it was impossible for nothing to be left behind in Shinko's temple. There must be something shocking left behind. However, Lin Feng could not find those things. If he were to tear down the temple, there might be a possibility. However, Lin Feng would not do that, because this temple was too important. The Taoists outside were able to resist the darkness erosion thanks to the existence of this temple. If he were to tear down the temple, who would be able to resist the darkness erosion? Perhaps all of them would perish here. Lin Feng was naturally aware of this situation, however, Lin Feng quickly regained his senses. He had been too stubborn earlier. He had even fallen into a demonic trap. How could the world's treasures be obtained by him? When he entered Shinko's temple, didn't he already obtain the Taoist sacred tree, the crepe myrtle tree? Ask. What treasure could be compared to the crepe myrtle tree in price? Many times. One had to know how to be content. Many thanks to Shinko for the crepe myrtle tree. This junior will take his leave. Lin Feng bowed 3 times to Shinko. Then he walked outside. Finally, Lin Feng walked out of the temple. He's out. That temple is so extraordinary. I wonder what kind of treasure this Lin Feng obtained from the temple. I'm not sure, but I can imagine that there must be an amazing harvest. If I can kill him, I'll get at least 10 heaven-defying opportunities. Killing him is easier said than done. Our Holy War Alliance's geniuses are strong enough to kill him, but where are they? Asked Lin Feng. Send out sovereigns and saint emperors. They'll definitely be able to take this kid's life. When the cultivators of the Holy War Alliance saw Lin Feng come out, their eyes flashed with dense killing intent. The cultivators of the Holy War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the bone. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the members of the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance looked on as if they were watching a show. What did you get from the temple? Taoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, a crepe myrtle tree. He didn't hide it from Taoist Wu Liang. Although this damned Taoist Wu Liang didn't seem very reliable most of the time. However, Taoist Wu Liang was indeed Lin Feng's sworn friend. He was one of Lin Feng's best friends. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't intend to hide what he had obtained from the temple from Taoist Wu Liang. After hearing the words crepe myrtle tree, Taoist Wu Liang's eyes almost popped out. The crepe myrtle tree was the sacred tree of Taoism. Naturally, Taoist Wu Liang knew about it. Lin Feng knew about the crepe myrtle tree from Taoist Wu Liang. What a heaven-defying opportunity. As the saying goes, when we meet, we get half. Split the crepe myrtle tree into 2. Each of us gets half a crepe myrtle tree. Taoist Wu Liang grinned. This damned Taoist Wu Liang's eyes were glowing green. He couldn't wait to rob Lin Feng clean right now. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, wouldn't it be dead if it split into 2? Taoist Wu Liang said, a sacred tree like the crepe myrtle tree, even if it's split into 2, it won't die. Hurry up and do it. This Taoist Wu Liang can't wait to have half of the crepe myrtle tree. Splitting the crepe myrtle tree into 2, this damned Taoist Wu Liang could even come up with such a wicked idea. Lin Feng had a new understanding of Taoist Wu Liang's shamelessness. He said, the crepe myrtle tree has already developed a spiritual consciousness and is very powerful. The crepe myrtle tree chose to follow me, which means that it trusts me. So, don't have any more ideas about the crepe myrtle tree. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Taoist Wu Liang felt as if his heart was being scratched by 100 claws. He really wanted to get the crepe myrtle tree, but at present, there was no hope. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the crepe myrtle tree was moving. A branch separated from the crepe myrtle tree. And the branch that separated from it was extremely extraordinary. Because the branch that separated from it was surrounded by the sacred light. And there were runes surging out, but in the end, those runes converged back into the body. Then the branch flew out. Lin Feng was surprised. He roughly understood the meaning of the crepe myrtle tree. The crepe myrtle tree separated a branch and let Lin Feng give this branch to Taoist Wu Liang. What a vigorous vitality! Lin Feng was very surprised. This branch was extraordinary. Its vitality was as majestic as the sea. It was not like an ordinary branch at all. It was really shocking and moving. Such a tree branch was too extraordinary. Lin Feng guessed that this should be one of the trump cards left by the crepe myrtle tree. The crepe myrtle tree following him was also a gamble. In case it lost the gamble. At that time it would be beyond redemption. So the crepe myrtle tree left a branch. Perhaps the crepe myrtle tree sensed the extraordinariness of Taoist Wu Liang. Therefore, it took the initiative to let Lin Feng give this branch to Taoist Wu Liang to cultivate. In the future, the crepe myrtle tree following him. If it really met with misfortune. At that time. And the new life cultivated by this branch. Perhaps one day, it would be able to return. Take this crepe myrtle tree branch. Maybe it can cultivate a new crepe myrtle tree. Lin Feng handed the branch to Taoist Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang glanced at the crepe myrtle tree branch and finally revealed a smile on his face. He hurriedly put away the crepe myrtle tree branch, afraid that others would see it. The great battle outside was still very fierce. Dozens of Taoists and the terrifying existence in the darkness fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The land of death seemed to be about to collapse. Such a battle was really shocking. The erosion of the darkness was blocked by dozens of Taoists. And the sky. It gradually brightened up. When the first beam of light shone down, the darkness that swallowed heaven and earth receded quickly like the tide. Heaven and earth. Brightness was restored again. The sun rose. The darkness dissipated. The earth recovered. A new day began. One by one, the Taoist priests walked towards the mountain peak. They were so holy and otherworldly, like the lords of the great Tao, surrounded by holy light. Like saints who had achieved the Tao. Dozens of Taoist priests entered the temple again. Lin Feng guessed. These Taoist priests were the ones who listened to Xianxia's preaching in the past. They imprinted themselves in Xianxia's temple. To protect the mountain peak in the darkness. The temple gradually became illusory. In reality, last night, many people tried to enter the temple. However, only Lin Feng succeeded in entering the temple. Everyone else failed. Many cultivators were extremely curious about Xianxia's temple. They wanted to know everything about the temple. They also wanted to know what treasures were in the temple. But they couldn't enter the temple. Naturally, all of this was for naught. Xianxia's temple became more and more illusory. Night fell. When darkness struck, Xianxia's temple appeared. But when the darkness faded, when the day appeared, true Lord Xianxia temple, on the other hand, would conceal one's body. What a pity, we couldn't enter the temple. Many cultivators sighed. They felt extremely regretful that they couldn't enter Xianxia's temple to explore. That person is Lin Feng. Beside him is that wicked Taoist priest, Lin Feng, who entered Xianxia's temple before. At this time, a cultivator said aloud. As soon as this was said, it caused an uproar. Many people were shocked. Lin Feng had surprisingly entered the Xianxia Celestial Emperor's temple. How incredible! So he is Lin Feng. Among the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance, there was an expert who looked coldly at Lin Feng. That was an emperor-level expert, his combat strength was exceptionally strong. This emperor-level expert wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was a very terrifying existence. He came from the Eight-Winged clan. This race was born with 8 pairs of wings, and this race had a special characteristic. Although their bodies were similar to humans, the men of this race had eagle noses and eagle eyes. They looked very ugly. However, the women of this clan were extremely beautiful. This cultivator from the Eight-Winged clan was an expert at the pinnacle of the Emperor sect. In the future, he might have the chance to stabilize the venerable Emperor realm. This time, he took the risk to enter Destiny Swamp in search of opportunities. It was all for the sake of breaking through to the Emperor realm in one go. Such an existence was naturally an incomparably terrifying expert. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. Seeing that Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were about to leave, the cultivator from the Eight-Winged clan quickly chased after him. Boom, it didn't have too many wings. The cultivators of the Eight-Winged clan immediately attacked. The 8 pairs of wings flapped wildly, and then a hurricane swept across the world. Endless storms. It directly charged towards Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. Damn, a birdman is sneak attacking us. Taoist Wuliang shouted. After hearing how Taoist Wuliang addressed the cultivators of the Eight-Winged clan, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. The Eight-Winged clan was the royal family of the Holy War. This clan was abnormally terrifying. The 8 pairs of wings flapped gently. It could tear apart the starry sky world of 100,000 miles. But now, Taoist Wuliang actually used the word birdman to describe the cultivators of the Eight-Winged clan. It was simply audacious. Many people even thought that they had heard wrongly. The cultivator of the Eight-Winged clan was filled with monstrous killing intent. The 8 pairs of wings flapped crazily. The storm was getting stronger and stronger. Taoist Wuliang took out a white jade bottle. A powerful devouring power surged out of the white jade bottle. Suddenly, the storm was swallowed by the white jade bottle. Taoist Wuliang had many treasures in his hands. Most of the time, he didn't even need to make a move. Because, he could rely on various treasures to resolve his dangerous situation. This kind of means was not something that anyone could have. you do have some means. After killing the two of you, it seems that I can get a lot of good things. The cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan walked towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang step by step. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. This terrifying existence did not put Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang in his eyes. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang was not something difficult. A mere birdman dares to boast so shamelessly? Daoist Wu Liang ridiculed. He continued to address this expert of the Eight-Winged Clan as a birdman. As for Lin Feng, he said, there are simply too many people who don't know the difference between life and death. Although you have 8 more pairs of wings than others, your brain doesn't seem to be as smart as others. With such a weak cultivation base, you dare to come out and jump around? Are you tired of living? Lin Feng pursed his lips and said. Hearing Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang mocking the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan, many people could not help but reveal bitter smiles. The cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan was a pinnacle expert of an emperor sect. How powerful was he, and now, he was being humiliated by Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not seem to put this cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan in their eyes. Many people felt that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were too arrogant. This was especially true for the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. They really hoped that the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan would show off his might and kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. I want your dog lives. The cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan roared in exasperation and quickly charged towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Kill this birdman, then tear off his wings and use them to make barbecue wings. The taste should be quite good, right? Lin Feng said with a grin. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes immediately lit up and he said, it's been a long time since I enjoyed your barbecue. Today, we must try it. Of course, no problem. This birdman has 8 pairs of wings. It's enough for you to eat to your heart's content. Lin Feng said. The surrounding cultivators all looked at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang with dumbfounded expressions. A battle of life and death. These two fellows were actually thinking about food. Moreover, they seemed to want to make the wings of the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan into barbecue wings. They really didn't put the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan in their eyes at all. The eyes of the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan flashed with dense killing intent. His 8 pairs of wings rapidly enlarged. Each pair of wings instantly expanded to a length of 100 meters. Moreover, his wings were densely covered with black feathers. Each feather emitted a cold luster. They were like peerless demonic swords. The 8 pairs of wings of the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan flapped gently. In an instant, a clanging sound came from the void, as if a divine weapon had been unsheathed. After the 8 pairs of wings of the Eight-Winged Clan were displayed in their strongest state, the power was extremely terrifying. Feeling the tyrannical aura emitted from the body of the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan, many cultivators' faces became as pale as paper. They were deeply shocked by the powerful battle strength of the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan. Now, you can all die. The voice of the cultivator of the Eight-Winged Clan was indifferent. The power of his 8 pairs of wings was really powerful. They gently streaked across the void. In an instant, the void was directly torn apart. Cracks began to appear in the void. These 8 pairs of wings were like 8 supreme treasures. They enveloped Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Then, these experts from the royal families of the myriad races were indeed not to be underestimated. Their bloodline was already very powerful. When they were at a lower realm, they could already challenge those of a higher realm. Moreover, they had already broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. Therefore, the combat strength they displayed was really shocking. Let's join forces and kill him. Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang Daoist and said. This cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan was indeed very powerful. Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't be a problem to kill the cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan with his own means. However, it would take some time. After all, the strength of the cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan was not made of paper. This cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan was still very powerful. However, if he joined forces with Wu Liang Daoist, the time needed to kill the cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan would be greatly reduced. The cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan was indeed powerful. However, it was still not enough to contend against the joint attack of Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. Since there was a simpler way to kill the cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan, why would they use a more difficult way to kill him? Whether it was Lin Feng or Wu Liang Daoist, they were fearless. To put it bluntly, so what if Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist stirred up trouble in the Heavenly Sage Great World? They were not from the Heavenly Sage Great World. If they really couldn't do it, they could just leave the Heavenly Sage Great World. The starry sky world was so big. Was there no place to stay? Moreover, when Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist came to the Heavenly Sage Great World, they didn't plan to stay here for too long. Lin Feng broke through to the Emperor realm. He would leave the Heavenly Sage Great World. At most, Wu Liang Daoist wouldn't rob the tombs of the myriad race's ancestors. Kill this birdman. I really want to eat roasted bird wings now. Wu Liang Daoist shouted loudly. Wu Liang Daoist waved his hand and a golden pair of scissors flew out. The tail of the golden pair of scissors was engraved with a dragon's head. This was a very powerful magic treasure called the Golden Dragon Scissors. With a light pinch, it could easily destroy ordinary bronze artifacts. If it pinched a person's body, it would definitely break the person's body. When Wu Liang Daoist to attack Lin Feng used an empty space technique first. This was the use of the Tao of space. With Lin Feng as the center, the space within a 1,000-meter radius seemed to have been sealed. Only Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could move freely in the confined space. As for the cultivator from the Eight-Winged Clan, his body was not completely immobilized. However, his speed was also greatly suppressed. At the same time, Lin Feng utilized the Bing mantra, controlling the 3 stone swords to fly out with lightning-like speed towards the cultivators from the Eight-Winged Clan. The power of the 3 stone swords was boundless. It shook lightly. The void collapsed. It was truly powerful to the extreme, shocking everyone. Clang clang clang, the stone sword collided with the wings of the Eight-Winged Clan, and a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The sounds were like 2 peerless divine weapons clashing together. The 3 stone swords blocked the attacks of the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivators. At the same time, Daoist Wu Liang's golden flood dragon scissors took advantage of this opportunity to quietly arrive beside the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator. The golden flood dragon scissors locked onto its target. Then, the scissors snapped. It directly cut off one of the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's wings. Ah, my wings! After the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator lost one of his wings, he immediately let out an incomparably mournful scream. Blood gushed out from the broken wing. Good chance. Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an incomparably cold expression. The 3 stone swords took advantage of the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's injury and quickly rushed forward. Lin Feng was constantly increasing the power of the 3 stone swords. Under his control, the power of the 3 stone swords was raised to the peak level. The 3 stone swords once again slashed towards the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator. The Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's wings flapped as fast as lightning, blocking the attacks of the 3 stone swords. But this time, because the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator was injured, his battle strength had greatly decreased. In addition, Lin Feng had already raised the power of the 3 stone swords to the extreme. It was to achieve a sure kill attack. Therefore, the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator was unable to completely resolve the attack of the 3 stone swords. Although the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator blocked the attack of 2 stone swords. However, the 3rd stone sword pierced through the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's body. How could this be? The Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator looked at the stone sword that pierced through his body in disbelief. An extremely unwilling expression appeared on his face. He didn't want to die. However, he felt his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. Heavens, this Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator seemed to be only 1 step away from the Emperor realm. He was actually killed by Lin Feng and that wicked Daoist. Moreover, they killed him so easily. The combat strength of these two is too terrifying. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. These two are indeed powerful. Of course, it has a lot to do with the supreme treasures they have. If they didn't have those powerful treasures, perhaps they wouldn't be so powerful. But then again, treasures are also a part of one's strength. If you want to kill these two, you'll either need to send out a few supreme prodigies or a powerhouse above the emperor realm. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to kill these two. The surrounding cultivators began to discuss one after another. They looked at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist with horrified expressions. Bang! Lin Feng rushed forward and directly tore off the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's wings. Ah! The Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator screamed miserably. Does that guy really want to roast the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's wings? A cultivator said as the corner of his mouth twitched violently. The Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator was a tyrannical existence. But now, he had become someone else's dish. What a pitiful thing. After tearing off the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's wings, Lin Feng threw a punch at the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator. The Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's body exploded. Next. After Lin Feng collected the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's source energy and storage ring, he and Wu Liang Daoist flew into the distance. The rest of the people chose to avoid them. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were too cruel. Although the cultivators of the Holy War Alliance couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist into pieces, but they knew it was best not to provoke these two people. If they didn't have enough strength to provoke these two people, wouldn't they be courting death? Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist landed on another mountain peak. Then, the two of them began to make a fire and cook. Lin Feng hadn't roasted meat for a while. But fortunately, his roasting technique hadn't been abandoned. He started a bonfire. He skewered the meat. Then, he sprinkled all kinds of ingredients. After doing all this, Lin Feng took out the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivator's storage ring. Next, his divine sense invaded the storage ring of the Eight-Winged Clan cultivator and began to search. This was an expert at the peak of the Emperor sect level. The storage ring wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. It was about 10 mu in size. The items inside were also dazzling. As a cultivator of the myriad race's imperial family and an emperor-level expert, he naturally had a lot of treasures on him. Moreover, this person seemed to have obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Swamp of Fate. Lin Feng even saw a few immortal herbs and immortal medicines that were more than 1,000,000 years old. Those immortal herbs and immortal medicines had just been sealed not long ago. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that he had obtained them from the Swamp of Fate. This is. When he saw one of the items, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. That item. It was a stone. That stone was rather special. It had two sides. The front side was golden, while the back side was black. It was densely covered with runes. Lin Feng felt that the stone should be extremely extraordinary. It was an instinctive feeling. He used his divine will to probe the stone. However, Lin Feng's divine will was blocked by the stone. That stone was simply too extraordinary. Even a cultivator's divine will couldn't probe the stone. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of stone is it? It can actually block the divine will's probing? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the stone was very special. Apart from that mysterious stone, Lin Feng also discovered another item. It was actually a piece of immortal iron. It was a material used to forge immortal tools. Although it was only the size of a fist, its value was immeasurable. There were many treasures on the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivators. However, the ones that truly piqued Lin Feng's interest were the mysterious stone and the piece of immortal iron. What treasures are inside? Daoist Wu Liang asked impatiently. Lin Feng took out the golden stone and the black stone, as well as the celestial iron. He said, these two items should be the most extraordinary items. As for the other items, their value is far inferior to these two items. Blazing immortal iron. Daoist Wu Liang looked at the piece of immortal iron. The piece of immortal iron was surrounded by flames. This type of immortal iron was called Raging Inferno Immortal Iron. It was a type of immortal iron that was born from the flames. It was an extraordinary type of immortal iron. It was suitable to be forged into a fire-type artifact. The future. There was a high chance that it could evolve into an immortal artifact. Of course. Whether or not these magic treasures could evolve into immortal artifacts did not depend on whether or not the materials used to forge them had reached immortal grade. The most important thing was what happened in the future. For example, did the owner of the magic treasure have the ability to upgrade the magic treasure to the immortal tier? In order to upgrade a magic treasure to the level of an immortal item, there was an extremely high requirement for the cultivator's realm. The immeasurable Taoist had his eyes on the Inferno Immortal Iron. Clearly, he had taken a fancy to the Inferno Immortal Iron. This was also in line with Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng felt that the stone, which was half gold and half black, was very mysterious. Perhaps it was hiding an extraordinary secret. As such, Lin Feng was the most interested in that stone. The immortal iron is yours. The stone is mine. Lin Feng said. No problem. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang shared the rest equally. 2 hours later. The fragrance of meat began to spread out. It was really too fragrant. Anyone who smelled it would probably have a stomachache. Such delicious roasted wings. It was enough to make those fasters drool. During this period of time, the news of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang spread like wildfire. It was easy for people to recognize them as a pair. The news of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang working together to kill an expert of the 8-winged clan and then cutting off 8 pairs of wings to roast wings spread out. This matter caused quite a stir. The royal family of the myriad races was high and mighty. Some of the royal families of the myriad races did have special hobbies. For example, some royal families of the myriad races liked to eat human babies raw. This was because, among all the races, the skin of the babies born from the human race was the most delicate. The meat quality was also the best. There were also some perverted cultivators of the myriad races who liked to eat human meat raw. In fact, it was not strange for this kind of thing to happen among the myriad races. The myriad races thought that they were high and mighty because of history. They hated the human race very much. Therefore, the myriad races liked to enslave the human race. When dealing with the human race, their methods were also more brutal. It was common to treat the human race as food. But, the human race treated the cultivators of the myriad races as food. This had never happened before. This was because the human race couldn't afford to offend the myriad races. They couldn't wait to avoid the myriad races. Who would offend the myriad races, not to mention killing the cultivators of the royal family of the 10,000 races and treating them as food? This sounded too crazy. But Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang really did it. Cultivators arrived one after another and stood in the distance to watch. They saw the huge roasted wings skewered on the bonfire. The corners of many cultivators' mouths twitched violently. The human race actually dared to treat the royal family of the myriad races as food. This was a blatant slap to the face. This was unacceptable to many of the myriad races. Lin Feng and that wicked Taoist are 2 scourges. If we don't kill them, it won't be enough to quell the anger in our hearts. A cultivator of the myriad races said coldly. How can they be killed so easily? They are too brutal. We need to wait for the time being. There will definitely be experts who will kill them. A cultivator said. At this time, the roasted wings were already cooked. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang each held a huge roasted wing and started eating. These 2 guys each held a wine jar. While eating the roasted wings. While drinking. It was truly a great enjoyment in life. What a brutal guy. The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance clicked their tongues in wonder. Although there were many cultivators of the myriad races among them, they were sworn enemies with the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were eating the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. It had nothing to do with them. And they were very happy to watch the show. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang ate all the roasted wings like a tornado. Each of them also drank 10 jars of wine. Now, they were so full that they couldn't move. I heard that there are many races of the myriad races that have wings, such as the Golden Eagle race, the Heavenly Lion race, and so on. We can consider catching a few back, chopping off their wings and continuing to roast them. I wonder if the taste is better than the roasted wings made by the cultivators of the 8-winged race? Taoist Wu Liang said. Now that you mention it, I can't wait to catch a few cultivators of the myriad races with wings. Lin Feng said. After the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, their expressions became extremely gloomy. Some of the cultivators of the myriad races with wings quickly left this area, fearing that they would be targeted by the brutal duo of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. At that time, they would really want to cry but have no tears. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than 10 cultivators landed on the mountain peak where Lin Feng and Taoist Immeasurable Cloud were. Most of these people were cultivators of the myriad races, but there were 2 human cultivators among them. Although the aura of this group of people was very terrifying. However, Lin Feng felt that this group of people did not have any hostility towards him and Taoist Immeasurable. This meant that, this group of people in front of him, they should not be cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. If they were not cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance, there was a high chance that they were cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance or the Demon Alliance. Lin Feng saw the 2 human cultivators, so he guessed that these people were most likely cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance. This was because there were only human cultivators in the Immortal Gods Alliance. May I ask if you are Brother Lin and Taoist Immeasurable? At this moment, a cultivator in blue smiled and cupped his fists before asking. This cultivator in blue was one of the 2 human cultivators. The other human cultivator was a woman. She was wearing a long purple dress, which completely revealed her graceful and alluring figure. It was really too charming. And this man and woman had some similarities in appearance. Lin Feng guessed. This man and woman might be a pair of siblings. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. May I know who you are?" The blue-clothed male cultivator said, "I'm Wu Xiao. I'm a cultivator of the Immortal Gods Alliance. So it's Brother Wu. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Taoist Immeasurable said, "It seems that the people of the Immortal Gods Alliance have something to discuss with the 2 of us?" Taoist Immeasurable had always been a straightforward person who did things his own way. If there was something in his heart, he would not hide it. Wu Xiao said, "That's right. However, we need to find a place to discuss this matter properly. What do the 2 of you think?" Taoist Immeasurable said, "If there are many benefits, we will naturally be interested." Wu Xiao said, "Don't worry, Taoist Immeasurable. There will definitely be many benefits from this matter." "Alright, then let's find a quieter place to discuss this matter," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Everyone left the place. Then, he found a quiet place. Wu Xiao introduced the group of cultivators on their side to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng had guessed, the female cultivator was Wu Xiao's younger sister. Her name was Wu Yuehan. Among the other people, there were 3 that caught Lin Feng's attention. 2 men and 1 woman. The female cultivator was wearing a fiery red dress. Her lips were fiery red, and her figure was hot and sexy. That female cultivator was called Ice Lake Snow. Her name didn't really match her appearance, because the name Ice River Snow gave people a feeling of being as cold as ice, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. She was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace. It could only be observed from afar. Do not approach. But in reality, she was so sexy and charming. She had a pair of charming eyes. Among the other 2, a cultivator dressed in Confucian robes was actually an expert of the Confucian Tao. The way of Confucianism. For the inheritance of the human clan. It was rare to see a cultivator from another race who was actually a successor of the Confucian Tao. However, this Confucian cultivator was not a human cultivator. He was a cultivator from the myriad races. However, no one knew exactly which race it belonged to. After some introductions, Lin Feng found out that this cultivator was called Lu Haoren. The second cultivator was from the Lightning Clan. The Lightning Clan was one of the myriad races. This clan had a trace of lightning between their eyebrows. It was rumored that this clan had the power to control lightning. They were an extremely powerful clan. This cultivator from the Lightning Clan was called Xianxia. Lin Feng had the feeling that among those cultivators, there was a strong cultivator. Wu Xiao, Wu Yuehan, Ice Lake Snow, Lu Haoren, and Xianxia were the most powerful. The other people's cultivation bases should be slightly weaker than theirs. Of course, the rest of them were also the top figures of the younger generation of the Immortal God Alliance. After getting to know each other, they went straight to the point. Wu Xiu said, we heard that Brother Lin's attainments in array formations are unparalleled, while Taoist priest Wu Liang's attainments in feng shui are unparalleled. This time, we came to invite Brother Lin and Taoist priest Wu Liang to find a cave abode with us. Oh? Cave abode? What cave abode? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Wu Xiu said, to be precise, it should be an immortal abode called the Wandering Immortal Abode. Rumor has it that it was left behind by the Wandering Immortal. Wandering Immortal? What kind of person is this? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. This is an immortal-level expert. In the past, he represented the heaven realm and patrolled the heavens. Later on, it was said that he died in the Destiny Swamp. Before he died, he built a cave abode. This cave abode is the Wandering Immortal Abode. Wu Yuehan said. Her voice was very clear and pleasant. It sounded like pearls of different sizes falling on a jade plate. Taoist priest Wu Liang said, if we don't have any clues, how difficult would it be to find the Wandering Immortal Abode in the Destiny Swamp? Lin Feng agreed with Taoist priest Wu Liang's words. If they only knew the whereabouts of the Wandering Immortal Abode without any specific information, then, the Wandering Immortal Abode was destined to be difficult to find. It's not that we don't have a keepsake. This is the keepsake. Wu Xiu took out an item. It was actually a piece of broken armor. This piece of armor was stained with a large amount of blood. The blood had already dried up. However, it still emitted a bloody smell. What is this? Lin Feng could not help but ask after seeing the blood-stained armor. Wu Xiu said, this is the Wandering Immortal's armor. In the battle back then, his armor was shattered. From this, it can be seen how tragic that battle was. In fact, when he entered the Destiny Swamp, it was said that he was chased by a terrifying existence. He had no choice but to escape into the Destiny Swamp, but in the end, he still could not escape the fate of death. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Taoist priest Wu Liang were very shocked. This was an immortal, a high and mighty existence. He was so powerful and terrifying. He was actually injured to such an extent. Moreover, he had no choice but to escape into the land of death to avoid being chased. What kind of existence was the one who had attacked the Wandering Immortal in the past? Thinking about it, it made one's hair stand on end. With this keepsake, perhaps we can try to find the Wandering Immortal Abode. Lin Feng said. That's great. The others could not help but reveal looks of joy. We need to use this blood-stained armor. Lin Feng said. No problem. Wu Xiu said and handed the blood-stained armor to Lin Feng. After receiving the blood-stained armor, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a bone-chilling coldness. Vaguely, he seemed to see an illusory world. In that illusory world, that scene flashed by and then disappeared. That image might have been imprinted on the broken armor. In the past, when the armor was complete, it might have been glorious. But now, it was broken and had no value. Lin Feng looked at it carefully, but he couldn't find anything special about it. The armor had been broken for too long. Its divinity was almost completely gone. Of course, the dried blood was still extraordinary. It contained a special power. Lin Feng handed the armor to Wu Liang Taoist. This armor was made from the starry sky immortal metal. Since the owner of the armor was someone like the Wandering Immortal, this armor must have been an immortal artifact, right? Wu Liang Taoist took the armor and said after looking at it. Everyone was shocked. Wu Liang Taoist could tell the material of the armor at a glance. That was enough to show how extraordinary this guy was. Who knew how many secrets this damned Taoist had in his heart that no one knew about? Even an immortal artifact was broken. The battle in the past is unimaginable. Wu Xiu and the others couldn't help but exclaim. The seductive and sexy beauty, Han Jiangshui, asked, can the two of you find any clues from this broken armor? Han Jiangshui's voice was charming. After hearing it, his bones were about to melt. She really wanted his life. Beauties were poisonous. Perhaps she was talking about women like Han Jiangshui, Lin Feng said. Maybe we can give it a try. But it's hard to say if we can succeed. Wu Liang Taoist said, everyone, please wait for a moment. The two of us will study it together. Han Jiangshui and the others nodded. They didn't say anything. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist planned to use the Khanate 8 trigrams to deduce the location of the Wandering Immortal Mansion. This broken armor was the medium used to deduce the location of the Wandering Immortal Mansion. Han Jiangshui and the others looked at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist, who were squatting on the ground and drawing something, with great interest. They were very curious about Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist. One was a rising powerhouse of the new generation of the human race in the 9 regions. The other was a grave robber who was hated by everyone. Such a combination really made people very curious. After a series of deductions, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang stood up. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, we have tried to deduce a few places. We don't know if we can find the Wandering Immortal Mansion. Let's go and take a look." Ice Lake Snow and the others nodded. Then, everyone followed Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang to the place where they had deduced. The Swamp of Destiny was extremely dangerous because there were many unknown creatures here. These unknown creatures were one of the most terrifying dangers. Of course, apart from these creatures, there were many other dangers that could not be explained. For example, the dark erosion that had appeared earlier. How terrifying was that? Lin Feng's group arrived at the first deduction location. This place was a valley, and in the middle of the valley was a huge cave. The group of people entered the cave and walked towards the interior of the cave. The cave was too quiet and it was pitch black. They could not even see their own fingers. When they reached the depths of the cave, they saw a pair of eyes shining in the darkness. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. They did not know what kind of creature it was. When they saw the blood-red eyes, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an endless hell. The aura of death enveloped them. This made everyone feel a deep sense of horror. What kind of creature was that? How could it be so terrifying? They could not get close to it. It made them feel hopeless. Perhaps, if anyone saw that terrifying creature, they would be like Lin Feng and the others who could not suppress the feeling of horror. "Let's go!" Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed outside. The rest of the people also came back to their senses. Then, they rushed outside in a panic. That unknown terrifying creature pounced towards the crowd. However, there was a clattering sound. It was the sound of chains colliding. That powerful creature seemed to be restrained by the chains. Hence, its range of movement was very small. It was unable to pounce over. Lin Feng and the others left the cave without a hitch. After coming out, everyone's faces could not help but reveal a relieved expression. The situation just now was really too dangerous. They did not know what kind of terrifying existence it was. But the only thing they knew was that terrifying existence was indeed too powerful. Fortunately, it was imprisoned. Otherwise, Lin Feng and the others would be in extreme danger. This was the land of death. Whether it was the land of death in the 9 regions or the land of death in other worlds, it was full of danger and the unknown. Moreover, in many of the land of death, there were not only terrifying creatures that were imprisoned. There were also many powerful creatures that had long lost all consciousness and were cursed. The land of death was not only dangerous, and there were too many secrets hidden. The land of death itself was like a mystery. Under the lead of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, everyone continued to look for the Wandering Immortal Mansion in other places. Everyone knew that the Swamp of Fate was a place full of danger. Here, they would face great danger at all times. Therefore, no matter what happened when they were looking for the Wandering Immortal Mansion, they should have been able to foresee it. Therefore, no one would complain that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had brought them to an extremely dangerous place. Cultivators were full of adventurous spirit. At this moment, it was fully displayed. The group of people came to a lake for the second time. But here, they were attacked by a black evil dragon. This black evil dragon was extremely terrifying. Its combat power was heaven-defying. The group of people worked together. But there were still a few people who were injured. Fortunately, the group of people managed to escape successfully. Fortunately, they had extraordinary means. If it were other people who had encountered this terrifying black evil dragon, they would have suffered heavy casualties. They might even have been wiped out. After searching for 2 places, the sky gradually darkened. It's dark. We need to find a mountain to hide, Lin Feng said. Wu Xiao, Han Jiangshui and the others knew how terrifying the dark corrosion was. No one had any objections. The group of people found a mountain. They climbed up the mountain. There were many cultivators on the mountain. They were scattered all over. They were clearly separated. After an hour, the sun set. Then, endless darkness swept over from afar and swallowed all the light. Darkness. When the darkness once again eroded the entire world. Just like the first night. At the peak of the mountain. Similarly, a temple was revealed. The temple was shrouded in endless holy light, exuding a sacred power. That temple was the Shinko temple from before. What is going on? Why would the Shinko temple appear on this mountain? Lin Feng couldn't help but be confused. Then, he thought of a possibility. Could it be, at the peak of every mountain in the Swamp of Destiny? Why would a Shinko temple appear, in reality? These temples of true Lord Xianxia were basically the same divine temple. But due to some special reasons, they could appear on different mountains. The darkness was invading the mountains. Fortunately, the holy light that surged out of the temple protected the mountain peak. Dozens of Taoists flew out. They charged into the dark world. They fought against the unknown existence in the dark world. This seemed to be their destiny. Countless years had passed. They were still fighting against the terrifying existence in the dark. But no one knew what kind of existence it was. The mountain peak was very quiet. Many Taoists were trying their best to make use of the limited time to recover. This was because when the day came, they would once again face new dangers or opportunities. They had to adjust their states. Otherwise, many sudden situations would be difficult to deal with when the time came. Lin Feng and the others found a place to rest. Lin Feng leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He realized that Ice Lake Snow had come to him. Lin Feng wasn't familiar with Ice Lake Snow. He didn't know much about this woman. And she didn't say much today. Lin Feng didn't know why Ice Lake Snow came to him. What was her motive, of course? Lin Feng wouldn't show his doubts on his face. That would make it easy for others to see through his thoughts. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairy, you haven't rested yet?" Ice Lake Snow nodded and said, "Although my body is tired, I am not in the mood to sleep." Xianxia has some things that she would like to ask Lin Gongzi about, but she was not sure if it would be convenient for Lin Gongzi to clear her doubts. "Fairy, please speak your mind," Lin Feng said. "I heard that 9 prefectures is the starting point of the myriad worlds, so it's a very special place. There are 9 ancient lamps in 9 prefectures, known as the 9 prefectures lanterns. They can stabilize the mountains and rivers of 9 prefectures. I heard that 9 prefectures was almost destroyed like many other great worlds, but thanks to the 9 prefectures lanterns, they were able to stabilize the mountains and rivers of 9 prefectures. I'm sure Lin Gongzi has heard of the 9 prefectures lanterns." Lin Feng had naturally heard of the 9 prefectures lantern. He had even seen the 9 prefectures lantern. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was a supreme treasure that Lin Feng had created after being inspired by the 9 Continents lamp. However, the 9 prefectures lantern was only a legend to many. Lin Feng did not know why Ice Lake Snow was asking him about the 9 prefectures lantern. Could it be that she was looking for the 9 prefectures lantern? Lin Feng might not have been able to control the 9 prefectures lantern, but he knew that it was an unimaginable treasure. It had stabilized the mountains and rivers of 9 prefectures, protecting them. If 9 prefectures lost the 9 prefectures lantern, who knew what would happen? Lin Feng said. I've heard of the 9 prefectures lantern, but it's only a legend. I'm not sure if the 9 prefectures lantern really exists. Furthermore, I'm acquainted with all the top experts in 9 prefectures. I've never heard them mention the 9 prefectures lantern, so in my opinion, the 9 prefectures lantern is just a legend. There are too many legends like that, and sometimes, we just need to treat them as stories. Just listen to them and don't take them to heart. Ice Lake Snow smiled. Why do you sound so sure? It seems like you're trying to hide something. Could it be that you've seen the 9 prefectures lantern? Ice Lake Snow was an intelligent woman, but she was also very suspicious. She was suspicious of Lin Feng. She did not take these suspicions to heart. Instead, she said it directly. Perhaps she was trying to test Lin Feng. She wanted to see Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng said, "Don't you already have an answer? Why are you still asking me?" He 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 he. Ice Lake Snow couldn't help but giggle. This seductive and sexy woman's smile seemed to add to her seductive beauty. It made people involuntarily have a desire to conquer her. Ice Lake Snow said, "Don't overthink it. I'm just curious about the 9 Prefectures lantern after reading about it. That's why I came here to find out more about it. However, it seems like the 9 Prefectures lantern is just a legend. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer," said Han Jiangshui, bowing in front of Lin Feng. Then, she walked towards the resting area not far away. Lin Feng frowned. Why was Ice Lake Snow asking about the 9 Prefectures lantern? Could it really be like what she had said? She was just curious about the 9 Prefectures lantern after reading about it. Was that why she came here to find out more about it? It seemed reasonable. However, Lin Feng did not believe her. Lin Feng felt that Ice Lake Snow was trying to find out more about the 9 Prefectures lantern. She must have an ulterior motive. But what was her motive? Lin Feng was not sure. Lin Feng decided not to think about it anymore. They had fought a few battles during the day. Hence, Lin Feng was exhausted. He sat cross-legged and activated the Archean Dragonesque elephant art. Then, he slowly recovered his exhausted body. That night, Fate Swamp was still not peaceful. The darkness that had invaded the world was still shocking. Luckily, the temple protected everyone. Day arrived. The darkness retreated like the tide. Lin Feng and the rest set off once again. They continued to search for the Patrol Immortal residence. After searching 5 places, they still did not find anything. Instead, they were in danger. Finally, when they found the 6th place, that bloodstained armor actually vibrated violently. Found it. It's nearby. Lin Feng and a great Taoist priest's eyes twinkled. Everyone else's eyes lit up as well. In the end, Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest looked at a chasm in the distance. They had a strong feeling. Patrol Immortal residence. That abyss was about 10 meters long. There was a cold aura emitting from the abyss. Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of the abyss. They looked towards the abyss and saw that it was pitch black. They couldn't see clearly what was going on inside, and they didn't know what terrifying things were inside the abyss. But presumably, such a place wasn't safe. We need to go down and take a look, but such a place must be extremely dangerous. Everyone be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Everyone nodded. Then, the group of people flew carefully towards the abyss. A cold aura swept over. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. The cold aura that filled the abyss. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. The others also had the same feeling. So everyone became more and more careful. The visibility in the abyss was extremely low. And this place could suppress a cultivator's divine sense. It was impossible to use divine sense to explore the surrounding situation. After everyone came here, it was as if they had lost the ability to explore the outside world. About halfway down, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. An indescribable feeling swept through his heart. Everyone, be careful, something seems to be approaching us, Wu Xiao said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the densely packed black tentacles quickly wrapped around everyone. It was simply overwhelming. There were countless of them. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a real black tentacle. It was actually a type of black vine. On those vines, they were covered with densely packed small thorns. Small thorns. They could easily pierce into a cultivator's body. And those small thorns obviously contained a highly toxic poison. When he saw the vines that covered the sky and covered the earth coming towards him, he was shocked. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. If he were to be entangled by those vines, he would most likely end up dead. Everyone was very clear about this. But those vines had already entwined over. Now, everyone could only resist the vines' attack. Everyone took out their magic treasures and slashed at the vines. Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords and slashed at those vines. When the 3 stone swords slashed the vines one by one, the 3 stone swords slashed the vines. Clanging sounds of collisions could be heard. That kind of collision sound. It was simply deafening. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the stone sword was unable to sever these vines. Aren't these vines a little too scary? What made Lin Feng extremely puzzled was, shouldn't these vines be vegetation? Why, just now, when the stone sword slashed the vines, there was a sound of metal colliding. This point. Lin Feng was puzzled. The rest of the people were obviously unable to pose any threat to these vines. One of the cultivators was entangled by vines. Ah! The cultivator screamed in agony. A terrifying scene unfolded. The cultivator's flesh, blood, and soul were instantly devoured by the vines. All that was left was a skeleton with traces of blood. As for the skeleton, it was thrown to the bottom of the abyss by the vines. One had to know. These young experts of the Immortal God Alliance were the top experts of the younger generation. All of them were powerful. In the future, they would all become overlords. But now, that young cultivator had died tragically under the attack of the vines. From this, one could tell how terrifying these vines were. Now, everyone had a creepy feeling in their hearts. Because they could feel the threat of death from these vines. If they couldn't think of a way to get rid of these vines, when the time came, even they would most likely perish here. Lin Feng took out the heaven fire. He wanted to use the heaven fire to deal with these creepy vines. But this time, Lin Feng failed. Because these vines weren't vegetation-type vines. They seemed to be made of metal. So, Lin Feng's heaven fire couldn't hurt these vines. The rest of the people obviously recognized the heaven fire. So when they saw that Lin Feng's heaven fire couldn't do any harm to the vines, everyone's expression became extremely unsightly. Could it be, would they really die under the attack of the vines, at this moment? Ice Lake Snow gritted her teeth. She seemed to have made a difficult decision. Ice Lake Snow took out an item. It was an Imperial Edict. The Imperial Edict was surrounded by immortal light. It gave off an intense vibration and immortal light. No one knew who wrote the Imperial Edict. It was extremely sacred. That Imperial Edict was obviously one of Ice Lake Snow's treasures. Magic treasures like Imperial Edicts were usually forbidden weapons. They had a lifespan. After a certain number of uses, the Imperial Edict would be destroyed. Ice Lake Snow's Imperial Edict could be used 2 more times. Under normal circumstances, Ice Lake Snow couldn't bear to use the Imperial Edict. Because it was something she could use to save her life. But now, Ice Lake Snow had no choice but to use the Imperial Edict. Because of the current situation. It had reached a point where it couldn't be delayed. Ice Lake Snow's magic power entered the Imperial Edict and it was successfully activated. In an instant, boundless sacred light surged from the Imperial Edict. The Imperial Edict suddenly became sacred. In the boundless sacred light, an ancient being appeared. That being was wearing a royal robe and a crown. Just like the ancient divine emperor. Light descends, dispel the darkness. The ancient being spoke. His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was as though a bell had rung. When the ancient being's voice fell, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. In an instant. Boundless sacred light. It shone on the world. When the sacred power shone down and came into contact with the vines. The vines let out a chi-chi-chi-chi sound. That was the sacred power. It caused a lot of damage to the invulnerable vines. The vines that were attacking Lin Feng and the others quickly retracted. Let's go. Ice Lake Snow said in a low voice. No one dared to hesitate. They all sped up and charged towards the bottom of the abyss. When they reached the bottom of the abyss, Ice Lake Snow kept the Imperial Edict. Lin Feng noticed that there were already 9 cracks on Han Jiangshua's letter. He guessed. Every time the Imperial Edict was used, there would be a crack. So many corpses. Someone said. Lin Feng retracted his consciousness and looked towards the bottom of the abyss. He saw a huge pile of corpses at the bottom of the abyss. The densely packed corpses were probably the creatures that had been killed by the terrifying vines. These skeletons were the skeletons of cultivators, as well as the skeletons of vicious beasts. Lin Feng and the others had already seen how terrifying those vines were. It was estimated. Any creature that came to this abyss or flew over it would probably be attacked by those vines. Those vines were indeed powerful. They had both offense and defense, and they had almost no weaknesses. Now that he thought about how terrifying those vines were, Lin Feng still felt a lingering fear. It should be the devil's vine. According to the legends, it's an extremely rare metal vine. Immeasurable Taoist said. Metal vine? There are such vines? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Vines. Usually, they referred to vegetation. The term metal vines sounded unimaginable. Could it be a magic treasure? It's just that it's been made into a vine? Zhang Lei said. Everyone looked at Immeasurable Taoist. Everyone was looking forward to the answer. Immeasurable Taoist said, it's not a magic treasure, it's a vine with life. The creator is incomparably mysterious. Since he could create the stone race, he could naturally create other special races. For example, this devil's vine. This devil's vine is an incomparably strange vine. It's said that it's a vine born from a metal or called the devil's stone. This vine is extremely terrifying. Because it's made of metal, its defensive power is incomparably strong. Moreover, its attack power is extremely terrifying. It's almost impossible to find any weakness. Once targeted by such a vine, it would be disastrous. Just now, it was fortunate that Han Xianxia took out the Imperial Edict and neutralized the Devil's Vine's attack. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing Immeasurable Taoist's words, everyone finally knew what that powerful vine was. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a relieved expression. It was too dangerous before. But fortunately, now, everyone had resolved the crisis without any mishap. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. He took the lead and walked towards the depths. He held the blood-stained armor in his hand. Now, the blood-stained armor was vibrating violently. It seemed to be telling Lin Feng and the others that the wandering immortal mansion was not far away. Everyone was still very careful because they didn't know if there were other dangers in the abyss. Fortunately, there were no mishaps along the way. In the end, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the deepest part of the abyss. A huge cave residence appeared in their line of sight. There were 4 ancient characters written on the cave abode. These were 4 large words written in ancient divine characters. The meaning of those words was patrolling immortal abode. Found it. We really found the wandering immortal abode. Many people couldn't help but reveal excited expressions. After going through untold hardships, they finally found this immortal mansion. Moreover, they even lost a person in the team. Everyone had narrowly escaped death. It was not easy to find the wandering immortal abode. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to enter the wandering immortal mansion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air could be heard as over 30 cultivators quickly flew over. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that a group of juniors like you would actually be able to find a place like the wandering immortal mansion. This is truly a surprise to me. A loud laugh could be heard. The one who laughed was a middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator's aura was extremely powerful. This person was actually an emperor-level expert. Golden Sacred Lion Race. Emperor Yenshan. After seeing this cultivator, Wu Xiao, Ice Lake Snow and the others' expressions turned ugly. Clearly, they knew this cultivator. Lin Feng didn't know this person. The main reason was that Lin Feng had just arrived at the Heavenly Sage Great World not long ago. Therefore, he didn't know much about the experts of the Heavenly Sage Great World. Moreover, there were so many races in the Heavenly Sage Great World. Even if he wanted to know about the experts of the various races, it wasn't something that could be done in a day. He needed time. However, Lin Feng was already quite familiar with the Golden Sacred Lion race. This race was one of the royal races of the myriad races. One of the core forces of the Sacred War Alliance. This race was extremely powerful. Previously, Wu Liang Daoist was discovered when he went to excavate the ancient tomb of this race's ancestor. He was almost killed by an expert of this race. At that time, Wu Liang Daoist was chased to the point where he had nowhere to go. Fortunately, Wu Liang Daoist's methods were extraordinary. Or else, he would have died without a burial ground. Lin Feng realized that Wu Liang Daoist's face was almost green with fear when he saw the sovereign realm expert of the golden sacred lion race. Clearly, Wu Liang Daoist knew this person. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be, was this person the one who chased after Wu Liang Daoist? Perhaps it was possible. Other than the sovereign realm expert, Huang Yanshan, there were also some experts. There were also some experts in this group. There were 2 Emperor sects and 4 Emperor realm experts. The rest were basically boundary emperors. They were probably brought out by these experts to train. For the sake of your race's elders, I'll spare your lives today. Leave quickly. However, this brat and this wicked Daoist cannot leave. Huang Yanshan said with an indifferent expression. The cultivation world of the heavenly sage great world was the same as the cultivation world of the 9 states. Generally, these middle generation experts or the older generation experts were forbidden from attacking the younger generation cultivators. If they did so, the younger generation cultivators of the major forces would have to hide in their clans and not come out. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Under normal circumstances, no one would violate these rules. Occasionally, there would be people who violated these rules, but they had to do it cleanly and not leave any evidence. If they really left evidence, they would probably die without a burial ground. Huang Yanshan was very clear about this, so he didn't plan to attack these young cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance. However, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were different. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were both cultivators of the 9 states. Killing Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist, Huang Yanshan naturally had no scruples. He didn't need to worry about revenge at all. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't know what the group of people of the Immortal Gods Alliance would choose. However, Lin Feng had the ruler's armor. He didn't fear Huang Yanshan at all. Moreover, Lin Feng noticed. This Huang Yanshan was very powerful. However, his realm seemed to be at the early stage of the sovereign realm. In other words, this person was powerful. However, he wasn't powerful enough to make people despair. Moreover, once Lin Feng activated the ruler's armor, coupled with Lin Feng's great destiny technique, there might be a chance to kill this person. Seeing that the people of the Immortal Gods Alliance had not left, Huang Yanshan's expression darkened slightly. Then, Lin Feng wasn't sure about Wu Xiu, Wu Yuehan, Ice Lake Snow, Zhang Lei, Lu Haoran, and the others' attitudes. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. If they stayed, it would mean that they would fight Huang Yanshan and the others to the death. Leaving now seemed to be the best choice. If those people had left, Lin Feng wouldn't have cared either way. At most, he would pretend that he didn't know these people. To Lin Feng's relief, Wu Xiu and the others didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Wu Xiu sneered. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Even if we join forces, we might not lose to you. Wu Yuehan said. That's right. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Let's fight. None of us from the Alliance of Immortal Gods are cowards. Moreover, you want us to abandon Brother Lin and Taoist Wu Liang? Do you think that all of us from the Alliance of Immortal Gods are the same as you? Do you think that we would do something so treacherous? Lu Haoran sneered. The group expressed their stance one after another. They wouldn't back down. They would rather fight with the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. Even if the Sacred War Alliance had an emperor-level expert, Huang Yanshan, they weren't afraid of fighting. As the saying goes, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance were the top figures of the younger generation. Naturally, they wouldn't leave just because of a few threats. If they really left like this, their Dao heart would be greatly damaged. When the time came, the speed of their cultivation progress would definitely be greatly reduced. Their cultivation career would be greatly affected. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Huang Yanshan glanced coldly at the cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance. His heart was filled with killing intent. Brother Huang Yanshan. Isn't it a little inappropriate to kill these people? An emperor-level expert said. Between his brows. He looked worried. Obviously, this cultivator was worried that if these young geniuses of the Immortal Gods Alliance were killed, once this matter was spread out, even if they were emperor-level cultivators, they would be doomed eternally. Because the other party might send someone even stronger to kill them. It was not as if such a thing had never happened in the world of cultivators. Huang Yanshan said, Brother Nalan, don't worry. After killing these people, as long as we clean up the mess, I guarantee that there won't be any evidence left. Moreover, this is the Fate Swamp, a place of death. It's different from the outside world. Those people from the Alliance of Immortals won't be able to find anything even if they want to. After hearing Huang Yanshan's words, the rest of the people nodded. Since the situation had developed to this point, this battle was unavoidable. A bunch of reckless fools. Today, I'll send all of you to hell. Huang Yanshan walked towards Lin Feng and the others step by step. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. That aura was simply too overbearing. As expected of an Emperor Realm Master, he was indeed very powerful. Attack! Huang Yanshan shouted and took the initiative to attack. He condensed a powerful divine ability and blasted it towards Lin Feng and the others. Next. As for the other two Great Emperor sects, the 4 Great Emperor Realm experts also led the cultivators they brought with them to attack. All sorts of powerful divine abilities gathered together. It transformed into a long river of divine abilities. It quickly engulfed them. Lin Feng and the others also made their move. Each of them condensed a powerful divine ability. The divine ability they condensed also turned into a dazzling long river of divine abilities. That long river of divine abilities emitted waves of violent fluctuations. That kind of fluctuation shook the void. Its power was extremely terrifying and shocking. The long river of divine abilities condensed by both sides instantly collided in midair. Bang! 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 Every time they collided, an earth-shattering sound would be produced. The two long rivers of divine abilities collided. It shattered the surrounding void. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the long river of divine abilities condensed by Lin Feng and the others gradually couldn't hold on anymore. After all, the other party had an Emperor Realm expert. The faces of the cultivators on Lin Feng's side became gloomy. An Emperor Realm expert. Especially an Emperor Realm expert who walked out of the Myriad Tribe's royal family. It was indeed not easy to deal with. This point. The geniuses of the Immortal God Alliance also realized. If we really can't defeat these people, we'll break out of the encirclement. Wu Xiao said in a deep voice. Naturally, everyone was unwilling to give up the opportunity inside. But the reality was that they had to face breaking out of the encirclement. It was better than being chased out. Although they would leave this place and give the opportunity to Huang Yanshan and the others. At the very least. The latter way of leaving. It was a dignified departure. There's no need to leave. I'll deal with Huang Yanshan. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke. What? Brother Lin will deal with him? Wu Xiao exclaimed. Although Huang Yanshan's cultivation is only at the first heaven of the Emperor Realm, he's still an Emperor Realm expert. Lin Gongzi has a way to deal with an expert like Huang Yanshan? Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Feng in shock. Just now, Lin Feng didn't seem to show too much battle strength when he made his move. So now, Lin Feng said that he would take care of such a powerful person like Huang Yanshan. It was really shocking and moving. Lin Feng said. It's just a mere Huang Yanshan. It's no big deal. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the group of people was dumbfounded. Because Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. That was an Emperor Realm expert. Not a big deal, even among the royal families of the 10,000 races, an Emperor Realm expert was a top expert and an existence with great power. But with Lin Feng, it was actually not worth mentioning. Huang Yanshan obviously heard Lin Feng's words as well. His eyes immediately revealed a sinister expression. He said coldly. Brat. All these years, I've seen all kinds of people, but it's the first time I've seen someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth like you. Later, I won't kill you directly. Instead, I'll torture you until you're better off dead. Then, I'll extract your soul and put it into a demonic treasure that I've refined. I'll let your soul be bound by the demonic treasure forever and never reincarnate. Lin Feng said mockingly. A mere first-level Emperor Realm expert dares to be so arrogant? If I show my strength, who do you think you are? Arrogant. He was really too arrogant. Huang Yanshan was so angry by Lin Feng's arrogant words that his entire body trembled. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng right now. The two sides' divine powers collided 3 more times. The divine powers condensed by Lin Feng and the others were broken. The divine powers condensed by Huang Yanshan and the others continued to attack Lin Feng and the others. Huang Yanshan himself stood in the divine powers' long river and walked over. You guys resolve the long river of supernatural powers and deal with the rest. Leave this Huang Yanshan to me. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long howl. Then, he walked towards Huang Yanshan. Now. Fighting with emperors and emperor-level cultivators couldn't arouse Lin Feng's excitement anymore. Only fighting with emperor-level experts. Only then could Lin Feng be excited. Swoosh, the Dominator's armor awakened and instantly covered Lin Feng's body completely in the armor. The current Dominator's armor. It had completely become a part of Lin Feng's body. It was closely connected to Lin Feng. Just like his arm. Just like any part of his body. It was intertwined with Lin Feng's fate. When the Dominator's armor covered his body, an unimaginably powerful and terrifying power instantly surged into Lin Feng's body from the Dominator's armor. Currently, Lin Feng was still unable to truly activate the Dominator's armor. This was because Lin Feng's realm had yet to increase. If he reached the higher level of the Emperor realm, at that time, he would be able to completely control the Dominator's armor. However, even if he could only obtain a portion of the Dominator's armor's power, it was already enough for Lin Feng. Because the Dominator's armor was too powerful. In addition, Lin Feng's own combat strength was also extremely terrifying. So, now that Lin Feng had activated the Dominator's armor, his combat strength had soared to a level that shocked even him. Boom! Lin Feng made his move. Surging mana wrapped around his fist. He threw a punch at Huang Yanshan. Bang! It was as if 2 planets had collided. With the location where Lin Feng and Huang Yanshan collided as the center. Dense cracks actually appeared in the void. Those cracks emitted a powerful space-time power. Lin Feng and Huang Yanshan's attacks directly shattered the void. Oh my god! Brother Lin actually blocked Huang Yanshan's attack. Brother Lin is already able to contend with Emperor-level experts? The cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance couldn't help but exclaim. An expert like Wu Xiao was already a top expert among the younger generation of the Immortal God Alliance. In the entire Immortal God Alliance, there were not many experts at his level. However, Wu Xiao's battle prowess was basically only able to contend against those in the Emperor Ancestor realm. It would be difficult for him to contend against a venerable emperor. But now, Lin Feng did it. What a strong man. Ice Lake Snow was shocked. She licked her red lips. Her beautiful eyes were overflowing with light. No one knew what he was thinking. Wu Yuhan, on the other hand, had an outstanding temperament and a tall figure. He looked at Lin Feng with a strange light in his eyes. For example, Han Xianxia and Wu Yuhan, who came from extraordinary backgrounds and were as beautiful as fairies, in addition to their great talents and high cultivation bases. There were very few men who could enter their eyes. There were very few men who could make them look at them more than once. Not to mention arousing their interest. But obviously, today, when they saw Lin Feng, they were shocked. Both Han Jiangxue and Wu Yuhan were very curious about Lin Feng. Once a woman was curious about another man. That was when she fell for him. This armor is not bad. Your combat strength was raised by this armor? If not for this armor, I could kill you with a flick of my finger. Huang Yanshan said with a cold smile. He wanted to use words to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng looked at Huang Yanshan mockingly. He smiled coldly and said, against a Zundi cultivator, if you're not strong enough, how could you defeat such a strong cultivator? Dharma treasures are only auxiliary. The most important thing is the combat strength of the cultivator. Moreover, Dharma treasures and cultivators are an inseparable part. Dharma treasures are like an extension of the cultivator's body. No cultivator can live without Dharma treasures. Otherwise, why would they refine their natal Dharma treasures? You have cultivated for millions of years. Don't you know this? Now, you actually dare to say that if I didn't have this armor, you could pinch me to death with just a flick of your finger. Using ignorant and stupid to describe you is an insult to these two adjectives. Lin Feng was very good at talking. Any cultivator who argued with Lin Feng would be defeated in the end. Huang Yanshan was obviously the same. After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Huang Yanshan was so angry that he almost died. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Kid, you won't be able to show off for long. Huang Yanshan's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Yanshan began to condense his divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. Huang Yanshan condensed a blood-red world. Rumbling sounds could be heard from the blood-red world. Smoke and dust were everywhere. A dense army riding on terrifying exotic beasts was charging over at high speed. The living beings of the blood-red army were all wearing blood-red armor. They seemed to have just returned from an unknown battlefield. Terrifying blood chi and murderous intent shook the void. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. Mighty frenzied blood army, please descend to the world and destroy the source of evil. Return the world to a clear and bright world. Huang Yanshan's voice was filled with bone-chilling coldness and murderous intent. As the sound of his incantation faded away, the huge blood-red army was about to rush out of the blood-red world. The aura emitted by the blood-red army was so terrifying that it made one's soul tremble. The skyprides of the Immortal God Alliance, who were fighting against the river of divine abilities, felt the terrifying aura emitted by the blood-red army. Their expressions changed abruptly. The blood-red army was just too terrifying. This was the battle strength of an emperor-level expert. It was really too powerful. The people of the Immortal God Alliance couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. They didn't know if Lin Feng could withstand Huang Yanshan's attack. Perhaps the only person who wasn't worried about Lin Feng was Wu Liang Taoist. This was because Wu Liang Taoist knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Faced with the blood-red army's attack, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. I have a great wish. I wish that there would be no more wars in this world. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the Great Wish technique. The Great Wish technique was one of the most mysterious divine abilities among the 3,000 great Daos. Now, Lin Feng used this divine ability to fight against the blood-red army. The Great Wish technique was activated. A mysterious force surged out from the void. That force. It crashed into the blood-red world. Crack, crack. The blood-red world began to crumble. Before the blood-red army could rush out of the blood-red world, the blood-red world had already crumbled. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Huang Yanshan. 6 times the strength of the dragon elephant was activated. He threw a punch at Huang Yanshan. Huang Yanshan's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly threw a punch to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Following a violent collision, Huang Yanshan was sent flying by Lin Feng. Crack, crack. The arm that collided with Lin Feng's attack. It broke. Close combat, Lin Feng was simply invincible. The power of the arm of the dragon elephant was unimaginable. My arm. My arm. Huang Yanshan roared in pain. Aside from the heart-wrenching pain, Huang Yanshan's heart was filled with rage. At the same time, he felt extremely aggrieved. He was a venerable sovereign, yet he was defeated by a junior like Lin Feng. He only used one punch to break one of the arms. This was simply a great humiliation. Huang Yanshan. He could not accept what had happened. This humiliation. It made him feel like he was going crazy. Huang Yanshan has lost an arm. Oh my god, isn't Brother Lin a human? How can his physical body be so strong? Isn't this too crazy? Yeah. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. I've heard that Brother Lin's physical body is strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. When the people from the Alliance of Immortals saw Lin Feng break Huang Yanxian's arm with just one punch, they were excited and shocked. They were excited because Huang Yanxian was injured, and the scales of victory were beginning to tilt towards their side. They were shocked because Lin Feng's physical body was too terrifying. It was so strong that it was unbelievable. To fight with Lin Feng, who had a heaven-defying physical body, they could not fight. He absolutely could not engage in a physical battle. Otherwise, he would definitely be suppressed. You're too weak. Are you really a venerable sovereign cultivator with this little strength? Lin Feng could not help but mock. He was as fast as lightning and came in front of Huang Yanxian again. The arm of the dragon elephant exploded. A terrifying punch swept towards Huang Yanxian again. This time, facing Lin Feng's attack, an eye suddenly opened between Huang Yanxian's eyebrows. The Golden Saint Lion clan was very terrifying. This was because some of the cultivators in their clan would be born with a third eye. This eye. It had unimaginable power. The myths and legends mentioned how terrifying the third eye of the Golden Saint Lion clan was. Once this eye opened, it could easily destroy a great world. Of course. Although Huang Yanxian also had a third eye, the power of his third eye was definitely not at such a terrifying level. But even if it didn't reach the level of destroying a great world, it was terrifying enough. The terrifying light beam instantly pierced through the void. It shot towards Lin Feng. After sensing the terrifying power contained in the beam of light that shot out from Huang Yanxian's third eye, Qin Wentian was shocked. Lin Feng's face involuntarily revealed a hair-raising expression. The power of that beam of light was simply too strong. Lin Feng didn't try to take the beam head-on. Instead, he quickly dodged. The beam of light almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng possessed the Eye of Origin, also known as the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye, but Lin Feng's Eye of Origin was cultivated later. They were different from the Golden Saint Lions, who were born with a third eye. The strength of the Golden Saint Lions' attack power depended on the level of their third eye's cultivation. The higher the level of their third eye's cultivation, then, the more powerful it was. Lin Feng had mastered the Eye of Origin for a long time, but Lin Feng didn't specialize in the Eye of Origin. The Eye of Origin had always been a support. Lin Feng mainly cultivated the 3000 Great Tao. Kid. To be able to force me to use the Eye of Destruction, even if you die, it's enough for you to die with glory. Huang Yanxian looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He was very confident in his third eye. He believed in the power of his third eye. Lin Feng looked at Huang Yanxian with an indifferent expression and said mockingly, "Do you really think that your Eye of Destruction is invincible? In my eyes, it's simply too weak to withstand a single blow." Lin Feng was as arrogant as ever. These words made Huang Yanxian feel great hatred in his heart. This was because Huang Yanxian really couldn't accept such contempt and humiliation from a young cultivator. It made him go crazy with hatred. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't really as unconcerned about Huang Yanxian's Eye of Destruction as he said. Huang Yanxian's Eye of Destruction was incomparably terrifying. The reason why Lin Feng said that the Eye of Destruction couldn't withstand a single blow was to deliberately provoke Huang Yanxian. Once a person was in a state of rage, they would often be unable to unleash their combat strength. Huang Yanxian was naturally the same. "Kid. I want you to wait for death in endless fear." Huang Yanxian's voice filled with killing intent suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Beams of light shot out from his third eye one after another. Those beams of light were so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. Beams of light enveloped Lin Feng's body. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. What a terrifying attack. This is the innate attack of the Golden Saint Lion clan. Among the Golden Saint Lion clan, there are very few cultivators who possess the third eye of destruction. This kind of eye can be continuously cultivated. Every time it rises to a higher level, its power will greatly increase. It's said that this eye itself has different grades. According to the innate talent, the awakened Eye of Destruction will also be different. The higher the level of the Eye of Destruction, the more powerful it will be. Although Huang Yanxian didn't awaken the most powerful Eye of Destruction, it's still terrifying enough. I wonder if Brother Lin can neutralize the attack of Huang Yanxian's Eye of Destruction? The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance discussed animatedly. Now, the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Yanshan had reached a critical moment. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance or the Sacred War Alliance, all of them stopped. They were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. All of their attention was attracted by the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Yanshan. After Huang Yanshan's attack was released, everyone saw, Lin Feng began to chant again. That's the great path of destiny. A lowly creature actually dares to blaspheme the great path of destiny. Please bestow upon me the power of destiny. Let me punish these lowly creatures. Lin Feng walked in the void as he chanted the incantation to summon the power of destiny. Boom, along with the violent fluctuations surging between heaven and earth, the power of destiny descended. The power of destiny was too terrifying. It directly shattered the terrifying light beam from Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction. Then, a beam of power of destiny arrived in front of Huang Yanshan. It swept across Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction. Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction was instantly pierced through. Ah! My eye! Huang Yanshan let out an incomparably shrill cry. His Eye of Destruction was completely destroyed. The power of destiny, it was impossible to resist. Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction could no longer be recovered. Your life. I'll take it. At this moment, Lin Feng quickly rushed toward Huang Yanshan. He performed the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. Then, he directly attacked Huang Yanshan. Huang Yanshan performed the 4-dragon seal, divine ability to resist Lin Feng's terrifying attack. However, his divine ability was instantly destroyed. Bang! Huang Yanshan was killed by Lin Feng's supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. Huang Yanshan's physical body directly exploded. An emperor-level expert. Dead. Huang Yanshan was killed by Brother Lin. Oh my god, isn't Brother Lin too terrifying? The top geniuses of the Immortal God Alliance could not help but reveal a shocked expression. They could not believe what they had just seen. It was simply too shocking. Huang Yanshan was an Emperor Realm expert, but he was killed by Lin Feng just like that. It was truly inconceivable. However, all of this was happening right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The two beauties, Ice Lake Snow and Wu Yuhan, looked at Lin Feng in amazement. Now, they had a deeper understanding of Lin Feng. Even so, in their opinion, Lin Feng was still shrouded in a mysterious veil. They could not help but want to unveil Lin Feng's mysterious veil. Then, they could understand everything about Lin Feng. Huang Yanshan was killed. That kid is too terrifying. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. An Emperor Grand Level expert shouted in a deep voice. Huang Yanshan's death had almost scared them out of their wits. No one dared to stay any longer. If they did, they were worried that they would follow in Huang Yanshan's footsteps. No one wanted to die. Naturally, these people did not want to die. The group of people quickly rushed outside, wanting to escape. At this moment, Lin Feng had already collected Huang Yanshan's origin energy and storage ring. He blocked the path of a group of people. Then, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Let's kill these people together." Everyone regained their senses and charged towards the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. Do you really want to kill all of us? How about we both take a step back? We will never tell anyone about what happened today. An Emperor Realm expert said in a deep voice, his expression extremely ugly. All cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance should be killed. Lin Feng said indifferently. He had no intention of letting the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance go. Once they were let go, it was easy to imagine the thunderous revenge that would follow. At this time, a group of cultivators from the Immortal Gods Alliance and Immeasurable Daoist had arrived. Together with Lin Feng, they besieged the cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance. Let's fight them to the death. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance all revealed ferocious expressions, their eyes flashing with dense killing intent. These people also began to fight with all their might. However, in the end, these people did not escape the fate of death. 2 Emperor sects, for Emperor Realm experts, and the cultivators they brought out for training, totaled up to more than 30 people. Besieged by Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang, and the cultivators from the Immortal Gods Alliance, all of them perished. Shwa. Light flashed. The ruler's armor retracted into his body. After everyone cleaned up the battlefield. Then, he entered the patrolling Immortal Mansion. After entering the patrolling Immortal Mansion, there was a very long passageway. A chilling and terrifying aura emanated from the tunnel. That gloomy and terrifying aura made the group of people involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Be careful. Lin Feng reminded. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that Han Jiangshui and Wu Yuehan both came to his side, leaning closer to him. Moreover, the two of them would occasionally look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already noticed their strange actions, but Lin Feng did not take it to heart. Soon, the group of people entered a cave. This cave was extremely huge. In the middle of the cave, there was actually a golden wall. This golden wall was about 10 meters long, 6 to 7 meters tall, and 1 meter wide. Such a strange wall appeared in the patrolling Immortal Mansion. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. What was the origin of this wall? Could it have been left behind by the patrolling Immortal? Let's see if there are any treasures first. Wu Xiao said. Everyone spread out to look for treasures, but to no avail. Many people's expressions instantly turned ugly. They had spent so much effort to find the patrolling Immortal Mansion. But there was nothing here. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel depressed. Daoist Wu Liang looked at the golden wall. Lin Feng also found nothing after searching for a while. He saw Daoist Wu Liang looking at the golden wall, so he walked up to him. Then, he asked, "Did you find anything?" Daoist Wu Liang said. "I feel that this wall is a little strange." Strange wall? What's strange about it? A genius from the Alliance of Immortals asked after hearing Daoist Wu Liang's words. The others also walked over and looked at Daoist Wu Liang. Now, no one had discovered anything in the patrolling Immortal Mansion. All their hopes were pinned on this strange-looking wall. Daoist Wu Liang said. This feeling is very special. I can't pinpoint exactly what's strange about this wall. Perhaps we can break it open and find something? Everyone smiled bitterly after hearing Daoist Wu Liang's words. However, they could still consider Daoist Wu Liang's suggestion. Alright, let's break it open and see if there's really something inside. Everyone agreed to Daoist Wu Liang's suggestion. Daoist Wu Liang said. Let me break open this wall. After this guy finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand, and a huge hammer appeared in Daoist Wu Liang's hand. Daoist Wu Liang grabbed the hammer. Then, he directly picked up the hammer Luan. He smashed it toward the golden wall. Just as Daoist Wu Liang's hammer was about to hit the golden wall, but at this time, something happened that left everyone dumbfounded. The golden wall began to bend at an unimaginable angle. Then, the golden wall suddenly became taut. Bang, the golden wall swept toward Daoist Wu Liang. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Daoist Wu Liang and his hammer were both sent flying. They were both sent flying by the golden wall. Damn, this wall has become a spirit. Daoist Wu Liang cried out in alarm while he was still in midair. This damned Daoist Wu Liang. His methods were astonishing. That was why he wasn't injured even after being sent flying by the golden wall. Lin Feng and the others regained their senses and looked at the golden wall in disbelief. What's going on with this golden wall? Just now, it actually bent in such a big arc, and even bounced immeasurable Daoist away. Isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Feng and the others quickly surrounded the golden wall to prevent it from escaping. Disturbing my dreams. You're asking me what I am? I think you're looking for a beating. The golden wall actually took the initiative to speak. And this guy was quite arrogant. Daoist Wu Liang was furious. He was actually looked down upon by a wall. How could Daoist Wu Liang endure this anger? He sneered and said, Heavenly Lord Wu Liang, your whole family. If this Taoist master doesn't show his might, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Daoist Wu Liang leaped up. He instantly arrived in front of the golden wall. He swung his hammer again. He smashed it toward the golden wall. At this moment, the golden wall bent again. It was exactly the same as the previous time. The golden wall that had been bent slightly swept across. All of a sudden, a powerful force burst out. The golden wall collided with the hammer in Taoist Wu Liang's hand once again. Taoist Wu Liang was swept away by the golden wall as expected. This time, the web between Taoist Wu Liang's thumb and index finger was shattered, and blood immediately flowed out. Everyone was shocked. This golden wall was really too strange, and its strength was also incomparably terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but feel incomparably surprised. Now, many people felt that the opportunity in the patrolling immortal mansion might be this golden wall. Even if it wasn't this golden wall, the opportunity in the patrolling immortal mansion definitely had something to do with this golden wall. At this moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This is the Wall of Wishes. Rumor has it. A treasure that spread out from the Supreme Divine Court is said to be able to fulfill any wish of a cultivator. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was shocked. The Wall of Wishes, there was actually such a thing. There were really a lot of treasures in the Supreme Celestial Court. Any random treasure possessed a heaven-defying ability. For example, this Wall of Wishes was like this. If this Wall of Wishes was really as the Demon Lord said, it could fulfill any wish of a cultivator. This kind of thing was enough to cause a bloody storm. Lin Feng asked through voice transmission, is the legend true? Can the Wall of Wishes really help a cultivator achieve all their wishes? The Demon Lord said, in my opinion, this kind of rumor is not true, and it's hard for people to believe that this kind of rumor is true. However, the Wall of Wishes should be able to help cultivators realize some wishes, but these wishes should have restrictions, and not some unrealistic wishes. The Demon Lord said that there were many unrealistic wishes. For example, if you wished for eternal life, the Wall of Wishes would definitely not be able to fulfill your wish. If your condition is to cultivate some powerful divine ability, you might be able to fulfill this wish. I don't believe that I can't smash this broken wall of yours today. Taoist Wu Liang shouted fiercely. This guy was rarely injured, but now he was actually injured. This angered the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped Taoist Wu Liang, telling him not to be impulsive. Only then did Taoist Wu Liang stop. Lin Feng then looked at the golden wall. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Wall of Wishes, right? Wall of Wishes? What is this? The people from the Immortal God Alliance were puzzled. Only Taoist Wu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words Wall of Wishes. It was unknown if this guy had heard of some rumors about the Wall of Wishes. That's right. This lord is indeed the Wall of Wishes. I didn't expect that someone would actually recognize this lord. The Wall of Wishes said. Next, golden energy spread out from the Wall of Wishes, enveloping Lin Feng and the others. They didn't feel any hostility from the Wall of Wishes. Therefore, when a large amount of golden energy surged out from the Wall of Wishes, not a single person struggled. They were all enveloped by the golden energy. When they were completely submerged by the golden energy, Lin Feng suddenly realized, everyone around him disappeared. The next moment, they arrived in a golden world. In that golden world, apart from Lin Feng, there was nothing else. Only the Wall of Wishes remained. The Wall of Wishes was right in front of Lin Feng. It was floating in midair. Where are they? Lin Feng asked. The Wall of Wishes said, just like you, they have been separated by me to a different place. I will now give you a chance. Make a wish in your heart, and I will help you fulfill it. The Wall of Wishes said. Only one chance? Lin Feng asked. The Wall of Wishes said, of course. Could it be that you want to have a few more chances? Lin Feng laughed awkwardly, then asked, can any wish be fulfilled? Of course, the Wall of Wishes replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that the Wall of Wishes' words couldn't be trusted. His answer, it could stimulate a person's greed. Therefore, when he heard the Wall of Wishes' answer, many people might make wishes that seemed impossible to fulfill. The Wall of Wishes continued, what are you waiting for? Tell me your wish. No matter what it is, this Lord will help you fulfill it. The Wall of Wishes' voice had a hint of gentle temptation. Lin Feng said, I want some divine abilities. Oh? You want some divine abilities? Are you an idiot? After seeing the wall of wishes, you actually only want some divine abilities? Is this how you waste such a heaven-defying opportunity? The wall of wishes said with a hint of exasperation in its tone. It continued, you can make some wishes that are more difficult to fulfill, such as making you become an emperor faster. Of course, a more difficult wish is also not a problem. Lin Feng shook his head, then said, I can rely on myself to become an emperor. There's no need to make a wish. Moreover, I believe that I will definitely become an emperor. Kid, it's not good to be too conceited. Who dares to say that they will definitely become an emperor? This lord has seen too many people who were full of confidence before breaking through, only to fail in the end. The wall of wishes said. I'm different from them. I want to cultivate some divine abilities. You can impart those divine abilities to me. Lin Feng said. What divine abilities? The wall of wishes asked. 3,000 great Tao. Lin Feng said. It's just 3,000 great Tao. I can teach you all 9 of Pangu's ultimate arts. How about it? The wall of wishes continued. It began to tempt Lin Feng again. Pangu's 9 ultimate arts, Lin Feng was a little tempted, but he kept feeling that something was not right. Because Lin Feng felt that the wall of wishes had been guiding him to make other wishes. So, among them, was there a trap? This was really hard to say. This guy could not be trusted. Lin Feng warned himself in his heart. Then, Lin Feng continued, I don't need Pangu's divine abilities. I need 3,000 great Tao. Lin Feng actually heard a trace of anger in the voice of the wall of wishes. It was as if it was angry out of humiliation. The wall of wishes seemed to be extremely angry at Lin Feng for rejecting its proposal. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Why couldn't he stick to his own opinion and hope to obtain the 3,000 great Daos? Why did this guy have to force him to listen to its suggestion? Lin Feng was puzzled. At this time, the wall of wishes continued, I'll give you one last chance. Listen to me, or you'll get nothing. Facing such a blatant threat from the wall of wishes, Lin Feng smiled faintly. He said, you probably don't have a way to drive me out. You're just bluffing. If you had a way to drive me out, why would you waste so much time talking? Just drive me out. The wall of wishes' voice changed slightly. It didn't expect that such a young cultivator like Lin Feng would be so meticulous. The wall of wishes couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng smiled and continued, I'm guessing that you should have to abide by some kind of agreement, and this agreement has bound you. You have no choice but to fulfill some of my wishes. And these wishes of mine are also very particular. Because I can only make a wish once. If you can't fulfill this wish of mine, then you have the right to refuse to let me make another wish. There's one more point. The wishes I make are from my heart. I'm the one who makes them. I don't listen to your temptation and make a wish that you want me to make. So, if I listen to your temptation and make a wish that you want me to make, when the time comes, the result will still be the same as the first situation. You have the right to refuse my second wish. Therefore, what I need to do now is to stick to my heart. I need the 3,000 great Daos. I wonder if you can fulfill this wish of mine now. After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, the wall of wishes suddenly became silent. After a long while. That's right, it's just as you said. If you make a wish that I can't fulfill for you, or if you listen to my advice, you'll be driven out by me. Only by sticking to your heart can you get something from me. Of course, I can give you the 3,000 great ways, but you'll have to comprehend them yourself. You can stay here for 3 days. In these 3 days, you'll get as many of the 3,000 great ways as you can comprehend. After the voice of the wall of wishes faded away, the world around Lin Feng suddenly changed. The wall of wishes vanished without a trace. The world around him had turned into a desolate world. In this world, huge stars floated in the sky. Those huge stars were formed by the stars of the Abhijna star technique. Every divine power star was one of the 3,000 great Daos. 3 days was simply too short. But since this was the rule, Lin Feng had to abide by this rule. Now, Lin Feng had already cultivated 2,510 types of the 3,000 great ways. There were still 490 types of the 3,000 great ways. Lin Feng would be able to gather all 3,000 great ways. It was too difficult to gather all 3,000 types of the 3,000 great ways. But now, Lin Feng saw hope. Lin Feng walked forward between the stars. Each of the 3,000 great ways vibrated with powerful fluctuations. If he had cultivated the 3,000 great ways, Lin Feng would be able to sense it. The divine ability stars formed by the 3,000 great ways and the divine ability formation formed by the 3,000 great ways in Lin Feng's dantian reflected each other. It was really amazing. Lin Feng arrived in front of a godly skill star. This divine ability star didn't have any connection with the divine ability formation formed by the 3,000 great ways in Lin Feng's dantian. So, Lin Feng hadn't cultivated the 3,000 great ways recorded in this divine ability star. Lin Feng hadn't cultivated them. If it was anyone else, it would definitely be extremely difficult to comprehend these 3,000 great ways. But for Lin Feng, it wasn't difficult to comprehend these 3,000 great ways. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng had mastered the true incantation of Lin, which could help him comprehend the Tao. Secondly, it was because Lin Feng had already cultivated 2,510 types of the 3,000 great ways. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Anything. He did it over and over again. Once he did it enough. When the time came, it would be easy. It was the same for comprehending the great ways. There was an extremely close connection between the various great ways. Through the true incantation of Lin, coupled with his own experience, comprehension, and so on. Comprehending these 3,000 great ways was a simple matter for Lin Feng. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng comprehended the 3,000 great ways with all his might. He didn't waste any time. He comprehended a total of 90 types of the 3,000 great ways. On average, he comprehended 30 types of the 3,000 great ways a day. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. Then, he returned to the cave abode. Other than Lin Feng, the others were also in the cave abode. It seemed that the dozen or so cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance had good temperaments. They resisted the temptation of the wall of greed and wishes in their hearts. That was why they could stay until now. If they didn't resist the temptation of the wall of greed and wishes in their hearts, they would have been expelled by the wall of wishes long ago. You've gotten what you want. You can leave now. The wall of wishes said. Lin Feng and the others looked as if they hadn't had enough. Especially Lin Feng. There were still 400 types of the 3,000 great ways to collect all the 3,000 great ways. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to comprehend the remaining 400 types of the 3,000 great ways. But unfortunately, the wall of wishes. It didn't give Lin Feng any more time. Divine light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and the others were sent out. The patrolling immortal abode has disappeared. Zhang Lei pointed at the place where the patrolling immortal abode was originally located and said. Everyone looked over and found that the patrolling immortal abode had really disappeared. Could it be that the patrolling immortal abode isn't in the same place? Taoist Wuliang couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng and the others nodded. They thought so too. It was indeed possible. The group's harvest was obviously quite good. Everyone rushed out together, intending to leave this abyss. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. There seemed to be hidden killing intent. The situation doesn't seem right. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people who were still excited suddenly had a slight change in expression. And at this moment, soil in many places at the bottom of the abyss rolled out. Then, the soil piled up into mounds. One terrifying creature after another crawled out from the mounds of earth. Those creatures were very ugly. Their bodies were covered with black scales. Their bodies were like spiders, but they had scorpion-like tails. Their heads were like the heads of lizards. However, it was longer than a lizard's head. And their teeth were extremely sharp. Each monster was more than 10 meters tall. Some of the bigger monsters were even more than 20 meters tall. Lin Feng had never seen such creatures before. Even In the mountain and sea scripture, there were no records of such creatures. After all, there were too many kinds of creatures in the world. There were so many that it was unimaginable. There were so many creatures. The mountain and sea scripture naturally couldn't record every kind of creature. This was unrealistic. Over 100 of these strange creatures emerged from the ground. Then, they surrounded Lin Feng and the others. These creatures emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. After feeling the aura emitted by these creatures, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. "What the hell is this?" a genius said with a solemn expression. That genius. He felt the aura of death from those strange creatures. This feeling was extremely terrible. It made him upset and angry. "I don't know what it is, but everyone must be careful. These monsters are absolutely terrifying," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Although those strange creatures hadn't attacked them yet. However, Lin Feng and the others felt uneasy. They didn't dare to act rashly. Now, they could only hope that these terrifying creatures wouldn't attack them. But obviously, this hope was quickly dashed. Screech! The largest monster let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. The monster's cry seemed to be giving an order. When the monster's cry fell, suddenly, one by one, the terrifying monsters all pounced toward Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. At the same time, he took out the ruler's armor. Lin Feng had a strong premonition. These monsters might be much more terrifying than he imagined. So, he had to go all out. He couldn't afford to be careless. Lin Feng had always trusted his intuition. It was the same this time. Die! Lin Feng shouted with the black dragon sword in his hand. Next, he swung his sword at the first monster that pounced at him. The monster's 8 claws were like 8 sharp spears. The first 2 claws were like sharp spears as they pierced towards Lin Feng. Clang! Clang! With 2 clanging sounds, Lin Feng's black dragon sword collided with the monster's spear-like claws. What surprised Lin Feng was that the black dragon sword, with its tyrannical power, was actually unable to cut off the monster's claws. This monster's claws were a little too hard. Just as the black dragon sword collided with the monster's 2 sharp claws, the monster's tail had already arrived behind Lin Feng without making a sound. At the end of the tail was a thick poisonous stinger. The poisonous stinger flickered with a blue luster. It was obvious that it contained highly toxic poison. The poisonous stinger at the end of the tail quickly stabbed towards Lin Feng. Clang! When the poisonous stinger stabbed towards him, it immediately stabbed on the Dominator's armor. A sound of metal clashing could be heard. The poisonous stinger. But it didn't break the defense of the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng grabbed the poisonous stinger and then used his left hand to throw the monster away. Bang bang bang! The monster that was thrown away by Lin Feng then knocked away the other monsters that were pouncing towards Lin Feng. However, not everyone was like Lin Feng, who was able to resolve the attacks of those terrifying monsters. There were 3 geniuses from the Immortal God Alliance who were unable to resolve the attacks of those monsters. Perhaps it was because they underestimated the enemy, or because those monsters were too powerful. No matter what the reason was, when they were unable to resolve the attacks of those monsters, their fate was already sealed. Puff! 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 Along with the sound of 3 bodies being pierced, there was the sound of 3 bodies being pierced. The chests of the 3 geniuses were pierced by a poisonous stinger. The 3 geniuses from the Immortal God Alliance lowered their heads and looked at the poisonous stinger that pierced through their chests. Then, they screamed in agony. Their screams were so mournful and filled with unwillingness. However, there was nothing they could do to change the situation. These monsters are too powerful. They can't be killed at all. Hurry up and break out, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Just now, he used the black dragon sword to clash with the monster's sharp claws, but he couldn't destroy the monster's sharp claws. From this, one could see how terrifying these monsters were. And there were too many of them. If they stayed and continued to fight with these monsters, they would definitely not have a good ending. Now, only 3 of them had died. If this dragged on, who knew how many of them would die? Charge out! The group of people gritted their teeth. There were 9 people left in the group. Everyone attacked with all their might. No one held back. Slash. Lin Feng walked at the front. He held the black dragon sword with both hands and directly swung out an unparalleled sword. In an instant, 100-meter-long sword light condensed and directly swept towards the 30-odd monsters in front. The rest were responsible for dealing with the monsters on the left, right, and behind. Clang clang clang, a series of collision sounds were heard. The monsters in front were all sent flying by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Wu Liang Daoist, Wu Xiao, Ice Lake Snow, and the others blocked the attacks of the other monsters. Hurry up, after tearing an opening, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and charged forward. Because after they entered the bottom of the abyss, they walked a long distance into the abyss. There was only one entrance to the abyss, which was the place protected by those terrifying vines. Lin Feng and the rest wanted to leave the abyss, so they had to return to that place. Then, they left the place protected by the vines. The rest followed closely behind Lin Feng and quickly rushed out. Screech! The terrifying monsters let out sharp screeches and quickly chased after Lin Feng and the rest. Those monsters were extremely fast. But fortunately, Lin Feng and the rest were fast enough. They gradually pulled away from those monsters. However, just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly rang out. Something terrifying happened. Thick scorpion tails suddenly came out from the ground. A total of 9 scorpion tails came out. These 9 scorpion tails locked onto Lin Feng and the rest. At the end of these 9 scorpion tails was also a poisonous spike. 9 poisonous spikes. They came separately to attack. The 9 poisonous spikes were simply too fast. They instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and the rest. Clang, that spike stabbed onto Lin Feng's body. Just like before, it was blocked by the ruler's armor. Wu Liang Daoist and the rest also took action to neutralize the attack of the poisonous spikes. However, there were 2 prodigies who were not so lucky. Pooh! Pooh! The sound of flesh being pierced. It rang out. Blood splattered everywhere and screams of agony rang out. The 2 cultivators who had their hearts pierced by the poisonous spikes died tragically. The next moment, when Lin Feng and the others saw that gigantic monster, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. The monster that appeared in front of them was probably a king-level monster. It was extremely powerful. Now, there were only 7 people left on Lin Feng's side. They were Lin Feng himself, Taoist Wu Liang, Wu Xiao, Wu Yuehan, Zhang Lei, Lu Haoran, and Ice Lake Snow. The 7 of them were targeted by the terrifying monster. The poisonous stingers came at Lin Feng and the rest again. Everyone's face turned solemn. Everyone used their strongest skills to fight against the gigantic monster. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed at the poisonous stingers. Clang, it was as if he slashed at a peerless weapon. He couldn't kill the monster at all. The rest of them were in the same situation. Just as everyone was defending against the poisonous stingers, the monster suddenly spat out a gigantic spider web. The gigantic spider web seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun. It was like an inescapable net moving towards Lin Feng and the others. It was almost unavoidable. Many people's faces changed drastically. Heavenly fire. Go. At the critical moment, Lin Feng took out the black flame god swallowing fire. The heavenly fire enveloped the spider web. In an instant, the spider webs that had been flying towards Lin Feng started burning. Lin Feng and the others retreated at full speed, creating some distance between them and that terrifying monster. The 7 of them quickly rushed out. But at this moment, the terrifying monster started chanting. After it finished chanting, the formation in the void intertwined and sealed the area. Oh no, we're trapped by the formation. What a powerful formation. It should be a formation that already existed here. When he saw the intertwined formation, Lin Feng's face changed drastically. The formation was very complicated. It wasn't easy to break the formation in a short period of time. If they were trapped here, the consequences might be disastrous. Help me block it for a while. I have a treasure here that might help us escape. Wu Yuehan said. Are we going to use that thing? Wu Xiao took a deep breath. Wu Yuehan nodded. She then took out a golden stone door and began to chant an incantation. The eyes of Lin Feng and the others lit up slightly. The 6 of them used all kinds of methods to fight against the terrifying existence. The immeasurable Taoist had all sorts of talismans and magic talismans. It was as if it had blotted out the sky and the earth. It directly exploded in the void, causing a destructive fluctuation. In addition, Lin Feng and the others attacked with all kinds of supreme treasures. Although the terrifying monster was incomparably powerful, it would be difficult for it to get close to Lin Feng and the others in a short period of time. And at this moment, Wu Yuehan finally activated the mysterious golden stone door. She saw that the mysterious golden stone door was rapidly expanding. Soon, it turned into a 10-meter-tall golden stone door. The golden stone door opened. Dazzling light surged out from behind the golden stone door. "Get in quickly!" Wu Yuehan shouted anxiously. She also seemed to be unable to activate the golden stone door for a long time. "Let's go!" No one dared to hesitate and rushed toward the golden stone door. Wu Yuehan only entered the golden stone door after everyone had entered. After entering the golden stone door, there was a golden passage. This golden passage seemed to be connected to the outside world. This golden stone door was really mysterious. No one knew what kind of treasure it was. Lin Feng and the others rushed forward quickly. But before the golden stone door closed, a huge scorpion tail flew in. The scorpion tail was as fast as lightning. It was a sharp poisonous sting. It directly stabbed toward Wu Yuehan, who was at the back. Wu Yuehan's expression changed greatly. She wanted to avoid the poisonous sting, but she failed. Puff. The poisonous sting pierced Wu Yuehan's thigh. Wu Yuehan suddenly let out a muffled groan. Her body fell down uncontrollably. The scorpion tail wrapped around Wu Yuehan. It wanted to quickly drag Wu Yuehan into the abyss. "Sister." Wu Xiao's expression changed greatly. He wanted to go and save Wu Yuehan. Although Wu Xiao's cultivation was not weak, it was impossible for him to save Wu Yuehan. It was an act of suicide. "Hold brother Wu. You guys go first. I'll go and save Wu Yuehan," Lin Feng said. He quickly turned back. He rushed in front of the huge scorpion tail. Lin Feng mobilized the power of the ruler's armor. At the same time, he used the weapon mantra, raising the power of the black dragon sword to the extreme. Then, Lin Feng's sword moved towards the scorpion's tail. This was the strongest sword Lin Feng could unleash at the moment. Puff, when this sword slashed the scorpion tail. The scorpion tail was immediately cut off by Lin Feng. A large amount of poisonous blood spurted out. Lin Feng held the unconscious Wu Yuehan. Dodging the spurting poisonous blood, he quickly rushed outside. Wu Yuehan's beautiful face turned blue. Obviously, the poison was very deep. Lin Feng quickly used the 8 spirit forbidding seals to seal Wu Yuehan's 8 extraordinary meridians and the blood flowing in her body. Usually, poison followed the blood flow through the 8 extraordinary meridians to various parts of the cultivator's body. Sealing Wu Yuehan's 8 extraordinary meridians and her own blood could temporarily suppress Wu Yuehan's injury. At this moment, Taoist Wu Liang and the others had already rushed out. They did not know where the golden passage led to. Lin Feng held Wu Yuehan and stepped on the 8 directions world, pushing his speed to the extreme. It seemed that they were not far away from rushing out. But at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Huge spider claws penetrated the golden passage. Obviously, the terrifying monster went completely crazy after Lin Feng cut off its tail. After the golden passage was penetrated, it became extremely unstable and many places began to collapse. A space-time storm swept over. Not good. The way out is destroyed. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, the space-time storm swept over and instantly drowned Lin Feng and Wu Yuehan. The golden passage exploded. The spider claws that pierced through the golden passage all exploded. Between heaven and earth, calmness was restored. Shua, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Wu Yuehan fell from midair. This was a mountain range. It was night. Lin Feng was sure. They were still in the Swamp of Destiny. Because this place was still the unique aura of the Swamp of Destiny. Shwa. Shwa, deep in the mountain range. A pair of cold eyes opened. Wu Yuhan was still unconscious, and her body was burning hot. Obviously, the situation was not ideal. Now, such a terrifying existence had appeared beside her. Misfortune never came alone. Lin Feng sent Wu Yuhan into the mountain and river ring. At the same time, he ordered the white jade toad to help Wu Yuhan detoxify the poison in her body. With the help of the white jade toad, Lin Feng was not sure if the poison in Wu Yuhan's body could be completely removed. But at least he could be sure of one thing. Wu Yuhan's life was not in danger for the time being. Cultivators of the human race. The terrifying existence's voice seemed to have softened a little. Lin Feng was a little surprised. At first, his gaze was incomparably cold. After discovering that Lin Feng was a human cultivator, the bone-piercing chill lessened a lot. Lin Feng guessed in his heart. Could that terrifying creature be a human? Or did it have some relationship with the human race? If that was the case, the situation would be better. Because if it was a creature hostile to the human race or some savage and bloodthirsty creature, it would be a great threat to Lin Feng. After all, this was the Swamp of Destiny, where danger lurked everywhere. Here, there was a possibility of dying at any time. 9 Prefectures Human Cultivator, Lin Feng, greets Senior. Lin Feng hurriedly introduced himself. 9 Prefectures, the mysterious existence muttered to himself. When he said the words 9 Prefectures, his voice trembled slightly. He stabilized his emotions and said, "How is the 9 Prefectures now?" A few years ago, the myriad races joined forces with some extraterrestrial forces to invade the 9 Prefectures. Fortunately, the crisis of the 9 Prefectures has been resolved. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng did not explain the process in detail. However, a huge force like the myriad races had joined forces with extraterrestrial forces to invade the 9 Prefectures. One could imagine what kind of tragic war the 9 Prefectures had experienced. Back then, it must have been the scene of the country being destroyed, right? The mysterious existence asked. Yes. Countless forces were reduced to ashes. More than half of the mountains and rivers fell. Ancient immortal sects, aristocratic families, and sects were destroyed one after another. Fortunately, in the end, justice prevailed over evil. Lin Feng said. The mysterious existence asked, "How's the reincarnation immortal sect?" Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Reincarnation immortal sect, this mysterious being was asking about the reincarnation immortal sect. This really surprised Lin Feng. Who was he? Why did he ask about the reincarnation immortal sect? The reincarnation immortal sect is fine. But Lord Tortoise suffered a calamity and was taken away by an unknown and terrifying existence. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. What? The mysterious existence's voice suddenly changed. His emotions couldn't help but fluctuate violently. Lin Feng asked. Senior, are you related to the reincarnation immortal sect? In the past, I was in charge of the reincarnation immortal sect. The mysterious existence said. Take control of the reincarnation immortal sect? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. The sovereign leaderboard from over 3,000 years ago. The sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect and the Red World Fairy had exchanged thousands of blows. He had defeated the Red World Fairy with a single move. The sect leader had left the reincarnation immortal sect more than 1,000 years ago. When Lin Feng joined the reincarnation immortal sect, he had never seen the sect leader. However, since the sect leader had lost to the Red World Fairy with a single move, it was clear how powerful the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect was. Lin Feng had heard Lord Tortoise mention the sect leader before. Lord Tortoise had said that the sect leader was the most talented person since the establishment of the reincarnation immortal sect. Even with Lord Tortoise's powerful cultivation base, he still held the sect leader in high regard. From this, one could see how terrifying the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect was. However, the reincarnation immortal sect had not received any news about the sect leader for many years. Ever since the sect leader had entered the extraterrestrial starry sky. At first, there was still some news that was sent back to the sect. Later, there was no news at all. Now, Lin Feng suspected that the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was the sect leader. Very few people knew the name of the sect leader. In the entire Reincarnation Immortal sect, only a few people knew about it. However, Lin Feng had heard Lord Tortoise mention his name before. He seemed to be called Feng Wanxian. When Lin Feng heard the name, he was actually a little hesitant. The name Xian was a taboo in many cases. It could not be used casually. Especially when there was a Wan in his name. Using the two words Wanxian. This was a huge taboo. However, since the sect leader dared to use this name, he must be extraordinary. That's right. I'm the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Feng Wanxian. Which sect are you from? Feng Wanxian asked. Disciple of Lord Tortoise of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng said. Feng Wanxian was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng to be a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect has a genius like you. Heaven is blessing the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Feng Wanxian exclaimed excitedly. Senior. Why are you in the swamp of destiny? Are you in trouble right now? Lin Feng asked. At this moment, Feng Wanxian walked out from the depths of the swamp. His huge body was illusory. It was not a body of flesh and blood. After seeing Feng Wanxian's body, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. My body is suppressed under the mountain range. This is a spiritual body that I condensed with my dermic powers and soul. Darkness erosion, I have to protect my physical body with my soul. Otherwise, once my physical body is destroyed, I'll be doomed eternally. However, in recent years, I've been getting weaker and weaker. Feng Wanxian sighed. At this moment, a terrifying aura filled the air. In the distance, endless darkness was devouring heaven and earth. Darkness erosion. Once again, it engulfed the entire swamp of destiny. Lin Feng knew how terrifying darkness erosion was. When he saw it, his expression changed drastically. Hide behind him. Feng Wanxian said in a deep voice. Lin Feng quickly ran behind Feng Wanxian. Endless darkness shrouded them. Between heaven and earth, there was an eerie and terrifying aura of death. That aura of death made Lin Feng feel extremely oppressed. He had a strange feeling. The darkness erosion here was different from the darkness erosion he had seen before. The darkness erosion that appeared here. It seemed to be more powerful. It was even more terrifying. Kingdom of 10,000 immortals. 10,000 immortals appear. When the darkness eroded the entire world, when the darkness was about to devour Feng Wanxian and Lin Feng, Feng Wanxian stepped forward. His voice. It was sonorous and forceful. It was full of energy. A loud shout resounded between heaven and earth like the sound of Tao. Then, a mysterious kingdom appeared behind Feng Wanxian. That kingdom. It was surrounded by endless immortal light. The kingdom of 10,000 immortals was one of the greatest forces in this era. How prosperous was the kingdom of 10,000 immortals in the past, it was so powerful that it was hard to believe. However, in the end, the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was destroyed. For countless people, the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was a myth, full of countless secrets. However, the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was destined to be ethereal and difficult to approach. Countless people wanted to explore the secrets of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. But in the end, they couldn't find anything. A place like the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. It was destined not to be accessible to ordinary people. Lin Feng had already heard the rumors of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Now, Feng Wanxian, the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, actually summoned the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. And the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. It even showed the 10,000 immortals phantom. It was really incredible. It was shocking and moving. Lin Feng felt that things were not so simple. He vaguely felt that there was a reason why the sect leader called him Feng Wanxian. He thought of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Was it that? Feng Wanxian. In fact, he had a close connection with the kingdom of 10,000 immortals that others didn't know, the more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. From some things, he could see some clues. For example, the magical power that Feng Wanxian mastered was related to the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Moreover, Lin Feng thought of the peak battle between Feng Wanxian and the Red World Fairy. Immortal Venerable Red Dust had long cultivated the 3,000 great Daos. No one knew how terrifying it was. Feng Wanxian and the Red World Fairy fought for thousands of rounds and was defeated by one move. Then, how terrifying was Feng Wanxian's cultivation to be able to do this? Lin Feng even suspected. Did Feng Wanxian get the orthodoxy of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals? Of course. These were Feng Wanxian's secrets. Everyone had their own secrets. Lin Feng wouldn't ask Feng Wanxian. This was the most basic principle of dealing with things. The 10,000 immortals, Phantom 1,000 immortals, walked out of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. They entered the darkness. They fought with the unknown existence in the darkness. The darkness kept corroding Feng Wanxian and Lin Feng's bodies. But Feng Wanxian's methods were extremely amazing. Finally, the darkness dispersed. And of the sky, Feng Wanxian's body became even more illusory. A night of exhaustion had almost exhausted him. Are you still not done yet? You don't need to worry about me. When Feng Wanxian heard Lin Feng, he remained silent. Of times. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that things would be so serious. He did not doubt Feng Wanxian's words. After all, there was no need for Feng Wanxian to lie to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, may I know how I can rescue you? My body is bound by the chains of destiny. I need to find the sword of destiny and sever the chains. Only then can you help me escape." Feng Wanxian said. Sword of destiny? What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Feng Wanxian said. The sword of destiny is the sword of the master of destiny. Only the sword of destiny can sever the chains of destiny. After hearing Feng Wanxian's explanation, Lin Feng finally understood the origin of the sword of destiny. It seemed that the master of destiny didn't just forge the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng asked curiously. Senior, may I know how you ended up trapped under the mountain range back then? Feng Wanxian sighed. It's a long story. He didn't answer Lin Feng's question directly. There was even a hint of sadness in her eyes when she said the words "it's hard to explain." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Back then, when Feng Wanxian was imprisoned here, he didn't show any hatred or anger. Instead, he showed a sad expression. What was going on? Could he have been schemed against by someone he knew? Only when one was plotted against by someone they knew, someone they thought they were close to, would they show such an expression, of course. These were just Lin Feng's guesses. What exactly was the situation, Lin Feng didn't know for now. However, he felt that this matter was indeed not simple. Perhaps the truth was very close to his guesses. Senior, do you know where the sword of destiny is? Lin Feng asked. I know, but that place is too dangerous. There are extremely terrifying creatures guarding it. If you enter it rashly, only death will await you. Not to mention you, even emperor lords or some itinerant immortals would not be able to return after entering that place. Feng Wanxian said. What? That place is so dangerous? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The place that Feng Wanxian mentioned was too terrifying. Lin Feng continued to ask, Senior, is the place where the Master of Destiny died? Feng Wanxian nodded and said, that's right. That place is where the Master of Destiny died. There are too many terrifying creatures around it. It's a true forbidden area, the core of this land of death. Lin Feng finally understood why that place was so dangerous. It turned out that it was the core of the land of death. The core of any land of death was an incomparably dangerous place. No one dared to enter those places. Because, entering them was no different from courting death. Lin Feng had some understanding of the core of the land of death. It was said that the sleeping beings in the core area were all extremely ancient existences. Due to various reasons, they had no choice but to sleep in the core of the land of death. They hoped to extend their lifespan. Lin Feng said. Maybe I can give it a try. I know you have good intentions, but that place is too dangerous. But that place is too dangerous. I won't tell you the exact location. Senior, don't worry. I'm not acting recklessly. I have a stone armor on me that can block the detection of the terrifying creatures in the land of death. If I wear the stone armor and be careful, I think I should be able to sneak into the place where the Master of Destiny died. Lin Feng said. Oh? There's such a stone armor? Feng Wanxian couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng nodded. He said, Senior, please tell this junior where that place is. This junior will definitely be more careful. Feng Wanxian was silent for a moment. Finally, he said, all right, I can tell you the place. However, if you find something amiss, return immediately. All right. Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng looked at the mountain peak, which wasn't too far away. It seemed that he was now in the depths of the swamp of destiny. Let's take advantage of the fact that the darkness erosion hasn't appeared in the morning. I'll go take a look at that place. Lin Feng said. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until nighttime. Feng Wanxian said. Nighttime? Lin Feng was very confused. In his opinion, nighttime was the most dangerous time. The hope of deceiving the world was also the slimmest. Feng Wanxian explained, most of the creatures there are in deep slumber, and very few of them have awakened. Usually, when they wake up, they will choose to go out to look for food. However, they don't like to see the sun, so they will still stay there during the day. At nighttime, when the darkness erosion has occurred, they will come out. That's when the darkness erosion has occurred. That's when the darkness erosion has occurred. I see. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Feng Wanxian then took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Feng. If you leave that place at night, it will be very dangerous when the darkness erosion occurs. Take this jade talisman with you. It will protect your safety. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng took the jade talisman and thanked Feng Wanxian. I should be the one thanking you. You should rest well. I also need to conserve my energy and prepare to deal with the darkness erosion tonight. Feng Wanxian said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. They each found a place to rest. Lin Feng's divine will entered the mountain river ring and carefully checked Wu Yuehan's condition. Then, Lin Feng frowned. Wu Yuehan was still unconscious. It seemed that the monster's poison was really too terrifying. Although the white jade toad had helped Wu Yuehan detoxify the poison, Wu Yuehan's condition was still very bad. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Wu Yuehan's life was not in danger. After his divine will left the mountain river ring, Lin Feng began to adjust his breathing. The previous battle had been intense. Lin Feng had also consumed a lot of energy, so he took advantage of this opportunity to adjust himself to his best condition. Only then would they be able to better deal with the various dangers that were about to come. Time passed. Very soon. The sun was setting. Dusk arrived. Soon, darkness would envelop the land. Feng Wanxian opened his eyes and walked out. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Go now before it gets dark. The darkness won't erode the mountain you're going to. When you get there, don't rush in. Find a place to hide and wait until midnight to enter. Junior will remember. Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. A cold and gloomy aura filled the swamp. The outer regions of the mountain range were filled with swamps. It was impossible to walk on them, so they could only fly. From time to time, highly toxic marsh gas would be emitted. There were many terrifying ferocious beasts and poisonous insects living in the swamp. This was something that the cultivators entering Fate Swamp had to be extra careful about. Of course. The most terrifying thing about Fate Swamp wasn't the various ferocious beasts or poisonous insects in the swamp. Instead, it was the dark erosion and some ancient existences that had awakened from their slumber. The dark erosion could devour life. And those ancient existences that had awakened from their slumber all had heaven-defying cultivation bases. No matter what kind of situation it was, once encountered, it would make one despair. Lin Feng quickly moved through the swamp. He had to increase his speed. He had to get to the mountain range before the darkness corroded his body. The dark erosion was too terrifying. Lin Feng had obtained the life-saving jade talisman from Feng Wanxian. But he still had to be cautious when dealing with the dark erosion. Because Lin Feng was worried about the jade talisman. It couldn't completely resist the dark erosion. Lin Feng was very fast. Before the sky turned dark, he arrived outside the mountain range. Then, Lin Feng took out the stone armor and put it on. The stone armor was very heavy and had a greenish-gray color. It was very similar to the color of many ordinary stones in the forest. But obviously, the stone armor had an extraordinary effect. After putting on the stone armor, Lin Feng entered the mountain range. There was a slightly lower mountain peak at the entrance of the mountain range. That mountain peak was like a fierce tiger. That ferocious tiger would jump up at any time and pounce forward. And the main peak not far away was shaped like a giant dragon. A dragon and a tiger, a place of great danger. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't pay too much attention to the terrain here. This was a place where a group of terrifying creatures slept, so it was naturally very dangerous. So, there was nothing to be surprised about having such a dangerous terrain. Lin Feng entered the mountain range and found a hidden place. He hid in this place and waited for the darkness to come. Not long after, the darkness came and a cold aura spread between heaven and earth. The dark erosion appeared. Just as Feng Wanxian said, the dark erosion didn't erode the Longhu mountain range where Lin Feng was. Maybe it was because this place should be the place where the ancient creatures of the Swamp of Destiny slept. A scorching flame flew from the depths. Looking carefully, one could see that there was a ferocious beast in the flame. It was a fire ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. The fire ape's aura was monstrous, although it didn't deliberately release its aura. And Lin Feng was more than 1,000 meters away from the fire ape. But Lin Feng still felt like he was suffocating under the pressure. That feeling was quite terrible. His breathing became slightly hurried. The fire ape was very sensitive. It was originally flying outside, but now the fire ape stopped and stood in the void, looking around. It seemed to be searching for Lin Feng's traces. Lin Feng was shocked. He just breathed a little more heavily, but the fire ape sensed it. Moreover, he had the stone armor to cover his aura, so it was difficult to really hide it. The fire ape was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly stopped breathing and didn't dare to make any movements, for fear of attracting the fire ape's attention. The fire ape searched for a while, but didn't find any movement, so it flew outside. Lin Feng didn't let out a long breath until the fire ape left. In the next period of time, 6 or 7 terrifying creatures walked out from the depths of the mountain range. Until late at night. No more creatures walked out from the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. He took a deep breath. Carefully, he walked into the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the huge cave residence in the depths of the mountain range. It's here. Lin Feng came to the outside of the cave and looked into the depths. It was pitch black inside and visibility was extremely low. Such a place suppressed the 6 senses. Therefore, even if a powerful cultivator came here, he wouldn't be able to see too far. Most importantly, such a place couldn't be explored with spiritual force. Once spiritual force was used, if he used divine sense, he would definitely be discovered by the terrifying creature sleeping inside. At that time, he would be dead. Lin Feng carefully entered the cave. This passageway was extremely large and winding. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Right now, he was rather worried that he was stepping on a sleeping ferocious beast. Wouldn't that be terrible? Now, Lin Feng could only hope that his luck wouldn't be so bad. A cold and gloomy aura filled the cave. Not long after, a cracking sound was heard. When this sound was heard, Lin Feng was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold. Because, he stepped on something and made a sound. Fortunately, he had just entered the cave not long ago. In the area he was in, there weren't any terrifying sleeping creatures. Otherwise, he would definitely alarm those terrifying creatures. Lin Feng squatted down and felt around. He found a pile of bones in front of him. Someone came here in the past? And he even died in this place? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of peerless experts who were interested in the land of death. Those peerless experts came one after another to explore the secrets of the land of death. Some of them did indeed obtain heaven-defying opportunities in the land of death. Then, they completed a major transformation in their lives and became unparalleled existences. However, even more people died in the land of death, becoming skeletons in the land of death. Only a few succeeded. Even more people were reduced to white bones. Lin Feng carefully walked around the skeleton and continued to walk deeper. He became more and more careful, because the deeper he went, the more dangerous it became. Who knew when a terrifying creature would appear? Not long after, a gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from the depths. After feeling that gloomy and terrifying aura, Lin Feng's face turned pale. A terrifying creature was walking outside. He could already hear the footsteps. Could it be that the terrifying creature had discovered him? Lin Feng stood in the cave, leaning against the wall on the left. He didn't move and even held his breath. He didn't dare to make any noise. Not long after, a pair of pale green eyes appeared in the darkness. It was too dark in the cave. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't see the terrifying creature's body. He could only see its eyes. That terrifying creature walked outside step by step. Lin Feng didn't know what level of an expert it was. When Lin Feng sensed his qi, he had the impression that his determination was about to collapse. This was an indescribable pressure. It was so powerful that it made people despair. That terrifying creature soon came to Lin Feng's side. At such a close distance, Lin Feng finally saw what kind of creature it was. It was a creature with a human body and a crow's head. His hands weren't human hands, but a pair of thick arms, like the claws of a crocodile. The most creepy thing was that this terrifying creature didn't have hair growing on its body. His body was densely covered with small snakes. It was a small black snake that grew out of his body. The densely packed small snakes stuck out their forked tongues and looked around with cold eyes. When it came to Lin Feng's side, that terrifying monster actually stopped. He seemed to have noticed something. Lin Feng's face changed greatly. But he didn't dare to make any noise. The stone coat could block the senses of these terrifying creatures. But if Lin Feng moved, he definitely wouldn't be able to block the senses of these terrifying creatures. At that time, he would definitely be discovered by these terrifying creatures. At that time, it would be a dead end. Suddenly, that terrifying creature turned his head and looked at Lin Feng's position. He walked towards Lin Feng's position step by step. Dong dong dong, Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly sped up. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out. At this moment, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. He didn't know what had happened. This terrifying creature turned his head and looked outside. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning. He quickly rushed outside and soon disappeared without a trace. Scared me to death. Lin Feng's heart still had lingering fear. Only now did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. It was really too dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the change outside. He was afraid. He had been discovered by that terrifying existence. At that time, it would be difficult to escape. Lin Feng stabilized his emotions. Then, he walked inside step by step. Not long after, there was some light in front. A cave appeared on the rock wall on the left side of the cave. The light was emitted from that cave. What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering. He walked towards the cave. When he arrived outside the cave, Lin Feng found that the cave was isolated by a layer of golden light. That layer of golden light was very special. It seemed to be able to slow down the flow of time. And in the cave, there was a terrifying creature lying on its stomach. This creature was extremely strange. It had the body of a deer, the head of a lion, the eyes of a dragon, the tail of a tiger, and the claws of a leopard. Lin Feng had never seen such a creature. And this creature was obviously still alive. Because Lin Feng found that its body was moving up and down. It was obviously breathing. Lin Feng didn't disturb this terrifying creature. He left the place where the terrifying creature was sleeping and continued to walk inside. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the second cave. In this cave, there was also a terrifying creature slumbering in a deep sleep. What surprised Lin Feng was that the terrifying creature sleeping in this cave looked like a dragon. This dragon was about 3 meters long. Its body was like a lizard, and its head was huge. Looking at its head, it looked like a Tyrannosaurus rex of the Earth Dragon clan. The Tyrannosaurus rex was an existence that was even stronger than the Tyrannosaurus rex. However, this dragon's body was a little too small. The Western Dragon clan's body was generally larger. Lin Feng walked all the way into the depths. He saw dozens of caves one after another. Some of the caves were empty, and some of the caves had terrifying creatures sleeping in them. Lin Feng passed through the place where the creatures were sleeping, and a fork appeared in front of him. Lin Feng entered the left fork. Not long after, he saw a skeleton. The corpse was sitting cross-legged, and the clothes on his body had long rotted away. Even though only the skeleton was left. However, his skeleton was still emitting a shocking energy fluctuation. His skeleton was not the grayish-white skeleton of an ordinary cultivator. It was a very rare emerald green skeleton. This kind of emerald green skeleton was the color of jade. In the darkness, it emitted a faint fluorescent light. Could it be the skeleton of the Master of Destiny? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. It wasn't an easy task to mutate the bones. It required a strong cultivation base to support it. Obviously, a powerhouse like the Master of Destiny should have this ability. And this powerhouse was sitting cross-legged when he died, and his corpse was not damaged at all. In other words, the terrifying creatures living here did not touch this corpse. One had to know. The terrifying creatures that lived here were not good people. After this powerhouse died, his corpse must have had a great effect on the cultivation of these creatures. But the creatures here did not eat this powerhouse's corpse. This meant that there were too many problems. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the corpse. As he got closer to the corpse, he slowly approached it. Waves of gloomy and cold aura spread and engulfed his entire body. That kind of gloomy and cold aura made Lin Feng shiver involuntarily. A faint pressure spread out from the corpse. Although it was not strong, it was extremely terrifying. After feeling the pressure emitted from the corpse, Lin Feng felt an extremely serious sense of oppression in his heart. That kind of oppression made Lin Feng feel like he was about to suffocate. This junior did not mean to offend senior. This time, I came here hoping to obtain senior's inheritance and spread senior's lifelong knowledge. Lin Feng said respectfully. Lin Feng did not come here just to find the Sword of Destiny. Of course. His main purpose was still to obtain the inheritance of the Master of Destiny. Lin Feng hoped to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So far, everything seemed to be going quite smoothly. That skeleton seemed to have its own consciousness, and when it heard Lin Feng's words, it was shocked. The pressure emanating from the skeleton actually dissipated. Lin Feng looked at the skeleton in shock. As expected of the skeleton left behind by a top powerhouse. He could even understand his words. Lin Feng walked towards the skeleton again. He gradually approached the skeleton. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited when he came to the skeleton's side. Countless powerhouses outside were trying to find the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny. But who would have thought? He had actually obtained the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was puzzled about. He didn't see the Destiny Immortal Bell. Could it be that the treasure was still outside? The Immortal Bell of Destiny was extraordinary. Lin Feng guessed that this supreme treasure had most likely turned into a tool cultivator. It was extremely difficult to subdue such an existence. Perhaps the current mission of the Destiny Immortal Bell was to find a successor for the Master of Destiny. Lin Feng kowtowed 3 times in front of the skeleton. Then, he took off the storage ring on the skeleton's hand and impatiently poured his divine sense into the storage ring. But then, Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. The storage ring had been destroyed. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Could it be that the Sword of Destiny was destroyed along with the storage ring? And the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny's legacy was also destroyed? Lin Feng frowned. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that there seemed to be a token in the arms of the skeleton. Lin Feng held the token in his hand. He carefully observed it. The token was made of an unknown material and was cold to the touch. When Lin Feng took the talisman, he was astonished. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seems that someone has entered this place. When the voice fell, Lin Feng felt the scene in front of him change. The next moment, he arrived in a mysterious space. There were only 2 people in this space. One of them was him. The other person was a man in white. This man in white was extremely handsome. "Senior, are you the Master of Destiny?" Lin Feng looked at the man and asked. The reason he entered this space should be related to the token. Lin Feng suspected that the skeleton belonged to the Master of Destiny and that the skeleton should be the man in front of him. "I am not the Master of Destiny," the man in white said. Lin Feng was shocked. The man in white was not the Master of Destiny. This was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. "The skeleton of the Master of Destiny is in another cave," the man in white said. Lin Feng asked. "Senior, how should I address you?" "Undying Realm. By Chang Tian," the man in white said. Lin Feng was surprised. He had not expected this man to be a cultivator of the Undying Realm. The white-clothed man continued, "I hope that you can help me bring this token to the Undying Realm, and then give it to my father, by Lin Chan. Also, tell my father to be on guard against eldest senior brother Sun Daoyang. Why must you be wary of him?" Lin Feng could sense that things were not as simple as they seemed and could not help but ask. The man in white sighed, "In the past, I came here with big senior brother to search for the items left behind by the Master of Destiny. However, big senior brother ambushed me and I suffered a near-fatal injury. However, I managed to injure big senior brother severely as well. Big senior brother managed to escape while I was powerless to do anything. Eventually, I passed away here." Lin Feng asked. Could it be that he wanted to take all the treasures here for himself? Was that why he tried to kill him? The man in white shook his head. "Big senior brother cultivates the Tao of emotionlessness. He has no interest in treasures that have nothing to do with the Tao of emotionlessness. The reason why big senior brother ambushed me was because he wanted to become the Grandmaster of Jiuling sect." "Jiuling sect? What sort of power is that?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The man in white replied, "Jiuling sect is one of the oldest and strongest sects in the Undying Realm. They control the Jiuling region of the Undying Realm. My father is the Grandmaster of Jiuling sect, and I'm the first in line to inherit the position. Only by killing me can big senior brother see any hope of taking control of Jiuling sect." Lin Feng asked. "Senior, didn't you notice the wild ambitions of this man?" The man in white sighed. "Big senior brother hid it too well. Everyone was fooled by him. He knew that I was interested in the Tao teachings of the Master of Destiny. Therefore, he thought of a way to find the Tao teachings of the Master of Destiny to lure me here. However, I don't hate him. If I do, I can only hate myself for trusting him too much." Lin Feng continued, "If I can reach the Undying Realm, I will definitely not let you down. I will report this matter to Senior's father." "Many thanks." The thing that appeared in the hands of the man in white was a white jade pendant. "This is?" Lin Feng looked at the white jade pendant and couldn't help but frown slightly. The white jade pendant was extraordinary. He just didn't know. What was the origin of this white jade pendant? The man in white said with a sad expression, "This was originally a pendant given to me by my junior sister Xianxia. I understand my junior sister's feelings, but in the end, I have to let her down. Please bring it back with you and give this pendant to my junior sister." Lin Feng took the pendant. He glanced at it and found that the pendant was not a treasure. Estimated. It was just an ordinary token, but it had an extraordinary meaning. "Okay, when the time comes, I will definitely help Senior to give the pendant to Senior Xianxia," Lin Feng said. "Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to leave for you." The man in white sighed. Lin Feng said, "Senior is too serious, Junior is not doing this to get anything. Work hard to cultivate, the world is very big and boundless, in the future you will come into contact with a new world, at that time, you will know that what you see and know is after all a small place," the man in white said. Lin Feng felt that the man in white's words had a hidden meaning. Because at the current stage, what Lin Feng saw and knew about the world was boundless. But the man in white said that this was a small place. It couldn't help but make people daydream. Lin Feng didn't know what the man in white's words meant. But Lin Feng felt that the man in white must want to tell him something. But in the end, he was afraid and didn't say it out loud, but he still said this sentence to remind himself. The man in white's body began to become illusory. His body. It was dissipating little by little. In the end, the man in white's body completely disappeared in front of him. And Lin Feng felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. The next moment, his divine sense returned. Lin Feng found himself standing in the cave. The man in white's skeleton actually spontaneously combusted. And in his hand, he was actually holding the pendant that the man in white gave him. Rest in peace. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the burning white-clothed man's skeleton. Next, he bowed 3 more times to the white-clothed man's skeleton. The white-robed man's skeleton turned into ashes. Lin Feng sighed. In the past, this person must have been incomparably powerful, but in the end, he ended up in such a miserable state. It really made one sigh endlessly. The world of cultivators was just that cruel. Sometimes you don't hurt people. But there's no guarantee that others won't harm you. Therefore, one must always be on guard against others. This sentence was simply a saying of wisdom. He absolutely could not forget it. Because once he forgot, once he relaxed, he might be schemed against. At that time, he would end up like the white-robed man, dying a tragic death. Lin Feng put away the token and the white jade pendant. Then, he went back the way he came. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the fork in the road. Lin Feng then walked towards another cave. After entering the cave, Lin Feng saw a skeleton in the depths of the cave. The owner of the skeleton had been dead for a long time. Next to the skeleton, there was a sword stuck in the ground. When he saw the sword, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Sword of Destiny. That sword must be the supreme treasure passed down by the Master of Destiny, the Sword of Destiny. Because Lin Feng felt the power of destiny from that sword. That sword was also the key to saving Feng Wanxian. Found it. I finally found the skeleton of the Master of Destiny and the Sword of Destiny. I wonder if the inheritance of the Master of Destiny is also here? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He walked towards the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. However, at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in the cave. When the chilly wind blew, Lin Feng's mind suddenly trembled. Because the cave was located in the innermost part of the cave, the wind from the outside couldn't blow in. However, the chilly wind that blew for no reason made Lin Feng feel that something was wrong. He quickly stopped and held his breath, not daring to move an inch. Clang, however, at this moment, an invisible force blasted onto Lin Feng's body through the stone armor. That formless power was simply too powerful. It directly sent Lin Feng flying. The stone armor was extraordinary. It blocked most of the force. Only a small part of the force affected Lin Feng. Even so, that small part of the force still caused great damage to Lin Feng. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Lin Feng didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. His face turned as white as a sheet of paper. His mind was overwhelmed with shock. There must be a terrifying creature hiding in this cave. It was that terrifying creature that attacked him. Lin Feng got up from the ground. He looked around with a gloomy expression. However, after searching carefully, Lin Feng didn't find anything. Other than the skeleton of the Master of Destiny, he was the only one here. Don't you think it's embarrassing for such a powerful existence like you to hide in the dark and attack? Come out and let me see what kind of creature you are. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. However, he didn't get any response. Bang! In the next moment, an invisible force blasted onto Lin Feng's body again. Immediately, Lin Feng was sent flying. Wah! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. If it wasn't for the stone armor, it would have been too dangerous just now. This kind of stone armor could neutralize the attacks of creatures in the land of death. However, it could only neutralize a part of the attack. It couldn't neutralize all the attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng's situation was still very bad. Lin Feng didn't even know what attacked him. This made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. If this continued, only death would await him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He looked at the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. Perhaps, the skeleton of the Master of Destiny could protect him. Lin Feng got up from the ground and quickly ran towards the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. An endless gloomy and cold aura filled the air, and a majestic power suddenly burst out like the sea. Like a waterfall falling, its power was so strong that it was shocking. That terrifying force directly enveloped Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng felt his hands and feet turn cold. There was no way he could resist that terrifying force. His face immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. If such a terrifying force descended, it would be disastrous. It was very likely that he would die and his Tao would vanish. At this moment of life and death. The Sword of Destiny. It actually shook the void. In the Sword of Destiny. Swoosh. Dazzling sword energy surged out from the inside of the Sword of Destiny. The sword energy seemed to be able to instantly pierce through the void and shatter heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The Sword of Destiny directly soared into the sky and came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng fully activated the 3 layers of Haki. His body was under the protection of the Haki. Soon, he was able to move freely. Lin Feng opened his big hand and grabbed the Sword of Destiny. Crack. It was accompanied by a violent sound of friction. The Sword of Destiny was directly grabbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng waved the Sword of Destiny and slashed forward. The surging terrifying power was instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's Sword of Destiny. The power of the Sword of Destiny. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Because the Sword of Destiny actually dissolved the terrifying creature's attack. Roar, but at this moment, a low roar resounded in the cave. The commotion here. It had already attracted the attention of the sleeping creatures outside. Some sleeping creatures only raised their eyelids. Then they continued to close their eyes, ignoring the situation in the depths of the cave. However, some of the sleeping creatures came out of their slumber. Then they entered the depths of the cave. A total of 7 or 8 terrifying creatures arrived. When he saw those terrifying creatures, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. With so many terrifying creatures, the situation was too dangerous. It made him feel the threat of death. Although the Sword of Destiny could exert an unimaginable effect. But it was unrealistic to only rely on the Sword of Destiny to block the attacks of so many terrifying creatures. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression was very serious. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. The slightest carelessness could cause him to die here. The person who was blessed by fate. A silver creature looked at Lin Feng, its eyes flashing with dense killing intent. Very good, it can increase our fate. Another creature said with a cold smile, full of murderous intent. These terrifying creatures devoured flesh and blood only to maintain some of their physical needs. What really drove them crazy was the power of providence. Luck was something that couldn't be explained in words. This was an invisible force that no one could see with the naked eye. However, no one could ignore providence. Some people could find an ancient cultivator's immortal's cave just by going out, and then make a fortune. Some people went through untold hardships, narrowly escaping death, and finally found a cave that not only did not have any treasures, it was actually occupied by a large number of terrifying ferocious beasts. This was because the two of them had different destinies. Their cultivation realms became more and more profound. The greater the effect of luck on a cultivator, the greater the effect. The terrifying creatures in the land of death clearly had a greater desire for luck than anyone else. They yearned for the blessing of providence, which would play an extremely important role in their future. Let's share this human cultivator's fortune. The third terrifying being spoke. Then, a group of terrifying creatures rushed towards Lin Feng. Suffocating pressure. It engulfed his entire body. Even though he was holding the Sword of Destiny. But Lin Feng still felt his soul trembling. He couldn't even move his body. This feeling was too terrible. It was hard to imagine what level of existence these creatures were. In front of these existences, Lin Feng felt like he was an ant. These terrifying creatures were all gigantic dragons. The difference was so great. Just as these terrifying creatures were about to pounce, suddenly, crack. The void cracked open. Then, an ancient bell flew out from the crack in the void. When he saw this ancient bell, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This ancient bell. It was actually the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng had seen the immortal bell of destiny before, and he even suspected that the immortal bell of destiny had turned into a weapon cultivator. This suspicion wasn't without reason. The immortal bell of destiny was simply too heaven-defying in many ways. This was the main reason why Lin Feng was suspicious. Now that the immortal bell of destiny had appeared, a powerful devouring force surged out from the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng was devoured by the immortal bell of destiny. As for those terrifying creatures, they rushed over and bombarded the destiny immortal bell with their powerful attacks. Dong dong dong, the immortal bell of destiny suddenly let out earth-shaking collisions. But the immortal bell of destiny was simply too hard. These terrifying creatures of the land of death were incomparably powerful. But their attacks weren't able to destroy the immortal bell of destiny. This was the life treasure of the master of destiny. Naturally, it was incomparably extraordinary. After blocking the attacks of the terrifying creatures, the immortal bell of destiny directly tore open the void. Then, it drilled into the cracked void and disappeared without a trace. The terrifying creatures let out furious roars one after another. Swish, a light flashed. The immortal bell of destiny appeared in a forest. Then, the immortal bell of destiny threw Lin Feng out. "Thank you for saving my life." Lin Feng cupped his fists. The immortal bell of destiny said, "You were actually able to silently sneak into the place where the master of destiny died. You are quite capable." Lin Feng was shocked. Now, the immortal bell of destiny had taken the initiative to speak. It seemed that the immortal bell of destiny had indeed turned into a weapon cultivator. For a treasure like the immortal bell of destiny, once it turned into a weapon cultivator, it would become an independent entity. It was equivalent to a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, others wouldn't be able to subdue it. There were only two ways to make the immortal bell of destiny recognize a master. First, the immortal bell of destiny recognized a master. Second, using absolute strength to suppress the immortal bell of destiny. But obviously, it was extremely difficult to do these two things. Lin Feng said, "I was very lucky to be able to enter that place." The immortal bell of destiny said, "If it was just luck, you wouldn't have been able to enter that place. Since you found the skeleton of the master of destiny, I am free now. I can finally be free. Take this item, it should be of great benefit to you." Light surged. An item flew out. That item. It was actually a stone. "This is?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "The stone of destiny. The master of destiny was born with the stone of destiny. My mission is to wait for the arrival of a person who can inherit the stone of destiny. The stone of destiny should have recorded the most powerful divine abilities of the master of destiny. Cultivate well and don't let the divine abilities of the master of destiny be lost." As soon as it finished speaking, the immortal bell of destiny disappeared into thin air. The methods of the immortal bell of destiny were indeed extremely shocking. There was basically no dark erosion in the depths of the swamp of fate. However, this was not absolute. Lin Feng appeared in the depths of the territory. The dark corrosive energies were staring at him. The dark erosion was as fast as lightning. It swallowed all the light around it. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the jade talisman that Feng Wanxian had given him before. When the dark erosion came, a dazzling immortal light gushed out from the mysterious jade talisman. 9 figures appeared in the immortal light. They seemed to be immortals of the country of 10,000 immortals. They surrounded Lin Feng and helped Lin Feng resist the dark erosion. Lin Feng vaguely heard a sound like a ghost crying coming from the darkness. That sound made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. In addition to the sound like a ghost crying, Lin Feng always felt that there seemed to be something terrifying staring at him in the darkness. This feeling was so strong. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his feelings. Therefore, he believed in everything he felt. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. Or else. He didn't know what terrible situation would happen. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the distance. The 9 immortal phantoms guarded him and dispelled the darkness. And the darkness had been constantly attacking the defense line of the 9 immortal phantoms. Again and again, it hit him. After attacking many times in a row, it didn't break through the defense line of the immortal phantoms. This made Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. In the end, Lin Feng returned to the place where Feng Wanxian was suppressed under the protection of the 9 immortal phantoms. Feng Wanxian's spiritual body was resisting the dark erosion. "Senior, I brought the Sword of Destiny," Lin Feng said. Feng Wanxian's spiritual body showed joy. Feng Wanxian's spiritual body rushed to Lin Feng. He joined Lin Feng. He needed to protect Lin Feng's safety to prevent Lin Feng from being killed by the dark erosion. When dawn came, the dark erosion quickly dispersed. After a night of fighting, Feng Wanxian's spirit body became more and more illusory. Perhaps it was just as the innumerable immortal spirit body had said, his spirit tea would not be able to last for long. Perhaps in the near future, his spirit body would be destroyed. Lin Feng's appearance was just too timely. "Go. Let's go down," Feng Wanxian's spirit body said. Lin Feng nodded. He followed Feng Wanxian's spirit body into the cave. In the depths of the cave was a large rift valley. The rift valley led to the bottom of the mountain range. Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian's spirit bodies entered the great rift valley. In the end, they arrived at the foot of the mountain range. There was an independent space under the mountain range, and this space was enveloped by a huge energy shield. Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian's spirit bodies entered the energy barrier. Then, they arrived at the interior of the space. Inside the space, 4 thick chains connected the 4 corners of the space. Feng Wanxian's original body was chained by the 4 chains, and his body was suspended in midair. However, at this moment, Feng Wanxian's original body was motionless, and his eyes were closed. Feng Wanxian's spirit body entered the body of his original body. At this time, Feng Wanxian's original body opened his eyes. Lin Feng took out the Sword of Destiny, then jumped up into the air, and slashed at one of the chains. Puff! The Sword of Destiny cut the chain in half in an instant. Lin Feng moved quickly, and slashed 3 more times in a row. Puff! 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 The other 3 chains were also cut by Lin Feng. Feng Wanxian was free. Feng Wanxian, who had just escaped, was severely injured. Obviously, it would take some time for him to fully recover. However, Feng Wanxian was strong enough, so his aura was still unfathomable. "Come with me." Feng Wanxian waved his hand, and Lin Feng was immediately wrapped up. They flew deeper into the space. They directly penetrated through that space. When they came out of that space, they found themselves in the core world. Here, raging flames burned the world. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng asked. "Back then, I came here to look for something, but I didn't find it. Instead, I was plotted against and imprisoned. But in recent years, I've sensed that thing. It seems to have appeared," Feng Wanxian said. "What thing?" Lin Feng asked. "Saint Soul Dragon Crystal," Feng Wanxian said. "Saint Soul Dragon Crystal? What's that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "One crystal can create 2 thoughts. Even if the soul dies, the body will not die. A single Saint Soul Dragon Crystal can help a person split into 2 secondary primordial spirits," Feng Wanxian said. "What? So powerful?" Lin Feng was shocked. In recent years, Lin Feng had encountered many fortuitous encounters. He had obtained several natural treasures, and he had split into 3 secondary primordial spirits. So now, Lin Feng had 1 primary primordial spirit and 3 secondary primordial spirits. He could do 4 things at once. It was a treasure that could help a cultivator split into 2 secondary primordial spirits. Lin Feng had never seen it before. Let alone seen it before. He had never even heard of it before. There are always some unbelievable things in this world. The Saint Soul Dragon Crystal is one such thing, Feng Wanxian said. Lin Feng nodded. He and Feng Wanxian began to search for the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find it. Could it be that the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal has left this place? Lin Feng asked. Impossible. A few days ago, I sensed the aura of the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, Feng Wanxian said. Then, he looked at the depths of the planet's core. Flames were burning there, and the void was distorted by the heat. The temperature there was at least a few 100,000 degrees. If ordinary great emperors approached that area, their bodies would be burned to ashes. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one dared to go there. Let's go there and take a look. Feng Wanxian pointed at the area. It was the entrance to the depths of the planet's core. The center of the great world was the planet's core. In the depths of the planet's core, there was the power of the great world. However, the depths of the planet's core were too terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to enter and extract the power of the great world. This was because it was said that the power of the great world was often very powerful. Even if a cultivator entered the depths of the planet's core, they would probably be killed by the power of the great world. Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor. He wore the ruler's armor to protect his body as he flew toward the entrance to the depths of the planet's core with Feng Wanxian. As they got closer to the entrance to the depths of the planet's core, the temperature became higher and higher. However, Lin Feng had the 5 heavenly fires and the protection of the ruler's armor, so this temperature didn't hurt Lin Feng. Feng Wanxian's strength was heaven-defying. This temperature also didn't cause any harm to Feng Wanxian. Soon, Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian arrived at the entrance to the depths of the planet's core. As soon as they arrived, suddenly, amidst the endless flames, a fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian. The fire dragon was hidden in the flames. Taking advantage of the appearance of Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian, it suddenly attacked, wanting to catch Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian off guard. It's the fire dragon transformed from the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal. Feng Wanxian's eyes suddenly lit up. The origin of the fire dragon in front of him was extremely extraordinary. It was not an ordinary fire dragon. It was the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal that Feng Wanxian had mentioned before. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Because the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal could actually transform into a fire dragon, it was really incredible. Lin Feng's mind became active. If he could get the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, it would be of great benefit to him. In fact, Lin Feng still had a supreme treasure that could split the 5th primordial spirit. This supreme treasure was the 7-colored holy flower that he had obtained from the evil devil bandit group's lair. It was just that during this period of time, Lin Feng had not had time to refine the 7-colored holy flower. If he could get the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, he could refine it together. Facing the devouring of the fire dragon formed by the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, Lin Feng directly used the Demon Ancestor Sacred Fist. With a punch, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Feng, who was wearing the Dominator's armor, became extremely terrifying. Feng Wanxian could not help but be slightly surprised. Of course, Feng Wanxian was even more terrifying. He was a person who seized the great fortune of heaven and earth. Therefore, his realm was profound and his cultivation was powerful. Although Feng Wanxian was now weak. But this was only relatively speaking. In fact, Feng Wanxian was still extremely terrifying. Bang! Feng Wanxian attacked and slapped the fire dragon. The joint attack of Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian was really powerful. The fire dragon was directly slapped away. Seeing that it was no match for Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian, the fire dragon turned and flew toward the depths of the core world. Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian chased after it. In the depths of the core world, there were destructive forces everywhere. The void was distorted together. If one was not careful, they could be instantly killed by the distorted void. But fortunately, Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian's cultivation was high. Their means were tyrannical. They chased after him relentlessly. After chasing for dozens of miles, they finally caught up to the fire dragon formed by the Holy Soul Dragon crystal. Lin Feng's thoughts moved. The 3 stone swords flew out and slashed towards the fire dragon. Feng Wanxian, on the other hand, condensed out a kingdom of myriad immortals, which shot towards the fire dragon. The roar of the fire dragon shook the heavens. He wanted to struggle. But in the end, he failed. He was killed by Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian. In the end, the fire dragon turned into a dragon crystal. The dragon crystal was the size of a walnut. With a flick of his finger, Feng Wanxian slashed the sword qi at the dragon crystal. Immediately, the dragon crystal split into 2. You take this half, Feng Wanxian said. Lin Feng took the dragon crystal. He had always been like this. He wouldn't reject anything that he needed, not to mention that he had also contributed to killing the fire dragon. It was only natural for him to obtain half of the dragon crystals. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the core world. That aura caused Lin Feng's expression to change abruptly. It was as if some primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. Is there some terrifying creature in the core? Lin Feng asked with a solemn expression. Feng Wanxian nodded and said, it is indeed very possible. Now that I have not recovered, it is not good to stay here for long. Let's go. All right. Lin Feng replied. He quickly flew out with Feng Wanxian. After coming out of the underground world, Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian rushed out of the Master of Destiny. The trip to the Master of Destiny was fruitful. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Outside, Feng Wanxian looked at Lin Feng and said, back then, you participated in the matter of the 9 regions. I guess you must be a thorn in the eyes of all the clans, right? It's better to leave the Heavenly Sage Great World as soon as possible. Lin Feng said, I am only 1 step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. I want to break through in the Heavenly Sage Great World before leaving. There are indeed many forces from the myriad races that want to kill me, but it is not that easy for them to do so. I can use the experts of the myriad races to temper my cultivation. I hope to reach a peak state when I break through to the Emperor Realm. Since you have made up your mind, you must be very careful. These forces from the myriad races are much more terrifying than you imagined. When they invaded the 9 regions, they probably did not use their trump cards. If they did, the outcome would be hard to say. Feng Wanxian said. Lin Feng was shocked. Clearly, Feng Wanxian had a better understanding of the myriad races. What was the trump card that Feng Wanxian was talking about? Lin Feng asked curiously, what exactly is the trump card that Senior is talking about? Feng Wanxian said, the ancient experts that sealed themselves in the stone. No one knows how terrifying their cultivation is. Hearing that, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If even Feng Wanxian was using such words to describe the myriad races' trump cards, one could imagine how terrifying the myriad races' trump cards were. Feng Wanxian said, fortunately, these trump cards can only be used when the myriad races are in danger of being wiped out. At other times, they cannot be used. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief at Feng Wanxian's words. But then again, it seemed to make sense. Those trump cards naturally could not be used casually. Every time they were used, the cost would be enormous. Where are those trump cards? Lin Feng asked. Myriad Saints Mountain. It is the holy land of the myriad races. Although the Alliance of Holy War, Alliance of Immortals, and Alliance of Fiendish Demons are like fire and water, the 3 forces will never have any disputes at Myriad Saints Mountain. That is because Myriad Saints Mountain is the holy land of the myriad races. Every few years, the 3 forces will go there to worship their ancestors. At that time, some of the young experts will fight in the arena. The winner will be qualified to enter the depths of Myriad Saints Mountain to undergo a baptism. It is said that once they undergo the baptism, they will obtain great benefits. I see. Lin Feng could not help but nod. Lin Feng then asked, Senior, what are your plans? I plan to return to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to take a look. I wonder how the Reincarnation Immortal Sect is doing. After that, I will look for Lord Tortoise's whereabouts. Feng Wanxian said. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Senior, thank you for remembering my master. Feng Wanxian said, although Lord Tortoise is not my master, he has guided me in my cultivation many times. Let's part ways here. Senior, take care. Lin Feng said. Feng Wanxian nodded and said, you are alone in the heavenly sage great world. You must be careful. The two of them exchanged a few words. And then, they parted ways. Feng Wanxian flew toward the astral world. As for Lin Feng, he left the area where the Master of Destiny was. He flew in the direction of Metal Stone City. He had no idea where Wu Liang Daoist had gone. Lin Feng wanted to join forces with Wu Liang Daoist. They were going to explore the myriad races cemetery of the Holy War Alliance together. The Golden Stone City was still very lively, but now a large number of cultivators had entered the Forest of Destiny. Therefore, the current Golden Stone City was not at its most lively time. When Lin Feng arrived at the Golden Stone City, he returned to the place where he first stayed. He inquired for a while. Only then did he know that the immeasurable Taoist had not returned. He did not know where the immeasurable Taoist had been teleported to. Lin Feng planned to wait for a while. He rented a courtyard in the courtyard area of the inn, and then carried the unconscious Wu Yuehan out of the mountain river ring. Then he placed her on the bed. This woman, who was like a top-grade beauty, was now weak and pale. Although the monster's poison had been neutralized. However, it had also caused serious damage to Wu Yuehan. Fortunately, Wu Yuehan's cultivation was relatively strong, otherwise, she would have died long ago. Lin Feng entered the time and space. He planned to refine the 7-colored holy flower and half of the dragon crystal. Lin Feng first took out the 7-colored holy flower. Then he swallowed the 7-colored holy flower. Then the immemorial dragonesque elephant art was activated, and his body began to absorb the power of the 7-colored holy flower. Time passed day by day. The 7-colored holy flower and half of the dragon crystal were refined by Lin Feng one after another. After refining these 2 heaven and earth treasures, Lin Feng once again obtained 2 primordial spirits. Now, Lin Feng already had 1 main primordial spirit and 5 auxiliary primordial spirits. At most, he could do 6 things at once. This was a rather heaven-defying ability. Lin Feng flew out of the time and space. He found that Wu Yuehan was still unconscious, but her complexion was much better than before. Lin Feng reached out and checked Wu Yuehan's pulse. Then he couldn't help but frown slightly. Wu Yuehan's pulse was weak, it seemed to be caused by the poison. In such a situation, it was not suitable to take any elixirs. Because when one's body was in an extremely weak state, consuming such nourishing things would be counterproductive. Lin Feng sat on the bed and then helped Wu Yuehan up. Lin Feng let Wu Yuehan sit in front of him. Next, Lin Feng's left hand was placed on Wu Yuehan's lower abdomen, while his right hand was placed on Wu Yuehan's back. Lin Feng's magic power slowly flowed into Wu Yuehan's body. Lin Feng hoped to use his magic power to nourish Wu Yuehan's body. In that case, Wu Yuehan might be able to recover faster. This was the only way Lin Feng could think of at the moment. As Lin Feng's spiritual power poured into Wu Yuehan's body, Wu Yuehan's originally cold body also began to warm up. Her face, which was originally as pale as a sheet of paper, now had a touch of rosy color. Especially Wu Yuehan's lips. Originally, Wu Yuehan's lips were pale. Now, it was starting to turn pink. Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. It seemed that he had used his magic power to nourish Wu Yuehan's body. Indeed, it had a great effect on Wu Yuehan. As time passed, Wu Yuehan's body gradually recovered. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yuehan's long eyelashes fluttered. The next moment, she opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Lin Feng beside her. Then, she saw the ambiguous posture with Lin Feng and immediately blushed. Of course, Wu Yuehan also knew that Lin Feng was healing her, and she was very grateful. Looking at Lin Feng, whose eyes were tightly closed, Wu Yuehan suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Did he save me? Wu Yuehan could not help but think in Xianxia. Wu Yuehan still remembered the scene very clearly. She was attacked by the monster, and because of the poison, she instantly fainted. Wu Yuehan originally thought that she was going to die. But who would have thought that she would be saved by someone? although Wu Yuehan did not know what happened after she fainted. However, Wu Yuehan could roughly guess the scene at that time. At this time, Lin Feng also opened his eyes. Seeing that Wu Yuehan had woken up, Lin Feng was very happy. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Lin Feng asked. "I feel fine. Thank you for saving me," Wu Yuehan said with a red face. A man and a woman alone in a room. Although it was to heal her and it was pure, Wu Yuehan was destined to have never experienced such things. Moreover, it was the first time she had such contact with a man. Therefore, she was very shy. Lin Feng got up, put on his shoes, and said, "Fairy has just woken up. Have a good rest. You can call me Yuehan in the future," Wu Yuehan said with a red face. Lin Feng called her Fairy, which was more or less distant. Wu Yuehan did not know why she took the initiative to let Lin Feng call her Yuehan. Generally, only a relatively close relationship could call a woman that. Wu Yuehan suddenly felt that she was a bit attached to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then nodded. He did not stay in Wu Yuehan's room for long. Lin Feng left Wu Yuehan's room and let her rest. In the next few days, Lin Feng would use his magic power to nourish Wu Yuehan's body every day. The two sides had more and more contact, and their relationship became much closer. Lin Feng was still waiting for the immeasurable Taoist to arrive, but that damn Taoist still did not come. Lin Feng was already planning to leave. He wanted to go directly to the Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Races cemetery. Perhaps he could wait for the immeasurable Taoist there. As for Wu Yuehan, her recovery was already quite good. And there was no banquet that lasted forever. Lin Feng planned to bid farewell to Wu Yuehan. That night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Wu Yuehan seemed to know that Lin Feng was planning to leave, and she looked a little melancholic. Lin Feng sat on the roof and looked at the moon. Looking up at the moon, he lowered his head and thought of home. What was home? Home was parents, relatives, friends, and fellow disciples. Lin Feng worked hard to make himself stronger and stronger. He cultivated hard, in order to be able to reunite with his parents and relatives one day. Then they would live together peacefully. Enjoy the warmth of family. And family was extremely important to Lin Feng, who lost his mother at a young age. Wu Yuehan flew up and sat beside Lin Feng. Under the moon. Wu Yuehan was like a fairy from the moon palace that had fallen to the mortal world. She was so beautiful and holy. Where does the young master plan to go next? Yuehan wants to train with the young master, Wu Yuehan said. She said these words to a woman. Lin Feng naturally understood the feelings contained in it. If Lin Feng wanted to take Wu Yuehan, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. But Lin Feng could not let Wu Yuehan follow him. First, Wu Yuehan had not completely recovered and needed to rest for a while. Second, because Lin Feng was a thorn in the side of the Sacred War Alliance, he would definitely be in danger. If he brought Wu Yuehan along, it would not benefit Wu Yuehan. Lin Feng said, "Fairy's body has not fully recovered yet. You should return to your family to recuperate. I will recover very soon. I will definitely not become a burden to young master." Wu Yuehan bit her lips and said. Wu Yuehan was very intelligent. When Lin Feng said those words, she already knew what Lin Feng was thinking. A goddess like Wu Yuehan had countless pursuers. She should have been incomparably arrogant. She didn't want to look at countless geniuses. Being rejected by a man had never happened before. So, when Lin Feng had politely refused her, she felt like she should have left arrogantly. This was in line with her temperament as a goddess of heaven. However, Wu Yuehan did not do that. Because, she knew. If it was really for face. He turned around and left. This farewell. Perhaps it would be an eternal farewell. Compared to face. Wu Yuehan clearly knew what she wanted more. So, she did not leave. Instead, she used an almost pleading tone, hoping to stay by Lin Feng's side. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's grace. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wanted to reject Wu Yuehan again, but after seeing Wu Yuehan's exquisite and beautiful face, it was really hard to have the courage to reject such a peerless beauty. Can I bring Yuehan along? Wu Yuehan's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng without blinking. Lin Feng reached out and gently caressed that exquisite and beautiful face. Wu Yuehan was wild with joy as she threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace. In the end, Lin Feng was unable to wait for immeasurable Taoist to return. He did not bring Wu Yuehan along, because the following journey was too dangerous. What Wu Yuehan wanted was a result, a promise. And Lin Feng told Wu Yuehan that he would go to the Immortal God Alliance to visit her soon. Only then did Wu Yuehan agree. Lin Feng and Wu Yuehan bid farewell. Wu Yuehan headed to the Immortal God Alliance. And Lin Feng headed to the Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Tribes Cemetery. The Myriad Races Cemetery of the Sacred War Alliance was located in the Sacred War Ancient Forest. The Holy Battle Ancient Forest was an ancient forest. In the depths of the Holy Battle Ancient Forest, there was a place. A total of 95 enormous dragon veins gathered together to form the 95 Supreme Terrain. One had to know. The location of a dragon vein could be considered a place with good feng shui. Not to mention the place where the 95 dragon veins gathered. It was perfectly compatible with the way of the 9 and 5 Supreme that the ancient Saint Emperor followed. And this place was obviously an extremely dangerous place. Because this place was heavily guarded. Furthermore, there was an Emperor Realm Master overseeing it. The Holy War Alliance had set up a terrifying killing array with the 95 dragon veins as the center. Any cultivator who wanted to enter and rob the tomb. Basically, they wouldn't have a good ending. 3 months later, Lin Feng arrived at this place. When he arrived at this place, Lin Feng stood at the periphery and observed the Myriad Tribes Cemetery. In the depths, dragon chi surged and purple light spewed out. It was indeed a place with good feng shui. Burial technique. Many people thought it was a superstition. But to be honest, burial technique wasn't a superstition. Burial technique contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, and a place with good feng shui was related to the fate of heaven and earth. Therefore, a place with good feng shui was often chosen to be buried in a place with good feng shui. This way, it could bring good fortune to future generations. This saying. It did sound fleeting and ephemeral. But it was true. Just like the saying of fate. It seemed ethereal, but it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, those top forces were extremely strict when it came to choosing a place with good feng shui. Not every place had the qualifications to become a place with good feng shui. Because the Holy War Alliance consisted of 20 to 30 royal families, hundreds of royal families, and other large and small myriad families. The composition was extremely complicated. These forces were also secretly scheming and weren't as united as they seemed on the surface. And between these forces, there was an inseparable relationship. Therefore, the relationship between these forces of the Holy War Alliance was very difficult to completely untangle. These forces also had their own clan's burial grounds. Most of the people who died in their clan were buried in their clan's burial grounds. For example, Taoist Wu Liang had gone to the ancestral land of the Golden Saint Lion clan to dig up the graves of their ancestors. Halfway through, he was discovered. Since all the major forces had their own graveyards, why would the forces of the Holy War Alliance build a myriad races graveyard? This matter could be traced back to a very, very long time ago. At that time, when the otherworldly creatures invaded, the Holy War Alliance, the Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the rest of the 7 major alliances were formed. These 7 alliances worked together to repel the invasion of the otherworldly creatures. That battle was too tragic, with countless deaths and injuries. Thus, the Holy War Alliance chose a place with good feng shui and buried all the experts who died in the Holy War Alliance in a cemetery. This was the origin of the Holy War Alliance's Myriad Races Cemetery. Later, after countless storms, of the original 7 alliances, only 3 remained. And the Holy War Alliance still maintained their original traditions. Once the experts who contributed to the Holy War Alliance died, they would be buried in the Holy War Alliance's Myriad Races Cemetery. Of course, among the various clans of the Holy War Alliance, those experts who didn't contribute to the Holy War Alliance would only be buried in the cemetery built by their clans. Lin Feng paced back and forth in the outer area of the Myriad Races Cemetery. He was waiting for the immeasurable Taoist to arrive. Lin Feng knew that the damned Taoist would definitely come. Perhaps he might come late. But he definitely wouldn't not come. That night, Lin Feng rested in the forest. Above the 9 heavens, the silver moon was like a plate. But in the latter half of the night, the moon was gradually eaten away. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Heavenly dog devours the moon. Lin Feng stood up. Then he frowned. Heavenly dog devours the moon, this wasn't an auspicious event. In the legends, it was written that heavenly dog devours the moon, 100 ghosts walk at night, 10,000 demons appear, calamity and chaos. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't determine whether these legends were true or not. However, heavenly dog devours the moon was indeed not a good thing. Could it be that something has happened? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that perhaps something unknown had really happened. It was just that he did not know what it was. The matter of heavenly dog devours the moon cast a shadow over Lin Feng's heart. 3 days later. It was still night. Intense fluctuations were transmitted from within the myriad races cemetery, followed by the eruption of a great battle. Someone entered the myriad races cemetery to rob the tombs? Lin Feng was shocked. Someone must have wanted to rob the tombs. They were discovered by the experts guarding the myriad races cemetery. He didn't know if it was the immeasurable Taoist. Although the myriad races cemetery was heavily guarded, it was unrealistic to stop Lin Feng from entering. When Lin Feng arrived at the myriad races cemetery, he realized that a huge battle had broken out. About a dozen cultivators were surrounded by the experts of the myriad races. The cultivators who were surrounded were all wearing golden armor. Each of them had a deep and powerful aura. Tomb raiding officers. When he saw those cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. They were actually tomb raiding officers. Mountain moving Taoist, tomb raiding officer, tomb raiding officer. These were the 3 great inheritances of the tomb raiding world of the cultivation world. There were very few people in the mountain moving Taoist lineage. The immeasurable Taoist was a mountain moving Taoist. The tomb raiding officer and tomb raiding officer's lineage were still very powerful and had many branches. These 3 lineages each had their own abilities. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. Lin Feng originally thought that the immeasurable Taoist had entered the myriad races cemetery to rob the tomb. Hence, he was discovered. But who would have thought that the tomb raiders weren't the immeasurable Taoist, but a group of tomb raiding officers? There were too many experts buried in the myriad tribe cemetery since ancient times. Hence, there were too many precious burial items in the cemetery. Naturally, they would be targeted by a large number of cultivators. It wasn't just the tomb raiders. Righteous, evil, demon, and other cultivators were all staring at the myriad races cemetery. Tomb raiders weren't the only ones who liked to make money from the dead. Everyone liked to do this kind of thing. But, the wealth of the dead wasn't something that anyone could covet. If they were careless, they might die without a burial ground. Especially when robbing the tombs of these large factions. Lin Feng didn't show himself. He was secretly observing this battle. More than 10 tomb raiding officers were very powerful when they joined forces. They were surrounded by 200 to 300 cultivators of the myriad races. The myriad races even sent out 12 divine emperors, 9 immortal emperors, 5 imperial lords, and 2 emperor sect experts. They were actually unable to kill these tomb raiding officers. On the contrary, the cultivators of the myriad races suffered continuous losses. Those tomb raiding officers dared to come to the myriad races cemetery to rob tombs. Naturally, they were powerful and confident in themselves. If they didn't have some skills, they wouldn't dare to come to the myriad races. The dozen tomb raiders were about to break out of the encirclement. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the mountain range. How dare you behave so atrociously in our myriad races cemetery? You're really courting death. Along with this cold voice, a voice rang out. Immediately after, a cultivator stepped forward, 1 step at a time. He was a middle-aged cultivator with a square face and an ordinary appearance. However, his aura was abnormally terrifying. When he saw the middle-aged cultivator, he was shocked. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The middle-aged cultivator's aura was very similar to the aura of a cultivator from the Sacred God clan. It seemed like he was an expert from the Sacred God race, the number one race among the 10,000 races. Moreover, this was an Emperor Realm Master. His cultivation base. It was simply unfathomable. Xianxia. Upon seeing this cultivator, the leading Tomb Raider's expression changed slightly. The Tomb Raider clearly recognized the middle-aged cultivator. Their faces were also covered by armor, so it was impossible to see what they looked like. However, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't see their faces. However, by sensing their aura, the middle-aged cultivator actually recognized the identity of the cultivator who had just spoken. So it's you. We met 500,000 years ago? In the Sacred Emperor Great World's Longevity Ridge? Xianxia looked at the leading Tomb Raider with an indifferent expression. That's right. You sure have a good memory, the leader of the Tomb Raiders said with a cold expression. I couldn't kill you 500,000 years ago. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Xianxia said with a cold smile, his voice containing monstrous killing intent. When he heard Xianxia's words, the leader of the Tomb Raiders sneered. Aren't you being a little too presumptuous? If we want to leave this place, you can't stop us. Ha 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 ha, what if the two of us join in? Can we stop all of you? At this moment, loud laughter came from the depths of the mountain range. Then, two cultivators stepped forward. Surprisingly, the two cultivators who stepped forward were also Emperor Realm experts. The cultivator on the left was an old man from the ancient god clan called Xianxia. The cultivator on the right was a middle-aged cultivator from the Sky Devil clan called Murong. Both of them had extremely powerful auras and unfathomable cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the two Emperor-level experts. Emperor-level experts were considered the top fighting force among the myriad clans. Apart from the royal clans of the myriad clans, there were also experts of this level among the Imperials. As for the rest of the clans, there were probably no Emperor-level experts among them. Such experts were definitely a very small proportion among the vast number of cultivators of the myriad races. Such experts were definitely the best. However, there were actually 3 Emperor-level experts in the myriad clan's cemetery. This was really beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Break out of here quickly. The expression of the leader of the Tomb Raiders changed drastically when he saw the 2 Emperor Realm Masters behind them. Then he shouted. If there was only one Emperor-level cultivator, Xianxia. He still had the confidence to fight him. But now, however, 3 Emperor Realm Masters had appeared. This battle, how could he continue fighting? Therefore, the first thing the leading Tomb Raider thought of was to quickly break out of the encirclement with his subordinates. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely bad. You can't escape. Xianxia sneered. Then, Xianxia quickly pounced on the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Xianxia and Murong, the 2 venerable sovereigns, also pounced on the leader of the Tomb Raider. The 3 Emperor-level experts besieged the leading Tomb Raider. The rest of the myriad clan's cultivators besieged the remaining dozen or so Tomb Raiders. Although the remaining dozen or so Tomb Raiders were extremely powerful, they weren't able to withstand the pressure. However, after all, they were too few in number while the myriad clans had too many cultivators. After a short stalemate, they couldn't hold on any longer. The reason why they were able to suppress the myriad clan's cultivators before was that the leading Tomb Raider was an Emperor-level expert. Now that the leading Tomb Raider was besieged by the 3 great experts, he had no time to care about them. Puff. Puff, the sound of tearing could be heard one after another. The dozen or so Tomb Raiders were directly killed by the myriad clan's cultivators. Their corpses quickly fell from the air into the forest. The leading Tomb Raider was also seriously injured under the siege of the 3 Emperor-level experts. His chest was pierced through by a terrifying sword chi, which was almost a fatal injury. The leading Tomb Raider took out a dozen powerful jade talismans. Those jade talismans exploded and forced the 3 Emperor-level experts to retreat. Then, don't let him get away, the 3 sovereigns spoke at the same time. Their voices were indifferent and filled with endless killing intent. The leader of the Tomb Raiders had been severely injured, and there was only one of them left. The three Emperor Realm Masters were naturally full of confidence. They believed that it would not be difficult to kill the leading Tomb Raider. The leading Tomb Raider increased his speed to the extreme. However, his injuries were too severe. The sword chi had directly shattered his heart meridian. It was an injury that was almost impossible to heal with medicine. Anyone who suffered such an injury, it would almost be fatal. It was naturally the same for the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Unless he had the immortal divine body like Lin Feng, which could repair damaged bodies. However, the leading Tomb Raider did not have the immortal divine body. He felt that his speed was getting slower and slower. His body was getting more and more tired. His consciousness was getting fainter and fainter. Even his eyes became blurry. The leading Tomb Raider could not hold on any longer. The situation was extremely bad. The three Emperor Realm Masters sneered at the same time. They looked at the leading Tomb Raider. It was like a cat teasing a mouse. It was a look full of contempt and disdain. Are you ready to die? Xing Dongchen's face showed a grim expression. He raised his right hand and directly slashed out a dazzling sword chi. The sword chi. It pierced through the void. Just as he was about to land a fatal blow on the leader of the Tomb Raiders leader's body suddenly stopped in midair. The leading Tomb Raider could not hold on any longer. His body fell toward the ground. As a result, Xing Dongchen's attack actually landed in midair. The corner of Xing Dongchen's mouth twitched slightly. This attack was supposed to be a sure kill attack on the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Who would have thought that the leading Tomb Raider's body had almost reached its limit and fell to the ground? Instead, he was lucky enough to dodge the attack. Xing Dongchen was about to rush forward and grab the leading Tomb Raider. However, at this moment, the void trembled slightly. A cultivator wearing a mysterious suit of armor appeared. Then, the cultivator grabbed the leader of the Tomb Raiders. The person who appeared was naturally Lin Feng. Seeing the mysterious person who suddenly appeared, the three Emperor Realm Masters couldn't help but reveal dense killing intent on their faces. Snatching someone from their hands, wasn't that just courting death? The three Emperor Realm Masters attacked at the same time, condensing powerful divine abilities. Xing Dongchen used a move called 10,000 Fiend Shattering Sky Technique to attack Lin Feng. Xianxia used a divine ability called 10,000 Elephant Strength Technique to attack Lin Feng. Morong Yi, on the other hand, used a move called Bloodbath Divine Ability to attack Lin Feng. The divine abilities of the three Emperor Realm Masters were extremely powerful. Just a little carelessness. There was a risk of death. Facing the attacks of three great emperors, Lin Feng showed no signs of fear. He used the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. This powerful divine ability displayed an extremely heaven-defying might. It directly collided with the divine abilities of the three great emperors. Then, both sides were annihilated. At this moment, Lin Feng grabbed the leader of the Tomb Raiders and quickly flew away. Who are you? How dare you snatch someone that our Sacred War Alliance wants to kill? Sir, are you trying to make an enemy of our Sacred War Alliance? If you let go of this person and leave now, we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being impolite. The three Emperor Realm Masters said one after another. Someone played the villain. Someone played the villain. They wanted Lin Feng to hand over the leader of the Tomb Raiders to them. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he couldn't help but sneer twice. A threat to the three Emperor Realm Masters. Lin Feng didn't care at all. Although the three Emperor Realm Masters were very powerful, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to escape from their hands. Seeing Lin Feng leave with the leader of the Tomb Raiders without looking back, the three Emperor Realm Masters' faces became extremely gloomy. Their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Lin Feng dared to ignore the three Emperor Realm Masters. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Now, the three Emperor Realm Masters wanted to kill Lin Feng. They sped up, trying to catch up to Lin Feng. But soon, the corners of the three Emperor Realm Masters' mouths twitched violently. Because when they sped up to catch up to Lin Feng, they were shocked to find that Lin Feng was also speeding up. Besides, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was gradually increasing the distance between them. Activate the array. The three Emperor Realm Masters' faces were gloomy. They began to activate the array in the 95 dragon veins. But it was too late. Before the formation was activated, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Lin Feng had already rushed out. "Don't chase a cornered enemy," Xing Dongchen said with a gloomy expression. Although he also wanted to catch Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, they couldn't leave the myriad tribe's cemetery. Once they left, it would be a dereliction of duty. Although they were extremely angry and filled with killing intent. However, the three great emperors still suppressed their anger. In a mountain forest 30 miles away, Lin Feng stopped. He placed the leader of the Tomb Raiders on the ground and let him lean against a tree. The leader of the Tomb Raiders was not dead yet, but his aura was extremely weak. Obviously, nothing could be done to reverse the situation. "I really didn't expect that I would end up like this," the leader of the Tomb Raiders said with a bitter smile. "Your Excellency, you were careless," Lin Feng said. "Yes, a single mistake can lead to everlasting regret. This fellow cultivator must learn from my lesson in the future," the leader of the Tomb Raiders said. Lin Feng was silent and didn't answer. A light flashed in the right hand of the leader of the Tomb Raiders. An item appeared in his hand. Lin Feng looked over and found that it was a black ferocious beast made of stone. Its body was like a tiger and leopard, and its head and tail were like a dragon. Its color was black and gold, and there was a pair of wings on its shoulders that couldn't be spread out, and a corner of its head was tilted back. That ferocious beast was actually a pixiu. The pixiu wasn't big, only a dozen centimeters tall. It was made of an unknown material. It was densely covered with runes. Each rune was extremely ancient and emitted a mysterious power. There were also records of the pixiu in myths and legends. It was written in the classic of mountains and seas, the record of divine beasts. The pixiu was ferocious and mighty. It was in charge of patrolling in the sky, preventing demons, ghosts, plagues, and diseases from disturbing the heavenly court. In ancient times, people often used the name pixiu to refer to the army. Legend had it that the pixiu violated the laws of heaven, and the Jade Emperor punished it to only feed on wealth from all directions. It could swallow all things but not drain them. It could attract wealth and gather treasures. It could only enter and not exit. After this story spread, the pixiu was regarded as an auspicious beast that attracted wealth and treasures. The leader of the Tomb Raiders said, "This black stone pixiu was obtained from an ancient tomb. It is said that there is a great secret hidden in the black stone pixiu. Now that I can't hold on any longer, I'll give this treasure to you. I hope that one day, you can unlock the secret in it. When that time comes, don't forget to burn incense for me and tell me the secret of the black stone pixiu. If my wish is fulfilled, I can die in peace." "Okay, I promise you." Lin Feng took the black stone pixiu and said, "Thank you," the leader of the Tomb Raiders said sincerely. Then he couldn't hold on any longer. His body twitched a few times. Then he died. An expert at the sovereign realm. He died just like that. This is a good place with beautiful scenery. Although the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance are incomparably hateful, I have to admit that they are very good at finding good places with good feng shui. Junior will bury Senior here, but unfortunately, I can't build a grave for Senior, nor can I erect a tombstone for Senior. If Senior is discovered, Senior won't be able to rest in peace after death. Senior, you've been a Tomb Raider all your life. You don't want your grave to be raided after death, right?" Lin Feng said as he looked at the corpse of the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Lin Feng sighed with emotion at the death of this venerable emperor. Venerable emperors were extremely terrifying existences, but they weren't invincible. Anything could happen in the world of cultivators. Not to mention venerable emperors, even sovereign lords, or existences that surpassed sovereign lords, there was also the possibility of death. Lin Feng didn't take off the mask covering the venerable emperor's face. He didn't see what the man looked like. Since the man was already dead, he didn't bother to look at his face. Since he was already dead, there was no need to disturb him. Lin Feng dug a deep hole in the forest and placed the venerable emperor inside. As for the venerable emperor's storage ring, Lin Feng took it away. It would be a waste to keep the storage ring. It might be discovered by other Tomb Raiders because of the storage ring. It was natural for Lin Feng to take the storage ring. This should have been his opportunity in the first place. After burying the venerable emperor, Lin Feng left the area. He found a secluded cave and sealed it with a seal. Then, Lin Feng looked at the obsidian Pisho. The obsidian Pisho emitted a cold aura. This obsidian Pisho should have been dug out from one of the tombs in the Myriad Tribe cemetery by the group of tomb raiders. The leader of the tomb raiders was very experienced and knowledgeable. Since he said that there was a huge secret hidden in this black stone Pisho, Lin Feng believed the venerable emperor's last words. Lin Feng tried to invade the black stone Pisho with his spiritual sense. However, the black stone Pisho blocked the probing of divine sense. Lin Feng then tried to refine the black stone Pisho with his magic power. But he still failed. The black stone Pisho also blocked the magic power from entering. Magic power was unable to enter the interior of the black stone Pisho. Naturally, there was no need to refine the black stone Pisho. Lin Feng finally used the method of dripping blood to bind the black stone Pisho. However, even the most primitive method had failed. The black stone Pisho was too strange. It seemed impossible to refine it. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, do you recognize this black stone Pisho? The Demon Lord said, I've heard of it before. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Demon Lord was truly omniscient and knowledgeable. What's the origin of the Blackstone Pisho? Lin Feng asked. The records of Pisho in myths and legends were very legendary. However, the Blackstone Pisho should be different from an ordinary Pisho, right? The Demon Lord said. Rumor has it that it is related to the ancient Saint Emperor. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Lin Feng frowned. The Demon Lord's knowledge was indeed very limited. However, since it was related to the ancient Saint Emperor, then, this treasure was very likely related to the human race. Because, the ancient Saint Emperor usually referred to the human race as experts, not other races. Is there a way to refine the Blackstone Pisho? Lin Feng asked. This kind of thing that can't be refined is quite special. Perhaps there is a special refining method, or perhaps it really can't be refined. However, if it is kept in the body and is constantly nourished with magic power, there might be some changes over time. The Demon Lord said. He didn't say it with too much certainty, because everything was unknown. Lin Feng nodded. He temporarily kept the Blackstone Pisho and continued to wait for the immeasurable Taoist to come. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been cultivating in time and space. 10 days later, the restriction in Lin Feng's seclusion area fluctuated. Lin Feng was alarmed and stopped cultivating. Then, he walked out of time and space. Swoosh, a light flashed. The immeasurable Taoist passed through the restriction and entered the cave. Although the damned Taoist's research on formations was not as good as Lin Feng's, it was still unfathomable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break Lin Feng's restriction. Brother. It was really easy to find you. I returned to Goldenstone City to look for you, only to find out that you had already left. Thus, I went straight to the Myriad Tribe cemetery. My guess was right. You are really here. The immeasurable Taoist grinned. His methods were extraordinary. He could find him in the Myriad Tribe cemetery through a special method. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. Lin Feng asked, where were you guys sent to? The immeasurable Taoist said gloomily, don't even mention it. We were sent to Crimson Fire City, which is extremely far away from the Forest of Destiny. Then, we hurried back to Goldenstone City. When we arrived, we couldn't find you. Instead, we were surrounded by many experts from the Sacred War Alliance. If not for Wu Xiao and the others' help, we would have been separated forever. At this point, the immeasurable Taoist still had a lingering look on his face. It seemed that it had been extremely dangerous back then. What about Wu Xiao and the others? Lin Feng asked. They've already returned to the Immortal God Alliance, the immeasurable Taoist said. What's the situation in the Swamp of Destiny? Lin Feng continued asking. That place is a complete mess. I don't know why, but the terrifying creatures sleeping in the depths of the Swamp of Fate woke up and walked out of the depths of the Swamp of Fate. They're constantly hunting experts, causing great panic. Many powers have already retreated from the Swamp of Fate. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could the awakening of those terrifying creatures have something to do with him entering the cave in the depths of the Swamp of Destiny? The immeasurable Taoist continued, the Sacred War Alliance has already issued a bounty for the two of us. Do you know how much the bounty is for the two of us? The immeasurable Taoist asked. I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. 100 million immortal stones for each of us. The immeasurable Taoist said. This guy had a bounty of 100 million immortal stones, yet he still seemed somewhat pleased with himself. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and said, the Sacred War Alliance is really willing to pay a hefty price. That's right. The immeasurable Taoist pursed his lips. That night, the eclipse of the moon happened once again. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist stood in the forest, looking up at the moon that was being devoured. They couldn't help but frown. It's not a good thing to see a lunar eclipse, the immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng said, a few days ago, I saw a lunar eclipse. Did you not see it? The immeasurable Taoist's expression changed. What? You've already seen the eclipse of the moon once? What's wrong? Did you not see the eclipse of the moon before? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Liang in confusion. The moon hung high in the sky. Logically speaking, if a scene like the eclipse of the moon occurred, everyone would be able to see it. Lin Feng had seen the eclipse of the moon before. Taoist Wu Liang should have been able to see it as well. However, judging from Taoist Wu Liang's reaction, he did not seem to have seen the eclipse of the moon. Lin Feng found it very strange. Not seeing the eclipse of the moon? That's really strange. Taoist Wu Liang frowned and said, in other words, we can see the eclipse of the moon in the Myriad Races cemetery, but we can't see it outside the cemetery. Lin Feng also felt that this was very likely the case. If that was the case, it was too strange. There must be some unknown secret behind this. Could it be that the eclipse of the moon was caused by the Myriad Races cemetery? Or could it be that the eclipse of the moon is related to the Myriad Races cemetery? Lin Feng said with a frown. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. This was indeed a possibility. Lin Feng said, not long ago, I saw a group of tomb raiders coming to rob the tomb. The leader was a venerable sovereign. However, there are 3 venerable sovereigns guarding the Myriad Races cemetery. In the end, those tomb raiders were all wiped out. Usually, there's only one venerable sovereign guarding the place. Now that there are 3 venerable sovereigns guarding the place, it's really suspicious. It seems that something unknown is going to happen in the Myriad Races cemetery. Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang could not help but ponder. Then, he said, we can't care that much. It's fine as long as we can find what we need. Lin Feng said. I think we should act tonight. All right. Taoist Wu Liang replied. The eclipse of the moon lasted much longer than the previous time. A gloomy and cold aura filled the air. The originally bright moon had almost disappeared, leaving only a black border. The Myriad Races cemetery became as dark as ink. The Myriad Races cemetery was extremely huge. In the dark night, there were cultivators patrolling around the Myriad Races cemetery. Let's first rob one of the main tombs. It's in the deeper regions, and I heard that it belongs to a loose immortal. Taoist Wu Liang said. Loose immortals were commonly known as false immortals. He had yet to condense a true immortal law. However, in terms of strength, he had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Loose immortals condensed void immortal laws. But in truth, itinerant immortals were still immortals. It was just that they had not reached the terrifying level of true immortals. The tomb of a wandering immortal. It was equivalent to a real immortal tomb. Its value was unimaginable. The tomb of the itinerant immortal was located at the 49th Dragon Vein. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang avoided the patrolling cultivators and arrived at the 49th mountain range. Lin Feng discovered something strange. In the outer regions, there were more guards patrolling the area. On the contrary, there were very few cultivators patrolling the inner area. Lin Feng told Taoist Wu Liang about the doubts in his heart. Taoist Wu Liang said, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance patrolling the outer area can basically prevent many archaeologists from entering. If they enter the Myriad Races cemetery like those tomb raiders, the Myriad Races will also have a way to find them. This is because there is a heavenly cycle mirror at the top of each dragon vein that can search the heavens. Every 2 hours, they will search once. If they discover anything amiss, they won't be able to hide it from the upper echelons of the Sacred War Alliance. This is also the reason why those tomb raiders were discovered. Once these people are discovered, the experts of the myriad races can attack from both inside and outside, making it difficult for the cultivators who enter the myriad races cemetery to escape. Lin Feng agreed with this point. Last time, the reason why he was able to leave the myriad races cemetery smoothly was because he didn't go too deep into the cemetery. The place where those tomb raiders fought with the cultivators of the myriad races was in the outer region. If the place where they fought was in the inner region, Lin Feng went deep into the inner region. It would be extremely difficult for them to leave the myriad tribe's cemetery smoothly. Lin Feng said, "If there's a heavenly cycle mirror here, I'm afraid we'll be discovered, right?" Daoist Wu Liang grinned. "Don't worry. I have a heaven-breaking stone here that can block the heavenly cycle mirror's detection." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This damned Daoist Wu Liang was indeed the ancestor of tomb raiding. He really had everything he needed. Lin Feng said, "Give me half of your heaven-breaking stone." Daoist Wu Liang immediately looked at Lin Feng as if he was a thief and said, "I only have a very small piece of the heaven-breaking stone. Once I cut it, it will be destroyed. So, don't think about it." "Where can I get this thing?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "I've searched many places and only found a small piece. It won't be easy to find a second heaven-breaking stone," Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to obtain a heaven-breaking stone. This ancient tomb is very special. It should have been buried in the deepest part, but before this rogue immortal died, he had someone bury him in the 49th dragon vein. What do you think is the reason for this? Daoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng frowned in thought. This involved the theory of feng shui, and Daoist Wu Liang's 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques could be used. Lin Feng had a feeling that there must have been a deeper meaning behind the Celestial's request to be buried here before his death. Lin Feng looked at the sky. His eyes lit up. He saw the 7 stars in the starry sky world. It was said that the 7 stars were the most mysterious places in the starry sky world. The 7 stars were Dubhe, Merak, Phecda, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. The 7 stars were connected together, forming a starry sky with 7 stars piercing through the sun. The 7 stars formed a line and shone down on this dragon vein. Moreover, this dragon vein should be in the 7th column from the outermost position. It's connected to the 7 stars, forming a pole of 49. And these 95 dragon veins are all staggered. This dragon vein is the 49th dragon vein, and it resonates with heaven and earth. Lin Feng said. That's right. There are 2 best burial places in the myriad races cemetery. The first is at the 95th dragon vein, which contains the great Tao of heaven and earth. The second is here, which forms a line with the Big Dipper and blends with heaven and earth, forming the second best burial place in the myriad races cemetery. It's not even inferior to the burial place at the 95th dragon vein. Lin Feng nodded, indeed. It seems that the rogue immortal who died all those years ago had a deep understanding of feng shui. Daoist Wu Liang said, this person is indeed extraordinary. If you had to choose the best burial ground, which one would you choose? Lin Feng said, I would choose the 49th dragon vein. Daoist Wu Liang asked, why? Isn't the 95th one better? Lin Feng said, the 49th dragon vein is one of the best burial grounds in the myriad races cemetery. Many people probably don't understand the many mysteries hidden within. Perhaps it's still a little lacking compared to the 95th dragon vein, but the difference isn't huge. However, one thing that can't be ignored is that everyone knows that the 95th dragon vein is the best burial ground. That's why after the experts of the Sacred War Alliance died, their descendants would definitely think of a way to bury their ancestors in the 95th dragon vein. The fortune of the 95th dragon vein is shared by so many experts' graves. How much more fortune can each grave receive? The 49th dragon vein is different. It's not much different from the 95th dragon vein. Plus, no one can understand the terrain here. That's why there are very few graves that share the fortune here. The boundless fortune here is concentrated in a few or a dozen graves. That's why it's the best choice to be buried here. Taoist Wuliang said, "It seems that you've studied the 8 scrolls of feng shui thoroughly after obtaining them." Lin Feng said, "Indeed, I've studied them for a while." Taoist Wuliang said, "Grave robbing is very particular. For example, we've entered the myriad races cemetery. There are so many graves here, and many of them contain treasures. However, the other party didn't give us enough time to excavate them one by one. That's why we need to make every second count. That's why we have to start excavating the best graves. As for how to find the best graves, that's a test of our ability. The things recorded in the 8 scrolls of feng shui will be of great use." "Yeah, grave robbing is a field of study," Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang said, "In fact, your study of the 8 scrolls of feng shui is not deep enough. When I came here, I realized that there was only one graveyard here." "Oh? You can sense that too?" Lin Feng was shocked. Taoist Wuliang said, "The flow of gas and energy in the graveyard is different from that of the outside world. This can be determined using the methods recorded in the 8 volumes of feng shui secret techniques." Lin Feng frowned and said, 9 is an ominous number. Only the combination of 9 and 5 can resolve this ominous feeling. Of course, those who believe in these rumors are more concerned about this. Those who don't believe in these rumors shouldn't care about this. It seems like the people buried in the myriad tribe cemetery are rather concerned about this. Therefore, there is only one ancient tomb in the 49th dragon vein. Taoist Wuliang said, "That's right. What these people don't know is that feng shui is also about mutual promotion and restraint. The 7 sun-piercing stars and the 49th dragon vein form a line, and then merge with the heavens and the earth. This kind of terrain is very powerful, and it's enough to suppress the misfortune brought by the 9. Lin Feng couldn't wait to enter the graveyard and explore it. He said, "Let's go explore this tomb now. I hope we can find what we need inside." Taoist Wuliang said, "This tomb is very unusual. It's densely covered with restrictions. Once the restrictions are triggered, we'll definitely be discovered." Lin Feng said, "I'll break the formation. You seal the void and don't let the fluctuations of the restrictions spread out." Taoist Wuliang nodded and said, "No problem. If we work together, we should be able to break the restrictions here." Then, the two of them quickly rushed toward the entrance of the Great Tomb. The Great Tomb was located halfway up the mountain. There was a huge platform here, and in the depths of the platform, there was a cave. The cave led directly to the depths of the Great Tomb. The entrance of the cave was like a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open. It gave off a suffocating feeling of oppression. This suffocating feeling made Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang frown slightly. "I'm afraid this tomb is not simple. Be careful," Taoist Wuliang warned with rich experience. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them carefully entered the cave. Lin Feng immediately set up restrictions and sealed the entrance of the cave. This way, they could avoid being discovered as much as possible. The passage was deep. As they continued to go deeper, Lin Feng felt waves of cold aura sweeping over. That feeling made him feel slightly uneasy. Swish, with a flash of light, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. With the sword in hand, his heart calmed down a little. The smell of blood. The sound of something breaking through the air. "Be careful," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Taoist Wuliang hurriedly hid behind Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng stand at the front. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This damn Taoist was always so shameless. At this time, a dense swarm of bats flew over. Those bats. Their faces were the size of sprays and they had 4 pairs of wings. A blood-colored body. The head was actually a devil's head. It was ferocious and terrifying, even more terrifying than the malicious spirits in hell. "Oh my god, it's actually devil bats. There's actually such a monster here. This devil bat is said to be a monster that feeds on great emperors." After seeing those bats, Taoist Wuliang's voice couldn't help but tremble. "Be careful," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Facing the dense swarm of devil bats, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. At this time, the devil bats had already rushed over. Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword and slashed at those devil bats. Taoist Wu Liang took out a small golden cauldron. The small cauldron floated above him and poured down divine light to protect him. This damn Taoist had countless treasures on him. Every time this damn Taoist attacked, he would take out a different treasure. Puff. Puff. Puff, Lin Feng's black dragon sword directly tore the devil bats in half. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Didn't Taoist Wu Liang say that devil bats feed on great emperors? However, the devil bats didn't seem to be particularly powerful. But at the next moment, Lin Feng's face turned ugly. Because he saw that the devil bats that he had cut in half were actually split in half. They were resurrected again. These devil bats couldn't be killed at all. And once their bodies were cut open, the two halves of their bodies would become new devil bats. As a result, the number of devil bats increased. As the battle continued, these devil bats could continuously deplete the magic power of the besieged cultivators. Not to mention great emperors, even loose immortals. Screech! The densely packed devil bats let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. These cries formed a very terrifying sound wave attack. When that kind of sound wave attack swept over, it was already too late. Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his head was about to split open. It was as if someone was holding a sword, ruthlessly slashing at the soul. Then, the soul was forcefully split open. This feeling was simply too painful. It was simply worse than death. If it was any other cultivator, they might have already collapsed. However, Lin Feng's willpower was strong. He struggled to move Luya's star chart. When Luya's star chart was activated, Lin Feng felt a little better. Wu Liang Taoist's methods were also extremely shocking. Just like Lin Feng, he resisted the devil bat's sound wave attack with difficulty. The densely packed devil bats pounced, trying to tear apart Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist's defense. However, those devil bats were temporarily blocked. Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression, "How do we deal with these devil bats? If we can't deal with them, we have to quickly leave this place. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous for us." Wu Liang Taoist also knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous. If they couldn't kill these devil bats, the ones who would die in the end would be him and Lin Feng. So, if they really couldn't deal with these devil bats, they had to quickly break out. Right, didn't you cultivate an Emperor Archaic? Summon the Emperor Archaic. A high-level creature like the Emperor Archaic should be able to suppress the devil bats. Wu Liang Taoist hurriedly said. These ferocious beasts, birds, insects, and other kinds of creatures were more special. These creatures valued their bloodlines the most. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the level of the race. And the higher races had a natural advantage and could suppress the lower races. This kind of racial suppression was deeply rooted in the memories of these creatures. Of course, it could form racial suppression. Bloodline was only one of the conditions. It also depended on the strength of the two different races. If the strength of the higher bloodline creature was far lower than the strength of the lower bloodline creature, even if there was a difference in bloodline, because the difference in strength was too great, the higher bloodline creature might not be able to suppress the lower bloodline creature. The bloodline of the Emperor Archaic was indeed extremely powerful. But the key was that the Emperor Archaic was still very young. Whether it could suppress these devil bats, Lin Feng didn't know. But now, Lin Feng seemed to have no other way to deal with these devil bats. He could only treat a dead horse to live. Lin Feng's connected with the Emperor Archaic. Shwa. A light flash. The primordial Emperor butterfly flew out of space and time. And, therefore, cultivating in time and space would allow one to have more time to cultivate. After the Emperor Archaic flew out, it flapped its wings. It hovered in front of Lin Feng. Disperse all these devil bats. Lin Feng gave the order to the Emperor Archaic. After the Emperor Archaic received the order, it flapped its wings. It was rumored that the Emperor Archaic's wings flapped gently. The universe collapsed. Emperor slaying and immortal slaying. His strength was so strong that it was shocking. Although the Emperor Archaic couldn't display such powerful strength, this Emperor Archaic was also extremely extraordinary. The Emperor Archaic's wings killed a large number of devil bats. But those devil bats were quickly reborn. Furthermore, its shattered body had transformed into a complete devil bat. The number of devil bats in the cave increased. Screech, a large number of devil bats let out sharp and ear-piercing cries, and then pounced towards Lin Feng. These devil bats' bodies surged with terrifying fluctuations. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The Emperor Archaic is still too young and can't intimidate these devil bats. It seems that we have to leave quickly, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Wu Liang Taoist smiled bitterly and nodded. The current situation was extremely unfavorable to them. So they really had to choose to leave. Otherwise, they might really die here. Just as Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist were about to leave, suddenly, the Emperor Archaic's body actually changed. Originally, this Emperor Archaic's entire body was golden. But at this moment, the Emperor Archaic's body actually turned into a purple-gold color. What's going on? Lin Feng had a puzzled expression. It's mutated. This Emperor Archaic must be a mutated Emperor Archaic. It's the rarest existence among the Emperor Archaic. Wu Liang Taoist couldn't help but exclaim. When those sneaky eyes looked at the Emperor Archaic, they couldn't wait to take the Emperor Archaic for themselves. After hearing Wu Liang Taoist's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Emperor Archaic, it actually mutated, what a shocking piece of news. It was said that any race, as long as it was a mutated creature, its growth would far surpass the other creatures of the race. For example, the white tiger race. If a normal white tiger could become an emperor master, then a mutated white tiger could easily become an existence that surpassed the emperor master level. The mutated Emperor Archaic was naturally the same. As its body mutated, its various abilities were greatly improved. Therefore, Lin Feng's Emperor Archaic might grow into an even more terrifying existence in the future. Before this, Lin Feng didn't think that the Emperor Archaic was actually a mutated Emperor Archaic. Now that he knew that the Emperor Archaic was a mutated breed, Lin Feng couldn't help but be very excited. After the Emperor Archaic's body finished mutating, then a terrifying aura was emitted from the Emperor Archaic's body. It was a kind of pressure that made people feel suffocated. Even Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. How many years had it been since the Emperor Archaic hatched? The pressure in its body was actually so terrifying. It was really shocking. It seemed that he needed to constantly find all kinds of insect materials to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, so that the Emperor Archaic could continue to grow and evolve. Because the Emperor Archaic's cultivation progress was extremely fast, it might not be long before it could become a great help to him. Screech, after feeling the powerful pressure from the Emperor Archaic's body, the densely packed devil bats let out terrified cries. Then those devil bats didn't dare to stay. They quickly fled into the depths. Xiao Jin, go back and rest, Lin Feng said with a smile. The Emperor Archaic circled around Lin Feng a few times before returning to the time and space. Immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but mutter, Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, I don't know what kind of luck you have, kid. You actually managed to obtain an archaic Emperor Butterfly egg, and you even managed to nurture a mutated archaic Emperor Butterfly. Truly, comparisons are odious. Lin Feng smiled and said, my character is too good, so I'm blessed by the heavens. Bah. You're just old Wang praising yourself. Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes and look at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. If the two of them didn't bicker, they wouldn't be used to it. They didn't stop. They continued to walk inside. This passage was incomparably deep, but fortunately, there were no other dangers. After walking for about an hour, a huge stone door appeared in front of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The stone door was wrapped in a powerful restriction. The aura of the restriction was extremely terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel a chill in his heart. This ancient tomb was built before the primordial age. So many years had passed. The restriction in the ancient tomb was still so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. I'll break the formation, you seal the void, Lin Feng said when they arrived in front of the stone door. No problem. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and began to set up a large formation to seal the void. Lin Feng began to study the restriction on the stone door. The two of them had a clear division of labor. This wasn't the first time that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang worked together, so their cooperation was extremely tacit. Now, Lin Feng's research on large formations was becoming more and more profound. Although the restriction on the stone door was very complicated, it couldn't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned as he thought about what kind of method to use to break the formation on the stone door. In the end, Lin Feng thought of a method. The Stone Emperor scripture recorded a method called the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. This Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. It was a fusion of formation runes and magic power. It condensed into small purple dragons. Those small purple dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, letting out waves of dragon roars. Following that, one by one, the small purple dragons flew towards the stone door. This was the first time Lin Feng used the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. As a result, Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art was. However, Lin Feng felt, since the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art was a top-notch secret technique in the Stone Sovereign Sutra, its power must be extremely astonishing. The small purple dragons flew to the side of the restriction on the stone door. Then, he bit down on those restrictions. Those little purple dragons wanted to bite off the restriction on the stone door. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Because it was the first time he used the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art, Lin Feng didn't know how the secret method broke the restriction. Now that he saw the secret method to break the restriction, he felt very surprised. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, no matter what method it was, the most important thing was to be able to break the formation. Buzz. At this moment, the restriction on the stone door woke up. Powerful waves of energy rippled out from the seals. Taoist Wu Liang hurriedly activated the formation he had set up in advance to seal the void, in order to prevent the fluctuations here from spreading out. At this moment, the awakened restriction swept towards the small purple dragons. The restriction on the stone door was extremely powerful. With a light sweep, the void collapsed. Such a tyrannical power shocked everyone. Just as the restrictive spells were about to land on the little purple dragons, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The small purple dragons were actually able to dodge the attacks of the restrictions with great agility. Then, the little purple dragons bit down on the restriction. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. These small purple dragons seemed to have their own spiritual consciousness. It was really unbelievable. The inheritance of the Celestial Master sect is really mysterious. Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but mutter in the distance. However, thinking of the curse of the Celestial Master sect, Taoist Wu Liang's fat body couldn't help but tremble. The successor of the Celestial Master sect was cursed. If one's cultivation was weak, they could be killed by the curse at any time. If one's cultivation was strong, they couldn't resist the curse. Taoist Wu Liang once introduced some of the top celestial masters of the Celestial Master sect in a Tao scripture. Not only were their array skills superb, their cultivation was also extremely terrifying. However, unknown things still happened in their later years. Therefore, the Celestial Master sect was an extremely powerful inheritance. But it was also a Tao tradition that made people stop. The successor of this Tao tradition didn't seem to have a good ending. Taoist Wu Liang also talked to Lin Feng about this matter, but Lin Feng already had 5 curses on him. He was already used to it. At this stage, the various curses on his body seemed to have reached a relatively balanced level. Therefore, the curses on his body, for the time being, they didn't pose much of a threat to him. What would happen in the future? Lin Feng didn't know. And Lin Feng believed that man could conquer nature. As long as he worked hard, there was no difficulty that he couldn't overcome, even if there were many terrifying curses on his body. Lin Feng believed, sooner or later, he could also resolve these curses one by one. Crack, crack. The little purple dragon continued to gnaw at the restrictive spells one after another. Gradually, cracks appeared in the restrictions. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. Those restrictions were about to be completely gnawed off by the small golden dragons. Once those restrictions were broken, The restrictions on the stone door would be destroyed. When the time came, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang, they would be able to open the stone door and enter the tomb. Those restrictions were naturally unwilling to be destroyed by the small purple dragons just like that. So, those restrictions struggled very fiercely. The power of the restriction array shattered the immeasurable Taoist's great array. Fortunately, Taoist Wuliang's array skills were also extremely powerful. He repaired the array in time to ensure that the fluctuations from the restrictions didn't spread out. If it really spread out, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang would definitely be discovered. Crack, crack, the sound of the restrictions cracking could be heard one after another. It took a full 3 days. The small golden dragons finally broke all the restrictions. When all the restrictions were broken, the small golden dragons also gradually dissipated in midair. It's finally done. Taoist Wuliang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he quickly walked forward. Lin Feng pushed the stone door open. Then, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang entered the tomb. Taoist Wuliang shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha ha, an immortal tomb. This is the tomb of an immortal. Such a tomb is very rare. I wonder what treasures there are in this tomb." Lin Feng was not interested in ordinary treasures. He could not wait to break through to the Emperor Realm. As for breaking through to the Emperor Realm, Lin Feng still had 400 of the 3,000 daos left. Originally, Lin Feng's grand fate art was incomplete. However, some time ago, the immortal Bell of Fate gave him a Stone of Fate. Inside the Stone of Fate, Lin Feng had comprehended 4 divine abilities. The first divine ability was the complete grand fate art. The second divine ability was the Fate Battle Song. This divine ability could greatly increase the combat power of oneself and one's companions. It was a support-type divine ability. The third divine ability was the Fate Sword art. This was a sword technique. If used together with the Fate Sword left behind by the Master of Fate, its power would reach an unimaginable level. The fourth divine ability was the Gate of Fate. It was rumored that it could summon an ancient divine gate. This ancient divine gate was the embodiment of the Grand Tao of Fate. Once it was summoned, it would display heaven-defying power. As for the complete Great Fate technique, Lin Feng had already finished learning it. Lin Feng only hoped to gather all 3,000 daos as soon as possible. By then, he would be able to cultivate all 3,000 daos. His Grand Tao Foundation should be able to reach the level of the Red World Fairy's Grand Tao Foundation. With such a powerful Grand Tao Foundation, once he broke through to the Emperor Realm, the increase in his strength would definitely shock the world. Lin Feng hoped to find the divine ability he needed in the Immortal Tomb. The Immortal Tomb was divided into several layers of chambers. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang had entered the first chamber of the Immortal Tomb. The first chamber should be a place for sacrifices. There were a large number of corpses and an altar here. The corpses had long decayed. Lin Feng said, "It seems like the master of this tomb wasn't a good person back then. He actually let so many people be buried with him. How abominable." The funerary objects in the world of cultivators were basically all kinds of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, medicinal pills, divine abilities, magic treasures, and the like. Very few people would bury a living person with them. Normally, the cultivator would only bury a living person with them when they were on the verge of death. Of course, there were also some forces that were more evil. Regardless of whether their ancestors had told them to do so before they died, they would use living people to accompany them in death. Although there were such forces, they were not common in the world of cultivators. Immeasurable Taoist said, "If you enter more tombs, you won't be surprised by this." Lin Feng fell silent and then sighed. In the world of cultivators, human lives were like grass. There were many things. There was no way to change it. He and the immeasurable Taoist continued to walk inside. The two of them entered the second layer of the tomb. Within the second layer of the tomb, there were many shelves. On those shelves, there were densely packed porcelain bottles or jade tubes. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist walked forward. Each of them opened a porcelain bottle. Lin Feng found that there were more than a dozen medicinal pills in the porcelain bottle. But because too much time had passed, these medicinal pills were all destroyed. The dozen medicinal pills emitted a moldy smell. Lin Feng put the porcelain bottle back and said, "What a pity. It's really a pity. These medicinal pills were most likely immortal pills in the past. But now, they've been destroyed." The immeasurable Taoist said, "There's nothing to pity. Exploring ancient tombs is sometimes like this. Many good things have been destroyed by the power of time. The things we need to find are those that are still valuable." The immeasurable Taoist often robbed tombs. So he was very open-minded. Lin Feng nodded. Then his gaze looked at a jade tube. Then he held a jade tube in his hand. Lin Feng found that this jade tube recorded an ancient prescription. The cultivator buried here was obviously an alchemy grandmaster. These medicinal pills might have been refined by this person. The immeasurable Taoist said, "When this ancient tomb was built back then, this person was most likely not dead. He should have spent the last period of his life in the ancient tomb." This point, Lin Feng still agreed. This was because many cultivators generally knew when their lifespan would come to an end. Before their time was up, some cultivators might go to some dangerous places, such as the land of death, to fight for opportunities. Perhaps they could break through and extend their lifespan. Of course, there were also some cultivators who would choose to go through life and death. They hoped to pass through life and death and have an epiphany. This group of cultivators would often order people to build a tomb before they died. This kind of tomb, also known as the Tomb of the Living Dead. The tomb itself was a place for the dead to live. When the tomb was completed, the owner of the tomb was not dead yet, but he lived in the tomb. This was the origin of the Tomb of the Living Dead. In the second layer of the tomb, the jade tubes in the second layer of the tomb, in addition to various medicinal formulas, also contained many cultivation insights, and even many ancient star maps. The value of these things was still extremely high. If word got out, it would cause a huge uproar. After collecting these jade tubes, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist entered the third layer of the tomb. A stone room was built inside the third layer of the tomb. And on the door of the stone room, it actually wrote the words "Land of Divine Ability Inheritance." After seeing these words, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. The owner of this tomb is very likely an expert from the Great Desolate Era. In that era, various divine abilities had not been lost. This person was also an immortal, so he must have cultivated many incomparably powerful divine abilities. He might have cultivated as many as 1,000 or 2,000 great Daos. The immeasurable Taoist said. After the ancient era, a large number of divine ability inheritances were lost. The number of experts also continued to decrease. The decrease in the number of experts had a lot to do with the loss of inheritances. And in the eras before the ancient era, some top experts, such as immortal-level experts, which one of them didn't cultivate thousands or even more of the 3,000 great Daos? In those eras, the 3,000 great Daos were spread quite widely. Especially the 3,000 great Daos that weren't ranked very high, they were easier to obtain. Of course, in those eras, not all the 3,000 great Daos were easy to obtain. For example, the 3,000 great Daos that were ranked in the top 300. Each was more precious than the other. Basically, they were all controlled by the top few forces. The cultivators of the other forces were basically unable to cultivate the 3,000 great Daos that were ranked in the top 300. As for the Great Destiny technique that was ranked first, no force had the cultivation method for the Great Destiny technique. If one wanted to cultivate the Great Destiny technique, they would need to find the door of eternal life, the Supreme Divine Court, or the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Then, they would have to comprehend the cultivation method themselves. However, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist walked towards the stone room with the sacred art inheritance written on it. Just as they entered the stone room, suddenly, Lin Feng felt like the world was spinning. The next moment, he disappeared from the stone room. When he reappeared, Lin Feng found that he had actually arrived in a starry sky world. In the starry sky world stood a thin cultivator. This thin cultivator didn't look particularly old. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. "You came to this tomb. Don't you know who I am?" The thin middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This middle-aged man should be the owner of this tomb, but what was his name? Which clan was he from? Lin Feng really didn't know. However, Lin Feng knew that this person should have died of old age. Since he died of old age, then this person should be extremely old. However, he looked like a middle-aged man in his prime. This meant that the cultivator in front of him had very likely swallowed the face-retaining pill or cultivated the face-retaining technique. Swallowing the face-retaining pill and cultivating the face-retaining technique were basically things that female cultivators would do. Therefore, he thought that this person might have done these things. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, pervert. Lin Feng looked at the tomb owner and said, "This junior is worried that senior's orthodoxy will be lost, so I came to explore, hoping to inherit senior's orthodoxy and then carry forward senior's orthodoxy." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the tomb owner's mouth suddenly revealed a mocking expression. He sneered and said, "You really speak the human language. Do you think that I will believe what you said?" Lin Feng had long known that the tomb owner wouldn't believe these words. He was just casually saying it. Lin Feng said, "Since the words sacred art inheritance land are written here, it's obvious that you want to pass on your sacred art to the future generations. I wonder how to obtain these sacred arts?" The tomb owner sneered and said, "The reason why the stone room was built was to lure people like you into the stone room and then kill you. This is not a sacred art inheritance land." After hearing the tomb owner's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The tomb owner was indeed a ruthless person. Even if he died, he still had to scheme against others. Lin Feng then sneered and said, "With this imprint of yours, you can't kill me." Imprint? Of course not. This is a spiritual body formed from the combination of my soul and magic power. Although countless years have passed and the power of this spiritual body of mine has been severely depleted, killing an ant like you is still an easy task." The tomb owner sneered. "What? This is a spirit body?" Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. If it was a spirit body, then it was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly activated the ruler's armor. Then, he used the ruler's armor to protect his body. Next, he took out the black dragon sword. Powerful magic power began to flow into the black dragon sword. At the same time, the Bing mantra was also activated. Lin Feng tried to use the Bing mantra. He activated the black dragon sword's power. Waves of terrifying fluctuation shook the void. The black dragon sword's power was recovering. It's useless. An ant is an ant. No matter how you struggle, you are destined to never be able to break free from your destiny. The tomb owner walked toward Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He raised his right hand and slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're already a dead person. What right do you have to talk about destiny with me? If I'm not wrong, you didn't cultivate the great destiny art when you were alive, right? You didn't even cultivate the great destiny art and you still have the nerve to talk about destiny? It's really ridiculous. Such a ridiculous person can actually cultivate to the immortal realm. It's really unbelievable. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you were able to cultivate to the immortal realm not because of how good your talent is, but because the era you lived in was the golden age of cultivation, unlike the current era. If you lived in this era, it would be extremely difficult for you to break through to the great emperor realm. You're courting death." After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the tomb owner flew into a rage. An even more powerful magic power surged out. The palm that was originally aimed at Lin Feng suddenly increased in power by 30%. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The black dragon sword in his hand also slashed at the tomb owner. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by an earth-shaking sound of violent collision, Lin Feng and the tomb owner fiercely collided. A powerful shock wave came. From the black dragon sword, it poured into Lin Feng's body. When that strength crashed onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. The ruler's armor blocked most of the power. The remaining power, it was resolved by Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng's face became as pale as paper, and his expression became incomparably gloomy. An immortal spirit body was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this spirit body had been condensed for countless years. In addition, the stone room that immeasurable Taoist entered with him. In other words, at this moment, immeasurable Taoist was probably also attacked by the spirit body. The tomb owner's spirit body should be divided into two. They were dealing with him and immeasurable Taoist respectively. It was under such circumstances. He used the ruler's armor. He was actually forced back by the tomb owner. It could be seen how powerful this spirit body was. Fortunately, the tomb owner's spirit body was no longer as powerful as it was in the past. If it was as powerful as before, then, if he were to face the spirit body today, it was very likely that he would die. Weak. You're really too weak. You used such a powerful armor and only have this bit of strength. With your strength, you dare to steal the opportunity in the immortal tomb. Who gave you the courage? The tomb owner looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Obviously, even if his strength had weakened to the lowest point, he still had great confidence in killing Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The battle has just begun. It's not certain who will win." What? Could it be that an ant like you wants to make a comeback? How laughable and foolish. The tomb owner said disdainfully. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The aura emitted from his body became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. The tomb owner didn't want to delay for too long. He wanted to kill Lin Feng quickly. And just at this moment, Lin Feng waved his hand. The 3 stone swords also flew out and floated above Lin Feng. Kill. Lin Feng was doing 6 things at once. At the same time, he activated the weapon mantra, the ruler's armor, the black dragon sword and the 3 stone swords. So. The 3 stone swords took the lead to attack the tomb owner. Lin Feng followed closely behind, operating the black dragon sword with all his might. Stone sword. You actually control the stone sword. The owner of the tomb couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. The 36 stone swords were too famous. There were many experts. They had all heard of or seen the 36 stone swords. Perhaps only the cultivators after the primordial era didn't know much about the 36 stone swords. But the owner of the tomb, he was an expert from the primordial era. He knew a lot about the 36 stone swords. So when he saw Lin Feng take out the 3 stone swords, the owner of the tomb was extremely shocked. It was rumored that only those with great luck could obtain the stone sword. Obtaining a stone sword was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention that he had obtained 3 stone swords like Lin Feng. Buzz. 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 At this moment, the 3 stone swords had already shaken the void and charged towards the owner of the tomb. The power was abnormally tyrannical. The void was sliced apart like tofu. But facing the attack of the 3 stone swords, the owner of the tomb sneered. His battle strength was extremely powerful, so he wasn't afraid of the 3 stone swords. When the 3 stone swords slashed over, the owner of the tomb opened his big hand. Across the void, he suddenly slapped out with his palm. Bang! In the void, a terrifying force instantly erupted. Then, it shook out. That formless energy slammed into the 3 stone swords. Instantly, the 3 stone swords were sent flying by the owner of the tomb. And at this moment, Lin Feng had already charged over. He slashed down with his sword. It was as if he was splitting Mount Hua. The power of that sword was really shocking. The terrifying sword slashed down in an instant, as if it could split heaven and earth into 2 halves. Such a powerful sword. Lin Feng was also quite satisfied. However, the owner of the tomb flicked his finger. Clang. His finger collided with the black dragon sword in an instant, and a deafening collision sound was heard. It was as if 2 peerless divine weapons had collided. The terrifying power that came through the sword almost made the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand fly out of his hand. Lin Feng's hands were split open from the shock, and blood immediately flowed out. At this moment, the tomb's owner instantly arrived beside Lin Feng and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng's chest. Bang! That tyrannical palm landed on Lin Feng's chest. The power of that palm strike was truly terrifying. Even though the ruler's armor had blocked most of the force, it was still too powerful. However, there was only a small amount of strength left, but it was enough to make Lin Feng's chest cave in. His body flew backward uncontrollably. Ever since he gained control of the ruler's armor, Lin Feng could even compete with many cultivators of the Zunqi layer. Now, they were showing signs of defeat. It had never appeared before. The might of the Tomb Master already exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. His strength was a suffocating and despairing kind of strength. It was hard to imagine what level his current combat strength was at. Killing such a weak ant like you will really dirty my hands. The Tomb Master walked towards Lin Feng step by step, his expression cold and ruthless. He sneered and said, however, "Since an ant like you dares to come to my tomb and disturb my sleep, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to quell my anger." The Tomb Master raised his right hand. In the void. With a light stroke. Buzz. Accompanied by a violent trembling sound. Then. A dazzling sword energy flew out. Feeling the horror of that sword energy, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This sword energy was too terrifying, and the power contained in it was too tyrannical. This blow slashed his body. The vibrating power of the sword qi would definitely be able to cause fatal damage to his body. One had to know when the power was strong enough. Even if there was protection in between. It could also destroy everything in an instant. Heaven patching technique. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Facing the opponent's tyrannical attack, he quickly performed the heaven patching technique. Swish. A light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. As for the owner of the tomb, his terrifying attack landed in midair. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already behind the Tomb Master. He held the black dragon sword with both hands and slashed at the Tomb Master with all his strength. It's done. Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. Just as the sword was about to cleave the Tomb Master into two, the void behind the Tomb Master started to distort. This was the use of the space law. The distorted void blocked Lin Feng's slash. The Tomb Master's big hand reached out from the distorted void and attacked Lin Feng again. Lin Feng quickly retreated. The void in front of him started to overlap. It was like dozens of layers of space were overlapping. You actually mastered the space Dao? The Tomb Master showed a surprised expression for the first time. He could feel that Lin Feng's space Dao was extraordinary. The Tomb Master shattered the overlapping void in front of Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng had already retreated hundreds of meters. Interesting, but your realm is too low. It can't cause any damage to this immortal. The Tomb Master sneered. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The Tomb Master was too powerful. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill him. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give up. Because he was never a person who gave up easily. Moreover, Lin Feng still had many methods that he hadn't used yet. You are qualified for me to use my full strength, Lin Feng said coldly. What did you say? The Tomb Master thought that he had heard wrongly and asked again. Lin Feng said indifferently, I said, you barely made it. You are qualified for me to use my full strength. Why? Don't you understand human language? The Tomb Master's expression suddenly became gloomy. A junior like Lin Feng dared to be so disrespectful to him. This made the Tomb Master extremely angry. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, lowly ant. Who gave you the courage to do that? Who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous in front of this immortal? This immortal won't kill you directly later. Instead, I will capture you and torture you until you are better off dead. Otherwise, this immortal won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. After the battle, you will know the last remnant of your spiritual body in the human world. You are destined to be destroyed by me. Lin Feng said coldly. Facing a terrifying existence like the Tomb Master, Lin Feng dared to say such words. He was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng's voice fell. He began to use the one qi into 3 pure ones. Whoosh! 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 There was a flash of light. After the 3 Lin Feng appeared. Every Lin Feng had the ability to do 6 things at once. The three Lin Feng added together were equivalent to having the ability to do 18 things at once. The three Lin Feng activated their domineering aura at the same time. The 9 magnetic fields stacked together. The powerful magnetic field directly enveloped the owner of the tomb. At the same time, the three Lin Feng used the space imprisonment ability at the same time. This was a supreme ability recorded in the Tao of Space. Then, all kinds of treasures were taken out. Black dragon sword, 3 stone swords, heavenly drum, 5 dragon wheel, 9 demon diagram, primordial demon cauldron, green mountain sword, 5 flames 7 birds fan, demon emperor small world, 5 kill tablet, and Chonglu demon palace. These treasures were all taken out by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng displayed his most powerful battle strength. The magnetic field formed by the domineering aura greatly suppressed the battle strength of the tomb owner. And the space imprisonment ability was used to imprison this person's movements. In addition, so many powerful magic treasures were taken out at the same time. Every magic treasure vibrated with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Actually, Lin Feng had an even more terrifying treasure here. He had a sealed ancient weapon here. This was one of the most terrifying treasures since ancient times. Perhaps only the 36 stone swords were gathered. Only then could he contend against the ancient weapon. But there was nothing he could do. The current Lin Feng was still unable to control the ancient weapon. However, the magic treasures that Lin Feng took out were already powerful enough. The power of each magic treasure, under the operation of the boundless mana, had reached a level that made people pale in shock. The heavenly drum began to beat. He summoned the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The bell of hell shook the void. 100,000 miles of the starry sky world collapsed. The 5 dragon wheel gently slashed. The void was torn apart. When the 3 stone swords were combined, they could break through billions of gods and demons. The black dragon sword killed gods and immortals, and the sword chi shook the 9 heavens. The demon emperor small world crushed all worlds and suppressed countless living beings. And so on. Every divine weapon was able to display shocking power. Lin Feng used the method of doing 18 things at once, which consumed a lot of his mana. However, now, Lin Feng had no other choice. He had to give it his all. The owner of the graveyard did not die. It was his death. You actually have so many top-tier true treasures on you. When the tomb owner saw the supreme treasures Lin Feng took out, his expression changed drastically. Because the number of treasures Lin Feng took out was simply too many. It was too shocking. Moreover, there were many treasures that made him salivate. A cultivator. In his entire life. To obtain such a treasure. This was already an extremely heaven-defying matter. However, Lin Feng actually obtained so many of these treasures. It was truly inconceivable. Furthermore, what shocked the tomb owner the most was Lin Feng's domineering aura. There were simply too few cultivators who could comprehend the domineering aura. Lin Feng had not only comprehended hockey, but he had also comprehended many types of hockey. No one would believe such a thing even if he told them about it. Only then did the tomb owner realize that he had underestimated this young human in front of him. At this moment, Lin Feng's various supreme treasures had already arrived. Peace of the 4 seas. Facing the attacks of so many supreme treasures, the tomb owner could not help but let out a long roar. Immediately after, 4 vast seas appeared beside him. The waves in the 4 vast seas were turbulent. It seemed to be able to devour everything. The 4 vast seas actually directly swallowed the attacks of Lin Feng's magic treasures. Then, 4 vast seas. They swallowed Lin Feng's magic treasures. The tomb owner was truly peerless and terrifying. Now, he was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9-layered domineering magnetic field and 3-layered spatial imprisonment. He was actually able to display such a powerful battle strength. Lin Feng could not help but feel incredulous. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He began to chant the incantation of the great fate art. You lowly creature, your body has already decayed. Your life is over. Your soul should become one of the departed souls in the ocean of departed souls. That's your destiny. Your resistance is just a stupid and laughable thing to do. You can't fight against the power of destiny. When Lin Feng finished his incantation, a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. It was the power of fate. Bang! 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 When the power of destiny slammed into the four seas, the power of destiny slammed into them. The four seas formed by the two moner were completely shattered. Lin Feng's supreme treasures all flew out. They quickly attacked the two moner. The legendary Great Fate Art. You actually know the Great Fate Art. Who exactly are you? Whose reincarnation are you? Surprisingly, the owner of the grave recognized Lin Feng's great destiny technique. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Since ancient times, cultivators who knew the Great Fate Art. There were only a handful of them. It was said that some top experts only comprehended the true essence of the Great Fate Art after reincarnating. For example, Lin Feng's senior sister Shui Linglong comprehended the Great Fate Art after reincarnating. Thus, the two moner felt that Lin Feng was also an expert who had reincarnated. Only Lin Feng himself knew. He was him. He was not the reincarnation of any expert. At this moment, more than 10 powerful treasures had already arrived in front of the two moner. The two moner repeatedly slapped out with his large hands. He slapped out at the treasures one after another. He slapped away 7 or 8 treasures, but the remaining treasures bombarded the two moner's body. The two moner was only a spiritual body, not a body of flesh and blood. He could not withstand the terrifying attacks of Lin Feng's treasures. Half of his body directly exploded. This immortal is an undying and indestructible existence. The two moner roared. His body actually began to reassemble. His shattered body seemed to be rapidly recovering. But at this moment, a purple beam of light shot over. Third level of the supreme aura. Shattering heaven and earth. Accompanied by the low roar that resounded between heaven and earth, the purple beam of light had already flown over. That was Lin Feng's supreme aura. As Lin Feng cultivated more and more supernatural powers, his understanding of the great Tao also became deeper and deeper. His supreme aura had already broken through to the third level. The third level of the supreme aura, shattering heaven and earth, was extremely powerful. When the supreme aura arrived in front of the two moner came back to his senses. He opened his large hand and created an illusory world to suppress the supreme aura. Now the two moner's strength was greatly suppressed. In addition, he was injured. His combat strength fell greatly again. He could no longer contend with Lin Feng's supreme aura. Puff. Accompanied by the sound of tearing, the supreme aura transformed into a beam of light that first tore apart the mysterious world that the two moner had created. Then, it tore apart the two moner's body. After the power of the supreme aura surged into the two moner's body, the two moner's body actually collapsed. Why did this happen? The unwilling roar of the two moner could be heard from the crumbling body. This is your remnant soul? Great! Lin Feng opened his large hand and directly suppressed the remnant soul of the two moner. He wanted to use the soul-searching technique to search for the remnant soul of the two moner. You want to search this immortal soul? You're dreaming. Even if this immortal turns into ashes, I won't let you succeed. The owner of the tomb couldn't help but roar. His spiritual body had already collapsed and his power had dissipated. He couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. So the owner of the tomb knew that the situation was hopeless and he was powerless to resist. But the owner of the tomb had a way to destroy his soul. A ball of flame surged out from the owner of the tomb's soul. Then, it completely enveloped his soul. Next, the owner of the tomb's soul burned fiercely. Ha 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 ha, little bastard, you won't get anything. This immortal curses you to die a horrible death in the future, the owner of the tomb roared crazily. Lin Feng sneered and looked at the owner of the tomb, saying, "Do you think you can destroy the soul just because you want to? What a joke." As his voice faded, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Buzz. Then, the void shook. A power of destiny quickly flew out. Then, it merged into the owner of the tomb's soul. Suddenly, the owner of the tomb's burning soul flame was extinguished. No, 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 why is it like this? Why is it like this? The owner of the tomb screamed in horror. He wanted to destroy his soul. he couldn't do it. This made the owner of the tomb. It was hard to accept. Looking at the owner of the tomb who was roaring like crazy, Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer. He said coldly, "Your little grandpa has mastered the great destiny technique. Your fate is also in my hands. Do you think you can die just because you want to? You're really stupid." As his voice faded, Lin Feng's soul-searching technique had been used. He began to search the owner of the tomb's remnant soul. "I curse you to be cut into pieces in the future. I curse you to die without a burial place in the future." The owner of the tomb knew that he couldn't resist the fate of being searched, so he kept cursing. He began to curse Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly formed a seal and sealed the owner of the tomb's remnant soul. His voice could no longer be heard. Then, Lin Feng continued to search the tomb owner's soul. Lin Feng searched through a large number of memories, and these memories were basically memories of various sacred arts. As for some of the experiences of the tomb owner, or memories related to cultivation and comprehension, there were very few. It was clear that the owner of the tomb had used a special method to create his own spiritual body before he died. As for the spirit body, it was rather special. It was a combination of one's soul and magic power. Perhaps it would require some other means to form it. The divine abilities in the soul were extremely useful in shaping the spirit body. The more divine abilities one cultivated, the more powerful the spirit body would be. The spirit body created would also exist in the world for a longer period of time. As for the various memories that had nothing to do with divine ability memories, they were a great hindrance to the creation of the spirit body. Therefore, when a cultivator created a spirit body, they would only leave behind the memory of the divine ability in their soul. Forget the rest of those unnecessary memories, right now. The spirit body of the tomb owner contained all kinds of divine abilities. As expected of an immortal realm expert, he had cultivated over 7,000 to 8,000 types of divine abilities. The lifespan of an immortal. It should be able to break through the unit of 100 million. Therefore, the lifespan of an immortal was basically more than 100 million years. To be able to experience several great eras. In this long period of time, one could indeed cultivate many divine abilities. The divine ability that Lin Feng was truly interested in was the 3000 Great Tao. The tomb owner was an immortal from the primordial era. According to the immeasurable Taoist, in the primordial era, other than the 3000 Great Tao that could not be obtained, the other 3000 Great Tao could even be obtained through transactions. It was precisely because the 3000 Great Tao had spread widely. In those eras, that was why there were so many experts. Unlike now, becoming an emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming an immortal was fleeting. Lin Feng began to investigate one divine ability after another. In the end, he was pleasantly surprised. The tomb owner had actually cultivated more than 2,700 types of 3,000 Great Tao. This fellow was indeed an immortal realm expert. The number of Great Tao he had cultivated was really many. However, there were very few in the top 300 of the 3,000 Great Tao. Because even in their era, it was indeed too difficult to obtain the top 3,000 Great Tao. Among these 2,700 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there were only more than 50 types of 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 300. There were only 6 types of 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 100. As for the top 50 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there was none. However, the 2,600 types of 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had previously obtained, the 3,000 Great Tao that he had obtained included all the 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 1,000. The 3,000 Great Tao ranked between 1001 and 2000 lacked 105 types. The 3,000 Great Tao ranked between 2001 and 3000 lacked 295 types. And these 3,000 Great Tao, they could all be found among the 3,000 Great Tao that the tomb owner cultivated. Now, Lin Feng had finally collected all 3,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao. He only needed to successfully cultivate these 3,000 Great Tao. When the time came, he would be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm in one go. After Lin Feng memorized the cultivation method of all the divine abilities, he directly killed the soul of the tomb owner. Then, a light flashed in front of his eyes. Lin Feng found himself back in the stone room. Immeasurable Taoist stood beside him. Immeasurable Taoist didn't move. Lin Feng guessed that Immeasurable Taoist should be dealing with the other part of the tomb owner's spirit body. He didn't know how Immeasurable Taoist was doing. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't help Immeasurable Taoist in any way for the time being. He could only wait at the side. About a quarter of an hour passed. Immeasurable Taoist also opened his eyes. Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, that old bastard, actually dared to scheme against us. Fortunately, my methods are superb. Otherwise, I would have been tricked to death by this old bastard. Immeasurable Taoist cursed. The soul of the tomb owner should have been killed by Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng said, a centipede dies but doesn't fall down. This time, this old thing's soul has been completely destroyed. Then, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist walked out of the stone room. The third layer of the tomb was mainly this stone room. There was nothing else. After Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist took a look, they realized that there was nothing else. Then, they looked at the fourth layer of the stone room. This was the fourth layer of the stone room. It was also the last layer of the stone room. He didn't know what was in the fourth layer of the stone room. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist walked towards the fourth layer of the tomb together. Soon, they entered the fourth layer of the stone room. After seeing the things in the fourth layer of the stone room, there was only one crystal coffin in the huge fourth layer of the tomb. And this kind of crystal coffin was extremely rare. Of course, what shocked Lin Feng and the Immeasurable Taoist the most was not the crystal coffin. It was the fact that there was a person lying inside the crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, both Lin Feng and the Immeasurable Taoist were shocked. There's no aura, it should be a corpse, the Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng said, let's go over and take a look. When you encounter a corpse in a tomb, you must be careful, the Immeasurable Taoist said. He had a lot of experience in tomb raiding. Therefore, he knew that once a corpse appeared in a tomb, it would be an extremely bad thing. Lin Feng had also entered many tombs, but he rarely saw a complete corpse. This was especially true for the older tombs. The power of time could destroy magic treasure, immortal pills, and other things. Let alone a corpse, so, in such an ancient tomb, there shouldn't be a complete corpse. However, there was a complete corpse in this tomb. This was filled with something demonic. The Immeasurable Taoist quickly took out a golden bell. Then, he took out dozens of talismans written on yellow paper. Lin Feng asked, what are the uses of these things? This is the soul-suppressing bell. Any in spirit without a soul will be restrained by the soul-suppressing bell. The things that appear in the tomb are usually unclean things, or they are wearing human skin, but they are no longer real living beings. Since they are not real living beings, then they are dead spirits, and dead spirits do not have souls. The soul-suppressing bell is extremely harmful to these things without souls, and these talismans are immortal talismans used to deal with spirits, the Immeasurable Taoist said. Many times, the Immeasurable Taoist seemed like a very unreliable fellow, but in reality, Lin Feng was very clear that the Immeasurable Taoist was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. This guy's methods were endless. Otherwise, this guy would be dealing with ancient tombs all day long. How could he be alive until now? Lin Feng and the Immeasurable Taoist walked towards the crystal coffin together. Lin Feng guessed that the corpse lying inside the crystal coffin was most likely the corpse of the tomb's owner. When a powerhouse of this level died, they would usually choose to turn into a rainbow and scatter. However, the owner of the graveyard did not do so. Nobody knew why. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang came to the side of the crystal coffin. They looked into the crystal coffin. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, it's the corpse of the tomb owner. That's right. It really is that guy's corpse. To think that his corpse is so well preserved. How strange. That guy died during the Great Desolation era. How did his corpse survive? Taoist Wu Liang was extremely confused. He began to search the body of the owner of the tomb. After a careful search, he could not find anything. There is nothing. Taoist Wu Liang shook his head. Lin Feng looked at the tomb owner's mouth. He felt that the tomb owner's mouth was a little bloated. Lin Feng opened his mouth and a blue pearl appeared in front of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. It's the soul-gathering pearl. Taoist Wuliang could not help but exclaim when he saw the pearl. Lin Feng asked, "What's the soul-gathering pearl?" Rumor has it that when a person dies, their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will scatter between heaven and earth. When a person's soul dies, their physical body dies as well. However, the soul-gathering pearl can reform the soul and revive a dead cultivator. Taoist Wuliang said. "Is this rumor true?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm not sure." Taoist Wuliang shook his head. Lin Feng frowned and said, "However, this guy's soul did not scatter. We were attacked by his soul in the stone room. Isn't that soul formed by fusing a soul with magic power?" Taoist Wuliang said, "There are many types of soul. Ordinary spirit bodies could return to their bodies once again. However, there's a type of evil soul that cannot return to the body. It's said that this type of evil soul is a soul refined by a cultivator whose physical body is about to die. This type of soul needs to be stripped of part of the soul's memories and refined into a soul before death. Once this soul is successfully refined, the cultivator's physical body and part of his soul will completely die. This type of soul can exist between heaven and earth for a long time, but it can no longer fuse with the cultivator's body. As time passes, this type of soul's power will be continuously depleted. Once all of its power is exhausted, this type of soul will die. Thus, the soul we saw earlier should belong to this type of evil soul." Lin Feng said, "This guy was definitely not a good person when he was alive. I'll take this soul-gathering pearl and burn this corpse later." Lin Feng took out the soul-gathering pearl from the immortal corpse's mouth. Taoist Wuliang did not ask for the soul-gathering pearl. Lin Feng was very surprised. This was not in line with Taoist Wuliang's character. This guy actually did not want such a good thing? "You're not interested in the soul-gathering pearl?" Lin Feng asked. Taoist Wuliang said, "People in our line of work view things that gather souls as ominous." Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Why is that?" Taoist Wuliang said, "Because this is something that only the dead use." Lin Feng nodded. He could not blame Taoist Wuliang for being superstitious. There were many things that could not be explained in a few words. Many times, if you believed it, it would be there. Especially in the world of cultivators. One had to be careful. Lin Feng put away the soul-gathering pearl and flicked his finger. A ball of flame flew out. It landed on the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse immediately burst into flames. "Burn the corpse and be a good person in the next life. Don't be an evil person again," Lin Feng muttered to himself. But at this moment, the immortal corpse actually opened its eyes. An endless evil aura surged out from the immortal corpse's body. "Ah!" The immortal corpse let out an incomparably mournful scream. "Damn, the immortal corpse has revived." When he saw this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. "A zombie, hurry up and leave!" Taoist Wuliang cried out in horror. He was fully aware of just how terrifying an immortal stone corpse would be. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang quickly rushed outside. The immortal corpse's body was still burning. The immortal corpse struggled to climb out of the crystal coffin. A gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse extinguished the flames on its body and growled. Asterisk bang, asterisk along with the earth-shattering sound, it suddenly resounded between the heavens and the earth. The mountain where the tomb was built collapsed. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. "You've caused this immortal so much trouble. This immortal is going to tear you to pieces." The immortal corpse roared angrily. At this moment, the immortal corpse became extremely terrifying. Its entire body began to rot. His body also emitted a fishy smell. It was extremely disgusting. The immortal corpse roared and pounced toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. It wanted to kill Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. The immortal corpse was simply too powerful. He and Taoist Wuliang weren't a match for the immortal corpse even when they joined forces. Instead, they were chased by the immortal corpse. They almost died under the immortal corpse's powerful attack. Such a huge commotion. The cultivators in the area had long been alarmed. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance in the depths were also alarmed. A large number of cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance quickly flew over. Daoist Wu Liang. And that armored cultivator. The three emperors immediately recognized Daoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng. There was no need to mention Daoist Wu Liang. After coming to the heavenly sage great world, he had plundered many ancient tombs. Therefore, Daoist Wu Liang was wanted by the Sacred War Alliance. Now, the major forces of the Sacred War Alliance wanted nothing more than to tear Daoist Wu Liang to pieces. As the protectors of the myriad tribe cemetery, the three emperors had some understanding of Daoist Wu Liang. As for Lin Feng, they were even more familiar with him. This was because Lin Feng was the one who had kidnapped the Tomb Raider. However, Lin Feng was wearing armor, so they couldn't see what Lin Feng looked like. Now, the three emperors really wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's kidnapping of the Tomb Raider was equivalent to slapping the three emperors in the face. How long had it been? Lin Feng actually came to the myriad tribe cemetery to rob tombs again. Furthermore, clearly, the tomb had been completely destroyed. As for that terrifying monster, it was probably an undead spirit transformed from the master of the graveyard. The three emperors sped up. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Split up. Daoist Wu Liang said in a deep voice. Be careful. Lin Feng reminded. Then, the two of them quickly flew in different directions. The immortal corpse set its sights on Lin Feng and chased after Lin Feng relentlessly. When the three emperors saw the immortal corpse chasing after Lin Feng, they chased after the immortal corpse. Meanwhile, the great formations in the 95 dragon veins were also activated. In the void, densely packed runes interweaved, sealing the world. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest were trapped in those deployment spells. It was impossible for them to escape. Break! 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 At this moment, Lin Feng used the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect to the extreme. His palms turned golden. Lin Feng slashed at the runes one after another. Puff! 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 The runes were directly cut off by Lin Feng's palms. The technique Lin Feng used was the secret technique of the Celestial Master sect, the Heavenly Divine Gold Hand. Once the secret technique was used, the palm would turn golden. At this time, the golden palm could easily break the runes. The inheritance of the Celestial Master sect was indeed powerful. Lin Feng's golden palm was invincible. The runes were broken one after another. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed to the outer area of the 95 dragon veins. But at this time, the immortal corpse caught up with him. Heaven and earth. No one can save your life. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with hatred and then slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the immortal corpse was. With his current cultivation, he couldn't fight against the immortal corpse at all. Therefore, it wasn't a good time to continue fighting with the immortal corpse. Facing the immortal corpse's powerful attack, Lin Feng directly used the spatial folding god art. The space in front of Lin Feng folded. The immortal corpse's terrifying punch came. It directly slammed into the folded space. The folded space was destroyed by the immortal corpse. Lin Feng rushed hundreds of meters away. Die. Dozens of cultivators under the lead of several great emperors charged at Lin Feng. They wanted to stop Lin Feng. Courting death, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used the infinite dominance god art recorded in the second heaven of the supreme dominance god art. Infinite dominance. It was an indiscriminate attack. Bang! 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 When the infinite dominance enveloped the cultivators, the fleshly bodies of a group of cultivators exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. But at this time, the immortal corpse had already caught up. Its terrifying palm once again slammed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death from the immortal corpse's palm. Lin Feng had an extremely strong feeling in his heart. Even with the ruler's armor, facing the immortal corpse's terrifying attack, he was almost certain death. Lin Feng hastily used the Great Death Substitution technique. Lin Feng quickly used his Great Death Substitution technique. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. As for the immortal corpse's terrifying attack, it struck midair. Lin Feng, who had narrowly dodged the immortal corpse's fatal attack, appeared hundreds of meters away. He waved his golden palm. He continued to break the formation runes that sealed the world. He wanted to leave this place quickly. Ant-like thing, why do you have to make such a useless struggle? The immortal corpse chased after him again, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. This time, he condensed an even more terrifying attack. He opened his hand, and 10,000 ghosts flew out, howling in the sky. The endless evil spirits and ghosts all pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He quickly took out the ghost-raising jar. The jar emitted a powerful devouring power. It swallowed the 10,000 ghosts. Bang! The immortal corpse sent the jar flying with a slap. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Feng. His terrifying palm slammed into Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He felt that his magic power had almost been scattered by the immortal corpse. It's time to end this. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. He attacked Lin Feng again, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Come out. Primitive demon refining bugs, Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, the primitive demon refining bugs, which blotted out the sky, all flew out and charged at the immortal corpse. A dense swarm of desolate demon refining insects surrounded the immortal corpse. That was one of Lin Feng's trump cards, and now he was using it. Puff. 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 Taking advantage of the fact that the group of great desolate demon refining insects had tied up the immortal corpse, Lin Feng hurriedly destroyed the great array that sealed the heavens and earth. The great desolate demon refining insects were loyal to Lin Feng, so they charged towards the immortal corpse without fear of death. Bang! 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 A large number of great desolate demon refining insects exploded. Those great desolate demon refining insects were killed on the spot. Seeing so many great desolate demon refining insects being killed, Lin Feng felt like his heart was bleeding. Nurturing those great desolate demon refining insects had consumed a lot of Lin Feng's energy and wealth. Now, a large number of great desolate demon refining insects had died. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt his heart ache. In the end, Lin Feng tore apart the great array and rushed out from the 95 dragon veins. And the immortal corpse was Lin Feng's great desolate demon refining insects. They were all killed. The only fortunate thing was that the great desolate demon refining insect queen was still alive. As long as the queen was alive, Lin Feng would be able to continue nurturing new groups of great desolate demon refining insects. Shouted the celestial corpse furiously. He chased Lin Feng at full speed. But he was unable to catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and Lin Feng had a more profound use of space. So, it was even more impossible for the immortal corpse to catch up to Lin Feng. After getting rid of the immortal corpse, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. As for Immeasurable Taoist, Lin Feng wasn't worried about him at all. This damned Taoist's most powerful technique was actually not his attainments in the art of tomb raiding. To be precise, this damned Taoist's most powerful technique should be all kinds of escape methods. He always had all kinds of methods to quickly escape. Or else, Immeasurable Taoist would have died countless times. But the reality was, Immeasurable Taoist was still living a carefree life. Lin Feng planned to find a place to cultivate these 3,000 great Tao. Then, he would break through to the Emperor realm. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be when Lin Feng broke through to the Emperor realm. Dead Forest. This was a huge primeval forest in the great heavenly sage world solitary desolate prefecture. The vegetation here was all withered and dead. There were no living creatures here. Because there was a strange power here that could deprive one of life. It was rumored that it was the power of time. However, there were also rumors that it was the power of death that originated from hell. There were also rumors that it was a terrifying demonic power that originated from a demonic world. In the past, the withered forest was not called a withered forest. It was a place filled with lush greenery and all kinds of birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Countless spirit herbs grew in the primeval forest. However, no one could explain how the ancient primitive forest had turned into a land of death and turned into the current withered forest. At this moment, Lin Feng had arrived at the withered forest. Because Lin Feng felt that it was quieter here. No one came to disturb him. This was the best place to break through. Lin Feng walked through the withered forest. Rustling sounds could be heard. This was the sound of feet stepping on fallen leaves. The leaves here were very strange. Although they had drifted down from the books. Although they had withered. But they did not rot. Lin Feng seemed to be the only living creature in the huge withered forest. Lin Feng found a mountain range and opened a cave abode in the mountain range. Then, he sealed the cave abode with restrictions and began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng entered the time-space to cultivate. This way, he could save 5 times the time. Half a year in the outside world. 2.5 years had passed in the time-space. Lin Feng finally succeeded in cultivating all the 3,000 great Daos. After cultivating all 3,000 great Daos in Lin Feng's Dantian, the divine power array formed by the 3,000 great Daos actually started to operate on its own. Waves of heaven and earth Dao sound. It resounded through the clouds. The 3,000 divine powers actually resonated. Fate carried hope. Fate shaped life. Karma circulated endlessly. Samsara reversed life and death. Voices came out from Lin Feng's body. It was like the voice of the heavenly Dao shouted by the ancient saint emperors. This was the Dao voice of the 3,000 great Daos. Every Dao voice. All of them contained boundless mysteries. In Lin Feng's body, a large amount of holy light surged out. His sovereign emperor blood and immortal divine blood were all activated. A powerful bloodline began to flow through his limbs and bones. In Lin Feng's acupuncture points, they actually began to spit out holy light. At this moment, Lin Feng was completely wrapped in holy light. He seemed to have transformed into an ancient saint emperor. In the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows, a powerful light of calamity surged. Every light of calamity. It shook out violent fluctuations that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The light of calamity. It directly soared into the sky. 99 light of calamity actually rushed out from the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows. One had to know. When a cultivator transcended the tribulation, only one light of calamity would rush out from the space between their eyebrows. This light of calamity could connect with the thunder calamity from the 9 heavens and then summon the thunder calamity from the 9 heavens. As long as a cultivator succeeded in transcending the tribulation, they could complete the breakthrough. And they would also complete the transformation. However, 99 light of calamity actually appeared from the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows. This was too unbelievable. Even Lin Feng himself was shocked. 9 was the ultimate number. It represented an ominous sign. 99 represented death. So, that was why the ancient Saint Emperor cut 9 into 5. But now, 99 light of calamity appeared from the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows, which represented great ominous. The aura of death enveloped Lin Feng's entire body. But that feeling was quickly dispelled by Lin Feng. Lin Feng believed that man could conquer nature. He had absolute confidence in himself. I'm finally going to break through to the Great Emperor realm. This is the most important step since I started cultivating. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He took out all the Great Emperor sources that he had obtained before and directly swallowed them. These Great Emperor sources might be able to play a key role in his breakthrough. In addition, Lin Feng had also obtained a Great World's power before. That Great World's power was also swallowed by Lin Feng in one gulp. Then, Lin Feng got up and stepped outside. When he came out, thunder was already rolling above the 9 heavens. A sea of thunder condensed. In the thunder ocean, one could see huge thunder dragons and huge thunder serpents swimming in the thunder ocean. Moreover, listening carefully, one could hear the sound of war drums coming from the depths of the sea of thunder. In the sea of thunder, there seemed to be millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals flying from afar. This was Lin Feng's thunder calamity. Lin Feng still remembered that the Red World Fairy's tribulation was called the 9 Heavens 10 Earths Purple Heaven Lightning Calamity. It contained a total of 108,000 lightning calamity, but he didn't know that this time he was transcending the great emperor's tribulation. The tribulation that came down. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was trying his best to adjust his breathing so that he could be in the best condition to deal with the lightning tribulation that was about to descend. Lin Feng was looking forward to the great emperor tribulation. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now, the great emperor tribulation. It had finally descended. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of tribulation he was going to undergo. But Lin Feng knew. This kind of tribulation must be an incomparably heaven-defying tribulation. Just look at the Red World Fairies' tribulation back then. Back then, the Red World Fairies' tribulation even alarmed the 33 heavenly lords of the heavenly palace in the heaven realm. It was really an incredible thing. Roar, at this moment, a loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then, a thunder dragon descended from the sky and swooped down towards Lin Feng's location. The first lightning tribulation. It was actually the thunder dragon tribulation. This was an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. It was said that this was the lightning tribulation. It was one of the last 5 lightning tribulations for many people when they were undergoing the Great Emperor Tribulation. And Lin Feng was undergoing the Great Emperor Tribulation. The first lightning tribulation actually attracted the Thunder Dragon Tribulation. As the saying goes, one can see a leopard through a tube. From the first lightning tribulation, one could roughly guess how terrifying the tribulation Lin Feng was about to undergo would be. It could definitely be described as a peerless terror. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Facing the attack of the Thunder Dragon Tribulation, he stepped forward and threw a punch at the Thunder Dragon Tribulation. The power of Lin Feng's punch. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng's tyrannical punch. It directly smashed the Thunder Dragon into pieces. The power of this punch was really strong. Lin Feng's body began to absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. After the power of the lightning tribulation was absorbed by Lin Feng's body, it began to temper Lin Feng's physical body. Right now, Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. His physical body had already reached the Emperor Ancestor level. As for strength, once the 6-fold arms of Dracophant was activated, even an Emperor rank expert would be crushed. Lin Feng's physical body transformation wasn't easy. To complete the transformation, he needed to persevere. He needed to temper his physical body. The lightning tribulation that descended when one broke through a major realm contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. When the power of the lightning tribulation's power, it had the effect of tempering one's body. That was one of Lin Feng's favorite ways to strengthen his physical body. This time, he broke through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng was still using the same method. This time, Lin Feng had chosen the right place to break through in the desolate forest. If he were to break through somewhere else, such a huge commotion would have attracted countless cultivators. But in the silent forest, bolts of lightning tribulation struck down. Each bolt of lightning tribulation contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those bolts of lightning tribulation wanted to destroy Lin Feng's physical body, but they couldn't do it at all. Under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, Lin Feng's physical body continued to break through, and finally broke through to the Emperor level. But this kind of improvement was still continuing. It didn't stop. The lightning tribulation seemed to know that it was difficult to destroy Lin Feng. So, the tribulation that descended became stronger and stronger. But every bolt of lightning tribulation was resolved by Lin Feng. 1,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. 2,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. 3,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. 10,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. All kinds of lightning tribulation struck Lin Feng's body, but they were all blocked by Lin Feng. Facing those powerful lightning tribulation attacks, Lin Feng seemed to be at ease. But the 10,000 plus bolts of lightning tribulation that descended were just the appetizer. The lightning tribulation continued to descend. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 4 days. 10 days. Half a month. the lightning tribulation continued to strike. It actually lasted for half a month. And the number of lightning tribulations that descended one after another actually exceeded the total number of lightning tribulations that the Red World Fairy had undergone. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the Red World Fairy's tribulation. Who would have thought that he had already undergone 110,000 bolts of lightning tribulation? But this huge tribulation was far from over. Lin Feng now had the urge to curse in the street. Continuously transcending tribulations consumed a great deal of his energy. There were wounds all over his body. Moreover, the sea of lightning lasted for half a month without dissipating. The storm caused was too intense. Therefore, this matter gradually spread, and cultivators came one after another. Originally, many people thought that some treasure had appeared, which caused such a big commotion. But after coming here, they found out that it wasn't some heaven-defying treasure that had appeared. In fact, someone was undergoing tribulation here. After this matter spread out, it immediately caused an even bigger sensation. A cultivator's tribulation didn't end even after half a month. What kind of tribulation was this? Wasn't this too inconceivable? The news spread more and more. More and more cultivators gathered. Lin Feng didn't know the situation outside now. If he knew the situation outside, he would definitely laugh bitterly. Back then, Lin Feng didn't expect to undergo so many tribulations. He thought that it would end in about 7 or 8 days. If it only took 7 or 8 days, it shouldn't attract the attention of other cultivators. Even if it attracted the attention of other cultivators. By the time the news spread out and the other party arrived, Lin Feng would have already left. But the key point was Lin Feng's tribulation this time. It actually took more than half a month. Moreover, after spending such a long time, he still hadn't successfully passed the Great Emperor's tribulation. So Lin Feng had miscalculated this time. This also caused a large number of cultivators to gather. As the tribulation took longer and longer, the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky also became stronger and stronger. The further it went, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation became. Lin Feng also found it very difficult to resist the lightning tribulation later on. His physical body was destroyed several times, but with the immortal bloodline, his flesh and blood were reborn. It was restored again. Then he continued to resist the powerful lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Lin Feng had already spent 20 days to pass the Great Emperor's tribulation. And Lin Feng's tribulation had also reached 140,000 kinds of tribulations. But the lightning tribulation still hadn't dissipated. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The Red World Fairy was such a heaven-defying figure, but she only had 108,000 lightning tribulations. And himself. Now he had already passed 140,000 lightning tribulations, but he still hadn't succeeded. What kind of tribulation was his tribulation? Immortal tribulation, it must be the immortal tribulation. Is that person going to become an immortal? A cultivator recognized that Lin Feng's tribulation was actually an immortal tribulation, and then said aloud. What? That's an immortal tribulation? After the ancient times, is there really someone who is going to become an immortal again? The person who is going through the tribulation, which race's expert is it? This was the heavenly sage great world, the home of the myriad races. Most of the people were cultivators of the myriad races. Of course, there were also foreign cultivators. However, those foreign cultivators would not break through in the heavenly sage great world. Because if they were discovered by the heavenly sage great world's forces, they would very likely be targeted by the heavenly sage great world. There was an 80% chance that they would die. This was also the reason why so many cultivators of the myriad races felt that the cultivator undergoing the immortal tribulation was one of them. Of course, these people were mainly further away from Lin Feng because they did not dare to enter the area covered by the lightning tribulation. Once they entered the area covered by the lightning tribulation, they would also suffer. At such a distance, they could not see clearly who the person undergoing the tribulation was. If they had seen Lin Feng up close, they would have been astonished. They would know that the person undergoing the tribulation was not a cultivator of the myriad races. Ever since the 5 emperor-level ancestors fell, I thought that the heavenly sage great world no longer had any emperor-level experts. Who would have thought that an expert undergoing the immortal tribulation would appear now? This should be a hidden emperor-level expert, right? Yes. He should be such an expert, living a carefree life. But now, it seems that his identity is a mystery. Many cultivators of the myriad races were still discussing. At this moment, an old cultivator said, "He's not trying to break through to the immortal realm. He's trying to break through to the great emperor realm." How is that possible? His tribulation is clearly an immortal tribulation. Such a terrifying tribulation is just to break through to the great emperor realm? Isn't this too much nonsense? Immediately, a cultivator said, not believing the old man's words. Undergoing the immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm and undergoing the immortal tribulation to break through to the immortal realm were two completely different concepts. To break through to the great emperor realm, one should undergo the emperor tribulation. How could it be an immortal tribulation, of course? If breaking through to the great emperor realm was really an immortal tribulation, this was too heaven-defying. That's right, this senior must have seen wrongly, right? Yes, it's clearly an immortal tribulation. How could it be an immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm? Many cultivators whispered in each other's ears. The old man said, "Immortal tribulation. But that cultivator's tribulation's aura is not right." After hearing the old man's words, many people's hearts suddenly trembled. They were so far away, and there was such a powerful lightning tribulation. Who would dare to release their divine sense to sense the aura of the person undergoing the tribulation? Wouldn't that mean that he was tired of living too comfortably? That kind of behavior. He was simply courting death. However, this old man was able to do all of this without anyone noticing. This was enough to show how terrifying this old man was. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be spouting nonsense. Senior, are you saying that that person underwent an immortal tribulation and broke through to the great emperor realm? Has such a thing happened before? Someone asked. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Very little." In addition, many historical materials had been lost. The later generations know even less about it. I once saw a section of history in a Taoist scripture. It said that an ancestor of one of the clans did it before, but this was something that happened before the Desolate Era. That Taoist scripture was severely damaged, so it's impossible to determine which clan that ancestor belonged to. However, if we talk about it more closely, I do remember a person. The Red World Fairy of the 9 Provinces Great World. When she broke through to the great emperor realm, the tribulation she underwent was an immortal tribulation. I've heard of this before, but it's definitely just a legend. It shouldn't be true, right? That's right. Undergoing an immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm. It sounds like a story. It's really hard to believe that it's true. One after another, cultivators said. They couldn't believe that undergoing an immortal tribulation and breaking through to the great emperor realm. In fact, anyone who heard of such a thing would have doubts unless they saw it with their own eyes. The old man smiled faintly and didn't continue to explain. This was because he didn't need to explain anything to these people who didn't believe him. Those who knew the Red World very well, they would definitely believe that everything he said was true. Boom 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 boom. While the onlookers outside were still discussing animatedly, all kinds of lightning tribulations continued to descend. Every lightning tribulation was incomparably terrifying. It was getting more and more difficult for Lin Feng to resist. But fortunately, Lin Feng persevered. Once again, he successfully passed through 9,999 lightning tribulations. However, at this time, Lin Feng was about to reach his limit. His magic power was basically depleted. And the origin energy that he had devoured before, the power of the great world, and so on. It was almost depleted. However, the lightning tribulation had yet to disperse. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably ugly. This lightning tribulation was much more terrifying than he had imagined. If there were more lightning tribulations later, this tribulation, it was very likely to end in failure. This is the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation. It contains 149,999 types of lightning tribulations. You have now passed 149,999 types of lightning tribulations. There are only 9 types left before you can successfully pass the tribulation. At this time, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Great Immortal Tao Tribulation? What kind of tribulation is this? Lin Feng asked in shock. It's a type of immortal tribulation. The first level is called the Small Immortal Tao Tribulation. It contains 108,000 types of tribulations. The second level is called the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation, which is the tribulation that you are currently undergoing. As for the other more powerful tribulations, you will slowly understand them in the future. The Demon Lord said. Immediately after, the Demon Lord's voice fell. Then he didn't speak again. Lin Feng took a deep breath. There were only 9 lightning tribulations left. If he could withstand these last 9 lightning tribulations, then he would be able to successfully pass the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation. He would be able to successfully break through to the Great Emperor Realm. With his own accumulation, once he broke through to the Great Emperor Realm, his battle strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Of course, the premise of everything was that he could successfully break through. If he failed to break through, only death awaited them. No matter what, he had to persevere. Lin Feng seized the time to recover his injured body. And the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens. It was also brewing. The last 9 lightning tribulations. It was also the last chance to kill Lin Feng. So, these last 9 lightning tribulations. It must be an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who knew this. The Demon Lord was also very clear about this. Therefore, the Demon Lord didn't continue to disturb Lin Feng. He hoped that Lin Feng could recover quickly. However, Lin Feng's exhaustion was too great. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak state. Boom. Everyone looked at the powerful thunder tribulation above the 9 heavens. The lightning tribulation had condensed into a dazzling light of tribulation. It was a light of tribulation. It was extremely powerful and contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The light of tribulation exuded an oppressive aura. Many people felt as if they were suffocating. It was as if they were facing an immortal ruler. In front of the light of tribulation, it was as if they had turned into ants. The light of tribulation. It's the light of tribulation. This person actually attracted the light of tribulation. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow him to live in this world. A middle-aged cultivator shouted in shock when he saw the light of tribulation. His face was filled with horror. What? The lightning tribulation condensed in the sea of lightning is the legendary light of tribulation? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Many cultivators had heard of the light of tribulation before. He knew how terrifying the light of tribulation was. Of course, there were also many who had never heard of the light of tribulation. Therefore, they were confused when they heard about it. They didn't know what the light of tribulation was, but it had shocked so many cultivators. What exactly is the light of tribulation? Someone asked. A cultivator said, the light of tribulation refers to the supreme heavenly Tao. Some people call it the great heavenly Tao. The light of tribulation is a kind of light of tribulation that descends from the heavenly Tao. It's said that the light of tribulation is the most terrifying light of tribulation in all the worlds. It can destroy all living beings. Although this lightning tribulation only condensed a single light of tribulation, it's still terrifying enough. Another cultivator said, a single ray of heavenly tribulation light can kill an Emperor Lord level expert. I wonder if this legend is true. What? A single light of tribulation is so powerful? Isn't that too terrifying? Many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise, their faces full of deep shock. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. A single light of tribulation. It could kill an imperial lord. If thousands of light of tribulation were to descend, even an immortal would be killed, right? At this moment, the light of tribulation condensed in the sky and blasted toward Lin Feng. When the light of tribulation enveloped Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping his entire body. It was a terrible feeling. One had to know. There were still 9 bolts of lightning left. The following lightning tribulation. Each one was more terrifying than the last. Now, this lightning tribulation. It was the weakest of the 9 lightning tribulations. However, now that he was facing the weakest of the 9 lightning tribulations, he could actually feel the aura of death enveloping his entire body. The following lightning tribulation. How could he resist? Of course, now was not the time to think about the lightning tribulation. What he had to consider now was the lightning tribulation in front of him. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. 3 Lin Feng appeared. Next, Lin Feng used the 9 layers domineering magnetic field and the triple spatial shackles. When the 9-layered domineering magnetic field and spatial imprisonment were used, the surrounding void seemed to have solidified. Lin Feng wanted to use these 2 peerless methods to break through the light of tribulation. However, the power of the light of tribulation was too powerful. It actually destroyed Lin Feng's 9-layered domineering magnetic field and triple spatial imprisonment. Then, it destroyed Lin Feng's 2 incarnations. Finally, it headed towards Lin Feng's original body. If only he could activate his magic treasure to deal with the light of tribulation. However, he couldn't use magic treasure to transcend the tribulation. Transcending the tribulation. He could only rely on himself. With magic treasure. Or someone to help. It would only backfire. Not only would it not help him, but it would also harm him in the end. So when the light of tribulation blasted over, Lin Feng quickly dodged and then used the 8 divine seals. He wanted to seal the light of tribulation directly, but Lin Feng failed. The light of tribulation quickly slashed over. It was about to split Lin Feng in half. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared from the spot. The light of tribulation brushed past Lin Feng's body. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind the celestial Culpa lights and threw a punch at them. On Lin Feng's fist, it was surrounded by endless demonic light. Those rays of demonic light. It was as if they could destroy the world. Bang! This punch landed on the light of tribulation. The light of tribulation was directly shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng opened his big hand and directly used the great devouring technique, devouring all the Dao source after the light of tribulation shattered. These Dao source could increase Lin Feng's realm. Moreover, it could help Lin Feng recover quickly. The light of tribulation has shattered. Oh my god, isn't this person too terrifying? Even the light of tribulation was broken by him. A light of tribulation can kill an emperor lord, but it can't defeat this person. Could it be that this person can already kill an emperor lord? Is he really just breaking through to the emperor realm? Of course not. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. This person must have broken through to the immortal realm. Many cultivators began to discuss. Some felt that Lin Feng had broken through to the emperor realm, while others felt that Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal realm. But no matter which view they held, now that they saw Lin Feng break through the light of tribulation, everyone was shocked. Of course, those who believed that Lin Feng had broken through to the emperor realm were far more shocked than those who thought that Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal realm. This was because breaking through to the great emperor realm and breaking through to the immortal realm were 2 completely different concepts. And at this moment, the sea of lightning was condensing the 8th last lightning tribulation. Rumble, 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 a loud sound shook heaven and earth. Everyone was alarmed. Everyone looked at the sea of lightning above the 9 heavens. They wondered what kind of lightning tribulation could cause such a big commotion. At this moment, many people couldn't help but look at the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens in shock. Amidst the endless sea of thunder and lightning, giant lightning dragons were pulling ancient war chariots as they flew through the sky. On the ancient chariots stood a dense crowd of cultivators. Those cultivators were wearing battle armor and holding immortal treasures. The heavenly soldiers and generals have appeared. Many people exclaimed. This lightning tribulation. 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals had appeared. Lightning dragons pulled chariots. War drums beat. A dense crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals charged over. A terrifying aura filled the air. Many people couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel and bow to the heavenly soldiers and generals. You mortals! How dare you defy the heavens? You've committed treason. You deserve death. A cold voice came from the army. Then, 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals crushed the void. Smoke and dust billowed and turned into a torrent. Toward Lin Feng. Cultivators are born to defy the heavens. If the heavens suppress me, I will trample the heavens under my feet. The heavens want me dead. I will poke a hole in the heavens. Lin Feng's voice was cold. His body emitted a terrifying aura that refused to submit to the heavens and the earth. Cultivators were born. They fought against the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng stepped toward the 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals. Although he was alone, he was fearless. Kill, Lin Feng roared. Kill, the 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals also roared. Then, the surging torrent drowned Lin Feng. Oh my God, he's drowned by the army. Will he die under the attack of the army? Many cultivators could not help but exclaim. Shocked gazes. They looked at Lin Feng, who was fighting with the army. In just a short moment, they could no longer see Lin Feng's figure. The 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals were too terrifying. The powerful aura they emitted was simply despairing. No one thought that Lin Feng could survive the attack of the 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals. When the surging torrent crushed the sky and left, everyone saw. In the void, a figure covered in blood stood proudly. That figure. His body was already broken. If it were a cultivator of another race, his physical body might have been completely dead. However, that figure was still standing proudly in the world. His aura was so powerful. It was an aura that fought against the heavens and the earth. He's not dead. Many people were shocked and could not believe that the 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals just now, who were so powerful, could not kill that person. That person. Wasn't that too terrifying? An old man said. The 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals are indeed powerful. If it were any other cultivator, they might have died long ago. But this person is different. Why is he different? Many people were puzzled. Look at the injuries on his body. His physical body is almost completely shattered. No one can withstand such injuries when their physical body has been destroyed to such an extent. So, if it were anyone else, they would have already died. However, this cultivator's physical body is extremely strong. Most importantly, he can quickly recover from his injuries. An old man said. Ordinary cultivators could only see blurry figures in the distance, unable to see the specific situation. They couldn't even see Lin Feng's injuries. They also couldn't see Lin Feng circulating his immortal divine body to quickly recover from his injuries. The only thing they could see was that Lin Feng passed through one lightning tribulation after another. However, not everyone could see this. For example, the old man in front of him had unfathomable strength, and he was able to see all this. However, he couldn't see it clearly. But at least some scenes could be seen. To be able to recover so quickly, what kind of physique is this? Someone asked. Someone else asked, is there such a constitution among the myriad races? The elder said, the sacred immortal physique, the myriad medicine king physique, and other physiques can do it, but it doesn't seem to be at his level. At this point, the old man couldn't help but frown. This was because he had thought of another type of physique, a physique that was almost legendary. This physique was the legendary immortal divine body. However, the immortal divine body wasn't a physique possessed by the myriad races. This was a physique that only the cultivators of the immortal clan could possess, and the immortal clan wasn't a force of the myriad races. However, the old man didn't voice his suspicions. Maybe the bloodline has returned to its ancestral state? These powerful physiques have unimaginable abilities. If the bloodline has returned to its ancestral state, it would be even more shocking. That's right. It must be so. It must be the bloodline returning to its ancestral state. Many cultivators said. They seem to have a deep obsession with bloodline returning. Many things could be attributed to bloodline returning. Just as the old man from the myriad races said. The 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals earlier might have been disastrous for others. However, Lin Feng relied on his powerful physical body. With the characteristics of the immortal divine body, he successfully blocked the attacks of the 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Now, the seventh last lightning tribulation could be prepared. Lin Feng tried to circulate his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries. However, this time, Lin Feng's injuries had only recovered a small portion, and he couldn't circulate his immortal divine body anymore. Because circulating the immortal divine body also required a lot of magic power to support it. And now, Lin Feng's magic power was almost exhausted. However, there were still the last 7 lightning tribulations. This was simply too despairing. Even Lin Feng himself couldn't help but feel his hands and feet turn cold at this moment. The strength of the lightning tribulation this time was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. He originally thought that with his powerful accumulation, he could easily pass the Emperor tribulation. Who would have thought that this tribulation might consign him to eternal damnation? The shadow of death shrouded Lin Feng's heart. No matter how optimistic a person was, they would probably feel despair now. The fluctuations in the Sea of Lightning were getting more and more intense. Lin Feng knew. Soon, the 7th last lightning tribulation would descend. When the time came, would it be a dead end for him? At this moment, countless voices suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Great God, pray that I can have a bright future on the path of martial arts. Great God, please bless my mother so that she can recover soon. Great God, I hope you can bless my child to grow up healthily. These voices included men's voices, women's voices, old people's voices, and young people's voices. All kinds of voices were intertwined. Those voices were all praying. When he heard those voices, Lin Feng's body suddenly shook. The next moment, a long river condensed from the power of faith tore through the void and quickly flew over. That long river fell from the sky, flew toward Lin Feng, and then poured into Lin Feng's body. The power of faith, those powers, they were all the power of faith. When Lin Feng gained a firm foothold in the great world of exile, he began to build a temple for himself. Lin Feng ordered his subordinates to do their best to help the people in his territory solve their problems. Thus, many people began to believe in Lin Feng. This was the first portion of the power of faith that Lin Feng had obtained. Later on, Lin Feng also built some temples outside the 9 continents. In addition, after Lin Feng expelled the myriad races from the Sky Martial continent. In order to express their gratitude to Lin Feng, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent expressed their gratitude to him. They all built temples for Lin Feng. And these temples produced a large amount of power of faith. Originally, Lin Feng did not have any special concept of the power of faith. Because, he had never been able to absorb the power of faith. Lin Feng had once thought that building a temple was useless. But now, Lin Feng knew how useful it was to build a temple and have countless people believe in him. As the power of faith poured into his body, a powerful mana began to flow within his body. This feeling was too comfortable. Lin Feng didn't want to experience the feeling of weakness he had felt when he had used up all his energy. The power of faith continued to gather, turning into a river of faith that was absorbed by Lin Feng. This was the power of faith. At the most critical moment of Lin Feng's breakthrough to the great emperor, it played a role in reversing the outcome of the tribulation. As the saying goes, whatever you plant will bear the fruit. Now, at the critical moment of Lin Feng's tribulation, the power of faith was added to Lin Feng's body. This was the karma that Lin Feng had already planted long ago. If I live forever in the future, I hope that everyone who believes in me will be like a dragon. Suddenly, at this time, Lin Feng made his great idea. At the moment of life and death crisis, those who believed in him added a powerful power of faith to Lin Feng. Helped Lin Feng through this difficult situation. He even helped Lin Feng save his life. So, Lin Feng also wanted to give them feedback. Thus, Lin Feng made a great wish. At the same time, when Lin Feng had made his grand wish, Lin Feng's expression changed. Great world of exile. Sky Martial continent. Outside the 9 continents. In the various temples that worshipped Lin Feng, Lin Feng's golden body suddenly surged with golden light. Lin Feng's golden body opened its eyes. All the golden body images spoke at the same time. If I live forever in the future, I hope that everyone who believes in me will be like a dragon. Oh my God, the gods have appeared. The gods have clearly appeared. The believers in the temples could not help but exclaim. They hurriedly kowtowed to Lin Feng's golden body image. Those believers were constantly chanting the blessings of the gods, the blessings of the gods. Golden light shone on their bodies. Many believers discovered that their illnesses and injuries had all been swept away. And many cultivators with decent cultivations discovered that their bodies had expelled a large amount of impurities. There were also many who were able to comprehend it instantly. In a short period of time, the news of the miracle spread quickly, and countless people heard about it. They all went to Lin Feng's temple to pay their respects to Lin Feng. More and more believers worshipped Lin Feng, and more faith power condensed. The power of faith could provide Lin Feng with a steady stream of power. Under the support of the majestic power of faith, Lin Feng's body actually swelled up. He wanted to vent as soon as possible. He wanted to unleash the terrifying power within his body. Boom! At this moment, the seventh last lightning tribulation finally appeared. An ancient existence wearing a crown stepped out. That existence's aura was incomparably powerful and terrifying. He had the body of a human, but he had the tail of a crocodile and a horn on his forehead. The divine alligator clan's divine ancestor. Some cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. It was rumored. In the past, before the withered forest had withered away, this place had been a holy land for cultivation with countless resources. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor was a terrifying existence from the immortal ancient era. He had transcended the tribulation to become an immortal here. This story had a long history. It had been passed down until now, and many people still knew about it. But before this, many people really just treated this rumor as a story, and not many people believed it to be true. However, when everyone saw the phantom of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appear in the sky, everyone was shocked by this legend. They became incomparably calm. In the past, when the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor broke through to the immortal realm, the heavenly Tao imprinted the phantom of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. Therefore, the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appeared in front of everyone now. Die. After the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appeared, he launched a terrifying attack on Lin Feng. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Feng. He wanted to directly kill Lin Feng with a point of his finger. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. You're the one who should die. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He directly leaped up and charged toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. The demon ancestor's sacred fist was ready and blasted toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. It was just a phantom. Lin Feng believed that he could break it. Bang, the two attacks collided, and they were evenly matched. Ha 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 ha, this feels great. Again. Lin Feng roared and charged toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor again. Many people watched this battle with their mouths agape. Facing such a tyrannical existence like the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor, that guy was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked incomparably excited. What kind of freak was that guy? Bang! 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 Lin Feng and the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor fought fiercely. Every time they collided, the earth would shake. The two sides collided for dozens of rounds. Finally, Lin Feng found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and directly punched the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor's body directly shattered. The seventh last lightning tribulation was destroyed by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was endlessly supported by the power of faith. His combat strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak. Therefore, the current Lin Feng. He was about to break through. He was full of confidence. The imprint of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor when he became an immortal has been destroyed. The person undergoing the tribulation is really heaven-defying. Yeah, it's really terrifying. If he breaks through, who knows how terrifying it will be. Many people were amazed. The sixth last lightning tribulation. The brewing was successful. The sixth last lightning tribulation was actually a brush. Emperor Brush. The demon lord suddenly exclaimed. What? Emperor Brush? That's the Emperor Brush that gathered the power of 9 generations of human emperors to forge? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe his eyes. Emperor Brush. That was actually the Emperor Brush. It was really shocking. In the history of the New Age, the Emperor Sword, the Earth Emperor's Book, and the Emperor Brush. They were forged by 9 generations of emperors, 9 generations of earthly emperors, and 9 generations of human emperors. There were so many powerful figures. One after another. Painstaking efforts. The power of the treasures that were forged was shocking. One could imagine. The Emperor Sword cut through the thorns and opened up a new world for the human race. The Earth Emperor's Book was virtuous and guided the human race to survive in a harsh world. The Emperor Brush wrote thousands of chapters and taught the people, allowing the human race to understand filial piety, propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Now, the Emperor Brush had appeared. In other words, countless years ago. The Emperor Brush might have appeared in this place. Perhaps a Renhuang had come here with the Emperor Brush. The human race's treasure, the Emperor Brush, has appeared. There was no lack of knowledgeable cultivators among the 10,000 races. After seeing the brush in the sky, they couldn't help but be extremely shocked. One brush to decide life and death. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the Emperor Brush. It was like a brilliant heavenly power that couldn't be resisted. The Emperor Brush wrote the word death across the void. Bang. In the next moment. Oh my God, isn't the Emperor Brush too terrifying? Some experts of the myriad races exclaimed. They could vaguely see what Lin Feng was experiencing at this moment. His body seemed to have exploded. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could still see the blood mist that spurted out when Lin Feng's body exploded. The combat power that Lin Feng had displayed previously. He was so powerful. But he couldn't resist it. The Emperor Brush struck. The power of the Emperor Brush deeply shocked the hearts of these experts. What's the situation over there? Many cultivators of the myriad races couldn't help but ask. Only those who were above the Emperor realm could vaguely see the scene of Lin Feng's tribulation from such a long distance and through the powerful lightning tribulation. Cultivators below the Emperor realm could only see the shadow in the distant void. Other than that, they couldn't see anything. But how many Emperor realm experts were there? There were only a handful. Therefore, many cultivators didn't know the specific situation over there. A middle-aged cultivator said, "The brush that appeared above the 9 heavens is the legendary supreme treasure of the human tribe, the Emperor Brush." Just now, the Emperor Brush wrote the word death and half of the cultivator's body exploded. After hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, the surrounding cultivators were shocked beyond words. This was too unbelievable. The Emperor Brush was so terrifying. Didn't that mean that the next strike, it was very likely to kill the cultivator who was going through the tribulation? Considering that the cultivator could quickly heal his injured body, he might be able to hold on for a while. However, the final outcome should still be unchangeable. At that time, he would definitely die under the Emperor Brush's attack. Emperor Brush. What a powerful Emperor Brush. It's indeed one of the supreme Dharma treasures of the human race. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He activated the immortal divine body. Next, his injured body recovered as if nothing had happened. Destroy. The Emperor Brush wrote another word. Break. Lin Feng roared and rushed toward the Emperor Brush. Then, he threw a punch at the Emperor Brush. Bang. The two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng was sent flying again. The situation was very bad. His body exploded again. His injuries were even more serious than the last time. The Emperor Brush was terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng was astonished. He couldn't believe it. Lin Feng operated his immortal divine body, and his injuries healed once again. I have the bloodline of the human race, the future human emperor. Emperor Brush, how dare you attack me? Lin Feng's voice was ice cold. His sovereign emperor blood and undying god blood began to circulate. These were the two most powerful bloodlines of the human race. Holy light surged on Lin Feng's left. To the right of Lin Feng, divine light was rolling. All of the ancient ancestors of the sovereign clan appeared within the holy light. Within the divine light, the ancient ancestors of the undying clan appeared one after another. These were the two largest clans of the human race. Now that the two bloodlines had awakened, they protected Lin Feng together. No one knew if the Emperor Brush had sensed Lin Feng's two human bloodlines. The Emperor Brush stopped attacking Lin Feng, finally. The Emperor Brush wrote two words in the void. The first word was persevere. The second word was hope. The Emperor Brush seemed to be telling Lin Feng that no matter what difficulties he faced, he had to persevere. Only by persevering could he see hope. I will. Lin Feng stood in the void and said to the Emperor Brush. The Emperor Brush dissipated. What's going on? The cultivators who were watching Lin Feng from afar were completely dumbfounded. Many people thought that Lin Feng would die under the Emperor Brush's attack. Who would have thought that the Emperor Brush would stop attacking Lin Feng? It even seemed to write a few words to Lin Feng. However, they were too far away, and no one knew what those words were. Everyone was very confused. They didn't know why such a strange thing had happened. He has awakened his bloodline. The Emperor Brush sensed the power of his bloodline, so it didn't attack him just now. A venerable emperor expert said. Another venerable emperor expert said, that person is not a cultivator of the myriad tribes. He is a cultivator of the human race. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Before this venerable emperor expert said this, almost everyone thought that the person undergoing the tribulation was a cultivator of the myriad tribes. Why do you say that? A cultivator asked. The Emperor Brush is a sacred item of the human race. It will only stop attacking if it senses the bloodline of the human race. It will not be merciful to other races. The venerable emperor expert said. I see. I just don't know which power this human cultivator belongs to. Is he an expert from the Immortal Gods Alliance? Or is he a foreign cultivator? An expert said with a gloomy expression, the desolate state, where the desolate forest was located, was still the territory of the Sacred War Alliance. Therefore, most of the cultivators of the myriad tribes that were attracted this time were cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. A small number of them were cultivators of foreign forces. There was also a small number of people from the Immortal Gods Alliance or the Demon Alliance. However, the number of people from the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance was very small, much smaller than the number of cultivators from the foreign forces. After all, the cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance would not easily enter the territory of the Sacred War Alliance. Because once they were discovered by the people of the Sacred War Alliance, they were likely to be besieged. They would not have a good ending. Naturally, no one would put themselves in danger. It did not matter if Lin Feng was a human cultivator of the Immortal Gods Alliance or a foreign cultivator. He was regarded as an enemy by the myriad tribes of the Sacred War Alliance. This person is Lin Feng. At this moment, a piece of news spread out and quickly caused an uproar among the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation. Lin Feng of the 9 states. Who didn't know? Who didn't know? This was because many higher-ups of the Sacred War Alliance felt that if Lin Feng had not contacted the various experts in the 9 states to resist the invasion of the myriad tribes without waiting for the final battle, the 9 states would have already fallen. Even the experts of the 9 states during the final battle were inextricably linked to Lin Feng. Therefore, the myriad tribes of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the core. Some time ago, it was rumored that Lin Feng had come to the 9 states and even appeared in the Forest of Destiny. Originally, many cultivators did not believe it, but now, many people believed this rumor. Is the news reliable? Someone asked. Of course it's reliable. Young Master Nya of the Heavenly Devil clan said it himself. He is Lin Feng's old enemy, and his bastard brother, Gongzi Yu, has a close relationship with Lin Feng. How could young Master Nya mistake Lin Feng? At this moment, someone said. That cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw Gongzi Yu. At this point, no one doubted it anymore. Lin Feng should have broken through to the Great Emperor realm, right? He actually transcended the immortal tribulation and broke through to the Great Emperor realm. This person is so terrifying. If he continues to grow, it will be a huge problem. Lin Feng didn't know that his identity had been exposed and that he was being targeted by the cultivators of the myriad races. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It wasn't easy to become a great emperor in the first place. It was normal to be targeted. When the time came, no matter how many came, he would kill them all. As long as he could break through to the Great Emperor realm, coupled with the ruler's armor and the many supreme treasures on him. Lin Feng was convinced that if he met gods, he would kill gods, if he met ghosts, he would kill ghosts. The fifth last lightning tribulation was brewing. This time around, the thunder calamity was even scarier. There were actually 3 stone golems. The first stone man. It had a human body, an eagle head, and a pair of huge wings. The second stone man looked like an old man. The third stone man was a female stone man. Stone Man Tribulation. This is the legendary tribulation. It is said that this tribulation is one of the last 3 tribulations of the immortal tribulation. Could it be that this guy's tribulation is about to end? Someone said. They couldn't calm down. Because Lin Feng was only breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, but his tribulation was actually an immortal tribulation. It really made people envious. Those cultivators of the myriad races wanted to become Lin Feng. But they were destined to only have the right to be envious. The experts of the myriad races were all paying attention to Lin Feng's tribulation. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would fail. If Lin Feng failed the celestial tribulation, then they wouldn't have to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in the void and looked at the 3 stone men. Each stone man was incomparably terrifying. These 3 stone men joined forces. Their cooperation was flawless. This was the terrifying part of the Stone Man tribulation. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Many cultivators failed to pass the Stone Man tribulation because they couldn't break the joint force of the 3 stone men. And once the 3 stone men formed an encirclement. When the time came, the battle prowess of the 3 stone golems would increase by a large margin. Because the 3 stone men could strengthen each other, greatly increasing the battle strength of each other. This was an extremely terrifying ability. However, facing the attack of the 3 stone men, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He directly used the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. Then 2 clones were formed. Although the 2 clones couldn't unleash 100% of Lin Feng's battle strength, but it was still relatively easy to unleash 70% to 80% of Lin Feng's battle strength. If the 2 clones' potential was unleashed, they could even unleash more than 90% of their battle strength. It was extremely close to Lin Feng's own battle strength. Lin Feng locked onto a stone man. The other 2 clones flew towards the other 2 stone golems. But Lin Feng's clones didn't fight against the 2 stone men. When Lin Feng's 2 clones arrived next to the 2 stone statues, Lin Feng smiled. The 2 clones' bodies bulged. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions spread in the air. Lin Feng's 2 clones exploded. Instantly. It was a shockwave that could destroy the world. It swept out. The destructive power enveloped the 2 stone golems. The cultivators outside who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded and had an expression of disbelief. No one expected that Lin Feng would directly let the 2 clones self-destruct. After the 2 clones self-destructed, the 2 stone men were also destroyed. Only the last stone man was left. Only when the 3 stone men joined forces could they unleash the most powerful battle strength. If it was only 1 stone man, it was far from enough. Lin Feng rushed forward and unleashed his power. He directly destroyed the 3rd stone man. There were only 4 lightning tribulations left. But Lin Feng didn't dare to relax for a moment. Because he was very clear. The last 3 lightning tribulations were the most fatal. The power of the last 3 lightning tribulations was far stronger than the rest. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had failed to pass the tribulation. They died under the attack of the last 3 lightning tribulations. And now Lin Feng. He hadn't started to fight against the last 3 lightning tribulations. I'd been waiting for the sky since I was born. Who can defeat the heroes of the world? The 9 immortal swords have accompanied me for life. The swords cut through the heavens and I'll be revered. At this moment, a low voice came from the sea of thunder above the 9 heavens. Then, a white-robed man stepped forward. The man was incomparably handsome and powerful. After he appeared, it was as if he had become the eternal ruler of heaven and earth. The man carried 9 stone swords on his back. Buzz, the 9 stone swords shook the void and all flew out, floating above the man. Di Wudao, when he saw the man, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly burst with endless killing intent. The 4th last lightning tribulation actually showed Di Wudao who had 9 stone swords. Back then, this person had betrayed his father. It was also because of this person he had caused his family to be destroyed. Lin Feng's hatred for Di Wudao. It was like a torrential river, continuous and unending. The son of a sinner should be killed. Di Wudao looked coldly at Lin Feng. It was as if he was looking at an ant. His face was full of contempt and disdain. It was a feeling that came from the depths of his bones. Out of the 9 stone swords, he had only taken out 1. Perhaps in his opinion, killing Lin Feng. There was no need for the 9 stone swords. Back then, you were just a dog servant by my father's side. What right do you have to show off in front of me? You should call me young master. Lin Feng's face was full of killing intent. He felt as if his blood was about to ignite. He was full of anger, burning fiercely. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if a special power was surging out of his body. It seemed to be a kind of bloodline power. Vaguely, Lin Feng heard the voice of destiny from that bloodline power. That bloodline. It should be the destiny bloodline. His father had a total of 2 bloodlines. The first bloodline originated from the undying bloodline of the undying family. The second bloodline was a bloodline that his father had awakened on his own after being blessed by the heavens. It was the destiny bloodline. It was just that his destiny bloodline had been sealed by his father in the past. Now, the destiny bloodline seemed to be about to awaken. The destiny bloodline power seeped through the seal that Lin Feng's father Lin Feng had added and surged into Lin Feng's body. That great destiny Tao, I bear the hopes of countless people, I bear the expectations of my ancestors, I bear the glory of destiny Tao, please descend the power of destiny, let me punish that lowly existence who dares to blaspheme destiny. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the destiny bloodline in his body surged up to the 9 heavens. Then, a long river of destiny was summoned by the destiny power that surged out of Lin Feng's body. After seeing that long river of destiny, Lin Feng's spirit couldn't help but suddenly tremble. Summoning the river of destiny was not an easy task. One had to cultivate the great destiny skill to a higher level to be able to do it. Lin Feng's great destiny skill was only at the beginner level. There was still a big gap to reach the higher level. Therefore, Lin Feng was unable to summon the river of destiny. But this time, it was special. The power of destiny that came from his father's destiny bloodline was combined with Lin Feng's great destiny skill. This made Lin Feng, for the first time in his life, he summoned the river of destiny for the first time. After Lin Feng summoned the river of destiny, it swept towards Di Wudao. The stone sword that Di Wudao took out was instantly swallowed by the river of destiny. Then, it was trapped in the river of destiny. Under Lin Feng's control, the river of destiny quickly flew above Di Wudao. It descended from the sky and locked onto Di Wudao, making it impossible for Di Wudao to escape. Di Wudao suddenly frowned. His expression became gloomy. 8 swords moved together. Slash! Di Wudao shouted coldly. Buzz! 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 The 8 stone swords flew out at high speed at the same time. Then, they swept towards the river of destiny. The power of the 8 stone swords was so strong that it shook one's heart. They swept across the void gently. Suddenly, the void collapsed. The power was so strong. It really made people turn pale with fright. However, when the 8 stone swords slashed on the river of destiny, they did not cause any damage to the river of destiny. Instead, the river of destiny suddenly rolled. The 8 stone swords were immediately swept into the river of destiny. The 8 stone swords struggled to rush out of the river of destiny, but they did not manage to do so. The river of destiny swept towards Di Wudao. Bang! Di Wudao was sent flying by the attack. Di Wudao. Remember. You are in front of me. You will always be a dog slave. When I reach the Undying Realm, I will definitely kill you. This is what you deserve after betraying my father. Lin Feng looked at Di Wudao indifferently. Immediately after, he continued to control the river of destiny to attack Di Wudao. In the face of the river of fate's attack, Di Wudao wanted to dodge, but he couldn't avoid the river of destiny's attack. Bang! The river of destiny slammed into Di Wudao once more. Di Wudao's body shattered. The fourth last lightning tribulation was resolved by Lin Feng. At the same time that Di Wudao's body shattered. Undying Realm. Heavenly Court. Crown Prince's residence. Di Wudao was the son of the Heavenly Emperor, and this was where he lived. Di Wudao was cultivating in seclusion within a palace. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he suddenly opened his eyes. Mirror of the future, come out. Di Wudao said gloomily. Whoosh. With a flash of light, a mirror appeared. It was the mirror of future. Lin Feng had seen the mirror of future before. This was a mirror that was said to be able to see the future. What's the matter? The mirror of future said calmly. Help me find Lin Baitian's son. Di Wudao said gloomily. Old rules. You should understand. The mirror of future said. Don't worry, after this is done, you will get what you want. Di Wudao said indifferently. Deal. The mirror of future said. Next. The surface of the mirror fluctuated violently. Dense ripples appeared. And those ripples. They were extremely blurry. Finally. An hour later, the surface of the mirror became clear, and an image appeared. An endless sea of lightning. In the void, a young cultivator stood proudly. And that young cultivator was Lin Feng. Soon. Di Wudao walked out of the sea of lightning with a battle sword on his back. Looking at those images, Di Wudao said with a gloomy expression, I didn't expect that I would become Lin Baitian's son's tribulation. Di Wudao was extremely terrifying. He had sensed this earlier, so he summoned the mirror of future. He wanted the mirror of future to show those images. When you betrayed Lin Baitian, you were destined to be completely intertwined with Lin Baitian's or his son's fate. This collision is unavoidable. The mirror of future said. When he heard the word betray, Di Wudao's brows twitched violently a few times. He hated this word very much. If it was someone else who said this in front of him, they would have been dead long ago. However, as for the mirror of future, Di Wudao's patience and tolerance had always been much more than usual. Because many times, he needed to use the mirror of future for anyone who had value. Di Wudao had always been able to endure. His character had always been like this. Just like when he followed Lin Baitian back then, he was extremely jealous of Lin Baitian. But in order to destroy Lin Baitian, he could pretend as if nothing had happened and hide it very well. There were so many people. No one could see Di Wudao's wild ambition. In the image was the image of Lin Feng summoning the river of destiny to fight against Di Wudao. Back then, you were just a dog slave by my father's side. What right do you have to show off in front of me? You should call me young master. Lin Feng's cold voice came out from the mirror of future. This little bastard. Di Wudao's real body's eyes burst with endless killing intent. Lin Feng actually dared to humiliate him, causing his killing intent to soar to the sky. Image after image flashed past. Di Wudao, who appeared in the lightning tribulation, was defeated. And Lin Feng's voice came out from the mirror of future again. Di Wudao. Remember. You are in front of me. You will always be a dog slave. When I reach the Undying Realm, I will definitely kill you. This is what you deserve after betraying my father back then. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Di Wudao's real body could no longer suppress his anger. Where is he? Di Wudao asked with a gloomy expression. I can't say this. Maybe in 9 states. The mirror of future said. 9 states. Di Wudao's expression became even gloomier. 9 states. It hid some of the biggest secrets of the myriad worlds. And for the celestial race, immortal race, and other races, they could not set foot in 9 states. Because 9 states was the origin of the human race. And the immortal race, celestial race, and other races no longer recognized themselves as humans. The last human emperor of the human race. He also removed the celestial race, immortal race, and other innate human races from the human race. The 9th human emperor of the human race cursed before he died. Any cultivator of the celestial race, immortal race, and other races who went to 9 states would be cursed and turned into an undead spirit, never to be reincarnated. Besides that, the land of death in 9 states was also incomparably terrifying. The creatures in the land of death hated the heavenly realm, the chaotic Xianxia realm, and the underworld. Therefore, the cultivators of these 3 realms, as well as the other realms under their control, were not allowed to enter 9 states. None of them were allowed to set foot in the 9 prefectures. Otherwise, only death awaited them. And Di Wudao's family was the celestial race. They were a branch of the heavenly realm. Naturally, he did not dare to set foot in 9 states. In the past, Di Wudao had sent experts from the undying realm to 9 states to find Lin Beidian, but there was no news of them. Di Wudao knew. The rumor was true. The cultivators of the realms under the control of the heavenly realm, the chaotic Xianxia realm, and the underworld were also not allowed to set foot in 9 states. 9 states was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Although Di Wudao wanted to kill Lin Beidian and his son, his people could not enter 9 states, so he could only give up. Moreover, Di Wudao knew that Lin Beidian's cultivation was almost crippled and he had a demonic seed planted in him. Therefore, Di Wudao felt that Lin Beidian had no chance of turning the tables. As for Lin Feng, he was still in his infancy at that time. Di Wudao did not care about a baby like Lin Feng at all. The mirror of future said, that kid's father has already left the 9 states. Unfortunately, we can't find out where he is. However, since his father has been infected by a seed demon, he might have lost himself. Di Wudao said coldly, Lin Beidian is no longer the Lin Beidian of the past. If I find him, I'll show him my new ultimate technique. When that happens, I'll trample him under my feet and show him who's the real expert. The mirror of future said, it seems like you still can't let go of Lin Beidian. It's not that I can't let go of him, but I like to trample on every enemy and trample on their dignity so that they won't be able to rise again. Di Wudao said coldly. The mirror of future asked, how do you plan to deal with Lin Beidian's son? That little bastard is indeed a little unexpected. Isn't he coming to the undying world? I'll just send someone to kill him. Di Wudao said coldly. As the son of the celestial emperor, he had many experts under him. Lin Feng had displayed heaven-defying potential. But so what, therefore, Di Wudao didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng's strength didn't matter. Thundercrack true lord, come here quickly. I have something to tell you. Di Wudao ordered. Soon, a cultivator came to Di Wudao. It was Thundercrack true lord. Greetings, Crown Prince. Thundercrack true lord bowed to Di Wudao. I order you to lead 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals to search for Lin Feng. If you find him, capture him. I want to teach that little bastard a lesson. Di Wudao said and flicked his finger. A jade tube flew out. It landed in Thundercrack true lord's hand. The jade tube recorded Lin Feng's introduction. It even had Lin Feng's face imprinted on it. Yes, Crown Prince. Your Highness, I'll do it right away. Thunderbreak True Monarch quickly replied after receiving the order. He then bade farewell and left. Lin Feng was naturally unaware of Di Wudao's movements in the undying world. Lin Feng was currently recovering with all his might. Because there were still 3 lightning tribulations left. The last 3 lightning tribulations were also the most terrifying ones. Even Lin Feng. He was quite worried. Of course. Lin Feng was still very confident in himself. He believed that he could pass the tribulation successfully. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying aura spread from afar. A terrifying existence whose entire body was rotten flew over at high speed. Brat. Your death's day. A sinister laughter. Lin Feng's voice. His expression suddenly changed. The third last thunder tribulation was the terrifying human tribulation. The reason why the human tribulation was said to be terrifying. This was because the human tribulation was full of uncertainties. Those who appeared in the human tribulation were usually very powerful. But not every time it would be so powerful that it would make people despair. At that, cultivators could naturally fight with all their might. At that moment, it would be a disastrous consequence for the person who was going through the tribulation. It would make the person fall into endless despair. But now, Lin Feng's human tribulation was an immortal corpse. Lin Feng even had the heart to cry now. The immortal corpse was too terrifying. Although the current immortal corpse could not be compared to the past, his battle strength was still incomparably heaven-defying. When Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist were chased by the immortal corpse, the two of them used all their skills. They were no match for the immortal corpse. Brat. Your talent is really powerful. You can actually attract the major heavenly Tao tribulation. When this immortal broke through to the scattered immortal realm, the tribulation was only a minor heavenly Tao tribulation. The feeling of strangling a genius. Just thinking about it makes this immortal excited. The immortal corpse's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng looked at the immortal corpse with a gloomy expression and said, "Do you still remember the memories of your previous life? Aren't you a zombie or some other evil spirit or undead spirit?" The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly and said, "This immortal sealed a part of my memories in a crystal. Now that this immortal has refined those memories, I naturally remember the past." Lin Feng was shocked. The immortal corpse's methods were really terrifying. This immortal has already told you what you want to know. Now you can go to hell to meet King Yama in peace. The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly. Then, he flew toward Lin Feng. His sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng. A thought blossoms, sovereign descends. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. He was using one of his trump cards. This divine ability was a supreme divine ability passed down by the Devil Lord. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. Now that it was used by Lin Feng, it suddenly had the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. From Lin Feng's body, the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation from afar couldn't help but be shocked when they felt the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. Even though they were so far away, they were still suppressed by the aura emitted by Lin Feng's body to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. Lin Feng's combat strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? That kid is too strong. He might very well succeed in transcending the tribulation. At this time, a cultivator from the myriad races said. He felt that Lin Feng could successfully transcend this tribulation. That's not necessarily true. The first 3 lightning tribulations are indeed powerful, but the last 3 lightning tribulations are the most terrifying. Since ancient times, many people who were about to succeed in transcending the tribulation died under the attack of the last 3 lightning tribulations. This kind of example is not uncommon. Then, a cultivator said. He didn't agree with the previous cultivator's words. At this time, a cultivator said with incomparable certainty, "Just wait and see. This time, Lin Feng will definitely die." The others were puzzled. They didn't understand why this cultivator was so sure that Lin Feng would definitely die. At this time, the cultivator said, "Haven't you heard that an immortal corpse has appeared in our Sacred War Alliance's myriad races cemetery?" "We have indeed heard about it, but we don't know the details. A lot of the information has been sealed off by the various large factions." A cultivator said. Back then, that immortal corpse was released by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist after they dug up an immortal tomb. The immortal corpse that was released back then is the existence that is attacking Lin Feng right now. The cultivator said. What? There's such a thing? Immediately, many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Then, a few people's faces revealed smiles. They couldn't wait for Lin Feng to die under the attack of the lightning tribulation. Now, the one attacking Lin Feng was actually a powerful immortal corpse. In the eyes of many people, this time, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. While the cultivators in the distance were discussing animatedly Lin Feng and the immortal corpse, they had already collided. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Lin Feng and the immortal corpse were like two fast-flying planets in the starry sky world, fiercely colliding with each other. This collision, it simply caused a huge impact to one's soul. But Lin Feng's attack was still unable to contend against the immortal corpse's attack. The immortal corpse was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng was directly sent flying by the immortal corpse. His face became as pale as paper. Wah! Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The gap between him and the immortal corpse was too great. It was not that Lin Feng was not strong enough, but the immortal corpse was too terrifying. Weak. Really too weak. With your little cultivation, killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with contempt. This was a contempt that came from his bones. Although he could only unleash a small portion of his battle strength from back then. However, this portion of his battle strength was enough to shock the world. After all, he was an immortal back then. In endless fear, wait for death to descend, the immortal corpse's cold voice came out. Swish. As if he had teleported, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng and then punched towards Lin Feng. Close combat? The opportunity is here. Seeing the immortal corpse come to his side, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The immortal corpse was indeed terrifying. Competing in magic power. The gap between Lin Feng and the immortal corpse was huge. But competing in physical body. Lin Feng was not afraid of the immortal corpse at all. He directly activated the 6 times dragon elephant arm. Then, that unparalleled and invincible punch was blasted towards the immortal corpse. Bang, accompanied by a violent collision sound suddenly came out. Lin Feng and the immortal corpse. They collided once again. This time, Lin Feng didn't move at all, but the immortal corpse was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? The immortal corpse cried out in disbelief. Am I seeing things? It can't be true. This can't be true. The cultivators watching from afar couldn't believe what they were seeing. Because they were too far away, they could only see 2 blurry figures fighting against each other. These 2 blurry figures were naturally Lin Feng and the immortal corpse. As for how the 2 of them fought, they did not see it clearly. However, no matter how the 2 sides fought, the one who should be crushed should be Lin Feng. But in reality, the immortal corpse was sent flying by Lin Feng. At this moment, a cultivator said, "Rumor has it that this person has an unparalleled fleshly body." The immortal corpse was sent flying. It's very likely that he lost to that kid in a contest of physical strength. Winning against the immortal corpse in a contest of physical strength and winning against the immortal corpse in a contest of magical power were 2 completely different concepts. A battle between cultivators was basically a contest of magical power and magical power. It was very rare for them to have a contest of physical strength. Therefore, they could suppress the opponent with physical strength. But it was not uncommon for them to be instantly killed by the opponent when they were using magical power and magical power. How strong is the immortal corpse's physical body? Even if it's just a contest of physical strength, it's already heaven-defying enough. Let me ask you, in all the realms, how many people can have a stronger physical body than the immortal corpse without entering the immortal realm? What's more, this kid hasn't even broken through to the Great Emperor realm, and his physical body is already so terrifying. What will happen in the future? A cultivator said with a gloomy expression. This kid must die, he must die. Otherwise, he will definitely be a huge threat to our Sacred War Alliance. The eyes of the experts of the Sacred War Alliance flashed with a dense killing intent. Lin Feng didn't have the time to guess what the cultivators were thinking. He just wanted to quickly get rid of the immortal corpse. The immortal corpse was too confident. He thought that by using magical power and magical power, he could suppress Lin Feng to the point that he couldn't fight back. Then he could use his physical body to deal with Lin Feng. He could also crush him. But after the real battle, he found out how terrifying was Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and arrived in front of the immortal corpse in an instant, then sent a peerless punch at the immortal corpse. Bang! The immortal corpse couldn't dodge in time and was once again sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. But the immortal corpse's body was too tough. Lin Feng's powerful attacks bombarded the celestial corpse, but surprisingly, he couldn't destroy it. Just how strong was the immortal corpse's physical body, one could imagine. But Lin Feng believed that as long as he kept attacking the immortal corpse, the immortal corpse would definitely not be able to withstand his attacks. So Lin Feng quickly attacked the immortal corpse again. He didn't want to give the immortal corpse a chance to breathe. But at this time, the immortal corpse opened its mouth. Then it spat out a ball of corpse chi at Lin Feng. The corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out contained an extremely terrifying poison. It was a dark green corpse chi. After being spat out, the void was corroded. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng revealed an aghast expression. The corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out. It was too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to take the terrifying corpse chi head-on, so he quickly retreated, avoiding the corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out. The distance between Lin Feng and the immortal corpse increased again. Lin Feng's idea of destroying the immortal corpse's physical body in one go also fell through. The immortal corpse said with a sinister smile, "Kid. Your life. This immortal will take it." As his voice fell, a large amount of corpse chi surged out of the immortal corpse's body. Clearly, the immortal corpse was going to use an extremely terrifying magical power. The immortal corpse is going to show its power. I hope he can kill Lin Feng. Seeing the immortal corpse's great power, the cultivators of the myriad races in the distance couldn't help but become excited. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He knew that the immortal corpse was going to use an extremely powerful unique skill. So, what followed would definitely be incomparably dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might die without a grave. Therefore, Lin Feng began to mobilize the power of his bloodline. When the immortal bloodline awakened for the second time, Lin Feng awakened the power left in his bloodline by his ancestor. And the power left in his bloodline by his ancestor turned into a golden little man that occupied Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng basically didn't use the power of this golden little man. He used it once. It would take a long time for the golden little man to recover to his peak state. So, unless it was a last resort, Lin Feng wouldn't use the power of the golden little man, and using the power of the golden little man would consume a lot of his own body. His mana would be consumed extremely quickly. Only in a life and death crisis could he use the power of the golden little man. The immortal corpse was too powerful. Lin Feng had no choice but to use the power of the golden little man to deal with the immortal corpse. Corpse Devil Kingdom. At this moment, a low voice resounded between heaven and earth. The immortal corpse displayed a powerful magical power. A terrifying kingdom appeared in the endless corpse chi. In that kingdom, corpse devils danced wildly. That kid has been swallowed by that country. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that kid is dead for sure. Seeing Lin Feng being swallowed by the corpse devil country, the cultivators of the 10,000 races shouted excitedly. They hoped to see Lin Feng die without a grave. And now, they saw hope. Inside the corpse devil country, corpse chi rolled. An endless number of demon corpses were moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. Anyone who saw so many corpse demons charging at them would feel endless despair. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. It was simply too shocking. Lin Feng's expression did not change. He put his palms together and began to recite Buddhist scriptures. Maha limitless, the great heaven is free, with Buddha in my heart, no evil can invade. As Lin Feng recited the scriptures, suddenly, endless Buddhist light gushed out from Lin Feng's body. Within each ray of Buddhist light, an ancient Buddha appeared. These ancient Buddhas sat cross-legged in the void and recited Buddhist scriptures together with Lin Feng. In the corpse devil country, Buddhist light shone brightly, illuminating the world. When the Buddhist light shone on the corpse devils, sizzling sounds of burning were immediately heard. The bodies of the corpse devils were directly burned. Soon, the corpses of the corpse devils were burned to ashes. The immortal corpse appeared in the corpse devil country. He looked at Lin Feng with a sneer and said, "Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but they are all useless. In here, your battle strength will be greatly weakened. And this immortal's battle strength will be greatly increased. If one side is weakened and the other side is strengthened, no matter how many tricks you have, only death will await you today. As his voice fell, the immortal corpse flew towards Lin Feng. A large number of corpse devils continued to condense and also pounced towards Lin Feng. Although the immortal corpse's battle strength had long fallen, the tricks he grasped still shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that he could not hold back, so he had to go all out. When the immortal corpse attacked, Lin Feng used Buddhism's supreme technique, the Great Karma Technique. Loud rumbling sounds resounded throughout the world. A massive karma gate was summoned by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the tiny golden figure in Lin Feng's dantian opened its eyes. The golden dwarf's power instantly surged into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng's mana. He had reached the pinnacle level. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. Since you are already dead, you should fall into hell forever. Lin Feng said coldly as he looked at the immortal corpse. He sat cross-legged in front of the karma gate. Then, he tried his best to communicate with the gate of karma. The karma gate directly flew out under Lin Feng's control. Buddhist divine ability. It was the most effective against immortal corpses. As for the great karma art, it was one of the supreme divine abilities of Buddhism. It was the bane of immortal corpses. Naturally, it was also the most powerful. Why was the Red World Fairy so powerful? It was because the Red World Fairy had cultivated more than 3,000 great Daos. No matter what kind of divine ability her opponent used, the Red World Fairy could find a way to counter it. In addition, the Red World Fairy had some special reasons. She had already refined many powerful emperor laws a long time ago. That was why the Red World Fairy was invincible. She was almost invincible. In terms of mana and divine ability, Lin Feng knew that he was no match for the immortal corpse. Therefore, this was an almost impossible battle to reverse. In the end, he was killed by the immortal corpse. But Lin Feng had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. Moreover, Lin Feng still had a way to restrain the immortal corpse. Maybe he could turn defeat into victory. When the karma gate flew out, the power of karma shook the void. It swept out. The corpse demons exploded one after another. The karma gate quickly arrived in front of the immortal corpse. Then, it suppressed the immortal corpse. The karma gate condensed by the great karma technique. The immortal corpse's expression couldn't help but sink, but facing the attack of the karma gate, he didn't dodge. Instead, he directly punched the karma gate. Bang! Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of a violent collision. The immortal corpse and the karma gate directly collided, and a deafening sound was heard. The immortal corpse was actually resisting the karma gate. On the surface of the immortal corpse's body, there was a large amount of corpse chi lingering. The corpse chi. It was trying its best to block the erosion of the power of karma. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. The immortal corpse actually resisted the attack of the karma gate. In the world, the divine ability that restrained the immortal corpse the most. It was actually unable to suppress the immortal corpse. Wasn't the immortal corpse too abnormal? The current immortal corpse might not even have 1,000th of its peak strength, or even 1,000th of its strength. But even so, the immortal corpse still displayed such shocking combat strength. He really didn't know how strong the immortal corpse was when it was alive. Lin Feng wasn't a person who would sit still and wait for death. He quickly charged towards the immortal corpse. He once again used the 1-Chi-3 Pure One's divine ability. 2 clones appeared. Next, Lin Feng used the 9 layers of domineering magnetic field and 3 layers of space shackles to envelop the immortal corpse. After being enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering magnetic field and 3 layers of space shackles, the immortal corpse's combat strength dropped by 30%. As for his speed, it was also suppressed. With a thought, the flowers bloomed, the sovereign descended. Demons worshipping the gods picture. The fall of the 3 realms. Life and death art. Black tortoise hunchback tablet painting. True dragon seal. Demon ancestor sacred fist. Ancestor dragon fist. Death 9 steps. dominating the world. Dominating the trial. Lin Feng was multitasking, raising his combat strength to the peak. Lin Feng's attack was violent and overbearing. All kinds of powerful attacks gathered together. It instantly drowned the immortal corpse. Then, it fiercely bombarded the immortal corpse. However, what made Lin Feng turn pale was that such a powerful attack. It bombarded the immortal corpse's body. It was all blocked by the immortal talismans emitted by the immortal corpse. Those were immortal Dao talismans, and they were exceptionally terrifying. Lin Feng's divine ability couldn't even break through the immortal corpse's defense. The gap between the two sides was too great. They weren't even on the same level. Perhaps even an Emperor Lord level expert wasn't a match for the immortal corpse. Too weak. The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly, and his figure swayed. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Feng, and his sharp claws pierced towards Lin Feng. Pfft! The sound of claws piercing through flesh rang out. The immortal corpse's claws pierced through Lin Feng's chest. He felt an intense pain that he had never felt before. It swept through his entire body. That feeling made Lin Feng feel as if his body had become numb. When the immortal corpse caused serious damage to Lin Feng's original body, Lin Feng's two clones also disappeared into thin air because they couldn't obtain the support of mana. Pain, unparalleled pain, a pain that was worse than death. Die. End of chapter 3656. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.